Chapter 1: A Journey Through Time, a Marriage of Substitution. As night fell, the moonlight grew increasingly luminous. In the attic of the Walking's residence, a woman played in bride daylight mission leis upon a fine carved sandalwood bed. Suddenly, she stirred. Sin Kingi opened his own Toby greeted Beers Fred. What on earth is this? Asha lifted the fabric before her, shralized shoes adorned in a vibrant wedding gown, surrounded by an opulent drum filled with auspicious red characters. A wavy of confusion washed over her. Had she been in the lab working Latin an experiment? How cold shepherds ablibe here? Before he shackled ponder further, a rush of unfamiliar memory is urged into her mind. It turned out that the original owner of his body was named Chin Yue, markedly prominent to spot in her face and characterized by her time manner. She was the loved daughter of Duke Sheshold, renowned prophet the capitalist first blue woman. That very morning the Duke's residence was adorned with lanterns and festive decorations, bustling with activities he made sure about. Today was the grand wedding day of Duke's second daughter, Shin Shue, and the War King, Jun Mohanga marriage persona licentiate by the Emperor himself. However, unbeknownst to Anioni, a scheme was quietly unfolding the previous night. Shin Xiu had no desire to marry the War King. She viewed him as a ruthless demon, notorious for his merciless nature, and was aware of a shitty ailment. She aspired to be a mother of the nation. Thus, her mother, the Duchess, devised a plan you should sneak away to a temple to hide for or highly will arrange of earth angels. Upon learning of this, the Duke panicked. He understood that if the Emperor learned of this, their entire household would face dire consequences. The Duchess then proposed, since Zhu refuses to marry, why not let you take her place? Indeed, how could you know thought of that? You're retrily insightful, my dear wife. Thus, in the dead of night, Shinchinji was drugged by her father and stepmother, dressed in bridal garments, and unceremoniously placed into a bridal seat and chair. In this way, she unwittingly became the War King's bride. As fourth War King, his reputation resonated throughout the capital. When the current emperor ascended his throne amidst political turmoil and public unrest, it was the War King, Jun Mohang, wo boldly to act the lead, rallying groups to Rebellion, with his army, achieved victory after victory, ultimately restoring order. Upon his triumphantraton, the War King swiftly quelled internal strife, personally executing over 20 traitors in the Grand Hall. From that momentum, tales of his ruthless nature and bloodthirsty reputation spread like wildfire. Children would cease their cries at the mere mention of War King. As fourth War King's ailment, it stemmed from our treacherous during an ambush where was betrayed by his own men. He not only failed to cure a thembush brutal fall victim to anemia poison. Since then, rumors of his deteriorating health circulated widely. When the original owner of his body woke to discover she had married the War King, her heart belonged to the Crown Prince, making this reality unbearable. In a moment of despair, she settled into life by crushing into the bedpost. Is this a sort of movie? Have it really crossed over? Shin Jinvi felt a thunderous roar in her mind, as if struck by lightning. How old have I imagined that Shin Yue, a distinguished figure in the 21st century field, gifted and skilled, would find herself embroiled in such an absurd situation of an arranged marriage. She vigorously slapped her head, attempting to awaken herself, doubting whether she was caught in a bit of a dream. However, after pinching her thigh hard, a sure pain jolted through her. Ouch! What hell? Shun Kingi cried out, hastily covering her thigh with her hands, her face contorted in agony. At that moment, a maid named Liana, who had been waiting outside, heard the commotion and hurriedly opened at the door. Upon seeing her mistress sitting on the cold floor, clutching her thigh, her face scoffed distress, Liana shed over. Miss, what happened? Wario sitting on the ground. She got anxiously, reaching at checking Shin Yue. With a bewildered expression, Shin Kingi looked up, blinking in confusion. Miss? Who are you? Liana froze, her eyes wide with disbelief. Miss, you don't recognize Liana? I've taken care of you since the hour a little. Hearing this, Shin Kingi's body stiffened, and a fleeting memory flashed through her mind. Liana was the original owner's personal maid, having grown up alongside her. Now that the original owner had married into the War King's household, Liana was he and Li Nuho had come along as a maid. Shin Kingi's eye getting woodly, then sat cross-legged on the floor, hugging her knees, her face etched with helplessness and sorrow. She lamented excellently, unsure how to face the situation before her. After a long while, she took her deep breath, attempting to organize her chow tics heights. She devoured to understand under similati the originaloners memories, hoping to better navigate this unfamiliar world. After much struggle, finally accepted thrality shade indeed crossed over. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it, Shinkingi declared, suddenly standing up, startlingly Arner. Miss, what's wrong? Shinchinviu brushed off the dust from her clothes and caramelized totally Arner. I think he hit me head and can't remember much. Lionel looked at Ada with tearful. Miss, don't scream, beauty's all right, as long as you're safe, nothing else matters. Lionel will always stay by your side to help you regain your memories. Shinchinji felt warmth in her heart and nodded. Yes, it's wonderful to have a by my side, you can't stop now. With that, Lionel helped Shinkingi back into the evening. Chapter 2. The medical space and classmates Yari. Liarner, use hold garest no. I'll call for you if I need anything. Yes, Miss Lionel replied respectfully before exiting the room and closing the door behind her. At last, Shinchinji had the opportunity to pause and contemplate her circumstances. Since she had crossed over to ancient times, she wondered if her personal medical space had come along as well. With this thought, excitement surged within her. Parent certain lingered, she decided to give a tree, softly calling out, classmates Yari. Master, I'm here. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Shinchinji uses wide in astonishment, nearly causing her to fall to the ground again. Goodness! She cold hard lie believe reassure medical space had indeed crossed over with her. It's worth noting that Shinchinji's medical space was not merely basic storage yet was an intelligent system. Equipped with an advanced laboratory and a comprehensive suite of artificial intelligence medical devices, it also contained various bill-sang Kurdish had meticulously developed over the years. Among these are both life-saving medicines and some mysterious poisons, making them her secret weapons. Most astonishingly, she could communicate with intelligent system, Siari, solely through her thoughts, allowing her to control vestige and retrieval functions within the space. Moreover, she could freely enter the medical space to experience everything inside. However, she never imagined that top before she could utilize her space as esteem in modern times, she would meet the demise. Shinchinji halted her reminiscing, recalling that the original owner of his body was rumored to be the capital's first blue woman. She approached a bronze mirror and was startled by her reflection. Upon closer inspection, the right city of her face was indeed strikingly beautiful, while the left side was marred beard and a network of twisted black lines, resembling tiny worms, a truly horrifying sight. Yet, Shinchinji soon realized that these are not mere birth marks but rather signs of poisoning. She promptly instructed Xiao to examine her body, and it confirmed her suspicion this body had been poisoned long ago, with toxins accumulating within, manifesting in her face. It's just poison, there's nothing I can't handle, Shinchinyu smirked, her confidence in her medical skills soon wavering. Master, the detoxification plant beauty pill can restore your face. The detoxification pill is available in the space. The beauty pill requires a specific herb that isn't the owl need to find it yourself, Sarah reminded her. What herb? Ice skin grass. Shinchingi nodded. With that, she decided not to rush. She was determined to find it and, in due course, restore her appearance, dazzling those who had underestimated her. Rising to her feet, she stretched lazily. It was late, and the walking had yet to make an appearance. It seemed he would not show up tonight. Rather than handling her, she decided to explore the Walking's residence. With determination, Shinchinji swiftly changed into her outfit and slipped out for Chuandao. Having reigned in a special forces unit, climbing out of windows was her trivial task for her. Unfamiliar with sight and sea and needing to avoid the guards on duty, she darted through the state, navigating with agility. Suddenly, she noticed that courtyard appeared to lack any guards. Driven by intense curiosity, she solved to sneak in for a closer look. However, as she stepped into the courtyard, before she could react, a shadow lunged at her with astonishing speed, gripping her throatically. What the hell is this? Shinkingi gasped her, mentally cursing, struggling to breathe. She felt the body go limp, her hands flail in vain. Despair washed over her if she couldn't escape her capture soon. She feared she would lose her life. In a flash, she remembered her medical space. With a thought, a tranquilizer needle materialized in her hand. Without hesitation, she met the neither your assailant snacking plunged it in. Instantly, the figure before her collapsed as if enchanted. Finally free from her captor's grip, Shinchinjiu clutched a racking throat, gasping for breath, and muttered, "Damn, that was close." After venting her frustration, Shkikathune conscious figure in the ground reassured by their lack of response, andal tute hevis I ho for relief. Asha crouched down to wecker minathi purse on ho hard nearly strangleder, sprusha dethi harabs curing therfis revealing guremer kablai handsome eman. Why, I didn't expect to find such good-looking guy in ancient times. Those features, thaffies equi far superior to modern celebrities. Yet, with her extensive medical experience, even without checking his pulse, she could tell he was severely poisoned. Out of compassion, Shinchinjiu decided to draw him into an herbirum. One key seated at the edge of the bed, feeling somewhat fatigued, she couldn't mustathina jiterizi and simply instructed, "Siari, check his condition form." "Of course, master." This person has been deploy poisoned for a considerable time. While AR detoxification will won't completely cure him, it can at least mitigate the toxicity. With that, Shinchinjiu retrieved a detoxification pill from her space, Poridacupoftier, and carefully propped them up, administering the pill while gently tilting his Jintoel from Swallow. As he did so, she murmured, "You're a lucato in count term." After administering the medicine, Shinchinjiu stood upan took a leisurely stroll around the room. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a plage of pastry synthetical. Herster match growled, reminding her touched into Tenel Day and Jasna Ravenous. Without hesitation, she strode over thoughtfully and began devouring the pastries. Once she finished the last piece, she patted her full belly in satisfaction. Then, she turned to them and lying on the beat and said softly, "Considering your pitiful state, I'll show some this time and not charge you a consultation fee." Yawning and stretching, Shinchinjiu zunted over to Yuandao. Outside, dawn was breaking, the sky lightening with first hints of day. Realizing it was getting late, she knew she couldn't linger any longer. She opened at the door and quietly left Hiram. Returning to her original quarters, Shinchinji collapsed on top of the bed, closed her eyes, and quickly drifted off to sleep. Chapter 3. The Prince. Not long after Shinchinyu had departed, the man who had been lying on the bed slowly opened his eyes and gradually sat up. Strange, the onset of the poison today seems to have occurred much earlier than usual. At that moment, the door swung open unexpectedly, and a tall figure clad in black, with a sword at his waist and a concerned expression, entered. "Your Highness, how do you feel?" To his surprise, the man seated on the bed was none other than the renowned General Jun Morchan. He raised his hand, gently stroking his forehead with his slender fingers, his voice cool and clear, "I am unscathed." His gaze fell upon the table, where he noticed some remnants of pastries beside an empty plate, and he furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Did anyone visit last night?" Yifeng immediately bowed and replied, "Last night at the hour of Z, I meticulously inspected and found no one present in this courtyard." Jun Morchan's robe was drenched in sweat, causing him considerable discomfort, prompting him to say, "Fetch me a clean robe." "Yes, Your Highness." Yifeng respectfully responded before turning to leave the room. Jun Morchan fixed his gaze on the table. During the onset of the poison, he could recall nothing clearly, only a vague memory of having grasped someone's neck, after which all was a blur. Observing the crumbs on the table, it appeared that the shortening of his poisoning was not due to his own condition but rather to someone who had intervened. Yifeng returned with the robe. "Your Highness." Jun Morchan waved his hand dismissively. "Place it there." Yifeng laid the robe on the bed but did not leave, standing there as if he had no intention of departing. Jun Morchan raised an eyebrow. "Do you have further business?" Yifeng hesitated for a moment before stammering, "Yes, there is indeed something." "Then speak up," Jun Morchan said nonchalantly, lazily pouring himself a cup of tea, every gesture exuding his noble stature and extraordinary demeanor. Yifeng inquired slowly, "Your Highness, how shall we address the matter of the princess?" Jun Morchan's hand paused mid-sip, his brow furrowing. "The princess?" "Yes," Yifeng continued, "yesterday was the day you wed the second daughter of the Duke's household, Shinchinjiu." Jun Morchan set down his teacup, having forgotten that his overly concerned imperial brother had arranged the marriage for him. "Where is she now?" "Still with Engineer Yuan." Jun Morchan replied coldly, "Does Shen Anyang truly wish to marry me, a man of compromised health?" Yifeng promptly bowed and stated, "I have investigated, and it is indeed not the second daughter, Shinchinjiu, bestowed by the emperor, but rather the rumored plain and neglected eldest daughter of the Duke's household, Shin Qingyu. Indeed, a cunning old fox, Jun Morchen remarked with indifference. Nevertheless, I have no intention of marrying. It matters not whom I wed, as long as it fulfills my brother's wishes. What shall be done with the princess? Let her remain in Jingyeryuan and assign 2 maidservants to attend to her. Yifeng immediately bowed. Understood, Your Highness. I shall make the arrangements at once. And have the guards from last night punished. Although Yifeng was uncertain of the reason, it was imperative to obey the command of the prince, so he respectfully replied, yes. After Yifeng departed, Jun Morchen moved behind the screen, shedding his damp robe and stepping into the prepared bathing tub. Shortly thereafter, he donned a deep-hued robe, adorned with delicate patterns at the collar, the rest of the garment unembellished yet radiating an understated luxury. With a visage as exquisite as jade and eyes as dark as midnight stars, he exuded a cool elegance. A slight smile played on his lips, hinting at an imperious dignity. His lips were full and rosy, capable of issuing royal decrees that commanded respect and obedience. Upon returning home, Shin Qingyu fell into a deep slumber. When Yifeng arrived, she was lost in a sweet dream, a blissful smile gracing her lips. Liana stood by the bed, gently shaking Shin Qingyu's form. Miss, wake up, the prince has sent someone. Liana called anxiously. However, Shin Qingyu, disturbed from her dream, frowned. Irritation edged across her face as she exclaimed, can you not be more considerate? I was having a lovely dream, and you come to disturb me so early. Am I not entitled to a peaceful sleep? With that, she turned over and sank back into her dream world. Yifeng, hearing her words from outside the door, found himself momentarily stunned, inwardly murmuring, this princess certainly possesses a formidable temper. He had anticipated Shin Qingyu would awaken promptly to greet him, but her lack of decorum was unexpected. Liana, observing her mistress's unresponsiveness, was on the verge of tears. She thought anxiously, that is the war prince. My lady, how can you treat the emissary of the prince in such a manner? She was acutely aware of the prince's status and power in this household. Offending him could lead to dire consequences. With no other choice, she stepped outside and respectfully addressed Yifeng. Lord Yifeng, the princess, went to bed late last night and is still asleep. It may be a while before she awakens. Yifeng stood at the door, having heard every word clearly. He took a deep breath and called out loudly, Princess, I come bearing the prince's command, bringing you 2 maidservants to attend to you, and the prince has decreed that you may come and go freely within the estate. Upon hearing this, Shin Qingyu instantly perked up. Her sweet dream vanished, and her drowsiness disappeared without a trace. She sprang from the bed, agile as a monkey. Hastily dressing, she rushed to the door. Is what your prince said true? She asked Yifeng eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yifeng, taken aback by Shin Qingyu's enthusiasm, gasped in surprise, his eyes widening as if witnessing something extraordinary. Hey, speak, why are you silent? Shin Qingyu stepped forward, pressing him for an answer. Yifeng, startled by her approach, instinctively took a step back, his gaze fixed on her, filled with astonishment. Suddenly, Shin Qingyu realized she had forgotten to don her veil. With a light slap to her forehead, she awkwardly stepped back, muttering, Darn it, I forgot my veil. Regaining his composure, Yifeng realized he had momentarily lost his decorum and quickly bowed. What the prince has said is, of course, the truth. He gestured for the 2 maidservants to step forward and introduced them. Princess, these are the maidservants arranged for you by the prince. They will be responsible for your daily needs. You may rename them as you wish. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the maidservants hurriedly approached Shin Qingyu, kneeling and in unison declaring, Please bestow us with names, Your Highness. Shin Qingyu inwardly grumbled, I truly detest how these ancient folk kneel at every turn. Nevertheless, she instructed them to rise. Get up. In that case, let us name you Chundao and Xiao. She casually assigned them their new names. Thank you, Your Highness, for the names. The 2 maidservants stood, respectfully positioned behind Shin Qingyu. Then please convey my gratitude to your prince. Shin Qingyu waved her hand in thanks. I shall take my leave now, Yifeng said with a bow, turning to depart. Go on, Shin Qingyu waved her hand, signaling him to leave. Chapter 4 Exposure, Covert Surveillance. After the night breeze departed, Liana gently reminded, "Your Highness, perhaps we should proceed inside." Shin Qingyu nodded and followed Liana into the chamber. Upon entering the inner room, he went to arrange for breakfast, while Liana and Chun Dao attended to Shin Qingyu, helping her refresh her appearance. Clad in a flowing white silk gown and an ethereal misty lavender outer garment, her hair was elegantly styled into an intricate updo, adorned with a pearl-studded water lily hairpin and delicate tassels. Her slender waist was so petite it could barely be grasped, and without the arcane black lines adorning her face, she would have resembled a celestial being descended from the moon. Once Shin Qingyu finished her breakfast, she eagerly addressed Chun Dao and He, "I wish to explore the grounds, please show me around the estate." Chun Dao and He smiled and nodded, leading Shin Qingyu out of the room. Just after taking a few steps, Shin Qingyu seemed to recall something and turned to Liana, saying, "Please fetch a veil for me to wear." "Yes, Your Highness." The royal residence was indeed vast, and Shin Qingyu had only traversed a small portion of it the previous night, with many areas yet to be explored. As they walked, Shin Qingyu curiously observed her surroundings, delighting in the estate's beauty. Chun Dao earnestly introduced, "Your Highness, there are many courtyards within the estate. For instance, this courtyard is the prince's study, and generally, no one but the prince is permitted entry." Chun Dao pointed towards one of the courtyards. Shin Qingyu nodded in understanding. They soon arrived at the garden. "There are so many flowers here, it is quite a sight to behold," Shin Qingyu remarked with admiration. The garden was filled with a myriad of vibrant blooms, exuding delightful fragrances. "If the young lady enjoys it, she may come here for leisurely strolls in the future," he said with a smile. Shin Qingyu joyfully nodded in agreement. As they continued their walk, they stumbled upon a secluded courtyard. "What purpose does this courtyard serve?" Shin Qingyu inquired with curiosity. "This is the royal herb garden. No one is allowed to enter without the prince's permission," Chun Dao replied solemnly. Upon hearing about the herb garden, Shin Qingyu's eye sparkled with interest, yet she understood that entering without permission was not an option, so she momentarily set aside her desire. Shin Qingyu had not anticipated that the Prince of War possessed such exquisite taste. The layout of the entire estate was both orderly and grand, exuding an atmosphere that was far from dreary. Following her companions, she was captivated by the picturesque scenery, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted pillars, pavilions, and towers, all enveloped by gently flowing streams that invigorated the spirit. Unbeknownst to her, they had arrived at a small bridge, arching gracefully over a crystal-clear brook, with the water meandering beneath, producing a melodious sound. Gazing at the enchanting scene before her, Shin Qingyu felt a surge of joy, yet after wandering for some time, fatigue began to set in. She paused, waving her hand and saying to her companions, "I am weary and can walk no further, let us return." The two maidens replied in unison, "Yes, Your Highness," and they supported Shin Qingyu as they made their way back. Meanwhile, the renowned poison doctor Qi Lao was in the prince's study, diligently taking Jun Mohang's pulse. As he stroked his grizzled beard, an expression of astonishment crossed his face. After a moment, he finally spoke, "Your Highness, judging by the pulse, the poison within you has indeed been suppressed. It should not flare up in the near future." Jun Mohang, upon hearing this, nodded calmly and replied, "This time, the onset of the poison was indeed shorter than ever before. It seems someone intervened during my affliction. Alas, I was unconscious and cannot recall who it was that saved me. This person must be quite formidable, perhaps their medical skills surpass my own. I have already dispatched someone to investigate." As night fell, Shin Qingyu stealthily donned a dark outfit and slipped out, her thoughts lingering on the herb garden she had seen during the day. "I wonder if there are any frosted skin herbs within." She had no desire to endure her current appearance any longer. Shin Qingyu cautiously entered the herb garden, carefully searching for the elusive herb under the moonlight. Suddenly, she heard a faint rustling sound, as though someone was moving nearby. Alarmed, she quickly concealed herself within the nearby underbrush. After a moment, a figure came into view, clad in a black night outfit. The person was tall and imposing, their face obscured by a mask, rendering their true features indistinguishable. The figure searched the herb garden, seemingly unaware of Shin Qingyu's presence. Shin Qingyu held her breath, paralyzed with fear, terrified of being discovered. Yet, just as she braced for the worst, the figure unexpectedly turned and departed. With a sigh of relief, Shin Qingyu emerged from the underbrush and resumed her search for the frosted skin herbs. At last, she discovered a few plants nestled in a corner. Excitedly, she plucked one and tucked it into her bosom before stealthily exiting the herb garden. After Shin Qingyu's departure, the figure returned to the garden, inspecting the spot where she had uprooted the frosted skin herb. Without delay, he made his way towards the study where Jun Mohang was located. "Your Highness, someone has entered the herb garden." Without waiting for the door to open, the individual leaped through the window. The newcomer was none other than the earlier figure, the leader of Jun Mohang's shadow guards, known as Shadow One. "Is anything missing?" At that moment, Jun Mohang was reclining on a soft couch, engrossed in a book. Without raising his head, he asked casually. One frosted skin herb was taken from the corner. "Do you know who it was?" Shadow One's expression turned peculiar, yet he respectfully replied, "It was the princess." Jun Mohang paused in his reading. It was her. The rumors claim this young lady to be timid and weak. It appears the tales are indeed unreliable. However, I wonder what use the princess has for the frosted skin herb. Could it be that she possesses medical knowledge? If she did, would she still be subjected to such mistreatment? Setting aside his book, Jun Mohang sat up straight, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. It seems the daughter of the Duke's residence is not as simple as she appears. Perhaps it was mere happenstance. After all, the frosted skin herb is not an exceptionally rare medicinal ingredient, Shadow One suggested. Regardless, this matter warrants further observation. Jun Mohang rose, moving to the window to gaze outside, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as if he had developed a newfound interest in this new princess. Chapter 5, Restoring Appearance and Attending the Banquet. Upon returning to the serene and elegant garden, Shin Qingyu eagerly entered the spatial system. "Master, have you obtained the eye skin herb?" As soon as she stepped inside, the voice of Xiao'er echoed. "Yes, I have. At last, I can refine the youth elixir. I do not wish to bear this visage any longer," Shin Qingyu exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed, it is rather unattractive," Xiao'er retorted. "HMPH, once I concoct the youth elixir, who will dare to call me the ugliest woman?" "Just wait and see as I dazzle those narrow-minded souls," Shin Qingyu declared. She busied herself in the space until midnight and finally succeeded in refining the youth elixir. "It's done," she said, her tone tinged with exhilaration. Exiting the space, Shin Qingyu gazed at the detoxification pill and the youth elixir in her hands, pondering, should I consume them now or hold off? If my appearance is restored, how shall I explain it? While others may remain oblivious to Shin Qingyu's transformation, Liana, who has grown up alongside the original owner, is undoubtedly aware of her medical knowledge. "Never mind, I'll decide when the time comes. I am utterly exhausted." After much contemplation, Shin Qingyu dismissed her worries and swallowed the detoxification pill and the youth elixir with a sip of tea, collapsing into a deep slumber. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating the room as Shin Qingyu slowly awakened, savoring the dawn of a new day. Liana gently pushed open the door and entered, ready to assist Shin Qingyu with her morning routine. However, upon catching sight of Shin Qingyu, the copper basin in her hand slipped, spilling water everywhere. Wang Fei, your face." Liana gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment, her voice trembling. Shin Qingyu offered a slight smile, caressing her smooth cheek, and replied, "My face has been healed. It was not a birthmark, but a form of poison." Liana stood frozen, stammering, "But Wang Fei, it has only been a night. Who has healed you? You looked the same yesterday." Shin Qingyu chuckled lightly, waving her hand to beckon Liana closer. Of course, this Wang Fei healed herself. As Liana approached, her brow still furrowed with confusion, she inquired, "Wang Fei, when did you learn medicine?" Liana had no idea. Shin Qingyu mischievously raised an eyebrow, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. "This Wang Fei possesses many skills, you shall slowly discover them in due time." Liana, ever loyal to Shin Qingyu, accepted her words without question. Despite her internal turmoil and the feeling that her mistress had changed, she chose to remain silent since Wang Fei had not elaborated. Liana summoned Shun Dao to bring another basin of clean water, and he followed closely behind. Upon witnessing Shen Qingyu's transformed visage, both maidens felt their hearts stir with immense surprise. However, constrained by their positions and decorum, they dared not inquire further, silently proceeding to assist Shen Qingyu in her grooming. After enjoying breakfast, Shen Qingyu reclined leisurely on a sunlit chaise in the courtyard, her face still veiled. She mused, "Life in ancient times is truly delightful. Each day is filled with eating and sleeping, an exquisite indulgence." Just as she began to drift into slumber, the steward, Uncle Zhao, entered with a matron from the palace. "Wang Fei, this is a matron from the palace," Uncle Zhao introduced respectfully. "Wang Fei, Her Majesty the Empress has arranged a flower appreciation banquet in the palace tomorrow and has sent this old servant to invite you to attend," the matron announced, her eyes scrutinizing the warlord's wife. This matron was none other than Wang Mama, a confidant of the Empress. What, another trip to the palace? Shen Qingyu thought to herself, yet replied, "Thank you for making this journey, Mama, I shall certainly attend tomorrow." "Yes, Wang Fei, I shall take my leave now," she said, bowing before departing with the steward. On the next morning, dawn's light cascaded through the window, waking Shen Qingyu from her sweet dreams as Liana and several other maidens gently roused her. "What time is it? Must it be so early?" "The sun has barely risen," she groggily sat up, rubbing her eyes before being guided to the dressing table. Shen Qingyu, still heavy with sleep, yawned repeatedly, her eyes tightly shut as the maidens worked on her hair and makeup. Time slipped away, and she remained in a dazed state. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Liana's voice broke through, "All done." Slowly, Shen Qingyu opened her eyes, and the mirror reflected a delicate visage, akin to a flower blooming from slumber. Her beauty was breathtaking. "Wang Fei, you are truly radiant." "Chun Dao and he exclaimed in awe, their gazes filled with admiration for their mistress's beauty. "I concur," Shen Qingyu replied, smiling at her reflection, exuding confidence. She marveled at the original owner's innate beauty, which required little embellishment to radiate charm. Once obscured by a dark line across half her face, those flaws had now vanished, allowing her beauty to shine forth completely. Wang Fei's appearance will surely astonish everyone at the palace banquet. "Just wait and see who dares to call Wang Fei the ugliest woman again," Liana said excitedly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Liana, please fetch the veil," Shen Qingyu said, her lips curving into a slight smile, secretly amused. She was well aware that her newfound beauty might stir up some trouble, especially in this ancient society. Thus, she decided to conceal her true appearance for now and observe the reactions of those around her. Moments later, Liana returned, holding the veil. Shen Qingyu accepted it, gently draping it over her face, revealing only her bright eyes and fair skin. "Xie, you shall remain in the estate. Liana and Chun Dao, you two will accompany me to the palace," Shen Qingyu instructed as she rose, her voice clear and resolute, exuding an undeniable authority. "Yes, Wang Fei," the three maidens responded in unison, bowing deeply. Understanding that their entry into the palace might entail unforeseen events, they steeled themselves, ready to proceed with caution and care. Shen Qingyu believed that this visit would afford her a deeper understanding of the customs of this era, and she was determined to shed the title of the ugliest woman from the original owner, allowing those who had belittled her to open their eyes to the truth. Though her face was veiled, a glimmer of determination shone in her eyes, as if declaring to the world, regardless of the challenges ahead, she possessed the courage and wisdom to confront them. Exiting the courtyard, Shen Qingyu suddenly turned to Chun Dao and asked, "By the way, will your Wanyi be attending the banquet?" "I am unsure. Wanyi typically dislikes these gatherings in the capital. However, he usually attends when the Empress hosts a banquet, provided he is free," Chun Dao replied respectfully. "And why is that?" Shen Qingyu inquired. "The elders in the estate once mentioned that Wanyi's mother passed away when he was young. The emperor is 21 years his senior and has always treated Wanyi with great kindness, while the empress has cared for him as if he were her own child, resulting in Wanyi's close bond with the emperor and empress." "I see." Shen Qingyu nodded. With that, she and her companions took a carriage toward the palace. Chapter 6, The Flower Appreciation Banquet. recognizing Junmo Han. The streets were bustling with a lively throng on either side. Shin Qingyu sat quietly within the carriage, observing the vibrant scene outside. As the carriage traversed through the prosperous city, it eventually arrived at the grand entrance of the palace. Since carriages were not permitted to enter the palace grounds, they had to disembark and proceed on foot. At this moment, numerous carriages were already parked at the palace gate. Shin Qingyu glanced around and remarked, "It appears that many have gathered here." Upon entering the palace, the magnificent architecture of the grand halls unfolded before her, exuding an overwhelming sense of royal authority. A flicker of nervousness surged within Shin Qingyu, but she quickly steadied herself. She understood that now that she was here, she must learn to adapt to her surroundings. As she walked, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Sister, are you also attending this flower appreciation banquet?" It was none other than the second miss of the Duke's residence, her half-sister, Shin Qingxue. Upon hearing this voice, Shin Qingyu hesitated momentarily but did not turn around. She recognized who it was but had no intention of offering a warm reception. Seeing Shin Qingyue's lack of response, Shin Qingxue hastened a few steps to her side, wearing a faint smile. "Sister, are you also attending this flower appreciation banquet?" At last, Shin Qingyu halted her steps, turned to face Shin Qingxue, and with a slight upward curl of her lips, revealed a sarcastic smile. "Oh, is it so? Since you, dear sister, are here for the flower appreciation, must I, the esteemed princess consort of the War King, be absent?" Shin Qingxue was momentarily taken aback by Shin Qingyue's words, unprepared for such a bold retort. This audacity was unfamiliar and unsettling, a stark contrast to the submissive demeanor Shin Qingyu had previously exhibited. Shin Qingxue paused for a moment, then forced a disingenuous laugh. "Sister, how could you say such a thing? This banquet was indeed arranged by Her Majesty the Empress for the ladies of various households to enjoy. Naturally, you are welcome. It's just that you generally seem disinclined towards such lively gatherings. What has prompted your interest in flowers today?" Shin Qingyu discerned the mockery veiled within Shin Qingxue's words and smirked internally. She was well aware of the latter's motivations for her remarks, for Shin Qingxue had always been an unloved young lady within the Duke's residence, never having the opportunity to partake in any grand gatherings. Ever since her mother's passing, her stepfather had hastily married the current duchess. Casting a dismissive glance at Shin Qingxue, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. "Oh, is that so? I truly appreciate your concern, dear sister. However, I'm in a rather pleasant mood today, hence my desire to admire the blossoms." With that, she turned and continued on her way. Shin Qingxue glared at Shin Qingyue's retreating figure, her teeth clenched in frustration. She inwardly cursed Shin Qingyu, believing she was deliberately putting on an air of arrogance to provoke her. Yet, with so many onlookers present, she dared not reveal her sentiments openly, instead choosing to bottle them up within. Though the banquet had yet to commence, a considerable number of guests had already gathered in the garden. Shin Qingyu took her place among the ladies, quietly listening to the conversations around her. After a while, a eunuch's sharp and high-pitched voice rang out, "His Majesty the Emperor has arrived, and Her Majesty the Empress has arrived." Everyone rose in unison, kneeling on the ground. "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Empress!" Shin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly imitated the others, kneeling to pay her respects, all the while internally grumbling, "The most tedious aspect of this ancient era is these incessant rituals. It is truly bothersome to be kneeling and bowing at every turn." As the Emperor ascended to a higher platform, he raised his hand slightly. "There is no need for such formality. I am merely here to join in the festivities. Please rise." Only then did the guests return to their seats. Shin Qingyu lifted her gaze to the Emperor, who appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with a tall and imposing stature. His long robe of bright yellow was embroidered with the image of a dragon soaring over the ocean, and his resolute visage radiated an aura of divine authority and innate nobility, exuding the essence of a ruler who commanded respect. Yet, the smile that graced his lips bestowed a sense of warmth and approachability. At that moment, the Empress sat gracefully beside the Emperor, adorned in a resplendent robe of purple and gold, her lips curving into a gentle smile that conveyed poise and elegance, her demeanor strikingly refined. Just then, the eunuch's voice echoed once more, "His Highness the War King has arrived." At this announcement, all eyes turned towards the entrance of the garden. Shin Qingyu felt a surge of curiosity and anticipation, eager to see what the renowned war king truly looked like. As the footsteps drew nearer, a tall, strikingly handsome figure emerged before the crowd, dressed in black brocade. He walked with a steady and powerful gait, exuding an air of authority and dominance. When Shin Qingyu finally beheld the visage of the newcomer, her heart skipped a beat, and a flash of astonishment crossed her features. This man was none other than the figure clad in black from that fateful night. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded him. However, she swiftly suppressed her shock, maintaining an outward demeanor of calm as she quietly observed this war king, who also happened to be her dubious husband. The emperor smiled and gestured warmly to Jun Mo Hang, saying, Hang, you've arrived." Jun Mo Hang stepped forward, bowing slightly and clasping his hands in greeting. "Your Majesty, Your Imperial Highness." The empress returned his greeting with a warm smile, expressing, Hang, please take a seat." Their tone and demeanor clearly indicated the deep affection and concern the emperor and empress held for Jun Mo Hang. With an unhurried grace, Jun Mo Hang proceeded to the gentleman's seating area, elegantly taking his place. As he passed by Shin Qingyu, she suddenly felt an almost imperceptible gaze brush against her. It was a look that seemed to penetrate, yet she could not ascertain if he was truly aware of her presence. As time flowed on, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. At that moment, the empress stood and announced with a smile, "The banquet is now officially underway." No sooner had her words fallen than melodious music filled the air, enveloping the banquet hall in a joyous ambience. Simultaneously, a troupe of elegantly dressed dancers glided onto the stage, their movements graceful, resembling ethereal fairies in flight. The dancers' performance infused the entire hall with exuberance and vitality. Once the dancers concluded their performance, someone suggested, "Since this is a flower appreciation banquet, why not have our esteemed sister, the war king's consort, compose an impromptu poem about flowers to liven the atmosphere?" The speaker was none other than Shin Qingyu. Upon hearing her name, the guests became intrigued, as everyone was aware of the former duke's daughter's lack of favor. Having never attended any grand gatherings, rumors had it that she was not only the most unattractive but also timid and weak. The emperor and empress, too, were curious, for it was initially intended that Shin Qingyu would be wed to the war king, yet somehow it had been switched to this young lady. Initially, the empress sought to impose severe penalties on the duke's household, but Jun Mo Hang had sensed that Shin Qingyu was not to be underestimated and advised the emperor to let it be, saying that since the marriage had already taken place, they might as well accept the error. Thus, the emperor refrained from further inquiry, merely imposing a 2-year salary penalty on Duke Shin. Having never seen Shin Qingyu, the emperor looked around and inquired, "Is the war king's consort present?" Chapter 7. Revealing the true self, unable to evade, Shin Qingyu stepped forward, making her way to the center of the banquet. Imitating the ancient customs, she performed a curtsy, saying, "I pay my respects to my royal brother and sister-in-law." Adorned in a delicate pink palace gown, cinched with a simple satin ribbon, she showcased her graceful figure. "You are the princess consort of the war king, Shin Qingyu." The emperor scrutinized her with an appraising gaze. "Indeed," Shin Qingyu replied respectfully, lifting her head. Her voice was neither timid nor servile, starkly contrasting the rumors of her being timid and weak. Good, please rise." The emperor continued to observe Shin Qingyu, finding her demeanor poised and confident, and felt she was not as lacking as the tale suggested. Particularly, her calling him royal brother filled him with delight. "Thank you, royal brother." Shin Qingyu rose gracefully. The male guest, Jun Morchin, appeared unfazed as he calmly sipped his tea, inwardly scoffing, this woman, calling him royal brother and sister-in-law so effortlessly. "You, the second daughter of the duke's residence, has suggested that you compose a poem to entertain us. May I ask for your thoughts on this?" The empress spoke kindly, her eyes revealing a glimmer of expectation and affection, indicating her excellent impression of Shin Qingyu. Shin Qingyu was secretly astonished, yet maintained a dignified and graceful smile as she humbly replied, "Alas, my talents are limited, and I fear that any poem I craft would be unworthy of your esteemed company, thereby dampening the spirits of all present. It would be better for me to refrain from such an exhibition." However, Shin Qingxue suddenly stepped forward, a smile gracing her lips as she said, "Sister, why be so modest? With your talents, you are sure to compose exquisite verses. Furthermore, none here have witnessed your literary prowess, and everyone is eager to appreciate your artistry." With this, she glanced at the crowd, who nodded in agreement, expressing their anticipation for Shin Qingyue's poetry. Though Shin Qingyue smiled outwardly, her heart was filled with malice, thinking, "You vile woman, let me see how you embarrass yourself and maintain that lofty demeanor." Shin Qingyu smirked inwardly, knowing she could no longer decline. She smiled and said, "Since my sister insists, I shall comply. However, I hope you will kindly overlook any shortcomings in my work. Shin Qingxue, since you wish to see me make a fool of myself, do observe closely. After all, I have lived a lifetime in the 21st century. If I cannot compose poetry, surely I can recite it. How laughable, the 300 Tang poems are but a breeze for me." Shin Qingyu thought to herself, casting a knowing glance at Shin Qingxue, making her feel a chill run down her spine. Feigning contemplation, Shin Qingyu then began, "A face as radiant as a blossoming lotus, a heart as pure as the first snow, the fragrant breeze caresses my face, and the shadows of flowers intoxicate the moon." The crowd gasped in admiration, praising, "What a beautiful line, the fragrant breeze caresses my face, and the shadows of flowers intoxicate the moon, truly profound and lingering in thought." Shin Qingxue's expression soured significantly. She had intended for Shin Qingyu to humiliate herself, only to be outshone. With a forced smile, she praised, "Sister's poem is indeed splendid." Shin Qingyu smiled faintly, offering no further comment. This was merely the beginning, as she continued to compose several more poems, each met with resounding acclaim. The assembly was astonished by the War King's consort's extraordinary talent, and her demeanor was far from the timid and weak image portrayed in rumors. Clearly, those tales were unfounded. Har har har, splendid. Such poetry, worthy of the War King's consort of Beijiang. The emperor applauded, his face alight with approval. You are as embarrassed herself. Shin Qingyu continued to feign modesty. The onlookers were abuzz, marveling at how the War King's consort could produce such remarkable poetry in such a short span, truly deserving the title of the foremost talented woman. Shin Qingxue was seething with rage. When did this wretched woman acquire such skills? Truly, she has changed. Yet she was unwilling to let Shin Qingyu bask in the limelight, so she pressed on, Sister, we have all witnessed your brilliance. It makes me feel inferior, however, many have yet to see your true appearance. Since you are the War King's consort, it is only right that everyone becomes acquainted with you, wouldn't you agree?" Some attendees had seen Shin Qingyu and were aware of the unsightly marks on her face, while others had only heard the rumors and were eager to discern the truth behind the title of the ugliest woman. They began to cheer. Yes, War King's consort. The emperor and empress grew increasingly pleased with Shin Qingyue's demeanor, graceful and composed. Although the imperial couple did not judge individuals solely by their appearance, they were curious about Jun Morchen's consort and thus did not intervene. Shin Qingyu smirked coldly, thinking, Shin Qingxue, you truly cannot bear to see me thrive, but this works to my advantage. Determined to unveil her true self at the banquet and rid herself of the title of their ugliest woman, Shin Qingyu made no attempt to decline. With a gentle smile, she said, Then, dear guests, do observe closely. As she slowly removed her veil, the crowd held their breath, eyes fixed on her. The veil fell away, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face before them. Everyone was astounded. No one expected the rumored ugliest woman to be so stunningly lovely. Her features were exquisitely delicate, with brows like distant mountains, and her slightly upturned eyes held a hint of allure without losing their dignity. Her bright eyes sparkled like stars, deep yet clear, seemingly harboring boundless wisdom and tenderness. Her straight nose and naturally rosy lips, which blossomed into a smile, radiated warmth and charm. Shin Qingyu smiled warmly at the crowd, a flicker of concealed pride in her eyes. She knew that henceforth, no one would dare to call her their ugliest woman again. Shin Qingxue's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, How is this possible? No, it cannot be. What happened to the dark marks on your face? They covered nearly half of it just days ago. Shin Qingyu smiled slyly. What is it, sister? Shouldn't you be happy that I have regained my beauty? Shin Qingxue forced a ghastly smile. Of course, I am thrilled. It is truly wonderful that you have restored your looks, but sister, was that not a birthmark you had since childhood? The doctor said it could not be removed. How could it heal in just a few days? Actually, it was not a birthmark but poison. I have been researching an antidote, and it was only recently that I succeeded. Shin Qingyu addressed the crowd. No, that cannot be, sister. You mean you cured yourself? When did you learn medicine? I had no idea. Shin Qingxue clearly did not believe her. From her words, Shin Qingyu surmised that Shin Qingxue must have known about the poison afflicting her, so she fixed her sharp gaze on Shin Qingxue, her tone icy. There is much you do not know, sister. In time, you will come to learn. Shin Qingxue, under the weight of Shin Qingyue's gaze and her icy words, felt a chill run down her spine, and an unsettling sense of dread began to bubble within her. She no longer dared to meet Shin Qingyue's eyes. The crowd was astonished. The War King's consort can practice medicine. Chapter 8, Frugality. Shin Qingyu modestly remarked, I merely enjoy reading medical books when I am bored. Over time, I have acquired a bit of knowledge, but it hardly qualifies as mastery. Yet, within her heart, she thought, I am a medical mogul of the 21st century, dealing with toxins is but a trifling matter. Jun Mohang observed her silently from the side, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips as he pondered, to cure the poison on her face overnight is certainly not a trivial feat. His interest in this warlord's consort deepened. Before long, the emperor waved his hand, rising with an air of authority. I have official matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, he declared. He then turned to Jun Mohang, saying, Royal brother, accompany me. There are matters I wish to discuss. With that, the emperor and Jun Mohang stood and departed together, while the assembly rose in unison to bow, exclaiming, We bid farewell to the emperor. Once the emperor had exited, the banquet resumed, with musicians and dancers beginning their performances anew. However, the guests' thoughts had long since shifted away from the entertainment, and they began to murmur amongst themselves about the warlord's consort. As night descended, the banquet drew to a close. The empress slowly rose, smiling as she said, It is getting late, let us conclude here, and everyone may disperse. With that, she walked towards Shin Qingyu, affectionately taking her hand and gently stating, do come to the palace often to chat with your elder sister-in-law. The warmth in the empress's gaze and words revealed her fondness for Shin Qingyu, who nodded in response, Of course, elder sister-in-law, I shall. She too found the empress to be amiable. After the empress departed, the guests finished their courtesies and began to leave, with many ladies warmly inviting Shin Qingyu to visit their homes on another occasion. Shin Qingyu displayed a friendly smile and readily accepted their invitations. She understood that these ladies likely saw her as different from before, especially with her newfound medical skills. Who could guarantee they wouldn't fall ill? Moreover, as the warlord's consort, they probably wished to cultivate a connection with her. Nevertheless, she did not mind. It presented an opportunity to learn more about this era. As she was about to leave, Shin Qingyu noticed a pair of resentful eyes watching her from a distance. Following the gaze, she discovered it belonged to her good sister, Shin Qingxue. However, she dismissed the matter entirely, not even casting a glance in her direction, and departed with her maidservant. Upon returning home, Shin Qingxue stormed angrily into the courtyard of the Duchess Meng Sangning. What troubles you, my precious daughter? Why do you appear so despondent? Who has offended our Shuer? Meng Sang, noticing her daughter's grim expression, inquired with concern. Mother, it is all due to that wretched Shin Qingyu. Today at the banquet, she outshone everyone. Tomorrow her titles as the foremost talented woman and the most beautiful will surely resound throughout the capital. Shin Qingxue acceded, her jealousy distorting her features. Meng Sang, upon hearing her daughter's words, clearly disbelieved. What nonsense are you speaking, Shuer? Shin Qingyu is nothing but a useless fool, and her beauty has long been ruined. Speaking of which, mother, did you not say that the poison administered to Shin Qingyu could not be resolved? How then did she recover? That wretched girl claims she cured herself. How could she possibly possess medical knowledge? Shin Qingxue asked, a frown of confusion on her face. Is that so? Indeed, mother, Shin Qingyu stated it herself, claiming she learned by reading medical texts. In front of the emperor and so many witnesses, she would not dare to lie. Shin Qingxue pouted, her face a mask of jealousy and resentment. This little vixen has hidden her talents well. It must be a gift from her despicable mother, a Meng Sang replied through clenched teeth, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. What shall we do, mother? I cannot bear to see that wretched girl so triumphant, riding on my coattails, Shen Qingxue insisted, shaking Meng Sang's arm as though demanding a solution. Do not worry, Schwer. That little vixen is returning tomorrow, and I shall ensure she receives her due, Meng Sang reassured her, enveloping Shen Qingxue in a comforting embrace. Thank you, mother, I knew you would come through for me, Shen Qingxue cooed, nestling against Meng Sang, a smug smile gracing her features. Meng Sang gently patted Shen Qingxue's back, her mind racing with schemes to deal with Shen Qingyu. She would not allow that little upstart to bask in glory unchallenged. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyu remained oblivious to the machinations against her. She felt utterly exhausted from the day's events. Attending these banquets was indeed tiring. Upon returning to her residence, she quickly washed up and retired for the night. The following morning, Yifeng arrived at Jingye Garden with 2 chests of items. Outside the door, Liana called out, Wang Fei, are you awake? Shen Qingyu groggily opened her eyes, inquiring, what is it? Master Yifeng has come, sent by the Wanyer with items for your return home. Would you like to come and see? Liana said respectfully. Shen Qingyu blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion. She had completely forgotten about her return. Moreover, while the dowry from the Duke's residence had not been haphazardly arranged, it was said that after her mother's passing, her dowry should be given to her children. She had briefly glanced over the dowry list and found nothing belonging to the original owner's mother. Now that she had traversed through time and taken the place of the original owner, she felt it was only right to reclaim what was rightfully hers from the Duke's residence. With this thought, Shen Qingyu swiftly rose from her bed, tidied herself up, and stepped outside. Where are the items? Shen Qingyu directly inquired, as she needed to bring something back, otherwise, it would appear improper to outsiders. Replying to Wang Fei, Master Yifeng is in the front hall, Liana answered respectfully. Let us go see, she said, making her way to the front hall. Yifeng stared in astonishment at the warlord's consort, clad in simple attire. Indeed, her complexion has improved remarkably. Yifeng, what items have you brought? Shen Qingyu asked. Yifeng coughed lightly, taken aback by her directness, and gestured towards the nearby chests. Shen Qingyu instructed her maid to open the chests, revealing one filled with exquisite gold, another with silver, a third containing fine jade, and a fourth brimming with luxurious silk. The last chest was filled to the brim with gleaming silver coins. Shen Qingyue's eyes sparkled with delight. Very well, very well. It appears your master is rather generous. Yifeng bowed again, adding, either Wang Ye has been occupied with official duties and cannot accompany the Wang Fei back to the Duke's residence. That is unnecessary. If your master is busy, do not disturb him. I can return on my own. Shen Qingyu waved her hand dismissively. Yifeng had not anticipated such a straightforward conclusion. He had thought she would express some grievances, considering the Wang Ye had not visited since their wedding. Noticing Yifeng still standing there, she inquired, do you have something else to discuss? Yifeng finally came to his senses. No, Wang Fei. I will take my leave. Go on then, she replied. After Yifeng departed, Shen Qingyu summoned Chun Dao and Xie He. Organize these items. Only bring back the 2 chests of gold and silver, and the rest should be stored properly. She inwardly mused, I cannot allow them to take advantage of this situation. Had it not been for the appearances, I would not have given them a single coin. Chapter 9. The return visit. Once inside and tidied up, Liana gently reminded, Your Highness, it is getting late. Then let us set off, she replied. The carriage ambled along the bustling street, heading towards the Duke's residence. Within the carriage, Shen Qingyu felt drowsy from the swaying, while Liana sat beside her, and Chun Dao and Xie He trailed alongside. Shen Qingyu yawned repeatedly. Liana, how much longer until we arrive? Liana lifted the curtain to glance outside. We shall arrive shortly, Your Highness. We just need to cross the street ahead. Shen Qingyu closed her eyes and murmured an acknowledgement, leaning against the carriage wall once more, succumbing to slumber. Time passed, and at last, the carriage came to a gentle halt. Chun Dao's voice called from outside, Your Highness, we have arrived. Shinqingyu, still in a daze, opened her eyes. Have we? Yes, Your Highness, we are already here. Then let us disembark, Your Highness. Liana smoothed Shinqingyu's attire. Yes, let us hurry. I can hardly keep my eyes open, Shinqingyu yawned once more. As Liana assisted Shinqingyu down, they found the entrance to the Duke's residence devoid of any figures. Shinqingyu paused, recalling the lively scenes she had witnessed in period dramas. Surely a return visit should be bustling with activity. Liana, seemingly accustomed to the quiet, suggested, Your Highness, let us proceed inside. Very well. Upon entering the main hall, the atmosphere was stark and desolate. Shinqingyu couldn't help but smirk coldly. It was evident she was not held in high regard. Shinqingxue, aware of Shinqingyu's return, had dressed elaborately to come and observe. Oh, is it my sister returning? What a pity, the war prince did not accompany you. Shinqingyu entered with her maid, responding with a sarcastic tone. Upon seeing Shinqingxue, Shinqingyu cast her a glance and opted to ignore her, taking a seat instead. Undeterred by Shinqingyu's disregard, Shinqingxue moved beside her and continued to provoke. Sister, do not blame father and mother for not coming out. After all, you were unable to bring the war prince back with you, weren't you? It seems even he does not hold you in much esteem. She chuckled while covering her face. Just as Shinqingxue prattled on, Shinqingyu raised her hand, flicking a pill into Shinqingxue's mouth. In an instant, Shinqingxue's voice ceased, her hands instinctively clutching her throat as she gazed at Shinqingyu. The maid, noticing her mistress's distress, hurried over. Miss, what is wrong? Shinqingxue could not utter a sound, only stamping her feet in frustration, her eyes wide with fury directed at Shinqingyu. Shinqingyu smiled slyly. What, does my dear sister wish to be blind as well? Terrified, Shinqingxue stumbled back a few paces. Shinqingyu reclined languidly in her chair, her voice dripping with mockery. Sister, you are far too noisy. Since you refuse to silence yourself, I shall assist you. Fear not, this medicine will not take your life, you shall merely be mute for 4 or 5 days. Shinqingxue's eyes widened in shock and anger. What? 5 days, I shall surely suffocate without speech. The mere thought incited her to lash out at Shinqingyu. However, Shinqingyu easily seized Shinqingxue's flailing hand. What, do you still wish to strike me? With that, Shinqingyu mercilessly hurled Shinqingxue to the ground. Shinqingxue could scarcely believe that the once timid, bullied girl now dared to resist her, even going so far as to drug her. Shinqingyu leisurely returned to her chair, sipping tea as she awaited developments. After some time, observing Shinqingxue's disheveled state and the absence of her father Shin Anian and stepmother Meng Sangning, she deduced they were not present in the residence, thus, she chose to cease her waiting. Shinqingyu turned to Liana and instructed, Take me to my courtyard. Yes, Your Highness, Liana respectfully replied. Shinqingxue stood frozen in place, watching helplessly as Shinqingyu departed with her maids, her heart brimming with anger and frustration, yet feeling powerless. After all, with her parents absent, she could not retaliate immediately and had to return to her own courtyard for the time being. As she walked, Shinqingxue silently vowed that upon her parents' return, she would make this wretched girl pay dearly, teaching her a lesson for offending her. Liana led Shinqingyu through the gardens, arriving at the most remote courtyard in the estate. Chun Dao and Xie He exchanged astonished glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. They had heard tales of the princess's lack of favor and poor living conditions in the duke's residence, yet they had not anticipated it to be so dire, even less accommodating than the quarters of the servants. Your Highness, did you previously reside in such a place? This is simply unacceptable. Chun Dao finally spoke, her face betraying her incredulity. Indeed, I too find it quite deplorable. Shinqingyu gazed upon the overgrown, dilapidated courtyard, a surge of pity for the original owner swelling within her. She shook her head and urged them, Let us enter. With a creaking sound, the door swung open, and Shinqingyu stepped inside, accompanied by her maids. Upon entry, she felt a chill, as if the place had been abandoned for ages. Frowning, she mused, it seems the Duke's residence truly holds no affection for this original owner. Inside, the outer room contained only a few pieces of antiquated furniture, appearing exceedingly sparse. Further in lay the bedroom, furnished with a bed, a wardrobe, and a vanity. Nothing more, the entire room exuded an oppressive and desolate ambience, evoking a profound sense of sorrow. Even the space system, little Ari, could not bear to remain silent, exclaiming, "Master, is this truly a residence for a noble? It is far too rudimentary." Indeed, the original owner has endured quite a miserable existence. Shen Qingyu conversed with the space system in her mind. Meanwhile, Shen Qingxue, upon returning, summoned a physician and sent someone to locate Shen Anyan and Meng Sanling. Upon learning that Shen Qingyu had returned to the Duke's residence and had drugged Shen Qingxue, Shen Anyan hurried back with Meng Sanling. Arriving, they first proceeded to Shen Qingxue's courtyard, where they overheard the physician's voice. "This poison is unlike any I have encountered. I am at a loss as to how to counteract it." Hearing this, Meng Sanling rushed to Shen Qingxue's side, comforting her. "Do not fear, my dear, mother will surely find a way to cure you." Shen Anyan, equally fond of his daughter, added, "Rest assured, my dear, I will find the finest physician for you." Shen Qingxue nodded tearfully, appearing deeply wronged. Shen Anyan turned to the steward, inquiring, "Where is that ungrateful girl now?" "The eldest young lady is in her courtyard," the steward replied respectfully. "Bring that ungrateful girl to the front hall at once." Shen Anyan's voice brimmed with fury. "Yes, sir," the steward answered, hastily departing. Chapter 10, Family Discipline. Jun Mohang arrives. As Shen Qingyu stepped into the front hall, her foot barely crossed the threshold when Shen Anyan's thunderous voice boomed, "Ungrateful girl, kneel before me." Shen Qingyu feigned ignorance and strode into the hall, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Father, what is the reason for such anger? What is it? Do you not have any awareness of your actions?" Shen Anyan's face darkened, his fury palpable as he slammed his palm onto the table. "How could I possibly know? I am not a creature born from your belly, am I?" Shen Qingyu retorted, casually finding a seat, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Ungrateful girl, who permitted you to sit? Kneel." Shen Anyan bellowed. "But I have done nothing wrong, why should I kneel?" Shen Qingyu raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of disdain flickering in her eyes. At that moment, Meng Sanling appeared with Shen Qingxue. Upon seeing them, Shen Anyan pointed at Shen Qingxue and admonished Shen Qingyu, "You dare claim you have done nothing wrong? Look at your sister. What condition is she in? What poison did you administer to her? As her elder sister, what is wrong with teaching her a lesson when she disrespects me? In the Duke's residence, it is not your place to make decisions." Shen Anyan's temper flared as he stood up, slamming the table once more. Shen Qingyu rolled her eyes, adopting a demeanor of indifference. "Suit yourself, father. I have already administered the medicine." She leisurely lifted her teacup to sip. Shen Anyan was nearly driven to madness, pointing at Shen Qingyu, stuttering in his rage, yet unable to articulate his thoughts, clutching his chest in frustration. Meng Sanling hurried to Shen Anyan's side, helping him sit. "My lord, are you all right?" She then added, "Do not be angry, Yura did not intend to provoke you. You agree, do you not?" She turned to Shen Qingyu with a feigned innocence. Shen Qingyu was not swayed by her act, smiling slyly. "The Duke's wife is mistaken, I did it intentionally." Meng Sanling was momentarily rendered speechless, cursing inwardly, "This wretched girl." At that moment, Shen Qingxue approached, shaking Shen Anyan's arm, desperately seeking his support. Shen Anyan softened his tone. "What exactly did you poison Shuer with?" "Merely a remedy that will render her speechless for 4 or 5 days." "When did you acquire medical knowledge? I was unaware." "You have never paid attention to me. How could you possibly know what I am capable of?" Shen Anyan was left speechless. Silence enveloped the room until Shen Anyan finally suppressed his anger and spoke. "If you can cure Shuer, I will overlook this matter." "That is impossible." Shen Qingyu offered no quarter, her tone icy. Meng Sanling interjected, wiping her eyes. "Yura, how can you speak to your father in such a manner? Besides, Shuer is your sister, how could you treat her this way?" Shen Qingyu cast a sidelong glance at her, remaining noncommittal. Shen Anyan's previously suppressed fury boiled over once more, slamming the table. "Ungrateful girl, do you truly refuse to cure your sister?" "Indeed, unless," Shen Qingyu's voice trailed off. "Unless what?" "Unless you return my mother's dowry." "I have perused my bridal list, and it does not contain my mother's original dowry." Shen Qingyu finally revealed her intent. On what grounds should I give it to you? Before Shen Anian could respond, Meng Xiangning interjected, unable to contain herself. On what grounds? Duke's wife, our nation has clear regulations. When a woman marries, her dowry belongs to her, and the husband's family has no right to interfere. If she passes away, the dowry is inherited by her children. If there are none, it is returned to her family. Am I wrong, Duke's wife? Shen Qingyu fixed her gaze on Meng Xiangning, her expression icy, her voice resolute and authoritative. Meng Xiangning found herself momentarily speechless, her complexion paling, her lips trembling. She turned to Shen Anian, her eyes filled with grievance. My lord, I am Yu's stepmother, though not her biological mother. I have treated her as my own, yet she continuously addresses me as Duke's wife, clearly disregarding me as her mother. Shen Qingyu observed Meng Xiangling's performance with cold indifference, inwardly mocking her. She understood this was Meng Xiangling's attempt to leverage her cheap father to suppress her. However, she felt no fear and would not easily yield. Shen Anian finally spoke, "This is your mother. Do not refer to her solely as Duke's wife, it sounds unbecoming. Furthermore, the dowry is not denied to you, it's merely that you are too young to manage it, and so we are safeguarding it for you until you are older." Mother? My mother passed away long ago. Shen Qingyu's tone was frigid. Moreover, I am now married and should learn to manage my assets, hence I can safeguard it myself, and there is no need for the Duke's wife to intervene. Shen Qingyu remained resolute. It was said that Shen Qingyu's mother was named Su Qinglan, renowned for her beauty. It seemed that Shen Anian had rescued her, which led to their marriage. No one knew her origins, only that she had brought a substantial dowry upon marriage and had maintained a respectful relationship with Shen Anian until Shen Qingyu's birth, after which they grew increasingly estranged. Given Shen Qingyu's difficult upbringing, she had often doubted her parentage. Furthermore, Shen Qingyu had been born 2 months premature. There were whispers among the servants that the midwife had remarked that although the child was premature, she appeared as robust as a full-term infant. After Shen Qingyu's birth, both the midwife and the servants had mysteriously vanished. When Su Qinglan passed away, Shen Qingyu was too young to comprehend the circumstances, only hearing from Shen Anian that her mother had succumbed to illness. However, Shen Qingyu sensed the situation was far more complex. After all, Su Qinglan had always been in good health in Shen Qingyu's memories, only to suddenly fall gravely ill and pass away within a matter of days. Shortly after Su Qinglan's death, Shen Anian had married Meng Xiangning, the daughter of the Prime Minister. Just as her thoughts reached this point, Shen Anian's furious voice thundered, "Ungrateful girl, is this how you speak to your elders? You lack any upbringing." "Upbringing? My mother passed away early. You, my so-called father, have never cared for my well-being, let alone taught me manners, so is it not natural that I lack upbringing?" Shen Qingyu's voice was devoid of warmth, refusing to yield. Shen Anian was incensed, his eyes glinting with malice. "Ungrateful girl, today I shall teach you a thorough lesson. Bring forth the family law." Shen Qingxue and Meng Xiangning exchanged glances, reveling in the misfortune, their lips curling into suppressed smiles as they thought, "Wretched girl, today we shall make you pay dearly." "Shen Anian, do you dare? I am the War Prince's legitimate wife, do you dare to impose family law upon me? Are you not afraid of the War Prince's retribution?" Shen Qingyu coldly threatened, dropping the title of father. Though uncertain whether Jun Mohang would intervene, she felt no hesitation in invoking his name. If all else failed, she would simply poison them all, unafraid of the consequences. Hearing the mention of the War Prince, Shen Anian hesitated momentarily. Meanwhile, Meng Xiangling interjected, "Does the prince care for you? Clearly, you are not favored at the War Prince's residence, otherwise, would he have allowed you to return alone for this visit?" Her eyes gleamed with disdain. "How is it? This prince was delayed by matters. It seems the Duke's residence bears some resentment towards me." A cold, unyielding voice resonated from outside the hall, belonging to Jun Mohang. Chapter 11, Retrieving the Dowry. The inexpensive husband is quite nice. The sudden voice startled Meng Xiangling and her daughter, causing them to momentarily freeze, while Shen Anian hastily rose from his seat. After a brief pause, the three of them knelt and paid their respects. Jun Mochen did not instruct them to rise, instead proceeding directly to the upper hall to take his seat. Casting a fleeting glance at Shen Qingyu mused, "What brings this inexpensive husband here?" Did the night wind not say he was too busy to come? It seems the Duchess is rather displeased with my tardiness. John Morchan spoke in a nonchalant tone, devoid of any discernible joy, yet emanating an undeniable authority. Meng Xiangling, frightened, quickly bowed her head and replied, "No, Your Highness, you have misunderstood. I would not dare." "Best if that is the case, rise." John Morchan gestured lightly with his hand. "Thank you, Your Highness." Only then did Shen Ainyan and the others stand. Shen Qingyu cast a quick glance and noted the beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads, inwardly reflecting, is John Morchan truly that fearsome? Regardless, since he is here, I must seize this opportunity. With that thought, she stood up and gently inclined her body, saying, "Your Highness, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, you would have missed seeing Yuer." Her tone was filled with a sorrowful lament, as if she had suffered a great injustice. John Morchan's lips twitched. This woman truly knows how to perform. "I have been observing from outside for quite some time, and the Duke's residence has certainly not gained any advantage from her." He suppressed a smile and feigned ignorance, inquiring, "What is the matter?" "Father said he would discipline Yuer using family rules, yet Yuer has done nothing wrong," she claimed, pretending to wipe a tear from her eye, putting on an act of profound sorrow. Shen Ainyan was taken aback. Such theatrics, just moments ago. This wretched girl had been quite the opposite. Had he not known how she had just provoked him, he might have been swayed to believe her. "Oh, is that so? Duke Shen, is what the princess said true?" John Morchan set down his teacup, directing his gaze toward Shen Ainyan. Shen Ainyan, frightened, quickly bowed and said, "Your Highness, it was Yuer who first disrespected her elders by poisoning Shuer, which is why I merely sought to frighten her. I never intended any harm." He then shot a warning glare at Shen Qingyu, silently urging her to remain silent. Shen Qingyu could not help but smirk, feigning trepidation as she glanced at Shen Ainyan, instantly trembling in fear. "Why, Your Highness, father speaks the truth. It is all Yu's fault." "Shen Ainyan, how dare you be so audacious before me? Do you truly think me blind?" The exchange of glances between Shen Qingyu and her father did not escape John Morchan's keen eye. He was willing to play along with Shen Qingyu to see what she intended next. "I would not dare." "Would not dare, Duke Shen, let us set aside the matter of your daughter being a surrogate bride, for I have no interest in your second daughter. However, I have heard of how you treated Yuer during her time in the Duke's residence. Do you claim you would not dare?" Upon hearing the prince profess an interest in her, Shen Qingyu felt a surge of indignation. It was she who did not wish to marry, yet now she found herself speechless, unable to voice her thoughts, and could only seethe in silence. Seeing John Morchan so supportive of Shen Qingyu, Shen Ainyan clenched his teeth and said, "Yuer, these years have been hard on you. I have wronged you. Whatever you need, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall make amends. Since father has said as much, I cannot refuse your kind intentions. I do not wish for much, merely that you return mother's dowry to me, so that I may hold onto a piece of her memory." Shen Qingyu smiled slyly, thinking, "Let's see how you will refuse this time." Shen Ainyan was utterly dismayed. He had not anticipated that she would bring this up. If he were to truly return that dowry, it would be enough to vacate half of the Duke's residence. Meng Xiangling, standing nearby, anxiously signaled to Shen Ainyan. "What is it? Does Duke Shen find this objectionable?" And no, not at all. Indeed, he had objections, but facing the notorious and ruthless war prince, Shen Ainyan lacked the courage to voice them. "Then it is settled. You have 3 days to deliver Yuer's mother's dowry to the war prince's residence. Additionally, you are to provide 20,000 taels of gold as compensation for the years of neglect toward Yuer." Shen Ainyan was renowned for being mercenary, valuing wealth above all. Not only was he being forced to relinquish the dowry, but he was also required to provide an additional 20,000 taels of gold, which felt akin to demanding his life. "Your Highness, 3 days is far too short. I fear I cannot gather such a sum in that time." Moreover, the dowry had been used extensively by Meng and her daughter over the years, and some properties had been gifted away as favors, making it exceedingly difficult to reclaim them all at once. Is the esteemed Duke incapable of managing such a trivial matter? I understand. I shall ensure that within 3 days, the items are delivered to the war prince's residence. Shen Ainyan felt overwhelmed. Very well, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Will the princess accompany me? Yes, your highness. Shen Qingyu did not wish to linger any longer and promptly rose to follow him out. As they passed by Shen Qingxue, Zhen Morchen paused slightly, leaning in to whisper, "Dear sister, next time, it would be wise to avoid crossing paths with me. If you provoke me again, it shall not simply be a matter of silence." Shen Qingxue instinctively took 2 steps back, her gaze fixated on Shen Qingyue's retreating figure, filled with barely concealed malice. Having finally made an outing, Shen Qingyu was reluctant to return so soon. Thus, upon exiting the duke's residence, she feigned a pitiful demeanor and addressed Zhen Morchen, "Your highness, it has been so long since I have ventured out. May I explore a bit before returning home?" Zhen Morchen was well aware of her pretense, yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found her quite intriguing and decided to indulge her whim, nodding in agreement. "Very well. Thank you, your highness." Shen Qingyu felt elated, contemplating how this inexpensive husband did not seem as fearsome as the rumors suggested. He was rather agreeable, observing Shen Qingyu's cheerful demeanor. Zhen Morchen could not help but smile slightly. With her maidservants in tow, Shen Qingyu strolled along the bustling streets, her mood exceptionally buoyant. She gazed about with curiosity and excitement, reveling in the novelty of her surroundings. In modern society, Shen Qingyu had immersed herself in the realm of medicine, spending her days ensconced in the laboratory with little time for leisure. Now, in this ancient setting, everything appeared so refreshingly fascinating. As she joyfully wandered and shopped, her 3 maidservants struggled to carry the plethora of goods they had amassed. Just as Shen Qingyu stood before a vendor selling candied hawthorn, a commotion erupted nearby. Following the sound, she saw a little girl suddenly collapse by the roadside, her body convulsing as if stricken by some affliction. Shen Qingyu quickly completed her purchase, curiosity piqued, and approached to assess the situation. Chapter 12. Sister, you are exceptionally beautiful. Little princess, are you feeling unwell? You must not be in any danger. Hua Yang quickly returned to the palace and fetched Dr. Chen. The maid, Hua Ying, held the little girl close, instructing another maid, Hua Yang, to summon the physician. Curiosity drew the onlookers closer, soon encircling the pair. Observing the little girl's increasingly labored breathing, Shen Qingyu realized there was no time to await the doctor's arrival. As a healer, she could not stand idly by while a patient was in peril before her eyes. Without hesitation, she thrust a candied hawthorn into the girl's hand and swiftly parted the crowd to approach. "Everyone, step back, do not crowd around, lay the child flat," Shen Qingyu called out as she extended her hands to receive the child. However, Hua Ying clutched the girl tightly, her eyes filled with apprehension, and demanded, "Who are you?" Furrowing her brows, Shen Qingyu felt a surge of urgency yet endeavored to maintain her composure. "If you wish to prevent your mistress from perishing, I can save her." With that, she wasted no more time and reached for the child. Seeing the little princess's breathing grow increasingly shallow, Hua Ying, in a state of desperation, ultimately chose to trust Shen Qingyu and relinquished the child into her care. Shen Qingyu gently placed the girl on the ground, carefully loosening her collar to ensure unobstructed breathing. Drawing upon her years of experience and knowledge, she surmised that the child was likely experiencing a sudden cardiac episode. Time was of the essence, yet to guarantee an accurate diagnosis, she resolved to utilize her spatial system for further examination. Thus, she summoned in her mind, "Xiaoari, please assess her condition." "Understood, master," came the immediate response from the system. Shen Qingyu then lightly tapped the little girl's shoulder and called out, "Can you hear me?" However, the girl did not respond. Leaning closer, Shen Qingyu closely monitored the rise and fall of the child's chest, listened intently to her breath, and gently palpated her carotid artery to check for a pulse. At that moment, the voice of the spatial system echoed in her mind, "Master, the examination confirms a cardiac ailment." "Understood," Shen Qingyu replied softly. The little girl lay on the ground, her complexion as pale as parchment, devoid of vitality, her breath and pulse seemingly absent. Aware of the urgency, Shen Qingyu promptly knelt, locating the appropriate pressure points, and began rhythmic compressions. Hua Ying, witnessing Shen Qingyu's fervent efforts to resuscitate her young mistress, was filled with doubt and concern. She had never encountered such an unusual method of resuscitation, perceiving it as more harmful than life-saving, and could not help but question, "Miss, do you truly possess medical knowledge? I have never seen a physician employ such techniques. Might you inadvertently harm our little princess?" Feeling a surge of irritation at Hua Ying's skepticism, Shen Qingyu did not cease her actions, responding impatiently, "What are you shouting about? Be quiet. If you believe you can do better, then by all means, take over." Reluctantly, Hua Ying fell silent, her eyes filled with worry as she silently prayed for her mistress's safety. Shen Qingyu continued her compressions, unwavering in her resolve. After numerous attempts, she finally paused to inspect the girl's mouth and nose, then reached into her robe to retrieve a breathing membrane from her spatial system, carefully placing it over the girl's mouth to initiate artificial respiration. Thus, Shen Qingyu repeated the cycle of chest compressions and artificial respiration, beads of sweat soaking her forehead, yet she persisted without faltering. After relentless efforts, the little girl finally regained her breath and pulse, leaving Shen Qingyu breathless and drenched in sweat. With a sigh of relief, she gently wiped her brow. Next, she produced silver needles from her spatial system, skillfully piercing the little girl's temples, Feng Kai, and Baihui acupoints to enhance blood circulation and expedite her recovery. As the little girl gradually opened her eyes, she was greeted by Shen Qingyu's beautiful face, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity and astonishment. "Sister, you are so beautiful," the little girl exclaimed softly, her voice melodious and clear. Hearing these words, Shen Qingyu could not help but smile, her warmth akin to the gentle rays of a spring sun, bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort. She tenderly stroked the little girl's hair and replied, "Thank you for your kind words. You are also incredibly lovely." "Pretty sister, my name is Xie Wanwan, what is yours?" the little girl inquired with genuine curiosity. "My name is Shen Qingyu," she answered gently. Subsequently, Shen Qingyu retrieved a vial of heart-saving pills from her spatial system and handed it to Xie Wanwan, carefully advising her that should she experience further discomfort, she could take one pill to alleviate her symptoms. After putting away the silver needles, Shen Qingyu slowly rose to her feet. Just then, Hua Yang, who had gone to fetch the doctor, returned with him in tow, accompanied by Prince Ye Yuanheng. It was then revealed that the little girl Shen Qingyu had just saved was indeed the daughter of Prince Rui. Dr. Chen hurried forward to examine Xie Wanwan, who was now wide-eyed and staring intently at something. After a thorough checkup, he confirmed to Prince Ye Yuanheng, "The little princess's breathing is stable, and her pulse is normal. She is currently out of danger." Prince Ye Yuanheng finally exhaled in relief. Dr. Chen, hailing from the Imperial Medical Bureau, had been treating Xie Wanwan since her childhood, as she had been born with a congenital heart condition. Each episode was perilous, and without timely intervention, the outcomes could be dire. On the way, he had prepared for the worst, but he had not anticipated that Xie Wanwan would emerge from her crisis, surely owing her life to a benefactor skilled in the healing arts. "May I ask who this esteemed savior is?" Shen Qingyu had already stood up, intending to discreetly slip away, thus she did not respond. At that moment, Prince Ye Yuanheng, cradling Xie Wanwan, lifted his head to inquire of Hua Ying. "Hua Ying, what transpired? Who is the benefactor that saved Wanwan?" Hua Ying hurried over. "Your Highness, the princess suddenly fell ill while walking. Fortunately, a young lady intervened and rendered aid." "And where is this young lady?" Prince Ye Yuanheng, known for his gratitude, felt compelled to repay the life-saving favor. "She was here just a moment ago." "Wait, where has she gone?" Hua Ying turned to introduce her but was taken aback to find Shen Qingyu had vanished, her expression filled with bewilderment, for the young lady had been right there moments ago. Hua Ying could hardly believe that Shen Qingyu had truly saved Xie Wanwan. The little princess was the very heart of the Prince Rui's household. Had anything happened to her, none would escape accountability. Prince Ye Yuanheng had once ventured alongside the late emperor to expand territories and quell turmoil, later being granted the title of Prince Rui. He had married but one consort, living harmoniously with her, yet they bore only one son. A few years prior, their heir, Xie Yunshin, had gallantly fought for the nation but tragically lost his life on the battlefield. Upon hearing the devastating news, Xie Yunshin's wife could not withstand the blow and, having just given birth, succumbed to despair, leaving behind the newborn Xie Wanwan. In that instant, Prince Xie Yuanheng appeared to age several years, disheartened and requesting to withdraw from court, determined to raise Xie Wanwan with care. Little did he know that fate would deal another cruel hand. The newborn Xie Wanwan was diagnosed with a congenital heart condition, with physicians predicting she would not survive past 7 years of age. Now, as she approached her 6th year, her life remained precariously balanced. The entirety of the Prince Rui's household regarded Xie Wanwan as their utmost priority. As Prince Xie Yuanheng prepared to instruct his attendants to search for the benefactor, the little Xie Wanwan tugged at his robe. Chapter 13, Saving Lives, Encountering a Scoundrel. Grandfather. Wanwan, how are you feeling? If anything is amiss, do not hesitate to inform me. Xie Yuanheng inquired with a benevolent expression, concern edged across his somewhat wrinkled face, his eyes shimmering with paternal affection. Xie Wanwan shook her head gently, raising the medicine bottle in her hand as she softly replied, Grandfather, this is the medicine that beautiful sister gave me. She mentioned that if my heart feels uneasy again, I should take one of these pills for relief. Her voice bore a hint of frailty, yet her gaze betrayed a fondness for the enchanting sister. Xie Yuanheng took the medicine bottle, scrutinizing it carefully. He couldn't help but exclaim, Is that so, Wanwan? Do you know that sister? He yearned to glean more information about this life-saving benefactor from his granddaughter. Xie Wanwan shook her head once more, recalling the moment vividly. I don't know her, but she said her name is Xinqingyu. A flicker of confusion and curiosity danced in her eyes, as if she were filled with questions about the sister who had appeared out of nowhere to rescue her. Grandfather, that sister is so beautiful. Will I be able to see her again? Xie Wanwan's tone was laced with anticipation and yearning, silently praying for another encounter with Xinqingyu. Xie Yuanheng patted his granddaughter's head, reassuring her, You shall, for she is your savior. Grandfather will certainly help you find her. Let us return home now, lest your grandmother grows anxious. His mind was already devising ways to locate the woman named Xinqingyu, to express their gratitude on behalf of the Prince Rui's residents. Xie Yuanheng understood that Wanwan's sudden ailment could have had dire consequences had they not encountered that mysterious woman. Thus, he resolved to spare no effort in finding this benefactor and properly thanking her. Moreover, given that she had managed to restore Wanwan's health so swiftly, she must possess remarkable medical skills, perhaps even capable of prolonging Wanwan's life beyond the tender age of 7. Meanwhile, a gentleman clad in a purple robe, observing the scene from a nearby tea-house, was none other than the current crown prince, Zheng Jingcheng. Silver needles to stimulate points, bringing the dead back to life. He murmured, a flicker of doubt and intrigue crossing his gaze. Wasn't Xinqingyu merely the dim-witted daughter of a duke? When did she acquire such remarkable abilities? And her birthmark had vanished, revealing an unparalleled beauty. Setting down his teacup, he gazed at the figure growing ever more distant, a wave of inexplicable impulse swelling within him. He resolved to follow her and see for himself. Xinqingyu had not wandered far when she sensed someone tracking her. Frowning slightly, she became acutely alert. She turned to her 3 maidservants and instructed them to wait there, before hastily moving forward until she reached a secluded alley, where she swiftly concealed herself, preparing to ambush her pursuer. At that moment, Zheng Jingcheng also entered the alley, scanning the surroundings but failing to catch sight of Xinqingyu. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him. It is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Pray tell, does His Highness have a penchant for stalking? Recognizing Zheng Jingcheng, Xinqingyu no longer concealed herself. After all, the original host had harbored feelings for him, and thus she was familiar with his visage. It must be said, Zheng Jingcheng was indeed handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes, a face like polished jade. No wonder the original host had been smitten at first glance. In the past, Zheng Jingcheng had indeed shown gentleness towards the original host, but he was also a man who judged by appearances. When Xinqingyu had orchestrated a mishap that caused the original host's veil to fall, revealing her beauty, he had immediately lost interest and even aided Xinqingyu in humiliating her. Reflecting on this, a look of disdain crossed Xinqingyu's face. Is that truly you? I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. Now that they were so close, Jun Jingcheng could see her features. Seeing his expression, Shen Qingyu rolled her eyes at him, uninterested in engaging, and turned to leave. However, Jun Jingcheng stepped forward, blocking her path. Were you not the one who used to delight in seeing me? Why do you wish to depart now? Your Highness, you surely do not forget how you once treated me. Shen Qingyu shot him another glare. It was my fault in the past. I shall make amends in the future. Your Highness, you are mistaken. I am now wed to the War Prince, and you must refer to me as Aunt Empress. You do not care for the Emperor's uncle, and he is a ruthless man. Why not divorce him and marry me instead? Shen Qingyu found his words utterly amusing. Your Highness, you are perhaps the most self-absorbed individual I have encountered. That is a malady that requires treatment. Not only did Jun Jingcheng not take offense, but he seemed even more intrigued. Then, dear how might one be cured? Shen Qingyu was rendered speechless. Cure your own nonsense. Exasperated with his antics, she swiftly flicked a silver needle at him, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, the shadowy figure trailing her, Ying'er, was bewildered by Shen Qingyu's sudden disappearance. He could hardly fathom the repercussions if his master discovered he had lost her. Would the master cast him back into the grueling training camp for reformation? Muttering under his breath, Ying'er walked to the corner of the alley, only to spot the vanished Shen Qingyu, standing opposite a man who seemed to be in conversation with her. He quickly concealed himself to observe. Suddenly, he saw Shen Qingyu raise her hand, and the man fell to the ground, motionless. What followed was a brutal beating. Watching from the shadows, Ying'er winced in sympathy for the unfortunate man. Shen Qingyu adjusted her clothing before heading towards the alley's exit, casually delivering a kick to Jun Jingcheng as she passed. Once Shen Qingyu had departed, Ying'er approached the fallen figure to ascertain who had provoked the wrath of the princess. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Isn't this the crown prince? Moreover, the princess had struck with such ferocity. Observing the crown prince's disheveled state, Ying'er mused, it seems I must tread carefully around the princess, lest I find myself on the receiving end of a beating next time. After Shen Qingyu emerged, feeling quite pleased with herself, she noticed the sun was setting and chose not to linger any longer, returning to the residence with her maidservants. Ying'er deemed it necessary to report today's events to the master and hurried back to the residence, making his way directly to Lingyun Pavilion. Master, trouble is afoot, he exclaimed upon entering. How is there trouble, and if you cannot articulate properly, silence yourself. You appear as though you are in a frenzy, Yingyu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Ying'er. No, master, I do not mean to suggest that you are in trouble, but rather the princess. What has transpired? Jun Morchen, who had been resting behind a screen, opened his eyes upon hearing this. The princess has struck the crown prince, and she did so with remarkable ferocity. Ying'er exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Explain the situation in detail. Ying'er recounted the events that unfolded after Shen Qingyu departed from the master, vividly depicting the scene, and concluded with, Master, you should have seen how pitiful the crown prince appeared. Jun Morchen, aware of Shen Qingyu's medical prowess, was not particularly fazed by her act of saving someone. However, her audacity to strike the crown prince surprised him. Investigate why she assaulted the crown prince. Yes, master, Ying'er replied, unable to suppress a murmur. It seems master is quite concerned about the princess. Chapter 14 Encountering Bandits. Silence your tongue. Do not speak of the prince's affairs, simply attend to the tasks assigned by him, Shadow 1 admonished as he lightly struck Shadow 2 on the back of the head, offering a reminder. Shadow 2, rubbing his head with one hand while pointing at Shadow 1 with the other, retorted, Why strike me for merely speaking? Yet it seems the prince is indeed quite concerned about the princess. Dare you utter another word? Their conversation, carried by the wind, reached Jun Morchen's ears, prompting him to ponder. Indeed, I have never held much interest in women. Why then, of late, have I found myself irresistibly drawn to this woman? Is it merely because she is my princess, or does she possess some alluring quality that captivates me? The following morning, after partaking in breakfast, Shen Qingyu wandered aimlessly through the garden. A sense of restlessness enveloped her. It appeared that no matter her activity, her spirits remained low. Consequently, she turned to her maids behind her and inquired, "Are there any delightful places nearby that one could visit?" At that moment, Shiri stepped forward and softly remarked, "Your Highness, it is said that Linglu Mountain beyond the city boasts breathtaking scenery, a perpetual spring, with flowers blooming year-round, and an abundance of precious herbs growing upon its slopes." Upon hearing the mention of herbs, Shin Qingyue's demeanor brightened instantly, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, "Excellent! Let us depart at once." With that, she eagerly made her way towards the estate. As exit, however, Lianer, with a note of concern, cautioned, "Your Highness, should we not first inform the prince? After all, you are venturing outside the city." Shin Qingyu waved her hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "No need for that. Did not Yifeng mention before that the prince permits my comings and goings from the palace? Chang Dao, you remain here. If the prince sends someone to inquire, simply inform them that I have ventured out." With that, she quickened her pace, leaving the estate without a backward glance, clearly filled with anticipation and exhilaration for this outing. Lianer and Shirhi, seeing the princess depart, hurriedly followed suit. Upon exiting the palace, Shin Qingyu climbed into the carriage and beckoned her two maids to join her. "Your Highness, please make yourself comfortable. We shall set off shortly," the coachman advised as he directed the carriage towards Linglu Mountain. Once outside the city, noticing Shin Qingyu lifting the curtain periodically to gaze outside, Shirhi remarked, "Your Highness, Linglu Mountain is quite a distance away. It will take some time to arrive." Shin Qingyu then settled back, leisurely indulging in pastries within the carriage. After a while, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, nearly causing Shin Qingyu to choke. "Oh dear," she exclaimed, patting her chest while unable to restrain a curse. Lianer quickly assisted her by patting her back, and Shirhi hastily offered her water, saying, "Your Highness, please drink some water." Shin Qingyu accepted the water and took a few sips, feeling somewhat restored. Curious about the cause of the sudden stop, she lifted the curtain and inquired, "What on earth is happening? Is your driving skills lacking?" Or, as she gazed out at the group surrounding the carriage, her words faltered mid-sentence, swallowed back. The coachman, speaking in a hushed tone, said, "Your Highness, we have encountered bandits. It has long been rumored that this road is frequented by robbers. Had I known, I would have chosen another path." His tone. Shin Qingyu sighed inwardly. What good were such words now that they were already embroiled in danger? The leader of the bandits bore a long scar across his face, stretching from his left temple to the corner of his right mouth, a sight most fearsome. He raised the knife in his hand, pointing it at Shin Qingyu as he declared, "If you wish to live, relinquish your money for your life." Shin Qingyu was at a loss for words. In her haste to leave, she had brought no money at all, and even if she had, she would not part with it. Nonetheless, she maintained a smile, replying, "Esteemed brother, I did not bring much silver with me. Would you consider accompanying me back to my residence to collect it?" "Cease your prattle, everyone, get down," the scarred man barked, shaking his knife menacingly. "What shall we do, Your Highness?" the coachman whispered. "It's fine, let us disembark," Shin Qingyu instructed. Once they exited the carriage, the scarred man signaled to his cohorts, who promptly began to search the vehicle thoroughly. "Boss, there's nothing inside," one of the bandits reported. The scarred man pressed the knife against. "Where is the silver hidden?" Shin Qingyu feigned terror, timidly replying, "Esteemed brother, I truly have no money." "Impossible, look at your fine garments, especially you, clad in exquisite silk." One of the bandits, noticing Shin Qingyu's remarkable beauty, suggested, "Boss, if they have no money, perhaps we could take them instead." His gaze lingered lecherously on Lianer and Shirhi. The scarred man scrutinized Shin Qingyu, his interest piqued. He lowered his knife slightly and nodded, "Indeed, she is exceptionally beautiful." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Take her back, she shall serve as Our Lady." "Understood." Shin Qingyu's heart brimmed with cold amusement. They were courting death, and she would not hold back any longer. As she prepared to deploy the poison she had concocted, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air, as a dart flew through like lightning, causing the bandits to recoil in fear. They watched as the dart embedded itself deeply into the ground, a wave of dread washing over them. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared as if conjured from the darkness, agile and swift, seamlessly blending with the night, none other than Shadow 2. Shin Qingyue's heart raced with confusion. Who is this person? She hesitated to use her poison, opting instead to assess the situation. The scarred man, noticing that the newcomer was evidently intent on Shin Qingyu, cast a wary glance. Without hesitation, he yanked Shin Qingyu closer, pressing the sharp blade against her throat once more. A thin line of blood was instantly drawn across Shin Qingyue's neck, trickling forth. Gritting her teeth, she bore the pain, nearly succumbing to the urge to dispatch the scarred man with her poison needle. However, she restrained herself, wanting to discern the identity of her unexpected savior. Therefore, she feigned fear and said, "Brother, please do not tremble, this is no jest, a careless movement, and I shall meet my end." "Silence," the scarred man growled, glaring at her, pressing the knife deeper into her throat, amplifying the threat. Shadow 2, observing the situation, surmised that Shin Qingyu was likely putting on an act, yet he could not afford to be careless with the knife at her throat. Aware of their numerical disadvantage, he fired a signal flare into the air to ensure safety. "Release the princess," he commanded coldly. Upon hearing him refer to her as princess, Shin Qingyu understood this individual was likely from the war prince's estate. Seeing Shadow 2 fire the signal and realizing he was alone, the scarred man contemplated resolving the matter. He commanded his henchmen, "Attack, kill this brat." The surrounding bandits surged forward, encircling Shadow 2. Meanwhile, in the study of the war prince's estate, Shadow 1, noticing the signal fired by Shadow 2, rushed into the study. "Your Highness, Shadow 2's signal indicates that the princess is in peril." "Yifeng, gather the men and move," Jun Morchen instructed, placing his book aside and rising to leave. Yifeng stood motionless until Shadow 1 called out, "Why are you still here? Hurry." "Oh, right." He quickly departed, puzzled by the prince's urgency. Chapter 15. He observed Yinger fiercely battling a group of adversaries. Despite Yinger's formidable skills, he was gradually succumbing to the overwhelming numbers and strength of his opponents. Though Yinger exerted every effort, he struggled to fend off the onslaught, and signs of retreat were becoming evident. Meanwhile, Shin Qingyu found herself at the mercy of the scarred man, a blade pressed against her neck, blood already seeping from the wound. Upon seeing Jun Mohang's arrival, a surge of joy welled up within Shin Qingyu. Although she was confident in her ability to save herself, for reasons unknown, she felt a sense of relief deep within. Without hesitation, she called out to Jun Mohang, "Your Highness, I am here. Please save me." The scarred man, noticing Jun Mohang's presence, tightened his grip on the knife against Shin Qingyue's throat and began to retreat slowly while holding her hostage. He shouted at Jun Mohang, "If you don't want her to die, step back immediately." He thought to himself, "Damn it, why is Jun Mohang here? Did that woman not say the war prince cared little for this war princess's life? Could I have been deceived by her?" Seeing the blade so close to Shin Qingyue's neck, Jun Mohang dared not act recklessly, yet he stood his ground. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, remained fixed on the scarred man, while he discreetly signaled to Yin Yi. Lurking in the shadows, Yin Yi understood the cue and stealthily approached the scarred man from behind. Thus, the scarred man continued to retreat with Shin Qingyu until they reached the edge of a cliff, with no further escape. Peering down into the abyss, the scarred man cursed internally, "Damn it, there's no way out." At this moment, Jun Mohang spoke, his voice low and frigid, "Release her, and I shall spare your life." "You think I would believe that?" "The war prince is known for his ruthless nature, killing without a second thought. If I let the war princess go, how could I expect to live?" The scarred man replied defiantly, though fear flickered in his heart. "Knowing she is the war princess, you still dare to lay a hand on her. Speak, who sent you?" Jun Mohang deduced from his words that this was no ordinary bandit. He was clearly acting under orders. "I have nothing to say," the scarred man retorted fiercely. Meanwhile, Yinger had sustained multiple cuts from the enemy's blades, blood flowing freely, his complexion pale as he began to falter. Just then, Yifeng arrived with reinforcements. "Yinger, are you all right?" Yifeng asked anxiously, rushing to Yinger's side, fending off an attacker. He supported Yinger as he struggled against the pain. I'm fine, but some of these people seem to be no ordinary bandits. Remember to leave some alive, Yinger replied, glancing at his wounded arm, frowning at the realization that the injuries seemed far from typical of mere robbers. Yi Feng nodded, saying, rest for a moment. He then turned to the men who accompanied him, everyone, advance. Capture them all, leave no one behind. As soon as Yi Feng's command was issued, his men surged forward like tigers descending a mountain upon the bandits. Kill! Yi Feng shouted, and the group echoed in unison, the battle cries reverberating through the air. In an instant, fierce combat erupted. Yi Feng, wielding a longsword, moved like a spectre among the crowd, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. His swordsmanship was exceptionally sharp, each strike carrying lethal intent, while the others coordinated seamlessly. After several exchanges, the enemy was gradually pushed back by Yi Feng's men, and soon they were entirely subdued. Observing the scene unfold before him, Yi Feng sighed in relief, yet he also recognized that the incident was likely more complicated than Yinger had suggested. There was certainly someone behind these assailants, but who would wish to harm the war princess? It was then that Yi Feng realized he had not seen the war prince and war princess. He anxiously scanned the surroundings for their figures. Suddenly, he spotted Lian and the others discarded to the side and turned to them, asking, where is the war princess, where is the war prince? Lian pointed toward the east, tears brimming in her eyes as she hurriedly said, the leader of the opposing group has taken the war princess in that direction, and the war prince followed after them. Lord Yi Feng, you must hurry and save our war princess. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's heart tightened, and he immediately commanded, you lot, take them back to the war prince's residence first. Await his orders, the rest, follow me. With that, Yi Feng turned and sped off in the direction indicated by Lian Yinger, disregarding his wounds, followed suit. Yi Feng and his party rode swiftly, finally catching up to them at the edge of a cliff. There stood the scarred man, holding Shen Qinyu at the precipice, with only a few of his subordinates remaining by his side. Zheng Moheng stood opposite, his expression grim, yet he refrained from taking any reckless action, as both sides seemed to be at a standoff. Yi Feng, witnessing the scene, felt a wave of urgency wash over him. He could clearly see that the war prince's demeanor towards the war princess was markedly different from that of others. He could not allow the scarred man to harm her, thus, he cautiously approached, seeking an opportune moment to rescue her. Realizing his escape was impossible with so many present, the scarred man understood that his comrades had likely been defeated. He resolved to take Shen Qinyu down with him. Glaring at her, he snarled, since I cannot escape, neither shall you live to leave this place, let us die together. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. It was Yin Yi, who swiftly launched a dart towards the scarred man. Due to their proximity, the scarred man had no time to evade. The dart pierced his arm, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. However, the scarred man did not give up easily. He immediately struck out with his palm towards Shen Qinyu. Caught off guard by the suddenness of the attack, she had no time to react. Being so close to the edge of the cliff, the force of the blow sent her tumbling towards the abyss. In her heart, Shen Qinyu cursed, damn it, what terrible luck, had I known, I wouldn't have come to watch this chaos. Now look, I might just become the first person in history to die mere days after crossing over. At that moment, a chorus of gasps erupted from above as someone shouted, Your Highness. Just as Shen Qinyu felt herself plummeting, she suddenly felt someone flip her around, and then the handsome face of Zheng Moheng appeared before her. Shen Qinyu blinked, questioning her own vision. How could she be seeing Zheng Moheng? Was it an illusion? However, in the next second, his deep, magnetic voice reached her ears. Do not fear, I am here. Shen Qinyu snapped back to reality, realizing that everything was genuine. But the question lingered, how could he so fearlessly jump down? More importantly, why did she feel an inexplicable sense of comfort upon hearing his words? Just as she pondered this, a resounding splash echoed as the two plunged into the icy waters below. Chapter 16, Zheng Moheng is injured. Har har har, falling into this abyss, I fear there will be nothing left but bones. Having the war prince and princess accompany me to the grave is not such a loss after all, laughed the scarred man, clutching his arm, as he gazed at the fallen dagger, intent on retrieving it for his own demise. However, just as he was about to grasp the blade, a foot suddenly kicked forcefully at his body. Want to die? Not on my watch. Yin Yi bellowed furiously, sending the scarred man flying with a single kick. He landed heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Struggling to rise, he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Collapsing back onto the earth, Yin Yi turned to his subordinates behind him, issuing a command with an icy and resolute tone: "Bring these individuals down and keep them under strict surveillance. We shall deal with them once the prince returns." His voice brooked no dissent. The subordinates sprang into action, binding the injured scarred man and the others before escorting them away. Yin Yi took a deep breath, steadying his emotions. He understood that this was not the time for panic. Maintaining composure was imperative to navigate the ensuing circumstances. He glanced at Ying'er beside him and instructed, "Ying'er, you return to tend to your wounds. Yifeng, gather your men and accompany me to the base of the cliff to search for the prince and princess." A flicker of concern crossed his gaze, yet it was overshadowed by unwavering trust in the prince. Leading Yifeng and the others, Yin Yi cautiously advanced along the steep cliff's edge, meticulously searching for a path downward. Their steps were steady and deliberate, leaving no room for carelessness. Though anxiety filled their hearts, they remained steadfast in their belief that the prince would emerge unscathed. At last, they discovered a narrow and rugged path that appeared to lead to the cliff's base. Without hesitation, Yin Yi set forth, with Yifeng and the others following closely behind. They tread carefully, each step a silent prayer for the safety of the prince and princess. At the bottom of the cliff, after the harrowing fall, both individuals plunged into the water and succumbed to unconsciousness. Time slipped by unnoticed until, after an indeterminate duration, Shen Qingyu gradually regained consciousness. Opening her eyes and surveying her surroundings, she realized she remained submerged in the lake, her body shielded from the water's relentless current by a massive boulder. Stunned, Shen Qingyu pondered. Had she truly not perished? Hastily, she assessed her condition, confirming that aside from feeling somewhat disheveled, she was otherwise unharmed. Yes, she vaguely recalled glimpsing Jun Mohang during the fall, remembering how he had flipped her over, putting her above him as they descended. In a state of urgency, she began searching for his figure, calling out incessantly, "Your Highness." Yet, all that greeted her was an echoing silence. Anxious and frantic, Shen Qingyu rose and began a desperate search for Jun Mohang. As she called his name, she hoped for a response, but despite her fervent efforts, she could not locate him. After searching for what felt like an eternity without success, her heart sank, and a troubling thought crossed her mind. Could it be that he had struck his head during the fall and drowned? The more she contemplated, the more plausible it seemed, and she found herself silently praying, "Please, let nothing have befallen him. Otherwise, I would bear the weight of guilt." Just as her heart raced like a frantic insect in a hot pan, she finally spotted a familiar silhouette in the shallow waters downstream. Shen Qingyu's heart soared with joy, and she hurried towards him. However, upon closer inspection, she discovered that Jun Mohang lay unconscious, his complexion pallid as a sheet, lips devoid of color, while the water beneath him was stained a shocking crimson with his blood. In alarm, Shen Qingyu quickly moved him to a cleaner area nearby. She then carefully examined his injuries, noting the tattered state of his clothing, which revealed a long gash likely inflicted by a sharp rock. Additionally, several abrasions marred his arms, blooded and raw. With her eyes reddening, Shen Qingyu promptly retrieved hemostatic medicine from her spatial pouch and gingerly applied it to his wounds. Having done all she could, she saw that Jun Mohang remained unresponsive, so she gently shook his shoulders, calling out, Your Highness, wake up." Perhaps her voice was too loud, for Jun Mohang furrowed his brow and slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Shen Qingyu's exquisite face, etched with concern. "I'm fine," he murmured, his voice weak. "That's a relief," Shen Qingyu sighed, feeling a weight lift from her chest. Glancing at the darkening sky, she remarked, "Night is approaching. It appears we shall have to spend the night at the base of this cliff. Your Highness, please wait here while I search for a cave nearby." "Understood," Jun Mohang replied. After a brief absence, Shen Qingyu returned, exclaiming, "Your Highness, there is a cave not far ahead. I will assist you there." She extended her hand to support him. Jun Mohang nodded, allowing her to guide him toward the cave. Once inside, Shen Qingyu carefully helped him into a relatively clean spot to sit. "Your Highness, please rest here for a moment. I will gather some firewood. The night air is cold, and we are at the bottom of a cliff, we wouldn't want to freeze to death after surviving the fall, she said with concern. Jun Mohang glanced outside, noting the encroaching darkness. He cautioned, after nightfall, the forest becomes perilous, do not stray too far. Rest assured, I am aware of the dangers and shall return swiftly, Shin Qingyu promised, waving goodbye as she ventured outside. As she collected firewood, she contemplated the necessity of finding food to satiate her growing hunger. Just as her thoughts wandered, she heard a faint rustling from the nearby bushes. Instantly alert, she set down the firewood, swiftly retrieving a sharp dagger from her spatial pouch. Moving cautiously, she approached the source of the sound, determined to make no noise. Suddenly, a white figure darted out. It was a rabbit. With swift precision, Shin Qingyu hurled her dagger, striking the creature squarely in the neck. Approaching, she lifted the rabbit triumphantly. Not bad, quite plump. With one hand clutching the rabbit and the other carrying the firewood, she returned to the cave. Seeing Jun Mohang resting with his eyes closed, she placed the firewood on the ground and then went to the lake to clean the rabbit. By the time she returned with the cleaned rabbit, Jun Mohang had managed to start a fire. Shin Qingyu deftly skewered the rabbit over the flames to roast it. Once prepared, she turned to him, saying, "Your Highness, I've drawn some water." Please remove your clothing so I can tend to your wounds. Jun Mohang observed as Shin Qingyu produced several vials of medicine from her sleeves, perplexed. Where did she conjure these medications from? Her sleeves hardly seem capable of holding such items. However, he refrained from questioning her further, instead offering a cryptic smile as he replied, "Princess, I am injured and lack the strength. You will have to assist me in removing my garments." Chapter 17, Shin Qingyu's infatuation. Could it be that he harbors feelings for her? Shin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on the fact that Jun Mohang had been injured while rescuing her. She chose not to refuse and walked over. As his outer robe slowly slipped away, the delicate fabric of his inner garment revealed the faint outline of Jun Mohang's robust physique. Shin Qingyu's hand hesitated slightly before she resumed the task of removing his undergarment. To be honest, although Shin Qingyu had lived for over 20 years in modern society, she had never experienced romantic entanglement, let alone undressing someone else. Consequently, a flush crept onto her cheeks. Jun Mohang, keenly perceptive, noticed the slight pause in her movements and turned his head, his gaze settling upon her. The sight of her blushing face elicited a subtle smile at the corners of his mouth. At last, the inner garment was completely discarded, unveiling Jun Mohang's sun-kissed, healthy skin. Shin Qingyu's breath caught in her throat, and her eyes sparkled with astonishment. His muscular contours flowed naturally, resembling a meticulously sculpted work of art, exuding an allure unique to masculinity. His slender waist contrasted sharply with his broad and powerful upper body, accentuating the perfection of his proportions. Shin Qingyu gazed, unblinking, murmuring to herself, "And he has abs. His physique is even better than those Shin Qingyu snapped back to reality, her face instantly aflame, yet, she instinctively replied, "Not at all, how could I possibly have seen enough?" The moment the words escaped her lips, she regretted it, wishing for a crevice to hide within. Jun Mohang turned to face her, a knowing smile gracing his features, his eyes glinting with mischief. Shin Qingyu felt her embarrassment deepen, hastily explaining, I shall apply the medicine for you right away." With that, she hurried to position herself behind Jun Mohang, exhaling a sigh of relief, internally berating herself. "I never imagined Shin Qingyu, could be so smitten. How utterly embarrassing." As she lamented, she endeavored to regain her composure. Shaking her head, she began to earnestly tend to the wounds on Jun Mohang's back. After cleansing the area around the injury with clean water, she revealed a long gash. Although it had ceased to bleed, the wound was deep, with flesh protruding painfully. Yet, Jun Mohang had not uttered a single sound throughout. Observing the injury, Shin Qingyu spoke with grave seriousness, "Your Highness, the wound is far too deep. If not treated promptly, it will surely become infected. I must disinfect it first and then stitch it up, but this process may be quite painful. Please bear with me." Her voice was laden with regret, knowing Jun Mohang had been wounded in the act of protecting her. Jun Mohang nodded gently, replying, "Millimeter." He closed his eyes, attempting to relax his body. Shin Qingyu retrieved a bottle of iodine from her supplies, carefully applying it to his wand. When the iodine made contact, Jun Moorhang's body trembled slightly, but he remained silent. Observing his reaction deepened Shin Qingyu's guilt, prompting her to handle the situation with even greater care. After considerable effort, she finally completed the disinfection. At this point, both Shin Qingyu and Jun Moorhang were slick with perspiration. Next, she prepared to stitch the wound. Dreading the anticipated agony of the suturing process, she hesitated and said to Jun Moorhang, "I will administer a local anesthetic to alleviate your suffering." After the application, the area around the wound may lose sensation, which is normal. Do not worry excessively. Such a medicine exists. Jun Moorhang inquired, curiosity piqued, for he had never heard of such a thing. Shin Qingyu then recalled that anesthesia had not yet been discovered in ancient times, where injuries were endured without such assistance. Thus, she explained to Jun Moorhang, "I developed this myself, which is why you have not encountered it before." With that, she took a syringe filled with the local anesthetic and injected it into Jun Moorhang's back. In a short while, the sensation in his back faded entirely, allowing Shin Qingyu to retrieve her suturing tools and commence the stitching. Given the length of the wound, it took a considerable amount of time before she finally completed the task. Subsequently, she turned her attention to the injury on his arm, diligently working for quite some time until she had bandaged everything thoroughly. "All done," Shin Qingyu declared as she stood up and moved to the fire, retrieving the dried clothes for Jun Moorhang to wear. Although the garments were torn, they would have to suffice, as there were no alternatives available. Once she had tied it up, Shin Qingyu settled by the fire, roasting the rabbit. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of the cooked meat wafted through the air. She sliced the roasted rabbit in half, offering one portion to Jun Moorhang while eagerly devouring her own. Observing Shin Qingyu's voracious appetite, Jun Moorhang thought to himself how famished she appeared, devoid of any semblance of a refined lady. Yet, he found himself quite taken with her unpretentious demeanor. Noticing Jun Moorhang's unwavering gaze upon her, Shin Qingyu felt a flicker of confusion and lifted her head to inquire, "Your Highness, why are you not eating? Why do you stare at me so intently? Is there something on my face?" With that, she lightly wiped her cheek with her sleeve. Caught off guard, Jun Moorhang replied, somewhat sheepishly, "Not at all. I merely wanted to ask if you are full. I am not yet hungry and cannot consume so much." As he spoke, he tore off a rabbit leg and offered it to Shin Qingyu. Without hesitation, she accepted the leg and began to chew eagerly, her stomach growling in protest. After satisfying her hunger, the two sat in silence beside the fire, the surrounding stillness rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Ultimately, Shin Qingyu broke the silence, her voice tinged with curiosity. "Your Highness, why did you leap off the cliff without hesitation? It is a bottomless abyss." Jun Moorhang himself was unsure of the reason. Upon witnessing Shin Qingyu fall, he instinctively followed suit. After a brief pause, he replied, "Because you are the princess consort of the War King." "Oh, I see." Shin Qingyu elongated her tone, recalling Jun Moorhang's words when he had caught her as she plummeted. Her heart raced anew. She couldn't help but wonder if Jun Moorhang might have feelings for her, only to shake her head, dismissing the notion as impossible. Observing Shin Qingyu's alternating flushes and headshakes, Jun Moorhang couldn't help but think how amusing she was. After a moment, he took the initiative to speak. "Those individuals are not ordinary bandits. Do you know who seeks to harm you?" Chapter 18, A Night in the Cave. Is the prince jealous? Shin Qingyu began to ponder deeply. "During my time at the Duke's residence, I scarcely ventured beyond the threshold. How could I have possibly offended anyone aside from my unworthy father, my stepmother, and my dear younger sister? It seems there are no others." Suddenly struck by a realization, she added, I did strike the crown prince yesterday, but I doubt he is the one. After all, he should still be bedridden." As she spoke, Shin Qingyu cast a guilty glance at Jun Moorhang, recalling the crown prince's miserable state as described by Ying'er. Jun Moorhang feigned ignorance and curiously inquired, "Why did you strike the crown prince? Does he bear a grudge against you?" Shin Qingyu felt there was nothing to conceal and candidly recounted the events that transpired with the crown prince. She continued, "The other day, he encountered me on the street. Upon seeing my restored appearance and my medical skills, he seemed to regret his previous actions, claiming he had been in the wrong and would make amends. I reminded him that I am now married to you, and he ought to address me as aunt. He dismissed my words, insisting that you do not care for me and urged me to divorce you and marry him instead. I found his words repulsive and thus gave him a good thrashing. Jun Mohang's expression darkened upon hearing this. You did well, your actions were still too lenient. Shin Qingyu, taken aback, replied, Your Highness, he is your nephew. Will you not be angry that I struck him? If he dares to covet his aunt, he must be seeking a death wish, Jun Mohang retorted coldly. Shin Qingyu suddenly raised an eyebrow with a smile. Your Highness, are you feeling jealous? Jun Mohang's face flushed slightly, and he stubbornly declared, This prince does not get jealous. However, since you are now my wife, you are not someone that others can covet. Unbeknownst to him, a strange sense of agitation welled up within him at the thought of someone desiring Shin Qingyu. Shin Qingyu shrugged, Oh, very well. Jun Mohang quickly shifted the topic, continuing, Well then, that leaves only the people from the Duke's residence. A glint of cold determination flashed in Shin Qingyu's eyes. Indeed, Night Wind should leave some alive, yes. Once we return, we must interrogate them thoroughly to uncover who has the audacity to plot against me. At that time, I shall ensure they learn the consequences of daring to lay hands on me. Her voice was icy, laced with an endless thirst for vengeance. Jun Mohang nodded in agreement. Indeed. Shin Qingyu suddenly recalled something. By the way, was the one who first appeared one of your people? How long has he been following me? The one following you is named Jing. He is one of my shadow guards and began tailing you the night you took the ice-skin herb from the medicinal garden. You were monitoring me. Initially, I was merely curious about your intentions with the ice-skin herb. However, after your remarkable performance at the palace banquet, Yinger's presence was simply to protect you, considering how conspicuous you had become. Is that truly the case? Shin Qingyu asked with suspicion. Jun Mohang nodded. However, I do have something to inquire. What is it? On the day of our wedding, were you the one who saved me when the poison struck? Yes, it was I, though I only recognized you as the prince during the banquet. Shin Qingyu answered frankly, feeling no need to deny it. I find myself quite curious about your true identity. I had Yingyi investigate, and the former young lady of the Duke's residence was certainly not skilled in medicine and was indeed as timid and cowardly as the rumors suggested, nothing like you. Shin Qingyu thought to herself, if I were to honestly confess, what if Jun Mohang deemed me a monster and sought to burn me? After all, this is ancient times, not the modern era. Thus, she replied, I am indeed not the original Shin Qingyu, but your highness, I am now Shin Qingyu, and there are things I cannot disclose at present. Seeing that Shin Qingyu was reluctant to divulge more, Jun Mohang chose not to press further, believing he would learn in due course. The two sat quietly by the fire, its warm glow illuminating their faces, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Shin Qingyu noticed that Jun Mohang's complexion remained somewhat pale, and a wave of concern washed over her. She gently suggested, Your Highness, you appear quite fatigued, perhaps you should rest for a while. I can keep watch here. Jun Mohang slightly lifted his head, his gaze landing on Shin Qingyu's caring face. He felt her sincerity and concern, and warmth surged within him. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement, acknowledging his need for rest. He gradually leaned against the stone wall of the cave, closed his eyes, and drifted into a light slumber. As time passed, Shin Qingyu's eyelids grew heavy, as if pulled by an invisible force. She fought against her drowsiness, but ultimately succumbed to the encroaching fatigue. Yawning softly, she relaxed against the cave wall and fell into a deep sleep. However, not long after Shin Qingyu had dozed off, Jun Mohang opened his eyes. His gaze was clear and bright, devoid of any trace of sleepiness. He silently watched Shin Qingyu as she slept peacefully, her arms tightly crossed over her chest, a faint smile gracing her lips. Jun Mohang smiled softly, inwardly marveling, what sweet dreams is this girl having? He gently rose to his feet, moving with grace to Shin Qingyu's side. He carefully removed his outer robe and tenderly draped it over her, mindful not to disturb her slumber. After completing this act of kindness, he returned to his original position and resumed his meditative rest. The night passed in silence, and when Shin Qingyu awoke, she found his outer robe covering her. Looking up, she saw Jun Mohang clad only in his inner garments, leaning against the wall. A warmth filled her heart, and she quickly rose to her feet, approaching Jun Mohang with concern. Your Highness, you are still recovering from your injuries. How could you give me your clothing? What if I catch a chill? With that, she hurriedly draped the robe back over him. John Morang gently waved his hand, saying, "It is nothing, I am quite robust." His voice was deep and gentle. Upon hearing this, Shin Qingyu thought no more of it and said, "Your Highness, dawn has broken, let us venture out and see if there is a way to exit. Remaining here is not a viable option." Jun Morang nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed." Shin Qingyu stepped forward, cautiously assisting Jun Morang as they both exited the cave. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and the air was fresh, invigorating their spirits. They surveyed their surroundings, discovering themselves amidst a dense forest, teeming with towering trees and shrubs, with no discernible paths in sight. However, undeterred, they ventured forth, step by step, in search of a way out. Yin Yi and Night Wind had arrived at the base of the cliff, searching the area while calling out loudly, "Your Highness, Your Highness." Chapter 19. Personal Interrogation, Bone Erosion Pill. "Your Highness, do you hear that? It seems someone is calling for us," Shin Qingyu remarked, faintly perceiving voices from a distance, though she was not entirely certain. "Indeed, it is Yifeng and the others who have come for us," Jun Morang replied with a nod. Shin Qingyu's face brightened with joy. "That is splendid news. Since they have managed to enter, they must know the way out, and we need not expend further effort in searching for an exit." The two proceeded towards the source of the sound. "Your Highness, Your Highness." Yifeng was the first to spot Jun Morang and Shin Qingyu, hastening towards them with urgency. The others quickly followed suit, exclaiming in unison, "We beg your pardon for our tardiness, Your Highness and Your Grace." Jun Morang waved his hand dismissively. "No matter." The group departed the valley and returned to the royal residence. As Shin Qingyu stepped into Jingye Garden, Liana rushed towards her, weeping and exclaiming, "Your Grace, you have finally returned. I was beside myself with worry. I heard you fell from a cliff. Are you injured? Let me see at once." She began to frantically examine Shin Qingyu's body. Chun Dao and Shir He, two other maidservants, stood nearby with reddened eyes. Though they had not been with Shin Qingyu for long, they had sensed her kindness and the way she treated her subordinates with utmost respect. Thus, when they learned of her fall, they too were filled with concern. A gentle smile graced Shin Qingyu's face as she softly reassured them, "Do not fret, I am quite well, so please do not worry too much. As long as Your Grace returns safely, we shall be at ease," the maidservants echoed in unison. Liana cautiously supported Shin Qingyu as they entered the chamber, while Chun Dao quickly fetched a basin of warm water, meticulously preparing to groom her. Shir He turned to leave, instructing the kitchen to prepare a meal. By the time Shin Qingyu had satisfied her hunger, dusk had begun to settle. At that moment, she suddenly recalled the bandits and wondered where they were being held, prompting her to seek out Jun Morang for clarification. Arriving at the entrance of Lingyun Pavilion, she found Yifeng standing straight at the doorway and inquired, "Yifeng, is your lord within?" Yifeng promptly bowed and respectfully replied, "Your Grace, the lord is inside. He has instructed that you may enter freely should you arrive." Nodding, Shin Qingyu stepped into the study. A thought crossed her mind, could it be that Jun Morang anticipated my visit? Upon entering, she immediately spotted Jun Morang reclining on a soft couch, engrossed in a book. From her vantage point, she could see his straight nose and the delicate curve of his lips. He exuded an air of languid charm that was utterly captivating. "Your Highness," Shin Qingyu called softly. Hearing her voice, Jun Morang slowly lifted his gaze, setting aside his book with a faint smile gracing his lips. You have arrived. Please, may I deal with them personally? You wish to interrogate them yourself?" "Yes, I am eager to discover who seeks to do me harm," Shin Qingyu replied, her eyes narrowing slightly, a glimmer of cold resolve flashing within them. She was determined to unveil the true perpetrator behind the scheme and ensure that those who conspired against her faced the consequences. "Very well, they are in the dungeon. I will have Yifeng escort you there," Jun Morang consented with a slight nod. "Thank you, Your Highness." Shin Qingyu rose, offering a slight bow in gratitude before turning to leave the room in search of Yifeng. However, just as she pivoted, Jun Morang's deep, resonant voice called out, "Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." His words seemed imbued with an inexplicable power, causing Shen Qingyue's heart to tremble. Taken aback, she nodded gently, understood. Exiting the chamber, Shen Qingyu found Yifeng waiting outside. He respectfully bowed to her and asserted with unwavering conviction, "Your Grace, I shall escort you there." With a nod, Shen Qingyu confidently followed Yifeng towards the dungeon. Her steps were resolute and steady, her heart brimming with determination and courage. Inside the dungeon, the scarred man was confined alone in a cell. Upon seeing Shen Qingyu enter, his expression morphed into one of astonishment. He widened his eyes in disbelief, muttering, "You survived a fall from such a height." Shen Qingyu cast a cold glance at the scarred man, disregarding his words. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, piercing through him as she icily demanded, "Speak. Who is it that orchestrated your actions?" Her tone conveyed an undeniable authority that sent chills down his spine. The scarred man trembled under her gaze, thinking to himself how fearsome her eyes were, yet he stubbornly denied, "No one directed me. I and my brothers a mere mountain bandit seeking to rob for wealth." "You would do well to consider your words carefully, do not choose to ignore my warnings," she retorted. "I have said, there is no one. If the princess does not believe me, there is nothing more to be done. Stubborn as a dead duck, I possess myriad means to extract the truth from you." As she spoke, she produced a pill. Yifeng took it and strode toward the scarred man, gripping his chin and forcing him to swallow it. The scarred man coughed violently. The pill dissolved instantly, leaving him incapable of expelling it. "What did you make me ingest?" "You shall soon find out." No sooner had she spoken than the scarred man collapsed to the floor, feeling as if his entire body was being devoured by countless insects. Unable to contain himself, he clawed at his skin, writhing in agony on the ground, wishing for nothing more than to die. Shen Qingyu settled herself comfortably at a table outside the cell. Before long, the scarred man had clawed his own body into a bloody mess, his face unrecognizable. Yifeng watched in horror, shuddering at the sight. What sort of poison was this that instilled such terror? He glanced at Shen Qingyu, who was leisurely sipping tea, her gaze fixated on the scarred man's torment with evident delight. A chill ran down Yifeng's spine. It was truly frightening. He could not shake the feeling that Shen Qingyu's calm demeanor resembled that of his lord. Before long, the scarred man's intermittent pleas for mercy filled the air. I will speak, please, give me the antidote. I cannot endure this any longer." Shen Qingyu set down her teacup, a smile gracing her lips. "Fear not, take your time to articulate your thoughts. I possess many more poisons at my disposal for you to sample. I beg you, Your Grace, spare me. I truly cannot withstand this any longer." He continued to writhe on the ground. Shen Qingyu tossed the antidote towards him, and he hastily snatched it up, swallowing it eagerly. The antidote swiftly took effect, and the sensation of being devoured dissipated. The scarred man lay on the ground like a beaten dog, gasping for breath. "Now, speak, I advise you to be forthright, or the consequences shall be far graver than merely the bone erosion pill." Chapter 20. "Do you wish to harm me? Then prepare for your complete annihilation." The scarred man shuddered. He never wished to experience that feeling again and was thoroughly frightened of Shen Qingyu. Thus, he obediently confessed, "It was the wife of the Duke of Shen. She offered me a sum of 100,000 taels of silver to eliminate you." Shen Qingyu narrowed her eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within them. "Is a mere 100,000 taels of silver worth the peril you all are willing to undertake?" The scarred man dared not meet Shen Qingyu's gaze, lowering his head as he spoke. "The Duke's wife claimed that the War Prince has no interest in women, and that you are hardly favored within the War Prince's residence. Even if you were to perish, no one would pursue the matter." Shen Qingyu's heart sneered with disdain. So that was the case, yet, she had one lingering question. "I made a sudden decision to visit Linglu Mountain. How did you come to know that I would be there?" The scarred man lifted his head, terror evident in his eyes. "We had someone stationed outside the War Prince's residence. Upon learning that you were headed to Linglu Mountain, I brought my brothers to lie in ambush." Shen Qingyu nodded, understanding now how these individuals were truly ubiquitous. However, now that she had acquired the answers she sought, their fates were irrevocably sealed. Shen Qingyu stood and poured a vial of potion over the scarred man before turning to exit the dungeon. Night Wind followed closely behind, bewildered about the nature of the substance Shinchinyu had poured. Suddenly, a chilling cry erupted from behind. Night Wind could not help but glance back, only to witness a horrifying scene. The scarred man's body was rapidly corroding, transforming into a puddle of blood. Night Wind's heart jolted, deeply realizing the ruthlessness of Shinchinyu's methods. Curiosity stirred within him regarding the potency of that poison, but he dared not inquire further and could only silently follow Shinchinyu out. Sensing Night Wind's intrigue, Shinchinyu remarked coolly, "That was corpse-dissolving liquid. For those who dare to conspire against me, I shall show no mercy. If they have the audacity to strike at me, they must be prepared for complete obliteration." With that, she resolutely returned to Jingyar Garden without a backward glance. Upon returning to Lingyun Pavilion, Night Wind reported all he had witnessed in the dungeon to Junmohang. After listening, Junmohang furrowed his brows in contemplation for a moment before ultimately deciding to respect Shinchinyu's wishes, allowing her to handle the matter personally. He stated blandly, "There is no need to intervene for now." That night, Shinchinyu tossed and turned in bed, unable to find repose, her mind preoccupied with the events of the past few days. Growing increasingly incensed, she thought to herself, "Meng Sangling, since you desire to make life difficult, just wait and see. I will ensure you understand the price of provoking me." The following morning, at the Duke's residence, Shinchinyue rushed to Meng's room early, anxiously inquiring, "Mother, did you not say that Shinchinyu, that vile woman, was doomed this time?" Yet the servants reported that she returned to the city with the war prince yesterday. Shinchinchua's face twisted in discontent as her eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Meng. Meng's expression darkened ominously upon hearing this, gritting her teeth as she retorted, "Who would have known that little wretch would be so fortunate?" Clenching her fists, she was filled with fury and disappointment. Shinchinchue, seething with anger, stamped her foot and exclaimed, "Mother, did you hire someone competent? That little wretch is no longer the same as before. If she discovers it was you who sought her demise, will she not retaliate against us?" Her voice trembled with fear and concern. Meng reassured her daughter, "Do not worry. That individual is tight-lipped, and there should be no repercussions." She took a deep breath, striving to calm her own emotions. Shinchinchue remained irate. "It infuriates me. If that vile Shinchinyu were dead, father would not have to send those dowries to her today." Her eyes sparkled with jealousy and resentment. Meng furrowed her brows, lost in thought, before finally speaking, "For now, we can only take one step at a time. Let us hope that little wretch does not catch onto anything." A hint of anxiety crept into her tone. Meng Sangling felt a surge of indignation. All those items had been intended for her own coffers, and now she was not only required to return everything but also to produce an additional 100,000 taels. Meng Sangling clenched her teeth, vowing, "I will not allow that little wretch to have an easy time." After breakfast, Shen Anian set off in a carriage, followed by a convoy of over a dozen heavily laden carts, making their way toward the war prince's residence in a grand procession. The streets were bustling with activity, and many paused to gawk at the sight of the numerous carts, their curiosity piqued, prompting a flurry of speculation. One person, puzzled, queried, "Whose household is this? Where are they taking so many belongings?" Another responded, "I heard it is from the Duke of Shen's residence. All of this is going to the war prince's residence." A third, astonished, asked, "What purpose do they have in sending so many items to the war prince's residence?" Nearby, someone explained, "Why were they not provided then?" The crowd fell into contemplation. "Unclear," someone murmured. "My uncle's eldest granddaughter works as a maid in the Duke's residence, and I heard that the former war prince's wife was not favored at all in the Duke's household. That dowry remained in the hands of the current Duke's wife, who had no intention of returning it. Later, it was said that when the war prince's wife visited, she brought it up herself, but the Duke's wife was reluctant to part with it. Ultimately, the war prince had to intervene for it to be returned. And I also heard that the Duke of Shen must additionally provide 20,000 taels of gold as compensation for all these years to the war prince's wife. Deservedly so. 20,000 taels is truly a pittance. It is said that the Duke of Shen is indeed biased, having lavished affection upon his second daughter, granting her every wish, while neglecting the eldest daughter entirely. Upon hearing these remarks, Shen Anian's face darkened to the color of a pot's bottom. He clenched his fists, filled with rage and shame. He had not anticipated that his actions would spark such a significant controversy, making the entire capital aware of the situation. Amidst the chatter of the onlookers, Shin Anian finally arrived at the gates of the War Prince's residence. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he dismounted the carriage. Gazing at the imposing edifice of the War Prince's residence, he felt a surge of reverence. Having previously instructed the doorman, Shin Anian faced no obstruction, silently following behind the servant as they walked forward. Upon entering the hall, he spotted the War Prince seated in the main position. He quickly stepped forward, respectfully bowing. "I pay my respects to His Highness the War Prince." The War Prince cast a cold glance in his direction, offering no response. The Duke, Shin Anian, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, uncertain of how to break the standoff. At that moment, a steward approached, presenting a thick gift list. Jun Mohang gestured for Nightwind to take it, not even glancing at it, and directly instructed the servant, "Go." Soon, Shin Qingyu arrived at the entrance of the hall. Upon entering, she beheld Jun Morchen leisurely seated in the main seat, sipping delicately from a cup of fragrant tea. Meanwhile, her father stood in the center of the hall, exuding an air of utmost respect and refraining from any hint of negligence. "My lord," Shin Qingyu slightly bowed in greeting. Hearing her voice, Jun Morchen slowly lifted his head. "You've arrived, please, take a seat. This is the list sent by Duke Shin." As he spoke, he gestured for Yifeng to present the list to Shin Qingyu. Yifeng approached her respectfully, handing the document into her hands, and said, "My lady, please have a look." Shin Qingyu accepted the list and began to scrutinize it intently. At that moment, Yifeng produced another document from within his robes, presenting it to her. "This is the dowry list from your mother's marriage, obtained from the government. You may compare it to see if anything is amiss." Shin Qingyu could not help but marvel at Yifeng's reliability in handling affairs. After some time, Shin Qingyu finally completed her verification and nodded, indicating all was in order. She then handed both lists to Lianer for safekeeping. "It seems my father is indeed a man of his word," Shin Qingyu remarked with a hint of sarcasm, well aware of her father's character. Yet her current desire was merely to examine the dowry, leaving any grievances aside for the moment. Shin Anian chuckled awkwardly. "Of course, what I promised to you will certainly be delivered." He feigned a benevolent father's demeanor, while internally fearing the ruthless tactics of the War King. Jun Morchen, with an impassive expression, cast a cold glance at Shin Anian and spoke directly. "Since the items have been delivered, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not keep the Duke any longer." Shin Anian's countenance darkened upon hearing this. After all, he was a duke, yet Jun Morchen did not even allow him the courtesy of sitting, instead issuing an immediate dismissal. However, he dared not voice his displeasure and could only suppress his feelings, bowing as he said, "Then the old minister takes his leave." Once Shin Anian departed, Jun Morchen turned to Shin Qingyu and inquired, "Shall we have the items moved to Jingye Garden, or would you prefer a separate storeroom?" Shin Qingyu smiled and waved her hand. "There's no need for such trouble. Simply move them to Jingye Garden." Jun Morchen nodded. "Very well, we shall proceed as you wish." With that, he rose to depart. At that moment, Shin Qingyu suddenly called out to him, "My lord, take care of your injury. Do not overexert yourself." She felt in good spirits today, her face adorned with a faint smile. Jun Morchen paused briefly, a subtle smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he nodded. With that, he turned and left, appearing quite pleased. Initially, Shin Qingyu had not felt the significance of the lists, but when she witnessed the boxes being transported into Jingye Garden, her eyes widened, and her heart raced as if it would leap from her throat. "Oh my, I've struck it rich. So much, along with numerous shops. Does this mean I'm now a little wealthy lady? How delightful." Shin Qingyu exclaimed, her excitement evident as she danced about, her face radiant with joy. Lianer, observing her mistress's exuberance, felt a surge of happiness within her heart. She understood well the hardships Shin Qingyu had endured in her youth, and now that her struggles were yielding rewards, it was truly heartwarming. Thus, the days passed in tranquility and serenity. One afternoon, sunlight streamed through the window into the room, and Shin Qingyu sat by the window, her thoughts drifting far away. Suddenly, she recalled Jun Morchen's injuries and wondered how he was faring. Resolutely, she decided to visit Lingyun Pavilion to check on him. Shen Qingyu made her way to Lingyun Pavilion. Upon entering the courtyard, she noticed no guards stationed at the entrance, which left her somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, she dismissed the thought and pushed open the door. "My lord," she called softly, yet there was no response from within. Frowning, she called again, "My lord." Still, silence prevailed. Just as she stepped inside, a teacup flew towards her. Shen Qingyu deftly sidestepped, catching the cup securely in her hand. "My lord, are you attempting to murder me?" She frowned in displeasure. Jun Morchen, rising leisurely from the soft couch, wore a teasing smile. "I merely wish to test the agility of the princess." Shen Qingyu rolled her eyes, secretly vowing to find an opportunity for revenge. She lifted the teacup to her nose, took a sip, and nodded in approval. "This tea is truly excellent, my lord." Jun Morchen offered a slight smile and approached her. "Naturally, it is top-quality Longjing tea." Shen Qingyu walked over with the tea. Shen Qingyu could not help but click her tongue. No matter the circumstances, he was undeniably handsome. Jun Morchen cast her a half-smiling glance, causing Shen Qingyu to awkwardly avert her gaze. "Ahem. So, how is your wound, ear?" "It feels fine, thanks to the princess's exceptional medical skills," Jun Morchen replied with a slight grin. "Thank you for the compliment, my lord." Such a minor injury is hardly worth mentioning. Shen Qingyu unabashedly accepted the praise, her face glowing with confidence and pride. "You are certainly not one to be modest," Jun Morchen observed her with a teasing glimmer in his eyes. Shen Qingyu shrugged her shoulders, laughing. "I would like to be modest, but my abilities simply do not allow for it." Jun Morchen found himself momentarily speechless. He had never encountered someone so unabashedly self-praising. "May I freely access the royal herb garden?" Shen Qingyu suddenly posed this question, deeming it wise to inquire first. "As the princess, you naturally may," it came the affirmative response. Shen Qingyu's expression instantly brightened, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Thank you, my lord. Since your injury is no longer a concern, I shall take my leave." With that, she turned to exit the room, bouncing outside like a child. Jun Morchen watched her retreating figure, unable to suppress a chuckle. He had never seen a woman walk with such joy. Shen Qingyu's unique personality intrigued and entertained him. Chapter 22. "What, Your Highness, are you visiting a brothel?" When Shen Qingyu returned to Jingyuan, it was already time for dinner, carrying a basket filled with herbs. Upon seeing this, Liana hurried to assist her, asking, "Your Highness, did you go out to gather herbs?" "No, I merely collected them from the herb garden within the estate," Shen Qingyu replied as she walked inside. Turning to Liana, she added, "Please prepare a room for me. I intend to establish a pharmacy." Although she could concoct medicines within her medicinal space, constantly retrieving items from it would surely arouse suspicion among others, necessitating an explanation for her actions. "Yes, Your Highness," Liana responded. As soon as Shen Qingyu entered her quarters, she eagerly transported the herbs into her space, immersing herself in the task with great enthusiasm. She was wholly absorbed, as if she had entered a world completely detached from the outside, her focus solely on the precious herbs before her. After considerable effort, she finally completed the extraction of all the herbs. Satisfied, Shen Qingyu nodded, murmuring to herself, "Once the pharmacy is organized, I shall attempt to concoct the medicines and see if I can achieve success." A radiant smile illuminated her face, as if she could already envision the moment of her triumph. Shen Qingyu slowly made her way to the inner chamber, just as Liana entered, bearing a sumptuous dinner. Upon seeing the beautifully arranged dishes on the table, Shen Qingyu realized just how ravenous she had become. Gently patting her stomach, she chuckled, "It seems I am quite famished." "Your Highness, it is time for dinner," Liana reminded her with a smile, explaining that she had refrained from disturbing her while she rested. "Has the pharmacy been prepared?" Shen Qingyu inquired between mouthfuls. "Chun Dao and Xie He have gone to attend to it." "It should be completed shortly," Liana replied, arranging the dishes neatly before curiously asking, "Your Highness, what do you intend to do with all these herbs?" Pausing her eating, Shen Qingyu replied earnestly, "I plan to concoct medicines." It is prudent to prepare additional remedies during my leisure, as they may prove vital in critical moments or unexpected situations. Having swiftly finished her meal, Shinqingyu hurried to the pharmacy to check on its progress. Upon seeing that it had been properly arranged, she entered the room with excitement, resuming her focus on the preparation of the medicines. Shinqingyu had always been this way. Once she engaged in matters related to medicine, she would become completely engrossed, tireless in her dedication. For the next 2 days, Shinqingyu scarcely left the pharmacy. Aside from Liana delivering meals at regular intervals, no one else was permitted to enter the pharmacy. On that particular morning, while Shinqingyu was still lost in a blissful slumber, Liana entered the room. "Your Highness, the steward has sent word that guests have come to visit you." "Oh dear, Liana, I am simply too weary. Let me sleep a little longer." Shinqingyu lazily pulled the quilt over her head, refusing to rise. "Your Highness, you truly cannot sleep any longer. The visitors are from the residence of the esteemed Prince Rui. You must meet with them." Upon hearing this, Shinqingyu sighed in resignation and reluctantly climbed out of bed. With her eyes tightly shut, she allowed several maidservants to assist her in dressing, washing, and grooming. "Your Highness, all is ready," Liana softly announced. Shinqingyu slowly opened her eyes and yawned. "Very well, let us proceed." Thus, she and Liana made their way to the front hall. As soon as they entered, a melodious voice rang out, "Pretty sister." Shinqingyu turned to see the little girl she had rescued the other day and smiled gently. Wan. She walked further inside. Seated within the hall was a woman in her 50s, who stood upon Shinqingyu's entrance and said, "Princess of the War King, thank you for saving Wan that day. You are a benefactor from the residence of Prince Rui." On her way here, Shinqingyu had learned that Xie Wanwan was the little princess of the Prince Rui's residence, and today the Princess Rui had come to visit her with Wan. Shinqingyu smiled. There is no need for such formality, it was merely a small act of kindness. Your small act has saved my Wan's life. Had she not encountered you that day, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Both my husband and I are people who value gratitude. Should you ever require assistance, the residence of Prince Rui shall spare no effort to help you. Shinqingyu could only nod in acknowledgement with a smile. Xie Wanwan tugged at Shinqingyu's sleeve and asked, "May I call you Sister Yu?" Her round, sparkling eyes gazed at Shinqingyu with eager anticipation. With a gentle smile, Shinqingyu replied, "Of course, you may." Xie Wanwan beamed with joy, while the Princess Rui added, "This little girl has taken quite a liking to you. Ever since you saved her, she has been incessantly speaking of you. We initially intended to visit a few days ago, but I was laid up with a cold and could not come sooner." Gently stroking Xie Wanwan's head, Shinqingyu held her in high regard. After having lunch, the Princess Rui announced her intention to take Xie Wanwan back to their residence. As they were leaving, she warmly grasped Shinqingyu's hand and said gently, I shall take Wan home now. In the future, if you have the time, please do visit our residence more often." Xie Wanwan obediently chimed in, "Sister Yu, you must come to play with me." Shinqingyu smiled and nodded in response, "Certainly, Sister Yu will come to play with you when she has the chance." After bidding farewell to the two, Shinqingyu pondered that returning home would leave her with little to do, and since it was still early, she thought it might be pleasant to stroll outside. Thus, she led Liana out, only to suddenly recall something, asking, "Liana, where has the prince gone?" Liana replied, "The prince seems to have gone out to attend to some matters. He may be away for several days." "I see." Shinqingyu nodded lightly, acknowledging the information. The two of them wandered aimlessly through the streets, and before they knew it, nightfall had descended, transforming the streets into a vibrant hub of activity, even livelier than during the day. As they strolled along a particular street, Shinqingyu looked up and saw a brightly lit establishment ahead. The words, "Yixiang Courtyard," caught her eye. Shinqingyu paused in surprise, realizing that the building before her appeared to be the legendary brothel, and she couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. However, curiosity and excitement quickly bubbled within her. After all, she had never witnessed the authentic appearance of an ancient brothel, having only heard of it in dramas. Since she was already here, how could she let this rare opportunity slip by? Thus, she eagerly wished to explore it alongside Liana. Just as she was about to step forward, she suddenly realized that her attire was somewhat inappropriate. Looking down at herself, she shook her head in resignation, deciding it would be best to change into something more suitable first. Therefore, she took Liana into a tailor shop. Before long, the two emerged from the tailor shop dressed in men's attire. Xinqinyu looked at her new appearance with pride, feeling utterly satisfied. Yet Liana, filled with confusion, questioned, "Your Highness, why must we disguise ourselves as men?" With excitement, Xinqinyu responded, "I intend to take you to visit a brothel. It would be rather inconvenient to go as women." Upon hearing this, Liana was left utterly stunned, exclaiming in disbelief, "What? Your Highness, you truly wish to visit a brothel?" Chapter 23, The Yixiang Courtyard, Selecting the Courtesan. "Sure, lower your voice, are you trying to make it obvious that I am the princess?" Xinqinyu hastily placed her hand over Liana's mouth, fearing that she might utter something startling again. Liana forcefully pried Xinqinyu's hand away, her face etched with urgency as she whispered, "Princess, this is not good. What if the prince finds out? If you don't speak, and I remain silent, how would he ever know?" Xinqinyu shot Liana a glare, then firmly stated, "Enough of this chatter. You can either come in with me or wait here." With a resigned expression, Liana nodded, not daring to oppose Xinqinyu's wishes, and followed her into the Yixiang courtyard. Inside, the atmosphere was dimly lit, with music and laughter intertwining, creating a lively scene. Xinqinyu and Liana treaded cautiously, striving to avoid drawing attention. However, as soon as they entered, an elderly matron greeted them with a broad smile, a hint of cunning glinting in her eyes. "Oh dear, you seem unfamiliar here. Is this your first visit?" Xinqinyu opened her folding fan to obscure half her face and replied with a smile, "We are newcomers, and upon seeing the bright lights and lively atmosphere, we wish to explore the delights within." The matron, covering her, "You shall have a splendid opportunity to enjoy the festivities." A slight smile graced Xinqinyu's lips as she produced a silver note from her bosom, handing it to the matron. "Oh, is that so? Then I would appreciate it if you could arrange a splendid private room for us." The matron examined the note closely before swiftly tucking it away, her face radiating with joy as she warmly replied, "Of course, please follow me." "Thank you kindly. May I inquire how to address you?" Xinqinyu asked politely. "All the young ladies here call me Mother Fang, you may do the same," the matron responded with a beaming smile, nodding in agreement. Xinqinyu followed Mother Fang, glancing around to behold. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Mother Fang, the young ladies here are truly exquisite." Waving her handkerchief with pride, Mother Fang replied with a smile, "Your taste is impeccable, young sir, each of our ladies is a paragon of beauty." Her every gesture and smile exuded the unique charm of a courtesan. Liana, unable to contain her anxiety, tugged at Xinqinyu's sleeve and whispered, "Princess, shouldn't we return?" Her eyes betrayed a hint of nervousness. Xinqinyu flashed a smile at Mother Fang, then reassured Liana in a hushed tone, "Since we've entered, we must enjoy ourselves. Besides, we are in disguise as gentlemen, so fear not." She gently patted Liana's hand, attempting to ease her tension. As they navigated through the crowd to the second, at the center of the first floor stood an opulent stage, undoubtedly the venue for the courtesan selection. Mother Fang guided them to the last private room on the second floor. "Young sir, this is the final room available. It offers a splendid view once the festivities commence." She smiled as she opened the door, inviting Xinqinyu inside. Upon entering, Xinqinyu found the room tastefully adorned, featuring a round table and several chairs, along with a window overlooking the grand hall. She nodded in satisfaction, "Thank you, Mother Fang." With a beaming smile, Mother Fang cautiously inquired, "Would you like me to summon a few young ladies to accompany you?" Her gaze was filled with anticipation, as if hoping for an affirmative answer. However, Xinqinyu merely smiled lightly and waved her hand, "No need for ladies, please prepare some fine wine and dishes instead." After all, she was a woman, what need had she for companionship? A flicker of disappointment crossed Mother Fang's face, but she quickly regained her composure, nodding repeatedly, "Very well, young sir, please wait a moment, I shall have it brought to you shortly." With that, she gently closed the door, leaving Xinqinyu and Liana in quiet anticipation. Before long, a young servant entered, carrying a tray laden with delicacies. He placed the offerings on the table and smiled at Shinshinu, saying, "Young sir, should you require anything else, feel free to inform the attendant at the door." Shinshinu nodded slightly, acknowledging his words. At that moment, a pair of figures passed by outside the door. The woman's soft voice rang out, "How annoying," as she playfully tapped the man's chest. This action drew Shinshinu and Liana's attention, compelling them to look. The woman was adorned in resplendent attire, her face embellished with exquisite makeup, exuding an enchanting allure with every gesture. Meanwhile, the man wore a blissful smile, seemingly captivated by her charm. Witnessing this scene, Shinshinu and Liana felt a chill run down their spines, a shiver of goosebumps enveloping them. They silently mused, "Indeed, these courtesans live up to their reputation. Every movement is imbued with seduction. No wonder men find it hard to resist." Yet, they understood that such sights were commonplace in this establishment, as it was a realm where people sought pleasure and relaxation. Seeing Liana still standing there, Shinshinu urged, "Why are you still standing? Come, sit down." Liana hesitated before replying, "Princess, this seems against the decorum." Impatiently, Shinshinu retorted, "What decorum? My word is the rule. Hurry and sit." Finally, Liana relented and took a seat, pouring herself a small cup of wine. Shinshinu savored it leisurely. Just then, a young servant entered with a tray, announcing, "Young sir, these are the flowers to be used in the courtesan selection. You may give them to the lady of your choice." "Thank you," Shinshinu replied. The servant placed the tray down and exited. In the adjacent room, Jun Morchan sat sipping tea, with the shadowy figure of Yifeng standing behind him. Yifeng bowed his head to report, "My lord, the third prince of Dongling is in the private chamber across from us." Jun Morchan responded with a soft hum, instructing, "Keep a close watch." Meanwhile, Shinshinu was still engaged in her conversation with Liana when the music from below swelled. Turning her gaze downward, she saw a figure in moonlight descending gracefully onto the stage. Unable to resist, Shinshinu leaned closer for a better view. The maiden in moonlight attire resembled a lotus emerging from the water, her beauty strikingly pure. Shinshinu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "How exquisite!" She had not anticipated encountering such a pristine beauty in this realm of revelry. Beside her, Liana was likewise captivated, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, princess." She seemed to have forgotten her earlier desire to leave. As the music reached its crescendo, the beautiful maiden twirled elegantly on the stage, her movements fluid and ethereal, as if she were one with the very essence of nature, enchanting all who beheld her. Shinshinu couldn't help but applaud enthusiastically, "Bravo." As the performance concluded, the maiden bowed gracefully to the audience and stepped down from the stage, followed by Mother Fang, now adorned in a vibrant peach-hued gown, who cheerfully ascended the stage. Chapter 24, The Selection of the Courtesan. Welcome, esteemed guests, to our courtesan selection event tonight. As you all know, the ladies of Yixiang Courtyard are exceptionally beautiful. If you gentlemen cast enough flowers, the chosen courtesan will be able to spend the night with you. Madame Fang exclaimed with excitement, her voice brimming with passion and allure, igniting the entire atmosphere. The audience, captivated by her words, found their blood racing, some unable to contain their eagerness to partake in the festivities. "Are there enough flowers at Yixiang Courtyard?" a man called out loud. At that moment, another gentleman inquired, "Will Miss Hurjin be participating in tonight's selection?" His tone was laced with anticipation. "Certainly, Miss Hurjin is our star courtesan and will undoubtedly be present," Madame Fang answered without hesitation, pride shimmering in her gaze. The announcement elicited a chorus of cheers from the crowd. The people were already well aware of Miss Hurjin's beauty and talent, eager to witness her grace firsthand and hoping for her companionship. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us begin," someone urged, his voice tinged with impatience and excitement. Madame Fang, beaming, responded, "Yes, yes, I shall not delay any longer, we will commence immediately." Meanwhile, Shinshinu sat comfortably in a private chamber, sipping wine and watching the beautiful dancers, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. As one performance concluded, the door swung open, and a young attendant entered, respectfully asking, "My lord, would you like to purchase more flowers? They can be accumulated infinitely. If you have a favorite lady, you must prepare an ample supply to enjoy a delightful evening with her." Shinshinu shook her head, "No need. She was not a man after all. To buy so many flowers for a single courtesan would be utterly foolish. The attendant nodded respectfully and withdrew. Shin Qingyu leaned over the railing to gaze below, where the crowd was cheering for the captivating Miss Hojin, who had taken the stage to perform. Dressed in a flowing pink gown, her skirt billowed gracefully with her movements, resembling a blossoming flower. She wielded a long sword, her technique fierce yet graceful, each motion imbued with both strength and rhythm. Shin Qingyu could not help but exclaim, "This lady is truly remarkable." It was evident to her that Miss Hojin possessed not only exceptional beauty and dance skills but also an aura of confidence and independence that made her all the more appealing. Beside her, Liana remarked, "Your Highness, why don't we cast our flowers for this lady?" She too was entranced by Miss Hojin's performance. Shin Qingyu nodded, smiling, "Yes, let us support her." She believed that Miss Hojin was deserving of their admiration and encouragement. In the adjacent chamber, Yifeng informed Jun Morchen, "Your Highness, Murong Jingxian has just purchased 10 trays of flowers, presumably to bestow upon Miss Hojin." His voice carried a hint of concern, seemingly discontented with Murong Jingxian's actions. Jun Morchen's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding an air of confidence as if everything were under his control. He spoke softly, "Let him shower her with flowers. Tonight, I wish for Miss Hojin's company." Yet, as all the participating courtesans completed their performances, Madame Fang ascended the stage, smiling broadly, "Ladies and gentlemen, our courtesans have finished their displays. You may now throw your flowers towards the lady of your choice on stage." No sooner had she spoken than the crowd below began hurling flowers towards the stage. Shin Qingyu observed that the majority of the flowers from the first floor had landed at Miss Hojin's feet. Next, the guests from the second floor prepared to cast their flowers. Shin Qingyu instructed Liana to throw all their flowers down, and just as they did, a deluge of flowers from another chamber cascaded down, overwhelming the flowers they had thrown. Madame Fang beamed with delight, addressing the patrons in the upper chambers, "Thank you, gentlemen, for your appreciation of Miss Hojin." She then turned to the courtesan, "Jinner, do not." Suddenly, an avalanche of flowers rained down from the neighboring chamber, leaving Shin Qingyu astonished. Having witnessed such grand declarations of affection in modern times, she was equally surprised to witness such a spectacle in this ancient setting. Shin Qingyu murmured, "Who could this be, with such extravagance?" Liana, equally mesmerized, gazed on with envy. At that moment, a figure from the adjacent chamber approached the window. How surprising that he would visit such a place of revelry, despite his reputed aversion to women and rumored ailments. However, Murong Jingxian persisted, "Then what if I insist on having Miss Hojin accompany me? My master has stated that if you are so determined, then let Miss Hojin decide for herself." At this juncture, Miss Hojin stepped forward, her lips parting slightly as she addressed Murong Jingxian, "According to the rules, since this gentleman has offered more flowers, I must accompany him." Madame Fang interjected, "In that case, Miss Hojin shall accompany this gentleman tonight." Murong Jingxian, though initially disappointed, accepted the outcome gracefully. With the courtesan chosen, the spectators lost interest and began seeking other entertainment, restoring the Yixiang courtyard to its initial vibrant atmosphere. Liana turned to Shin Qingyu, "Your Highness, it is getting late. We should return." "Liana, did you not see Yifeng? What do you suppose Jun Morchen and Miss Hojin are up to?" Shin Qingyu set down her wine cup. "Do you wish to investigate?" Shin Qing, "I must discover what the prince is doing in such a place of indulgence." Liana hesitated, "But Your Highness, is that appropriate?" "What is inappropriate about it? Come, let us see if we can blend in." Upon reaching a less crowded area on the lower floor, Shin Qingyu instructed Liana, "You wait for me outside. I will join you shortly." Liana nodded, "Be careful, Your Highness." "I understand, go now." Chapter 25, Administering the sedative to Jun Mo Hang. After Lian departed, Shin Qingyu sought out a room and adorned herself in the attire and makeup of the local maidens. Observing her reflection in the bronze mirror, Shin Qingyu nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Yes, this should prove much more convenient." Upon exiting her chamber, she encountered the matron leading several maidens towards Jun Mo. Swiftly, she produced the sedative and incapacitated the last of the maidens, dragging her inside while clutching her guzheng. Once within the elegant chamber, Shen Qingyu surveyed the furnishings, contemplating, "This is far superior to the previous room I occupied." Indeed, wealth makes a significant difference. The matron entered, announcing, "Jin, these young ladies have come to see you." Hua Jin approached and curtsied, saying, "Thank you for your efforts, matron. It was no trouble at all. Do enjoy your time with this young gentleman," as she replied with a beaming smile before retreating. "Yes, matron." Hua Jin turned to Jun Mo Hang, inquiring, "Might I ask what piece you would like me to perform?" Jun Mo Hang languidly responded, "Miss Hua Jin, please feel free to dance to any tune you wish." As the music commenced, she found herself at a loss for the appropriate tune to play, opting instead to listen attentively before joining in. Jun Mo Hang seemed to have noticed something and exchanged a glance with Yifeng, who nodded in response. As Hua Jin concluded her dance, Jun Mo Hang's applause echoed. Miss Hua Jin's performance was truly remarkable. "You flatter me, my lord," she replied modestly. At that moment, Yifeng approached and declared, "The others may leave. The young lady playing the guzheng is to remain." Shen Qingyu froze, thinking, "Surely not, have I been recognized?" Once the others exited respectfully, Shen Qingyu felt a wave of unease wash over her. Yet, reassured by her disguise, she reasoned that Jun Mo Hang would not recognize her. Thus, she respectfully inquired, "What would you like to hear, my lord? I am new here and not well versed in many pieces." Seeing this, Hua Jin bowed again, stating, "Then I shall take my leave, my lord." After she departed, I am curious to discover the truth behind such assertions." Jingting added, "Ever since he was injured by our men, rumors of his poor health and hidden afflictions have circulated." Murong Jingxian, however, languidly replied, "I suspect he is merely feigning." Jingting expressed surprise, "Is such deception truly necessary?" Murong Jingxian smirked, "If he is indeed pretending, leaving a maiden behind will surely reveal the truth." Back in Jun Mo Hang's chamber, after Shen Qingyu completed her piece, Jun Mo Hang's cold voice pierced the air, "Come here." Shen Qingyu was startled, thinking, "Surely he cannot have recognized me." Noticing her hesitation, Jun Mo Hang's expression soured as he queried, "What? Do you not understand?" Finally coming to her senses, Shen Qingyu slowly approached him. When she was merely 2 paces away, she felt a sudden force pulling her, her eyes widening as she found herself in Jun Mo Hang's embrace. Swallowing hard, she heard his deep voice inquire, "What makes you so nervous?" Shen Qingyu struggled to maintain her composure. "It is merely my first time seeing you up close, my lord, thus, I am somewhat anxious." Jun Mo Hang chuckled, "Fear not, soon you shall feel at ease." With that, he abruptly tightened his grip around her neck. Shen Qingyu, caught off guard, cursed inwardly, "Jun Mo Hang, you scoundrel, once again you are choking me." Jun Mo Hang's voice turned icy as he demanded, "Speak, who sent you?" Shen Qingyu thought to herself, "It seems he has not recognized me." He immediately released her to cover his mouth and nose, but it was too late. Darkness enveloped him as he exclaimed, "You dare to scheme against me," and collapsed. Shen Qingyu stood up, glaring at Jun Mo Hang, "Such a handsome face, yet you possess no appreciation for the delicate." At that moment, sounds of a scuffle erupted outside. Peering through the window, Shen Qingyu noticed Yifeng engaged in a struggle with a cloaked figure. Retreating, she intended to exit through another window when her gaze fell upon Jun Mo Hang, who lay motionless on the floor. Realizing her position as the War King's consort, she understood that his demise would not bode well for her, prompting her to assist him once again. Shen Qingyu helped Jun Mo Hang onto the bed, producing an antidote to waft under his nose before leaping out the window. Jun Mo Hang gradually regained consciousness, cursing, "Damn it, how dare that woman drug me?" Upon opening his eyes, he found himself on the bed. Rising, he approached the window, only to find it empty, perplexed as to why the woman had not ended his life. Just then, Yifeng's voice reached him, "My lord, Murong Jingxian only sent one person, contrary to our earlier intelligence." After Shen Qingyu exited, she hurriedly took Lian away. As they walked, Shen Qingyu asked, Lian, were you discovered while you were there? Not at all. I found a corner to hide, Lian replied, shaking her head. Shen Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief. That is good, let us return. Yes, my lady. However, they had not walked far when a projectile flew towards them from behind. Shen Qingyu executed a swift spinning kick, sending the object, a mere pebble, crashing to the ground. Murong Jingxian's figure emerged. I did not expect the young lady to possess such skills. Recognizing him as the man who had previously attempted to steal Jun Mohang's attention, Shen Qingyu directly inquired, what is it you want? Murong Jingxian smiled, there is no need for you to be angry. Even if you had not acted against that stone, it would not have harmed you. Shen Qingyu coldly retorted, are you suggesting I owe you my thanks? Murong Jingxian, amused by her sharp tongue and stunning beauty, found her intriguing. May I ask your name, young lady? Shen Qingyu, disinterested, attempted to walk away with Lian but Murong Jingxian interjected, I am Muroxian. I merely wished to befriend you after witnessing your earlier performance in the upstairs chamber. Shen Qingyu turned back, was that cloaked figure you're doing? Do you hold a grudge against those in the private room? Chapter 26. Never engage in transactions with strangers. Murong Jingxian smiled without uttering a word. If you have a grudge against him, why come to me? Shen Qingyu remarked impatiently as she regarded the man before her. Do you know who you just incapacitated? The man appeared unfazed by her attitude, instead smiling as he inquired. Even if I know who it is, I would still dare. What, do you wish to experience this feeling of being incapacitated, young sir? Shen Qingyu raised an eyebrow, looking at him defiantly. Why must you be this way? Be wise and keep your distance, I have no desire to act today. With that, Shen Qingyu turned to leave with Lian in tow. Murong Jingxian watched her retreating figure, a slight smile gracing his lips as he murmured, interesting. Upon returning to Jing'er chamber and lying on the bed, Shen Qingyu couldn't help but reflect on the events that transpired at Yixian courtyard. She pondered to herself that given Jun Mohang's character and disposition, he did not seem like the type to linger in such places of frivolity. Suddenly, a scene from a modern television show flashed through her mind, where male protagonists. Shen Qingyu's realization dawned upon her as she muttered, it seems that Yixian courtyard must be a base for Jun Mohang's information, and that Miss Huijin is likely the one responsible for relaying messages. Meanwhile, within Yixian courtyard, Yifeng held the portrait drawn by Jun Mohang, inquiring throughout the establishment but found no one who recognized the young woman. Ultimately, it was Madame Fang who spoke up, this does resemble someone, doesn't it? Yifeng, upon hearing this, urgently pressed, have you seen her, who is she? A young man came today who bears some resemblance to this lady, Madame Fang replied. Yifeng then tucked away the portrait and departed. Jun Mohang remained seated in his chamber, and Yifeng entered respectfully to report, Your Highness, I have inquired. The lady in the portrait disguised herself as a man to enter Yixian courtyard, and then mingled with the women who accompanied her. Jun Mohang narrowed his eyes slightly, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the table, producing a crisp sound. His voice was deep and frigid. Have the people of Yang Wenjian conduct a thorough investigation. We must ascertain who that woman is tonight. Yifeng promptly nodded in acknowledgement, understood. At that moment, he crumpled the letter in his hand and said icily, inform Yang Wenjian that if they cannot even keep track of people, then their continued existence is rendered unnecessary. Yin Yi immediately responded, yes. He then turned and exited. Jun Mohang destroyed the letter and instructed Yifeng, tell Huijin to refrain from any actions for the time being. Understood. Within the War King's residence, Shen Qingyu slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. At lunch, she found the meal rather bland. Despite the fact that the food in the royal residence was quite exquisite, she found herself yearning for the hot pot of the modern era. Shen Qingyu had a particular fondness for spicy food, especially hot pot. Every time she beheld a pot of crimson broth, her appetite would soar. Lost in thought, she felt her mouth water and suddenly an idea struck her. What if she opened a hot pot restaurant in this ancient time? Would it be popular, especially since she herself relished it? Suddenly, she set down her chopsticks. Liana, puzzled, asked, "Your Highness, what is the matter?" Shen Qingyu waved her hand dismissively. "I am no longer eating. Come, we shall dine outside." Without hesitation, they departed to explore the culinary habits of the ancients. As Shen Qingyu strolled through the bustling streets with her 3 maidservants, she noted the numerous taverns lining the sides. "Do you know which is the finest tavern in the capital?" "The best would be Zuixianju. Most dignitaries and nobles prefer to host their banquets there, as it is both prestigious and delicious," Chun Dao spoke up from behind. "Then let us go to Zuixianju," Shen Qingyu decided, thinking that if she was to do something. Upon entering Zuixianju, it indeed lived up to its reputation, exuding opulence and grandeur. "Waiter, please show us to a private room of the highest quality." "Certainly, miss, please follow me upstairs. Our establishment offers a variety of cuisines. May I inquire what you wish to order?" The waiter led the way while introducing the menu. "Bring me a portion of each of your signature dishes." "Of course, please wait a moment," he replied with a smile as he retreated. "Your Highness, what are you waiting for? Come and sit." "We dare not, Your Highness, you are a noble lady, and we are mere servants. It is not proper for us to share a table with you." Chun Dao and Shir He both shook their heads vigorously, while Liana, having experienced it once before, walked over without protest. "What nonsense about? There are no such rules here. We are merely dining. There is no need for such formalities. Can't you learn from Liana?" The 2 maidservants still hesitated, prompting Shen Qingyu to glare. "Are you disregarding my words?" Only then did they reluctantly take their seats under her authoritative gaze. Shen Qingyu gazed out the window at the throngs of people bustling along the streets, noting the heavy foot traffic, which explained Zuixianju's thriving business. Her eyes fell on an adjacent establishment, which was spacious, yet she mused that if she could acquire it to open a hot pot restaurant, it would be perfect. Positioned opposite Zuixianju, it would benefit from the clientele. With a bit of advertisement, it would surely succeed. Thus, she inquired, "What does the establishment across Jinpinjai specialize in?" Chun Dao answered, "Primarily, it sells ready-made garments and jewelry." "Do you know who owns Jinpinjai?" At that moment, Liana interjected, "Your Highness, it seems that this was part of your mother's dowry. I saw it on the marriage list." "So you mean to say that Jinpinjai now belongs to me?" Chapter 27, A Pot for All Under Heaven. "Indeed, Your Highness," replied Shen Qingyu, her face alight with joy, her lips curving upwards uncontrollably. It seemed that every time she felt drowsy, someone would offer her a pillow. Now that a location was secured, she could begin planning in earnest. At that moment, the waiter brought out a variety of dishes, and upon catching the enticing aroma, Shen Qingyu's eyes sparkled. Without a second thought, she seized her chopsticks and began to eat, utterly disregarding her image, her mouth smeared with grease, with no semblance of decorum. Noticing that several maidservants were merely staring at her, Shen Qingyu, puzzled, "Hurry and eat." "Oh, right," the maid snapped back to reality, unable to suppress their astonishment at how unconcerned the princess was about etiquette. Having satisfied her hunger, Shen Qingyu exited the Zuixian residence, only to encounter Prince Junjingcheng. It truly is you. Did you come to Zuixian residence to seek me?" he exclaimed, his face brimming with delight. "What are you doing here again?" Shen Qingyu frowned, casting an irritable glance at the obstructive Junjingcheng, inwardly muttering, "What bad luck. This fellow seems to have recovered remarkably fast. Perhaps I was too lenient." Junjingcheng gazed at her with affection, softly saying, Are you still upset? I know you hold affection for me, so do not sulk." Shen Qingyu, taken aback by how could this man be so self-assured, with a countenance thicker than a city wall, with a cold huff, she retorted, "Junjingcheng, how could you be so foolish, and refrain from calling me Yuer? You may address me by my full name or as the Princess of War, for I am now your royal aunt, and our relationship is far from intimate." Unfazed, Junjingcheng persisted, Must you insist on drawing a line between us?" Shen Qingyu, weary of further conversation, rolled her eyes and turned to leave briskly, her maidservants in tow. As she walked away, she reflected on how this man was nothing short of a narcissist, oblivious to the fact that others held no interest in him. She resolved to keep her distance in the future to avoid unnecessary The following morning, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed her face. Shen Qingyu, in high spirits, arrived early at the entrance of the Jinping studio with Liana. Upon entering, they were greeted by an enthusiastic shop assistant. "What can I assist you with, young lady?" "Our establishment boasts a diverse array of exquisite jewelry and fashionable attire. Please, let me know what you require," he said, his face alight with a smile. However, Shen Qingyu shook her head, her tone resolute as she declared, "I am not here to purchase anything." "Summon your manager." Her clear and determined gaze piqued curiosity among those around her. The assistant blinked in surprise but quickly regained his composure, eyeing her cautiously as he asked, "Might I inquire what business you have with our manager?" With a smile, "May I ask your esteemed name?" Jinping Studio is a property of the Duke of Shen's estate. "Shen Qingyu," she stated. The assistant erupted into laughter, deriding her. "I thought you were someone of significance." "Turns out you're merely the unacknowledged young lady of the Duke's family." His laughter was laced with disdain. Shen Qingyu's expression darkened, and her voice turned icy as she commanded, "Do you not comprehend human speech? Quickly summon your manager to face me." Realizing she was a source of trouble, the assistant dismissed her with contempt, saying, "Who does this shrew think she is? Someone, throw her out." No sooner had he spoken than several more assistants emerged, surrounding Shen Qingyu and Liana. Shen Qingyu let out a cold laugh, disdain evident in her voice as she remarked, "Truly, an ignorant lot." Swiftly, she produced a pouch of soft bone powder and scattered it towards the surroundings. In an instant, they collapsed, utterly incapacitated, with a foot planted on the face of the assistant who had mocked her. She tossed the property deed before him, sneering, "Open your eyes wide and take a good look. This is the deed to Jinping Studio. I am here to reclaim my property." At that moment, the manager walked in, his brow furrowing at the sight of the collapsed assistants. "What has transpired here?" he inquired. The assistant scrambled to his feet, pointing at Shen Qingyu. "Manager, this woman claims she is here to reclaim the establishment and has drugged our assistants." The manager scrutinized Shen Qingyu, his voice grave as he asked, "Could you allow me to see the deed?" Shen Qingyu nodded to Liana, who promptly handed over the deed. The manager examined it closely, and his expression shifted to one of dismay. "While it is indeed the deed of Jinping Studio, it is a property of the Duke of Shen's estate. Please allow me to send someone to the Duke's estate to clarify the situation." Shen Qingyu remained unperturbed, glancing at the manager with a nonchalant air as she replied, "That is acceptable." She then leisurely began to explore the interior of Jinping Studio. The studio boasted 2 levels, with a grand hall and counter at the front and a spacious courtyard at the rear, an ideal setting for establishing a hot pot restaurant. Before long, the messenger returned from the Duke's estate, whispering a few words to the manager, whose expression darkened considerably. "Is the matter now clear? I shall grant you 3 days to vacate, otherwise, do not blame me for treating you as refuse." With that declaration, Shen Qingyu turned with Liana and exited Jinping Studio. After leaving, Shen Qingyu resolved to first commission a signboard. She found a shop specializing in signboard creation. Upon entering, she addressed the shopkeeper, "Good sir, I wish to order a sign that exudes opulence, gilded, with the backing crafted from the finest rosewood." The shopkeeper, intrigued by the elegantly dressed lady before him, inquired warmly, "What inscription would you like to be engraved upon the sign?" Shen Qingyu smiled subtly, having already pondered the matter, "Let it be called a pot for all under heaven." This name was the result of her careful consideration. Subsequently, Shen Qingyu and the shopkeeper deliberated on the style and template of the lettering, and she handed over a silver note as a deposit. As she departed, she specifically instructed the shopkeeper to ensure meticulous craftsmanship. Following that, Shen Qingyu visited several different shops, ordering tables and chairs as well as the various necessities for a hot pot establishment. At each location, she scrutinized her selections, striving for the highest quality. Upon returning to Jinyer Garden, Shen Qingyu instructed Chun Dao to seek out a few reliable assistants. Then, she produced paper and ink, beginning to sketch and write with great seriousness. Chapter 28, A Flourishing Business as the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches. As the Mid-Autumn Festival swiftly approaches, she must meticulously plan every aspect of her hot pot restaurant, from promotional strategies to engaging activities that entice customers, as well as the pricing of dishes. For over a month, Shin Qingyu has been relentlessly busy. Due to others' lack of understanding of hot pot, she has taken it upon herself to oversee everything, from the decor of the establishment to the selection of ingredients and the crafting of recipes. The sign for Qianxie Igor has already been hung, and the interior, complete with tables and chairs, is fully equipped. After spending an entire night, Shin Qingyu devised a simple marketing plan. She enlisted several assistants to stand at the entrance of the shop. When passers-by beheld the flyers, gasps of astonishment erupted, for they revealed that from the day of the restaurant's opening, the 9th, 19th, 29th, and so forth, up to the 90th customer would enjoy complimentary meals, while the 100th, 200th, 300th, and up to the... Moreover, on the opening day, anyone presenting the flyer would receive 2 complimentary bottles of fine wine. Upon seeing the flyer, Lianer wore an expression of concern. "Your Highness, will this business strategy not result in a loss?" Yet, Shin Qingyu merely smiled and shook her head. Naturally, there will be those keenly observing us at the outset. As for later customers, their worth will reveal itself in time. Shin Qingyu's words resonate with the modern adage, "It is merely a tactic." Furthermore, Shin Qingyu is not deceiving anyone. She is engaged in genuine business, provided that the food is delectable and capable of retaining customers. Expanding and strengthening the business is merely a matter of time. After several days of promotion, Qianxie Igor became a household name in the capital, with discussions of it echoing through every street and alley. While everyone knew Qianxie Igor was a hot pot restaurant, none had yet grasped the essence of hot pot itself. Finally, with great anticipation, the day of the grand opening arrived. Thanks to the effective marketing and the allure of curiosity, a considerable crowd gathered, resulting in a bustling business with no available seats, even extending to long queues outside. The unique dining style of hot pot, paired with exquisite ingredients, instantly captivated the taste buds of numerous diners, leaving them savoring every bite and singing praises. As patrons relished their meals, they speculated about the identity of the restaurant's owner, marveling at such a brilliant concept. "Your Highness, you are truly remarkable. I never expected Qianxie Igor to thrive so splendidly. The restaurant is completely full, and there are still many customers waiting outside." Lianer and her fellow maidservants gazed at their mistress with admiration, secretly praising her ingenuity. Observing the scene, Shin Qingyu felt a sense of gratification. Her nearly 2 months of hard work had not been in vain. Given the popularity of hot pot, she believed she could successfully open additional branches and establish a nationwide hot pot chain. Within the War Prince's residence, the night sky was as dark as ink, speckled with stars, and moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Junmo Cheng, who sat quietly on a soft couch in his study, perusing an ancient text that had yellowed with age. His brow furrowed slightly, as if deep in contemplation. Night Wind, standing nearby, softly remarked, "Your Highness, today marks the grand opening of Qianxie Igor, and I have heard that business is exceptionally thriving, drawing patrons away from Zuixianju." A subtle smile graced Junmo Cheng's lips, his eyes glimmering with a barely perceptible amusement. Upon discovering this, he felt a twinge of surprise. He had never expected her to dare frequent a brothel. Her audacity was indeed commendable. As for her decision to risk mingling with such a crowd, it must have stemmed from recognizing Night Wind and her desire to uncover the truth. Thus, he refrained from inquiring further, and since Shin Qingyu had been preoccupied with the affairs of the hot pot restaurant, he had permitted her to be. Now, Qianxie Igor was flourishing, its business thriving. Due to limited seating, customers wishing to savor the hot pot must make reservations in advance, or else they would leave disappointed. The restaurant was perpetually full, with demand for dishes exceeding supply, a thriving scene that evoked envy from surrounding establishments. Shin Qingyu, with a decisive wave of her hand, opened another branch on a different street. During this time, her profits soared, and she wore a constant smile, living a life of utmost contentment. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and before she knew it, the Mid-Autumn Festival had quietly arrived. On that morning, sunlight poured through the window, casting a warm glow upon Shin Qingyu's sleep. She was immersed in sweet dreams when suddenly, The sound of hurried footsteps and shouts interrupted her slumber. Your Highness, wake up, it's time to get up. Liana burst into the room, calling out loudly. Shin Qingyu, bleary-eyed and filled with reluctance, gazed at Liana and mumbled, Liana, it's early in the morning, what on earth is happening, can't I get a good night's sleep? Liana, in a fluster, replied, Your Highness, have you forgotten what day it is? Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and there will be a banquet in the palace that you must attend. Shin Qingyu furrowed her brow, responding with reluctance, Is it absolutely necessary to go? I'm so tired. Liana shook her head vigorously, insisting, No, Your Highness, as the lady of the royal residence, you must attend such an important event. Furthermore, the steward has just informed me that the prince has already entered the palace and requested you to arrive on time for the banquet. Shin Qingyu was taken aback. The prince has already entered the palace. Liana nodded, saying, Yes, I heard the emperor urgently summoned him. Very well, Shin Qingyu sighed in resignation, unwillingly rising from her bed. After having lunch, she was surrounded by several maidservants who escorted her to the dressing table. They skillfully picked up combs and cosmetics, diligently preparing her for the occasion. Chapter 29. The princess is right. As Shin Qingyu was on the verge of drifting back to sleep, Liana's gentle voice chimed, All right, Your Highness. Shin Qingyu, still somewhat dazed, blinked her eyes open and, barely awake, heard Liana ask, Your Highness, are you satisfied? Turning to gaze at her reflection in the mirror, she was taken aback. The woman staring back at her had bright eyes and pearly teeth, with naturally red lips and elegantly arched brows, clad in a light blue palace gown. The exquisite embroidery was intricate and lifelike, as if the flowers might spring to life. The neckline and cuffs were crafted from delicate silk threads, smooth and lustrous, reflecting a soft glow akin to a mirror. A pale purple silk sash cinched her slender waist, accentuating her delicate figure. Most striking were the hem of her gown, woven with golden threads, exuding an air of elegance and grace, shimmering like sunlight as she moved. Looking upward, Shin Qingyu noticed her head adorned with an array of hairpins, resembling a mobile treasure trove. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Liana, is it really necessary to wear so many? Liana replied with a smile, Yes, Your Highness, all of this is done according to palace requirements. She instructed Chun Dao and Xie He to remain at the residence while she ventured to the palace with Liana. Once aboard the carriage, Shin Qingyu reclined lazily against the wall, turning to Liana and saying, Liana, I think I'll take a little nap. Please wake me when we arrive. Of course, Your Highness. Liana nodded obediently. As night descended quietly, the sky twinkled with stars, casting a faint light. The palace was abuzz with extraordinary festivity, brightly lit as if it were day. The atmosphere was vibrant, with numerous royal relatives entering the hall, exchanging greetings amid laughter that resonated throughout. Your Highness, we have arrived, Liana whispered. Shin Qingyu slowly opened her eyes, and as she stepped down from the carriage, she unexpectedly encountered Shin Qingxue, who was dressed in a pale pink palace gown. Shin Qingxue's face bore a gentle smile, but upon seeing Shin Qingyu, her expression stiffened before she rushed toward her, glaring fiercely. You little wretch, how dare you poison me before? I have yet to settle the score with you. Dear sister, mind your language, have you not learned your lesson? Shin Qingyu replied with a bemused gaze, recalling her experience of being unable to speak for several days. Shin Qingxue quickly covered her mouth, fearing Shin Qingyu might poison her again. At that moment, Meng Sangning also descended from the carriage. That girl Xuer has been spoiled by her mother. As her elder sister. Please do not hold it against her. Madam, please do not say that. I wouldn't dare. Shin Qingyu shot a sideways glance at Meng Sangning, recalling the previous incident where she had attempted to have her killed. She had chosen to ignore it during this busy period, but did she truly think Shin Qingyu had forgotten? Shin Qingxue glared at Shin Qingyu, itching to strike her. Mother, look at her. Enough, Meng Sangning interrupted, patting Shin Qingxue's hand, signaling her to maintain decorum in front of so many people. However, Shin Qingxue blatantly disregarded her mother's advice, her face radiating disdain as she retorted, "What, has my sister become so arrogant now that she has the support of the war prince? Does she look down on our duke's residence?" Turning her gaze to behind Shin Qingyu, and not seeing Jun Mo Cheng, she smirked mockingly and inquired, "Why is the prince not with you?" Could it be that he never intended to bring you to the palace banquet? Shin Qingyu merely curved her lips into a smile, responding, "It seems my sister has truly forgotten how to speak." Shin Qingxue, emboldened by her Shin Anian approached from behind, noticing they had not yet entered. "What are you all doing just standing there? Hurry and go inside." Seeing this, Shin Qingxue immediately pointed at Shin Qingyu, exclaiming, "Shin Qingyu, what nonsense are you spouting? Those were your words, not mine." "What did she say?" Shin Anian inquired. "Farther, she said that all who study medicine are lowly people." "Nonsense, stop wasting time here and go inside, if—" At that moment, Night Wind approached from within the palace. "Your Highness, the prince requests your presence over here." Shin Qingxue glared daggers at Shin Qingyu. However, Shin Qingyu paid her no mind and followed Night Wind, while Liana fumed, "Your Highness, how can the second young lady twist the truth?" It was clearly her words. "Enough, why bother? If a dog bites you, would you bite back?" Shin Qingyu reassured Liana. But Night Wind, who had been listening, could not stifle his laughter. Shin Qingyu turned to him, asking, "What are you laughing at? Am I wrong in what I said?" Night Wind managed to hold back his amusement, saying, "Your Highness is correct. I merely think you are different from other young ladies. You speak your mind openly without holding back. Maintaining an air all day long is exhausting." "Your Highness is right." Night Wind led Shin Qingyu toward a magnificent palace. Upon arriving, Shin Qingyu lifted her gaze to the plaque above the entrance, where the bold characters Hoa Qing Hall were engraved. Night Wind respectfully announced, "Your Highness, the prince is inside." Shin Qingyu felt a mix of curiosity and concern as she asked, "What is the prince doing here? Shouldn't he be attending the palace banquet?" Night Wind quickly clarified, "There is still some time before the banquet officially begins. The prince specifically instructed me to bring you here to rest for a while." Shin Qingyu nodded in understanding and, lifting her gown, entered Hoa Qing Hall. Once inside, she looked around but found no one, so she turned behind the screen and called out, "Your Highness." Chapter 30. The Mid-Autumn Palace banquet. Shin Qingyu suddenly halted, her breath caught in her throat, as she stood frozen in place. Her wide eyes beheld Jun Mo Cheng, who reclined against a lavish golden-hued beast-patterned couch, surrounded by the fragrant waft of sandalwood incense. Upon hearing her voice, he turned to look at her, and Shin Qingyu found herself mesmerized by his strikingly handsome features. Momentarily rendered motionless, she involuntarily swallowed, inwardly cursing the man for being so mesmerizing. What could he possibly want? Jun Mo Cheng's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, "Why do you stare at me so? Is there something on my face?" Shin Qingyu quickly snapped back to reality, shaking her head vigorously. "No, nothing at all." Jun Mo Cheng beckoned her closer with a smile, "Come, have a seat." Shin Qingyu, feeling no need for formality, sat in the chair beside him, pouring herself a cup of tea and sipping it leisurely. Jun Mo Cheng chuckled at the sight. "Your Highness, your smile is truly enchanting. You should smile more often and not always wear such a serious expression." After a while, Night Wind interjected, "Your Highness, the time is drawing near." Jun Mo Cheng, appearing languid, replied with a simple millimeter, before addressing Shin Qingyu, "Shall we go?" He rose to his feet, prompting Shin Qingyu. As they exited, Liana approached, grasping Shin Qingyu's arm. "Your Highness, I believe I just saw the second young lady with the crown prince." Shin Qingyu raised her gaze. "Where?" They headed toward the banquet. Shin Qingyu nodded, "Let us go." The palace banquet was held in Yihe Hall, the largest and most imposing palace within the grounds, typically reserved for grand feasts. Shen Qingyu, donning a light blue gown that billowed elegantly as she entered, drew the attention of all present, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. The first sight that met her eyes was the emperor and empress seated upon their elevated thrones. The emperor, clad in a resplendent dragon robe, emanated an aura of unmatched authority and solemnity. He sat rigidly on his dragon chair, his expression austere, eyes piercing and sharp, exuding an undeniable sense of power. His robe, adorned with intricate golden dragon designs, shimmered in the light, invoking a sense of reverence. The empress, draped in a phoenix robe and crowned with a phoenix tiara, exuded elegance and grace. Below, the scene was one of merriment, with a troupe of graceful dancers captivating the audience with their enchanting movements, while musicians played melodious tunes that resonated throughout the hall, adding an air of sophistication and joy to the festivities. Shen Qingyu marveled at the opulence and grandeur of the palace banquet, keenly aware of her elevated status. As the war prince's wife, she was no longer the inconspicuous young woman she once was, but rather a woman of prominence, drawing the gaze of all present. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to maintain her composure as she slowly approached her designated seat. However, just as she was about to reach her chair, an unexpected incident occurred. Suddenly, her gown snagged, causing her to lose her balance and tumble forward. Shen Qingyu's heart raced as she braced for an embarrassing fall, eyes shut tight, dreading the awkwardness that awaited her. Yet, in that critical moment, strong arms enveloped her slender waist, securing her in a steady embrace. Shen Qingyu's eyes flew open in astonishment to find herself cradled by none other than Junmo Cheng. His gaze was filled with concern, his arms holding her firmly, imparting an unprecedented sense of security. Quickly extricating herself from his grasp, Shen Qingyu settled into the chair beside him, murmuring, "Thank you, Your Highness." Many had been watching her, anticipating a spectacle, fully aware that the war prince was not one to engage with women, yet none expected him to embrace her so openly. At that moment, the empress spoke, her expression revealing concern. Are you all right?" Shen Qingyu smiled back at her. "I'm fine, thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." That's good to hear." As the festivities continued, a dance concluded, and a favored concubine suggested, "Your Majesty, why not let the daughters of each family showcase their talents?" The emperor nodded in agreement. Shen Qingyu, feeling somewhat bored by the performances, whispered to Liana, "Isn't this a mid-autumn banquet? Why must these young ladies perform?" Liana lowered her voice to respond, "Because the emperor has 3 unmarried princes, these young ladies hope to earn their favor or be recognized by the emperor for marriage." "I see," Shen Qingyu said, realization dawning. She then inquired, "But I only see 2 princes here, who is the third?" "The one seated are the 3rd and 4th princes, while the crown prince has yet to arrive. He is likely still with the 2nd young lady," Liana surreptitiously observed. Given that the emperor is present, Shen Qingyu nodded, no wonder the crown prince behaves so recklessly. Meanwhile, the favored concubine, noticing the absence of Jun Jingcheng, furrowed her brow and instructed a palace maid, "The banquet has already begun. Why hasn't he Cheng arrived? Hurry and find him." "Yes, I'll go at once," the maid replied before departing. Elsewhere, Shen Qingxue nestled in Jun Jingcheng's embrace, speaking softly, "Crown Prince, when will you come to our residence to propose?" Her voice was sweet and gentle, laced with anticipation and a hint of coaxing. Jun Jingcheng frowned slightly, deep in thought. Ever since he had faced repeated rejections from Shen Qingyu, his feelings had soured, especially after his royal uncle had sent someone to teach him a lesson. His dissatisfaction had only grown. However, with the 3rd prince recently enjoying the emperor's favor, concern filled his mother's heart about the stability of his position as crown prince. Thus, she urged him to marry swiftly and produce an heir. Hearing Shen Qingshua's inquiry, Jun Jingcheng replied gently, "Soon, my mother has already mentioned it." His tone was calm and mild, yet his heart was not as warm as his words suggested. Shen Qingshua's face lit up with joy, her voice sweetly exclaiming, "Wonderful, I always knew you were the best, Crown Prince." Her eyes sparkled with happiness, filled with dreams of the future. Chapter 31. Help, there's an assassin, quickly protect His Highness. Zheng Jingcheng smiled and nodded, yet a faint disdain surged within him. He was acutely aware that there was no genuine emotional foundation between him and Shen Qingxue. Their connection stemmed solely from his mother's fondness for her and the fact that she had a brother with military achievements. This marriage arrangement left him feeling somewhat helpless, yet he recognized it as a necessary means to preserve interest. Gently, he patted Shen Qingxue's shoulder and said softly, "All right, the banquet has been underway for quite some time, we should return promptly." Shen Qingxue obediently nodded, a flicker of reluctance passing through her eyes. She nestled closely against Zheng Jingcheng, savoring his warmth and care. The two rose slowly and made their way towards the banquet hall, their figures gradually fading into the crowd, leaving behind a profound silence. Upon Zheng Jingcheng's return, the emperor immediately spotted him and inquired, "The banquet has been in progress for quite a while, where have you been? Why only now do you arrive?" Zheng Jingcheng hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects, responding, "Your Majesty, I encountered the second miss of the Shen family on my way here. She seemed lost and unable to find her way, so I had no choice but to bring her along, which caused a slight delay. Please pardon me, Your Majesty." At that moment, Shen Qingxue also entered from outside, respectfully approaching the emperor. She performed a standard bow and stated, "I, Shen Qingxue, pay my respects to Your Majesty. As His Highness the Crown Prince mentioned, I lost my way in the palace and was fortunate to meet His Highness, which enabled me to find the correct path, thus causing a delay. I hope Your Majesty can forgive me." The emperor remembered Shen Qingxue. After all, she was the very person he had originally intended to bestow upon his younger brother. However, he was taken aback to learn of her refusal to marry, opting instead for a substitution, which left him with little fondness for her. His tone bore a hint of reproach as he remarked, "You often visit the palace yet still manage to get lost. I believe it would be safer for you to remain closely by your father's side in the future." Shen Qingxue felt a twinge of embarrassment at the emperor's words, momentarily at a loss for how to respond, and could only softly reply, "Yes." Finally, the emperor waved his hand, signaling them to take their seats, and thus the small commotion subsided. Shen Qingyu silently gave the emperor a thumbs up in her heart, secretly praising him for his astute retort. Once the two were seated, a melodious and enchanting tune resonated throughout the grand hall. Soon, a lady dressed in a flowing light blue gown gracefully stepped to the center of the hall and began to dance. Her movements were light and beautiful, resembling a delicate butterfly fluttering through the air. Shen Qingyu was irresistibly captivated by the dancer's performance. Her figure was elegant, and her skills impeccable, with each movement and expression exuding an unparalleled beauty. Shen Qingyu could not help but inwardly marvel, recognizing that such mastery could only be achieved through years of rigorous practice. As the dance concluded, the audience erupted into applause and cheers, with even the emperor unable to contain his praise, exclaiming, "Absolutely magnificent, this dance surpasses that of the music pavilion." Upon hearing this, Mu Yuran quickly stepped forward to bow to the emperor, humbly expressing, "Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty. It is an honor." The empress nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, it was performed exceptionally well. She truly lives up to being the daughter of the Grand Tutor." Seizing the opportunity, Shen Qingyu discreetly cast a glance at the nearby Zhen Moorhang, only to find him nonchalantly drinking alone, his gaze never once lifting to regard the dancer on stage. Shen Qingyu thought to herself, perhaps it mattered little to him, even if he were to take a liking to her, given his concealed affliction, that lady might not reciprocate his feelings. Shen Qingyu sighed in boredom, how tedious. Zhen Moorhang turned to her, a look of confusion on his face as he asked, "What is it?" Shen Qingyu pouted and mumbled, "So boring, I'd rather go back to sleep." "When will this end?" A slight smile graced Zhen Moorhang's lips as he replied, "If you do not wish to remain here, you may leave at any time, no one will stop you." Shen Qingyu surveyed the surroundings, noticing that the other guests showed no inclination to depart, especially since the emperor and empress had not yet left. Reluctantly, she shook her head and sighed, "Very well, I suppose I shall wait a little longer." Following this, several more young ladies took the stage to showcase their talents, yet Shen Qingyu found herself losing interest. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air, and a figure clad in black, brandishing a long sword, surged forth from the shadows, charging directly at Jun Morhang. Shin Qingyu gasped in alarm and instinctively shouted, "Your Highness, be careful." Without hesitation, she positioned herself in front of Jun Morhang. Just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce Shin Qingyu's chest, Jun Morhang swiftly acted, hurling his wine cup at the assailant. The cup traced a graceful arc through the air, striking the black-clad figure's wrist with precision. The assailant winced in pain, causing the sword to clatter to the ground. Before Shin Qingyu could fully comprehend the situation, Jun Morhang promptly pulled her behind him. Simultaneously, the assailant unsheathed a dagger without a moment's hesitation and lunged at Jun Morhang, snarling, "Jun Morhang, I will take your life." Jun Morhang's expression hardened, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful palm strike that sent the assailant staggering back several steps. Following this, he executed a precise kick to the assailant's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Caught off guard, the assailant coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face paling to a ghastly white. The Emperor and all present were rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. None could have anticipated the appearance of an assassin targeting Jun Morhang. Nearby, a eunuch, panicking, shouted loudly, "Help! There's an assassin, quickly protect His Highness." In an instant, more figures clad in black emerged from all directions, engaging in a fierce melee with the guards. The Night Wind joined the fray without hesitation, yet astonishingly, Jun Morhang, after his brief display of action, ceased all movement. He reclined leisurely back into his seat, adopting an elegant yet languid posture. Then, he poured himself a glass of wine, savoring it slowly as if the chaos surrounding him was of no concern. Liana, trembling with anxiety, supported Shin Qingyu, her face etched with fear as she whispered, "Your Highness, this place is far too dangerous, should we not leave?" Shin Qingyu glanced at Jun Morhang, then turned to Liana and replied, "Are you foolish? It is undoubtedly safest to remain by His Highness's side." In the midst of the turmoil, Shin Qingxue found her path obstructed by an assassin and, trembling with fear, exclaimed, "Aren't you here to kill Prince John? I know who his soft spot is." Chapter 32, The Miraculous Healing Hole. The masked assassin, upon hearing Shin Qingxue's words, felt a flicker of curiosity surge within him, prompting him to inquire, "Who is it?" A smirk of triumph crept across Shin Qingxue's face as she hurriedly pointed at Shin Qingyu, who stood beside Jun Moxiang, exclaiming, "It is she, the Princess of War. The prince holds her in great regard." The assassin turned his head, following Shin Qingxue's gesture, and beheld a strikingly beautiful woman standing there, her gaze as tranquil as still water. He immediately raised the longsword in his hand and strode purposefully towards Shin Qingyu. Shin Qingxue, feeling a wave of relief wash over her, allowed a sinister smile to curl at the corners of her mouth. "Shin Qingyu, may you meet your demise," she cursed venomously. However, at that moment, Shin Qingyu unexpectedly approached Jun Moxiang's side and, with a nonchalant expression, asked, "The assassin has already come so close, and yet the prince remains so composed." Jun Moxiang's narrow eyes shot a cold glare at Shin Qingyu, as if he were attempting to see through her very soul. Before Shin Qingyu could react, a powerful force abruptly yanked her towards him. Then, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air, sending shivers down spines. Upon hearing the sound, Shin Qingyu swiftly turned her head, only to witness the assassin collapsing heavily to the ground behind her. She furrowed her brow, inwardly cursing, "Damn it, weren't these assassins here to kill Jun Moxiang? Why are they suddenly targeting me?" At that moment, the Imperial Guards surged in like a tidal wave, surrounding the assassins in an instant. The leading assassin, realizing escape was impossible, did not hesitate to bite into the poison capsule in his mouth, dying on the spot. Witnessing this, the other assassins followed suit, preparing to take their own lives. Shin Qingyu shouted, "They intend to commit suicide." Before her words had even settled, a silver needle shot from her hand, striking the nearest black-clad figure with pinpoint accuracy. In a flash, she dashed towards the black-clad man, grasped his chin, and forcefully compelled him to expel the poison from his mouth. Finally, she deftly knocked him unconscious and instructed Yi Feng, "Take this man away." The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, leaving the onlookers astonished and abuzz with whispers about the Princess of War's remarkable composure and astonishing skills. The emperor, visibly enraged, slammed his palm onto the table, causing the teacups to rattle. He bellowed, "Who arranged the patrol for tonight? Step forward." "Your Majesty, forgive me, it is my dereliction of duty." A middle-aged man clad in armor emerged from the crowd, kneeling on one knee. "Commander Jiang, is this how you organize the guards' patrols? In this vast palace, with so many guards, you still allowed an assassin to infiltrate? What are you all doing?" The emperor questioned wrathfully, his voice resonating with authority and discontent. Commander Jiang bowed his head in acknowledgement of his fault, stating, "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. It was my oversight." Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, the emperor turned towards Zhen Moxiang, his eyes filled with concern as he anxiously asked, "Royal brother, are you injured?" Zhen Moxiang rose and replied, "Your Highness, I am unharmed." Upon hearing this, the emperor finally exhaled a sigh of relief, though his expression remained grim. He then directed his gaze towards the surrounding guards, commanding, "Take the assassins away for rigorous interrogation, ensure we uncover the mastermind behind this." However, Zhen Moxiang interjected, "Your Highness, allow me to handle the assassins." "Very well." Due to the sudden intrusion of the assassins, the banquet was reluctantly brought to an early conclusion. Shen Qingyu followed closely behind Zhen Moxiang as they exited the palace. Shortly after boarding the carriage, the wheels began to turn, and the carriage moved forward slowly. After a while, Zhen Moxiang's deep, magnetic voice resonated within the carriage. "Princess, why did you position yourself in front of me earlier?" Shen Qingyu momentarily struggled to comprehend his question. "I refer to what transpired at the banquet." Shen Qingyu nonchalantly replied, "Oh, that was merely an instinctive reaction. There was no particular reason behind it." After a brief silence, Zhen Moxiang ceased speaking, yet the corners of his lips subtly curled upwards, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Time flowed like a swift current, and days passed in unremarkable monotony, leaving Shen Qingyu feeling somewhat bored. Thus, on a certain night, she stealthily infiltrated the Duke's residence, leaving an indelible scar on Meng Sanming, shaving off all her hair, and applying a poison that would prevent regrowth on her scalp, declaring, "You wish to kill me? I shall ensure you live each day witnessing your own hideous reflection." It was said that the following day, upon awakening and seeing her appearance, Meng Sanming was overwhelmed and fainted. Moreover, during this period, Shen Qingyu dedicated herself to studying medicine in the pharmacy, intending to establish her own clinic, a venture she had been meticulously preparing for, and it was finally on the verge of opening. One bright morning, as the sun shone and a gentle breeze wafted through, Shen Qingyu rose early, had breakfast, and made her way to the miraculous healing hall, situated in a bustling district at the heart of the capital. Her miraculous healing hall employed a bold approach of integrating traditional Chinese medicine with Western practices, a venture that seemed effortless for Shen Qingyu. With an entire medical space backing her, she preserved the essence of traditional Chinese medicine while also introducing modern medical equipment. This dual approach not only catered to the diverse needs of patients but also allowed more individuals to benefit from the advantages of both medical traditions. During this time, whispers circulated throughout the capital, proclaiming how the Princess of War had saved the little princess of the Rui Prince's residence, known to suffer from a congenital heart ailment that had baffled doctors for years, even those from the Imperial Medical Academy. Yet, this enigmatic Princess of War had managed to effortlessly cure the little princess's affliction, leaving everyone in awe. Furthermore, rumors suggested that the Princess of War was also treating the Empress's health, yielding remarkable results. In a short span, the name of the Princess of War spread like wildfire across the capital, igniting curiosity and anticipation among the populace. Consequently, many speculated that she must be a divine healer, for it was rare to find someone capable of resolving such perplexing ailments. Thus, tales of the Princess of War's extraordinary medical prowess and miraculous healing began to proliferate in the streets and alleys of the capital. As the day of the miraculous healing hall's grand opening approached, excitement reached a fever pitch, and the event was marked by grandeur and solemnity. The Rui Prince and his wife arrived with the little princess to present a generous gift as a token of congratulations. When the lively and vibrant Xia Wanwan appeared before the crowd, she became a living testament to the hall's success, capturing the attention of all. Witnessing the little princess's healthy demeanor filled the onlookers with unwavering confidence in Shin Qingyue's exceptional medical skills. Moreover, even the emperor and empress dispatched envoys bearing gifts to express their support and blessings for Shin Qingyue's clinic. However, the most unexpected arrival was that of the limping fifth prince, Zheng Jinyuan, who also graced the event with his presence. Chapter 33, Caesarean section. In front of the assembled crowd, he solemnly declared his intention to receive leg treatment at the renowned Maishutang, expressing significant hope for a return to normal walking. This announcement fell like a bombshell, instantly igniting a wave of excitement. The public buzzed with rumors that Shin Qingyu had cured Xie Wanwan through thoracotomy, yet no one knew the specifics of the procedure. Consequently, Zheng Jinyuan's treatment naturally garnered considerable attention. Many patients, drawn by Shin Qingyue's reputed skill, flocked to Maishutang. Under her diagnosis, ailments were identified with astonishing precision, earning her widespread admiration. Particularly mesmerizing were Shin Qingyue's dexterous acupuncture techniques, which left even seasoned practitioners in awe. Most astonishingly, the medicines she prescribed were predominantly in pill form, requiring only warm water for ingestion, sparing patients from the ordeal of bitter decoctions. The efficacy of these pills was evident, earning them much affection from the populace. During this time, Shin Qingyue overheard whispers throughout the capital that Shin Qinyu was not only a medical prodigy but also possessed breathtaking beauty, which drove her to the brink of envy. Meanwhile, outside Maishutang, a man accompanied by several attendants hurriedly burst in, carrying a pregnant woman. "Princess of War, I implore you, save my wife." Upon hearing this, Shin Qingyu swiftly rose to assess the condition of the expectant mother. The woman's complexion was ashen, drenched in sweat, and her breathing labored, indicating profound distress. After a thorough inquiry and examination, Shin Qingyu learned that the woman was pregnant with triplets and nearing her due date. However, due to excessive nutrition during her pregnancy, the fetuses were oversized and positioned incorrectly, rendering a natural delivery impossible. Without prompt intervention, both the mother and the unborn children faced grave danger. Furrowing her brow, Shin Qingyu pondered how to resolve this dilemma. She was acutely aware of the significant risks associated with surgery. A misstep could lead to a tragic outcome of multiple fatalities. Yet, inaction would equally jeopardize the lives at stake. Ultimately, she resolved to take the risk, striving to save both the mother and her unborn children. The pregnant woman had been enduring excruciating pain since the previous afternoon, and her body was on the brink of collapse, as if life could slip away at any moment, let alone the fetuses within her. The woman's mother-in-law insisted on preserving the lives of the children, while her husband and maternal relatives vehemently opposed, desperately seeking a physician, only to be met with insurmountable despair. Upon learning of the exquisite medical skills of the Princess of War at Maishutang, they came with a glimmer of hope. Simultaneously, in a tea-house across from Maishutang, Shin Qingyu leisurely sat by the window, savoring fragrant tea, her gaze steadfastly fixed on the commotion within the clinic. Shin Qingyu secretly reveled, thinking, "This pregnant woman carries triplets. It is utterly impossible for her to deliver safely. I am eager to witness just how capable you are, Shin Qingyu, in your attempts to save her." This pregnant woman happened to be the daughter-in-law of Lord Chen Guiyuan, the Minister of Justice. The Chen family had 3 daughters and only this one son. Should the unborn children meet with misfortune, the repercussions would be dire, and Lord Chen would not rest until justice was served. Even if Shin Qingyu managed to save the children, the mother would certainly perish, and her maternal family would not let Shin Qingyu escape unscathed. With this thought, Shin Qingyu could not help but laugh aloud, relishing the misfortune. "Shin Qingyu, it seems that fate itself is conspiring against you." Just then, after a preliminary examination, Shin Qingyu discovered that the amniotic sac had ruptured, and the fetuses were at risk of asphyxiation. Without immediate surgery, their lives were in peril. She decisively called out, "Everyone, clear the way, do not obstruct the path, swiftly bring the pregnant woman to the operating room." Chun Dao and He quickly stepped forward to assist, carefully lifting the woman onto a stretcher and hastening her into the operating room. Shin Qingyu had diligently trained several maidservants during this time, all of whom possessed remarkable learning abilities and were well acquainted with modern medical equipment. Now, their proficiency rivaled that of professional nurses. Seeing Shin Qingyu and her team carry away his wife, the anxious man grasped Shin Qingyu's hand, urgently asking, "Where are you taking my wife? Are you her husband?" Shin Qingyu inquired, her heart filled with concern. Yes, I am Chen Hao. I beg you, Princess of War, please save my wife. Chen Hao exclaimed, his face etched with worry. Your wife is carrying triplets and has lost consciousness. Her condition is critical. We must operate immediately to perform a cesarean section to deliver the children. Here is the consent form, please sign it quickly. Shin Qingyu stated with gravity. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. A cesarean? No, that means my wife will surely die. Furrowing her brow, Shin Qingyu explained, listen to me. I am confident I can ensure the safety of both your wife and the children. However, if you do not trust me, I cannot guarantee the outcome. Chen Hao looked into Shin Qingyu's resolute eyes, his heart wavering. Yet, considering the safety of his wife and children, he clenched his teeth and decided to take the gamble. Very well. Just as Shin Qingyu had indicated, he had no choice but to place his faith in her, and he hurriedly signed the consent form with his seal. Shin Qingyu secured the consent form and called for Lianer to summon Chu Ren urgently. She understood that time was of the essence. They needed to complete the surgery swiftly to save both the mother and her children. I am about to perform a cesarean section on the pregnant woman, and I need assistance. You will accompany me, Shin Qingyu stated gravely, looking at Chu Ren. Upon hearing this, a surge of excitement welled up within Chu Ren. Originally, he was a wandering physician, but by a stroke of fortune, he had been invited by Shin Qingyu to Maoshutang. Little did he expect that he would have the opportunity to witness Shin Qingyu perform surgery herself. It was an immense honor. Shin Qingyu hastily entered the operating room, handing Chu Ren a set of sterile attire, instructing, put this on. Chu Ren accepted the peculiar sterile attire, inwardly questioning its purpose, yet he complied without hesitation, donning it as instructed. Subsequently, Shin Qingyu and Chu Ren proceeded to the sink, meticulously washing their hands before conducting a thorough disinfection. After completing these preparations, they finally stepped into the operating room. Chapter 34. Mother and child safe. This operating room was meticulously crafted by skilled artisans under the specific arrangement of Jun Mohang, based on the design blueprints provided by Shin Qingyu. Although it could not compare to modern advanced medical facilities, it was adequately equipped with essential medical instruments to meet general surgical needs. Shin Qingyu expertly commenced her work. First, she administered an intravenous drip to the expectant mother, followed by an appropriate dosage of anesthesia to ensure the mother would experience no pain during the procedure. Once all preoperative preparations were completed, she turned to Chu Ren and instructed, Chu Ren, during the procedure, you must closely monitor the mother's physical condition, especially her pulse and heartbeat. Should you notice any abnormalities, inform me immediately. Lacking modern monitoring equipment, they could only rely on manual observation to ensure the mother's safety. Understood. As per usual, Chundao will pass me the surgical instruments during the operation, and he, if I begin to sweat, promptly wipe it away. Yes, Your Highness. Very well, let us begin the surgery. In an instant, Shin Qingyu was fully immersed in the surgical procedure. As the cold, sharp scalpel sliced through the mother's abdomen, Chundao's hands trembled involuntarily. Despite having witnessed similar scenes before, the sight was still breathtakingly intense. Stay calm, steady yourself. If you truly cannot bear it, step outside, Shin Qingyu said, focused on her task without looking up. Chundao took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure, for this was a matter of 2 lives and could not be delayed due to her own discomfort. She nodded, quickly adjusting her demeanor to continue cooperating seamlessly with Shin Qingyu. Seconds turned into minutes, and the atmosphere in the operating room was thick with tension. Beads of sweat formed on Shin Qingyu's brow, yet she had no time to wipe them away, wholly absorbed in her work. Finally, after nearly 2 hours, 3 adorable little ones were carefully extracted from the mother's womb by Shin Qingyu. She gently placed the first child onto a blanket prepared nearby, then repeated the process for the second and third. After a meticulous examination, she confirmed that all 3 were healthy, 2 boys and a girl, a momentous occasion. As both mother and children were safe, the next step involved closing the incision, and Shin Qingyu began suturing the mother's wound with practiced ease, her movements agile, as if she were performing an everyday task. Simultaneously, she did not neglect to explain each critical step of the procedure to Chu Ren standing nearby. Chu Ren watched in wide-eyed disbelief, unable to comprehend the marvel unfolding before him. They had indeed cut open the mother's belly, extracted the children, and then stitched her up as if mending a garment. Even more astonishing was that the mother remained unharmed. This medical skill surpassed his wildest imagination. Outside the operating room, the family of the pregnant woman had also arrived. The expectant mother was none other than the daughter of Lord Ju, the Minister of War, Ju Mingyi. When Lord Ju and Lady Ju hurriedly arrived, Ju Mingyi had already been taken into the operating room. Upon hearing that a caesarean section was necessary, Lady Ju was instantly consumed by anxiety, tears streaming down her face. However, Lord Ju remained comparatively composed. Having worked alongside Jun Mo Hung, he was well aware of his capabilities and character. Thus, although he too was concerned for his daughter's safety, he chose to trust the Princess of War. Meanwhile, Lady Chen stood quietly in a corner, secretly delighted. For her, the caesarean meant that even if the life of the noble lady could not be preserved, at least the child could be safe. After all, this was the continuation of the Chen family. Observing his wife's expression, Lord Chen felt helpless. Such a situation was one no one wished to witness, yet he could only attempt to console her. Dear relative, please do not fret excessively. I have heard that the little princess of the Rui Prince's residence also recovered after undergoing a thoracotomy performed by the Princess of War. Mingyi is destined for good fortune. She will surely be fine. Lord Ju nodded in agreement, wishing for his daughter's well-being. Indeed. Just then, the lights in the operating room extinguished, and the tightly shut door slowly swung open. All eyes turned toward it, and they saw Lian pushing a hospital bed out, on which lay Ju Mingyi, who had just undergone a caesarean section. Upon seeing this, Lady Ju rushed forward, collapsing beside Ju Mingyi, tears flowing uncontrollably. She grasped her daughter's hand tightly, her voice trembling as she turned to Shen Qingyu. Princess of War, how is my daughter? Is she? The latter part of her sentence choked with emotion, difficult to articulate. Shen Qingyu, fully aware of Lady Ju's fears and anxieties, stepped closer and gently reassured her. Rest assured, Miss Ju is fine. She has merely just given birth and is extremely weak. She needs to be taken to a recovery room for some time to recuperate. Upon hearing this, Lady Ju was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly bursting into tears. Good, good, she is alive. My daughter is alive. She wept joyfully, repeatedly murmuring to herself. The crowd waiting outside, upon learning that Ju Mingyi was indeed alive, displayed expressions of disbelief. Chen Hao was the first to regain his composure. Without hesitation, he followed the nurse towards Ju Mingyi's recovery room. The moment Lady Chen heard that Ju Mingyi was alive, her face turned as pale as paper, her body trembling slightly as she anxiously inquired, "What about the child? What has happened to the child?" Her voice was laden with tension and fear, as if she had lost her last shred of hope. Lady Chen feared that if Ju Mingyi had survived, the child might have met an unfortunate fate. Her gaze anxiously sought Shen Qingyu, hoping to glean an answer from her expression. Shen Qingyu coldly regarded the arm that Lady Chen clung to, a flicker of impatience and disdain crossing her features. She forcefully withdrew her arm from Lady Chen's grasp, stating icily, "Release me." Lord Chen, witnessing this, quickly stepped forward to separate Lady Chen and repeatedly apologized to Shen Qingyu. "My wife is anxious and impetuous. She has been rude to the Princess of War, please forgive her." As he spoke, he shot a stern glare at Lady Chen, signaling her to cease her antics. Noticing Lord Chen's attitude was relatively sincere, Shen Qingyu chose not to pursue the matter any further, responding coolly, "The children are still inside, 2 boys and 1 girl, all safe. They are merely slightly smaller than average, otherwise perfectly normal." Upon receiving this news, Lady Chen was nearly moved to tears once more, grasping Shen Qingyu's arm, her eyes brimming with tears. "Is it true? 2 boys and a girl, all safe, that's wonderful, truly a blessing from the heavens." However, Shen Qingyu's expression soured, her brows furrowing as she found Lady Chen's behavior exceedingly distasteful. At that moment, Lord Chen swiftly pulled Lady Chen aside, reproaching her in a low voice, "How can you be so thoughtless? Release her." He then respectfully bowed to Shen Qingyu, expressing his gratitude. "I am deeply grateful to the Princess of War. Please extend your magnanimity and pardon my wife's impropriety." Turning to Lady Chen, he admonished, "Why have you not yet apologized to the Princess of War?" Chapter 35. Jun Mo-heng's poison strikes, Shin Qingyu detoxifies. Hearing Lord Shen's words, Lady Chen suddenly realized she was in the presence of the Princess of War, and in fright, she quickly knelt, pleading, "Princess of War, forgive me, I thank you." Just then, Lord Ju and Lady Ju approached, also kneeling on the ground, saying, "We thank the Princess of War." Shin Qingyu glanced at them and waved her hand dismissively, "Rise. There is no need for thanks. If you truly wish to show gratitude, it would be better to prepare more consultation fees for me." Merely expressing thanks held little significance compared to the tangible benefit of silver. "Certainly, certainly." They nodded repeatedly, affirming they would comply. Ultimately, Chun Dao and the others emerged from the operating room, each cradling a child in their arms, their faces beaming with smiles. Those gathered outside, upon learning that Ju Mingyi had successfully given birth to 2 sons and a daughter, and that mother and children were safe, were left agape in astonishment. They collectively exclaimed that the Princess of War was indeed a divine healer, her medical skills astonishingly remarkable. Meanwhile, Shin Qingxue, upon receiving this news, wore a ghastly expression, her heart filled with jealousy and resentment. Enraged, she hurled the teacup in her hand to the ground, tea splattering everywhere. Shin Qingxue had never anticipated that Shin Qingyu would emerge unscathed from this ordeal, garnering even greater admiration from the populace. Shin Qingyu had seemingly transformed into a living bodhisattva in the eyes of many, her medical expertise transcending the ordinary, capable of resurrecting the lifeless, and her heart radiating kindness, coupled with her captivating beauty. From that moment onward, it was unlikely anyone would question Shin Qingyu's medical prowess again. Subsequently, several doctors sought to apprentice under her, including an elderly gentleman. After assessing their aptitude and character for a period, Shin Qingyu found them commendable and readily accepted them as disciples. In the days that followed, Shin Qingyu imparted her knowledge generously, patiently instructing her disciples on surgical techniques. They held her in high esteem, treating every word she spoke as sacred, obediently following her guidance. With the assistance of these capable apprentices, Shin Qingyu now only personally undertook cases that were particularly challenging and beyond their abilities. She returned to a life of leisure and contentment, spending her days either strolling outside or delving into various pharmacological studies within her residence. As night fell, the sky was adorned with shimmering stars, and a radiant moon hung high above. The moonlight cascaded softly onto the earth, as gentle and tranquil as silver. In Jingye Garden, having just bathed, Shin Qingyu prepared to retire for the night. Clad in a white nightgown, her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, her skin glistening and translucent, exuding a faint fragrance. Suddenly, a gust of night wind rushed into Jingye Garden, calling out loudly, "Your Highness! Your Highness, you must come quickly, the prince's poison has struck again." His face was etched with anxiety and concern. Upon hearing the urgent summons, Shin Qingyu's intention to retire abruptly halted. She turned around, swiftly donned an outer garment, then opened the door and hurriedly exited her room. "What has happened?" she inquired anxiously as she walked alongside Night Wind. Night Wind, panting heavily, replied, "I am unsure of the details. The prince returned from an outing, and the poison suddenly relapsed." Shin Qingyu quickened her pace, soon arriving at Lingyun Pavilion. Upon entering the room, she saw Jun Moheng lying on the bed, drenched in cold sweat, his eyes tightly shut, fists clenched as if enduring immense pain. Shin Qingyu quickly approached the bedside, placing her fingers gently on Jun Moheng's wrist, meticulously assessing his pulse. Night Wind, standing nearby, observed with bated breath, anxiously asking, "Your Highness, how is it?" Shin Qingyu furrowed her brow, her tone grave as she replied, "The pulse is erratic. The toxins within cannot be suppressed any longer." Night Wind's countenance darkened, urgently inquiring, "What should we do?" Shin Qingyu took a deep breath, maintaining her composure as she instructed, "You must leave, I need to detoxify the prince." With that, she turned to signal Night Wind to exit the room. Night Wind hesitated briefly but complied with Shin Qingyu's orders, turning to leave and gently closing the door behind him. Shin Qingyu gazed at Jun Moheng on the bed, her heart inevitably filled with concern. She understood that this detoxification was crucial for him. If the toxins could not be expelled promptly, it could jeopardize his life. Thus, she took a deep breath, focused her energy, and prepared to exert herself fully to assist Jun Moheng. Hastily, she retrieved a detoxification pill from her pocket and placed it in Jun Moheng's mouth, then propped him up, swiftly removing his upper garment. With practiced skill, she took out silver needles, accurately targeting the acupoints on Jun Mo-heng's body. Fortunately, she had been studying the poison affecting him during this time, although she was not entirely certain of its name. Armed with her newly concocted detoxification pill and the silver needles, she believed she could thoroughly eliminate the toxins, even if it required multiple rounds. As the final silver needle was deftly inserted into Jun Mo-heng's neck, Shin Qingyu gently pulled out a handkerchief, meticulously wiping away the beads of sweat from his forehead, softly saying, "Your Highness, you may have to endure some discomfort for a while. These silver needles will force the toxins within your body toward your right hand, and they will subsequently be expelled through your middle finger. During this detoxification process, you may feel as though countless tiny insects are crawling within you, causing unbearable itching. This suffering is indescribable, but please trust me, it is a normal detoxification reaction and cannot be avoided." In the suffocating silence, Jun Mo-heng remained unresponsive as if he were a statue. Aware that he could not speak, Shin Qingyu refrained from further words, instead walking over to the table, leisurely pouring herself a cup of tea, and downing it in one gulp. The bright moonlight streamed through the window, and Shin Qingyu moved to the window, gazing up at the round, luminous moon, softly exclaiming, "What a beautiful moonlit night." She leaned against the windowsill, captivated by the moon in the night sky, when suddenly, she detected an exceedingly faint sound from the roof. Furrowing her brow, Shin Qingyu muttered in displeasure, "This is truly an inconvenient time." Nightwind also sensed it, swiftly leaping onto the roof. "Who dares trespass the residence of the Prince of War?" However, there was not just one figure clad in black on the roof but three. Nightwind instantly engaged in combat with two of them. Observing this, Shadow 2 emerged from the shadows to confront the remaining black-clad assailants. Shin Qingyu approached Jun Mo-heng, listening to the sounds of the struggle above, silver needles already poised in her hand. Suddenly, one of the two black-clad fighters engaged with Nightwind broke away from the fight and charged directly toward the room, a long sword aimed straight at Jun Mo-heng. Chapter 36, Shin Qingyu is injured. Shin Qingyu lifted her foot and forcefully kicked the long sword aside, swiftly positioning herself in front of Jun Mo-heng, shielding him securely behind her. Her gaze was as frigid as ice, and with an authoritative tone, she demanded, "Who dares to intrude upon the War King's residence?" The figure clad in black stood steadfastly, his sword unwaveringly aimed at Jun Mo-heng behind Shin Qingyu. His voice was cold and merciless as he declared, "I am here to take Jun Mo-heng's life." Upon hearing this, Shin Qingyu's lips curled into a mocking smile, her eyes brimming with disdain and contempt. Fearlessly, she retorted, "You wish to kill him? First, let us see if you possess the capability." No sooner had she spoken than her wrist flicked, and several silver needles shot forth from her hand, striking with the swiftness of lightning toward the assailant. Caught off guard, the figure in black barely managed to evade, the silver needles grazing past his ear and leaving a faint trace of blood. Pain coursed through him, and his expression darkened ominously. He raised his sword with a glint of cold light, menacingly advancing toward Shin Qingyu. Anticipating the attack, she twirled gracefully, akin to a butterfly in flight, effortlessly dodging the strike. In an instant, she retaliated fiercely, engaging the black-clad figure in a tumultuous clash. Although Jun Mo-heng had his eyes tightly shut, the sounds of the fierce battle resonated clearly within the room. Yet, at that moment, he found himself unable to open his eyes or move, left in a state of anxious distress. The figure in black, with a piercing gaze fixed on Shin Qingyu, unleashed a rapid palm strike aimed at her chest. Shin Qingyu stumbled back from the sudden assault, clutching her chest, her brows furrowing in pain as she glared at the mysterious assailant before her. Despite Shen Qingyu's formidable combat prowess, she lacked inner strength, whereas the figure in black coldly scrutinized Shen Qingyu and spoke with ruthless clarity. "I hold no intention of harming innocents. If you relinquish your position, I may spare your life." However, Shen Qingyu stood her ground, resolute in her response. "Not a chance. To take his life, you must first step over my corpse." With that declaration, she unsheathed a sharp dagger, assuming a battle-ready stance, her eyes gleaming with determination and defiance. The figure in black, furrowing his brow, scoffed, "You are foolishly courting death." He then lunged forward with his sword, the speed of his attack astonishing. Shen Qingyu barely had time to react before the blade pierced her arm, crimson blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining her entire limb. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips, her brow knitted in agony, the pain nearly unbearable. Sensing her injury, the figure in black dismissed her entirely, advancing toward Jun Mohang with his sword drawn. Just as the blade aimed for Jun Mohang, Shen Qingyu dashed forward, positioning herself in front of him. With a sickening thud, the sword pierced flesh, and Shen Qingyu felt a searing pain in her chest as warm liquid spilled from her mouth, blood trickling from the corner. The figure in black hesitated, seemingly surprised by Shen Qingyu's sudden intervention. Instinctively retracting his sword, Shen Qingyu's face paled from the excruciating pain, her body weakly leaning against the bed as she gradually sank down, ultimately collapsing beside Jun Mohang. The figure in black, his eyes filled with malice and his sword stained with blood, raised his weapon once more, mercilessly declaring, "If you are so eager to die, then I shall oblige." In her mind, Shen Qingyu lamented, "It's over, it's over. Today, I am doomed. My life, which has scarcely begun in this world, is about to end." At that moment, Jun Mohang, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, revealing a gaze infused with seething rage, as though he could incinerate everything in his path. He swiftly raised a hand, unleashing a force akin to a landslide, sending the sword aimed at Shen Qingyu flying, the blade vibrating as it clattered to the ground. The figure in black stood in shock, clearly unprepared for Jun Mohang's sudden awakening. Shen Qingyu glanced at the fallen silver needles, turning her head to him, her eyes filled with reproach as she weakly uttered, "Who told you to force the silver needles out?" Jun Mohang slowly turned to face Shen Qingyu, and upon seeing her injured state, his heart twisted with concern. He inquired, his voice tinged with worry, "Who told you to position yourself in front of me?" Shen Qingyu began, but the words escaped her as she faltered, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain in her chest, as though countless steel needles were stabbing at her. Jun Mohang's reprimand only fueled her anger, intensifying the agony that rendered her breathless. Observing the continuous stream of blood from her chest, Jun Mohang's brow furrowed deeply, his voice low and grave, "Where is the medicine?" "What medicine?" Shen Qingyu responded in confusion, entirely unaware of what he meant. Jun Mohang regarded her with an incredulous gaze, exasperatedly stating, "Where is the hemostatic medicine?" Realization dawned upon Shen Qingyu. As a physician, she had momentarily forgotten this fundamental knowledge. She quickly reached into her sleeve, retrieving a vial of hemostatic medicine, exclaiming, "Oh, here it is." He poured out a pill, carefully placing it into Shen Qingyu's mouth. As the pill slid down her throat, his deep, icy voice resonated, "You should rest for now, I will handle the rest." Shen Qingyu had intended to inquire about Jun Mohang's current condition, but the pain rendered. Instead, she could only nod silently, closing her eyes in hopes of regaining some strength. Seeing this, Jun Mohang gradually rose to his feet, straightening his posture, with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was stern, and a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he coldly demanded, "Who sent you?" The figure in black fixed his gaze on Jun Mohang, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. His fists clenched involuntarily, a flicker of tension crossing his face, yet he maintained his facade of composure, disdainfully responding, "There are too many who harbor enmity against you. No one has commissioned me." Jun Mohang, hearing this, allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips, revealing a mocking smile. He scoffed, "How utterly laughable. Countless seek to take my life. What makes you special? Do you truly believe you possess the ability to end mine? Whether I can accomplish it, let us see." The figure in black suddenly retrieved the fallen sword, a savage expression overtaking his features as he lunged at Jun Mohang, aiming a thrust directly at his heart. Chapter 37. How could there be such a foolish girl? Jun Mohang had just exerted his internal energy to forcibly expel the silver needle, and his body could not endure for long, leaving him no choice but to act swiftly and decisively. Gathering his internal strength, he struck out with a palm towards the cloaked figure. The meager skills of the assailant were utterly insufficient in the face of Jun Mohang, who effortlessly sent the man sprawling to the ground with a single blow. Following this, Jun Mohang deftly seized the sword from the black-clad man's grasp, pressing the tip against his throat, regarding him with the cold indifference one might reserve for a corpse. Is your master so arrogant as to send someone of your caliber? Does he believe that this prince, in the throes of poison, would be unable to contend with you? In the next moment, with a swift motion, Jun Mohang brought the sword down, and the figure's head lolled to one side, breath leaving him entirely. Jun Mohang discarded the weapon carelessly onto the ground. Shin Qingyue's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed the unfolding scene. She had never anticipated that, even while afflicted by a deadly toxin, Jun Mohang could display such remarkable prowess. Just as she prepared to speak, she saw him suddenly spew forth a jet of dark, inky blood, his entire being seemingly robbed of strength as he half-kneeled and collapsed to the ground. Jun Mohang! Your Highness! Your Highness! 3 exclamations rang out nearly in unison, as at that moment, Yifeng and Yinger had just dispatched the 2 black-clad assassins and rushed into the room. Shen Qingyu gritted her teeth against the pain in her own body, struggling to rise from the bed and hurry towards Jun Mohang's side. She knelt beside him, concern etched on her face as she grasped his hand, carefully checking his pulse. Soon, her expression grew increasingly grave, and she turned urgently to Yifeng, exclaiming, "Yifeng, quickly seal the acupoints on His Highness to halt the spread of the poison." Yifeng acted without hesitation, swiftly sealing Jun Mohang's acupoints. In quick succession, Shin Qingyu produced a slender silver needle from her bosom, plunging it into the tip of Jun Mohang's finger without a moment's hesitation. As the needle pierced the skin, a stream of dark, poisonous blood flowed forth. "Your Highness, how do you feel now?" Jun Mohang's brow furrowed, his eyes tightly shut, his complexion as pale as parchment, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, clearly enduring immense agony. Shin Qingyu felt a pang of anxiety in her heart. She hastily retrieved 2 pills from her storage, her countenance solemn as she stated, "Your Highness, these 2 pills were originally intended to be administered once the toxin was nearly eradicated, but the situation is dire, and we can no longer afford to delay. I must give them to you now." Despite the discomfort wrecking his body, Jun Mohang nodded slightly in agreement. Shin Qingyu quickly requested Yifeng to bring a cup of water, then carefully placed both pills into Jun Mohang's mouth. Once swallowed, he felt a surge of intense heat rapidly spreading within him, as if he had been cast into a roaring inferno. Simultaneously, he sensed an unknown force wreaking havoc inside him, bringing with it unbearable pain that made him grit his teeth and emit low, muffled groans. Understanding the effects and side effects of the pills, Shin Qingyu promptly extracted a slender silver needle, skillfully performing acupuncture on Jun Mohang. Each needle was precisely inserted into the acupoints, alleviating his suffering. As time passed, the blood flowing from his fingertip gradually shifted from white to a vivid crimson, and the chaotic force within him appeared to subside. After an indeterminate period, when Jun Mohang's breathing finally steadied, Shin Qingyu ceased her actions, exhaling a long sigh of relief. After enduring such turmoil, she paid no mind to her own injuries, her thoughts wholly focused on Jun Mohang. After checking his pulse, she plopped down onto the ground. "Well, Your Highness has turned misfortune into fortune. The poison within you has been largely expelled, and your internal strength should be restored to about 70%. Jun Mohang slowly opened his eyes and stood, feeling a sense of relief coursing through his body, filled with internal power. He inquired, "What medicine did you just give me? Its effects are remarkably impressive." "It was just formulated recently, and it lacks a name," Shin Qingyu explained. "The last time you suffered from poison, I sensed that your internal strength was being suppressed, so I thought to see if I could develop a pill to aid in restoring it." Shin Qingyu took a breath, continuing, "I had originally planned to wait until the toxin was mostly cleared before administering it, which would have allowed for a complete recovery, but the urgency of the situation forced my hand." Jun Mohang regarded Shin Qingyu before him, noting her garments soaked through with blood seeping from her chest and arms, her complexion as pale as paper, exhibiting signs of extreme fatigue. He frowned in concern, asking, "How do you feel at this moment?" Shin Qingyu forced herself to stand slowly, shaking her head gently to indicate she was not gravely harmed. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, her eyes involuntarily fluttered shut, and her body collapsed weakly. Seeing Shin Qingyu on the verge of crumpling to the ground, Jun Mohang reacted swiftly, catching her in a tight embrace as she fell into his arms. He noted the fine beads of sweat covering her forehead and instinctively raised his hand to wipe them away with his sleeve. Gazing at Shin Qingyu's utterly exhausted visage, memories of her selfless act of shielding him and her resolute declaration, "If you wish to kill him, you must first step over my corpse," flooded his mind, stirring within him a complex array of emotions, both joy and heartache. Holding Shin Qingyu tenderly, Jun Mohang spoke softly, "How could there be such a foolish girl willing to risk her life to save me?" Shin Qingyu remained in a deep slumber for 2 full days and nights. On the morning of the 3rd day, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. As she slowly opened her eyes, her vision initially blurred. Rubbing her eyes, she sought to discern her surroundings. However, upon fully awakening, she realized she was in an unfamiliar environment. Her gaze fell upon the grey canopy above, and Shin Qingyu's eyes widened in realization. This was not her familiar Jingye courtyard, but rather an entirely different place. Attempting to sit up, she aimed to ascertain her current location, yet, as she began to shift on the bed, a sharp pain erupted in her chest, as if it were being torn apart. Shin Qingyu couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, her brow knitting tightly as she quickly pressed her hand against her chest in an effort to alleviate the pain. She felt a warm liquid seeping from her wound, soaking her clothing. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the doorway, followed by the abrupt entrance of an individual. Chapter 38. Your Highness, you truly possess a delightful sense of humor. Shin Qingyu lifted her gaze, only to find Elder Qi standing anxiously by the bedside, his eyes brimming with concern. Your Highness, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Elder Qi inquired with a tone that betrayed a hint of tension. Witnessing Shin Qingyu's expression of anguish filled his heart with trepidation. What brings you here? Shin Qingyu recognized Elder Qi, who had devoted himself to researching the poison that afflicted Jun Mohang. They had previously engaged in discussions on several occasions. However, Elder Qi had not been in the capital for a considerable time, prompting her curiosity. As Elder Qi checked Shin Qingyu's pulse, he replied, "You must inquire with your lord husband. The other night, at the stroke of midnight, Yunyi suddenly sought me out, claiming that the princess had sustained grave injuries and urging me to come immediately to provide treatment. Thus, I hurried through the night and was brought to the War King's residence in the dead of night." Upon concluding his explanation, Elder Qi cautioned, "Your Highness, your injuries are quite severe. You must take care to rest properly and refrain from any sudden movements, otherwise, should the wound reopen, the consequences would be dire." It was then that Shin Qingyu recalled how she had forced herself to expel the poison from Jun Mohang's body that night and wondered how he was faring now. She attempted to sit up, asking, "Where is the Lord? How is he now?" Elder Qi observed her struggle to rise and quickly reassured her, "The Lord is well, vigorous as ever. He was summoned to the palace by the Emperor this morning." Hearing this, Shin Qingyu felt a wave of relief wash over. Upon seeing Shin Qingyu awake, her eyes glistened with tears, nearly spilling over. She hurried to the bedside, her expression filled with both affection and concern. "Your Highness, you have finally awakened. You truly frightened Lianer. How do you feel now? Does the wound still hurt?" Lianer asked urgently, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Shin Qingyu looked at Lianer's worried demeanor, warmth flooding her heart. She smiled, reassuring Lianer, "Do not worry, Lianer, I am much better now, it no longer hurts." However, at that moment, Elder Qi interjected with a hint of confusion in his tone, "Your Highness, I recall that your martial skills are commendable, and you are even versed in the use of poisons. Yet, how could a mere assassin inflict such harm upon you?" Shin Qingyu took the bowl of medicine from Lianer and shot Elder Qi a fierce glare, responding irritably, "No matter how skilled one is, it cannot compare to an opponent's profound internal strength. I possess no internal power myself." Elder Qi stroked his beard thoughtfully, intrigued as he pressed further. Your Highness, where did you acquire such unique skills that allow you to be so formidable without the... Liana, quick to react, presented a plate of prepared candied fruit. Shin Qingyu selected a piece and, with a teasing tone, remarked to Elder Qi, "What, are you interested in my martial arts, Elder Qi? If you wish to learn, I could teach you." Elder Qi smiled and waved his hand, playfully retorting, "No, no, at my age, I have no desire to learn such things." Shin Qingyu shrugged her shoulders, a hint of disappointment gracing her features as she murmured, "Alas, if that is the case, there is little I can do." Elder Qi found her demeanor amusing, shaking his head with a glimmer of curiosity as he asked, "Your Highness, why did you recklessly risk yourself to save the Lord? Surely you were not afraid that he might fail to act in time, leading to your demise?" Shin Qingyu contemplated silently within, for she felt no fear. In fact, she somewhat anticipated the prospect of returning to the modern world upon her death. However, she could not express this directly to Elder Qi, so she waved her hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance as she replied, "It was simply unavoidable. I could not allow myself to watch the Lord perish before my eyes. I am still young, and I do not wish to become a widow at such an early age." With that, she mischievously winked. Elder Qi paused in his beard stroking, a smile breaking across his face. "Har har har, Your Highness, you are truly humorous." Shin Qingyu replied earnestly, "I am not jesting. I speak the truth." Elder Qi's expression softened. "Rest assured, Your Highness, you shall never face the day of living widowhood." Curiosity piqued, Shin Qingyu inquired, "Oh, why is that?" Elder Qi regarded her with pride and admiration in his eyes. "The Lord is the war king of our northern Jin kingdom, with unparalleled martial prowess and extraordinary talent. How could he possibly fall so easily?" Shin Qingyu's lips curled into a faint smile, skepticism evident in her expression. "Isn't that a bit far-fetched? Without his internal power, he might not even be my match." Elder Qi furrowed his brow, shaking his head. "Your Highness, you are mistaken. The Lord's martial skills were indeed exceptional even before he was poisoned." Shin Qingyu chose not to argue further, simply waving her hand, all right, all right." Recognizing the futility of his words, Elder Qi stood up. "Your Highness, you must take ample time to recuperate from your injuries. I shall not disturb your rest any longer." Shin Qingyu waved him off casually. Go on." After Elder Qi departed, Liana assisted Shin Qingyu in settling back down. "Your Highness, please rest, I shall take my leave for now." With that, Liana exited the room, only to encounter Jun Morhang, who was striding towards the courtyard. Liana quickly bowed, "My lord." Noticing Liana exiting, Jun Morhang inquired, "Is the princess asleep?" Liana hurriedly replied, "The princess has just lain down." Jun Morhang gestured for her to withdraw. He gently pushed open the door and stepped inside. Upon hearing the subtle sound, Shin Qingyu instinctively turned her head, momentarily taken aback when her gaze met Jun Morhang's. She quickly struggled to rise. "My lord, what brings you here?" Jun Morhang, swift and decisive, stepped forward, placing a steady hand upon Shin Qingyu's attempting to rise form, compelling her to recline once more. His eyes conveyed concern and an unmistakable authority, as if to say she should comply. "There is no need to get up, just lie there. I heard you had awakened, so I came to see how you are faring." Shin Qingyu furrowed her brow slightly but offered no resistance to Jun Morhang's actions, instead complying and relaxing back into, "After all, your injuries are serious, one must not be negligent." Suddenly, Shin Qingyu raised an eyebrow, a mischievous glint in her eyes, and a subtle smile graced her lips as she teased, "Why such concern for me, my lord? This is rather uncharacteristic of you." Chapter 39, My Lady, Is It Truly So? A fleeting hint of embarrassment and discomfort crossed Jun Mohang's face. He cleared his throat to mask his emotions and replied earnestly, "It is." Upon hearing her words, Jun Mohang's body stiffened slightly, yet he feigned composure as he rose to his feet and declared, "You should rest here, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and exited the room without hesitation, his steps quickening as if he sought to flee the scene. Watching Jun Mohang's retreating figure, Shin Qingyu could not help but chuckle softly to herself. She realized she had gained a deeper understanding of this enigmatic prince. To her surprise, the usually aloof and imposing Jun Mo-hang could also exhibit such a hasty retreat. However, Shin Qingyu soon composed herself, letting out a gentle sigh, lamenting inwardly, "Alas, what a pity! Such a handsome visage conceals a hidden ailment." In the study of the royal residence, how are matters at the Hall of Yarmur progressing? Junmo sat at the desk, his eyes revealing a glimmer of coldness. "Replying to your highness, preparations at the Hall of Yarmur are complete. Murong Jingxian has also been lured there by our people," Night Wind respectfully responded. "Indeed, it is time to settle the score with Murong Jingxian for his treachery against this prince." Jun Mo-hang's eyes flickered with a murderous intent, his aura instantly turning frigid. Night Wind, observing the chill in his lord's gaze, felt a surge of agitation within, recalling Murong Jingxian's repeated schemes against them. Finally, retribution was at hand. After Jun Mo-hang's departure, Shin Qingyu drifted into a slumber, not awakening until the hour of dinner. As she stirred, her consciousness remained hazy, yet she summoned the strength to sit up, intending to stretch her legs. However, as she rose, a sudden sharp pain pierced her chest, prompting her to gasp softly, her brow knitting tightly. At that moment, Liana entered, carrying a tray of food. Hearing Shin Qingyu's sound, she hurriedly set down the platter and rushed to the bedside, concern etched on her face. "My lady, why are you out of bed?" Elder Qi advised that you should remain in bed for these few days to recuperate. "I'm fine, I merely wish to walk about and stretch my limbs, this will aid in my recovery. Lying in bed for too long has made my back ache terribly," Shin Qingyu explained with a smile, attempting to reassure Liana. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she slowly descended from the bed and made her way toward the dining table. Seeing Shin Qingyu's determination, Liana followed closely behind, ready to lend support. After much effort, Shin Qingyu finally reached the table and sat down, exhaling softly. Liana carefully arranged the dishes, and Shin Qingyu's gaze fell upon the meal, a hint of delight sparkling in her eyes. "These are all my favorites. The kitchen is becoming increasingly reliable." Liana served Shin Qingyu a small bowl of chestnut and pigeon soup, a smile gracing her lips as she softly remarked, "My lady, these dishes were specially sent by the prince himself." A look of surprise crossed Shin Qingyu's face, her tone tinged with disbelief. "Jun Mo-hang had them sent?" "Indeed, my lady. I sense that the prince is becoming increasingly attentive to you. Earlier today, he came specifically to inquire after your well-being, and this evening, he sent over your favorite dishes. But fear not, with your princess here, you will learn to discern a man's true nature." Upon hearing Shin Qingyu's words about discerning men, Liana's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly urged, "My lady, you should eat quickly. Otherwise, the food will grow cold." Noticing Liana's bashful demeanor, Shin Qingyu decided against pursuing the topic further and lowered her head to continue her meal. After finishing dinner, she patted her pleasantly full stomach and contentedly burped. "Come, Liana, let us return to Jingya courtyard." "But my lady, you are still injured." "It is nothing. I am my own physician, and I am most aware of my condition, so there is no need for concern," Shin Qingyu interjected before Liana could finish her sentence. "Understood." The two returned to Jingya courtyard, and upon entering the yard, Chundao and Xie he approached, their eyes filled with concern as they queried, "My lady, are you well?" "I am perfectly fine." Shin Qingyu waved her hand dismissively and proceeded toward the house. She settled into a chair beside the table, letting out a gentle sigh. Indeed, it is most comfortable to be in one's own courtyard. "It is getting late, you all should retire for the night," she instructed. "Yes." The attendants bowed and exited. Once alone, Shin Qingyu rose and, with a swift motion, entered her medicinal space. Having slept through the day, she found herself wide awake. "Master, you have arrived." Xiaoari's voice rang out suddenly. "Yes, Xiaoari, I recall previously concocting a remedy to expedite wound healing." "Where might it be?" Shin Qingyu inquired as she began her search. "Master, it is on the second shelf of the cabinet to your left," Xiaoari promptly replied. Shin Qingyu hurried to the cabinet, gently pulling it open to reveal several neatly arranged bottles of medicine. Cautiously, she selected one, examined the label to confirm its contents, then unscrewed the cap and applied a small amount of ointment to her wound. As the ointment made contact with her skin, a soothing coolness enveloped her, causing her previously tense nerves to relax slightly. She sighed softly, retrieving a few oral medications from the cabinet and swallowing them. The night remained deep, the hour still early, yet Shen Qingyu lay in bed, devoid of any inclination to sleep. Chapter 40, inviting the princess to dine together. Shen Qingyu suddenly recalled having administered the medicine to Jun Morchen earlier than intended. Although the effects were reasonably satisfactory, they ultimately fell short of the optimal condition. After all, it was merely a temporary measure. Should she wish to facilitate Jun Morchen's complete recovery, a more effective treatment plan was essential. Consequently, she resolved to concoct additional medicines to fortify his health. With this thought in mind, Shen Qingyu re-entered the space. She navigated through the myriad shelves, meticulously searching for various precious herbs and exquisite tools. After considerable effort, she finally located the necessary materials and arranged them neatly upon a nearby table. Subsequently, Shen Qingyu commenced the serious task of concocting the medicine. She carefully blended each herb in precise proportions, employing special techniques to extract their essence. Every step required utmost caution. Even the slightest miscalculation could lead to diminished efficacy or even adverse effects. As time slipped by, the night gradually descended, yet Shen Qingyu remained wholly engrossed in her work. Oblivious to the passage of time, she fixed her gaze intently on the potion before her, continuously adjusting the heat and stirring speed to ensure the quality of the final product. Unbeknownst to her, hours had passed, and the entire royal residence had succumbed to silence. Nonetheless, Shen Qingyu remained immersed in her world, entirely unaware of her surroundings. At long last, in the early hours of the morning, she successfully completed the preparation of all the medicines. Gazing at the vial filled with pills in her hand, Shen Qingyu nodded in satisfaction, a look of contentment gracing her features. She gently wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and slowly rose to her feet. Subsequently, Shen Qingyu exited the space and returned to her chamber. She lay down on her bed, closed her eyes, and succumbed to the waves of fatigue and drowsiness. Before long, she fell into a deep slumber, drifting into dreams. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Shen Qingyu's beautiful visage. Simultaneously, Yifeng entered Lingyun Pavilion with measured steps and bowed respectfully to Jun Morchen, who was seated at the table, reporting, "Your Highness, the Underworld Palace has relayed the latest news." Upon hearing this, Jun Morchen lifted his head slightly. His deep, icy eyes glimmered with a flicker of light. His thin lips parted as he replied coolly, "Speak." Yifeng, with a serious expression, continued, "Murung Jinxian has been severely injured by our Underworld Palace personnel, yet he was ultimately rescued." A cold smile graced Jun Morchen's lips as his long fingers lightly tapped the table, producing a crisp sound. "It matters not. After all, he is the third prince of the Dongling Kingdom. How could he possibly be captured so easily?" He then added, "This game has only just begun. It is far more intriguing to engage like a cat chasing a mouse. Prepare yourself, I shall personally go and see." Yifeng respectfully acknowledged, "Yes, Your Highness." Upon finishing, Jun Morchen ceased his rhythmic tapping on the table, seemingly recalling something, and instructed, "By the way, send someone to invite the princess to the front hall for a meal." Yifeng once again responded respectfully before exiting the room. Shen Qingyu remained lost in her sweet dreams, a satisfied smile adorning her face. Suddenly, the door creaked open gently, and Liana approached the bedside, softly calling, "Princess, rise and shine." Noticing Shen Qingyu's lack of response, Liana gently nudged her. Shen Qingyu turned over, groggily inquiring, "What is it, Liana?" With a smile, Liana replied, "Princess, His Highness has sent someone to request your presence in the front hall for a meal." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyu promptly pulled the covers over her head, playfully protesting, "I don't want to. I'm so sleepy." Liana, a touch anxious, urged, "Princess, you should get up quickly. His Highness mentioned he has matters to discuss with you." Pouting slightly, Shen Qingyu grumbled, "Doesn't the prince know I'm injured? Lord Shi has already advised me to rest well and refrain from moving about." Ultimately, however, she reluctantly rose from her bed, allowing Liana to assist her in dressing and grooming while grumbling, "It's so bothersome." Liana, unable to suppress her laughter, remarked, "Princess, do spare us the complaints. Hurry and see what His Highness wants. After completing her morning routine, Shinqinyu slowly made her way to the front hall with Lianer's support. As she entered, she beheld Jun Morchen seated elegantly at the dining table, holding a steaming cup of fragrant tea and taking gentle sips. His features were exquisitely sculpted, particularly his profound, star-like eyes that sparkled with an enigmatic light, as if they could see through all. The slight upturn of his lips hinted at an elusive smile, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Shinqinyu approached and took her seat. Jun Morchen set down his teacup, and immediately, servants began to present a variety of enticing dishes that tantalized the senses. Eat, he said softly. Shinqinyu picked up her chopsticks, first savoring a spoonful of porridge, then selecting a piece of green vegetable to begin her meal. She ate earnestly, as if these ordinary dishes were the most exquisite delicacies in the world. However, after a while, she noticed that Jun Morchen had yet to begin eating, instead watching her intently. Feeling somewhat unnerved under his gaze, she hastily swallowed her food and asked, "By the way, didn't you have something to tell me?" Only then did Jun Morchen retract his gaze, picking up his chopsticks as he calmly replied, "I may need to be away for a few days. You should remain in the palace to recuperate and avoid unnecessary outings." Shinqinyu obediently nodded and responded, "Oh, understood." Suddenly, as if recalling something, she quickly set down her chopsticks and produced a delicate vial from her bosom. "Please keep this vial, remember to take one each night." Jun Morchen extended his hand to accept the vial, examining it closely as he inquired, "When was this medicine prepared?" Shinqinyu raised her head slightly, donning a nonchalant expression. She casually replied, "Oh, it was made just last night." Afterward, Jun Morchen set the vial aside, then looked at Shinqinyu, advising, "Your injuries have not yet fully healed, so do refrain from overexerting yourself. During my absence, make sure to rest adequately." Upon hearing his words of concern, Shinqinyu thought that perhaps this prince wasn't so bad after all. However, she merely nodded lightly without speaking, continuing to enjoy her meal. Once breakfast concluded, Shinqinyu rose from the table, bid farewell to Jun Morchen, and retreated to her quarters with Lianer, while Jun Morchen departed the palace accompanied by Yifeng. Chapter 41, What of the Crown Princess? In the days following Jun Mo's departure, Shinqinyu leisurely recuperated from her injuries within the confines of the estate. One splendid day, with the sun shining brightly and the weather pleasantly temperate, Shinqinyu reclined on a chaise lounge in the courtyard, basking in the warmth of the sun. As she savored this rare moment of tranquility, she mused to herself how delightful life had become. However, just as she was lost in her pleasant reverie, an unexpected disturbance arose. Shinqinyu was causing a commotion in the main hall, insisting on seeing Shinqinyu at once. With no other choice, the steward hurriedly made his way to Jingye Garden to report the situation, saying, "Your Highness, the second miss of the Duke of Shen's residence has arrived, insisting she must see you." Upon hearing this news, Shinqinyu furrowed her brow and replied without hesitation, "This is the residence of the War King. Why should we concern ourselves with her? Simply have her escorted out." The steward, looking troubled, hesitated and said, "Your Highness, given that the second miss is currently engaged in preparations for her wedding to the Crown Prince, if I were to forcibly expel her, it would be tantamount to casting out the future Crown Princess from the estate." "I truly." At this, Shinqinyu's frown deepened, but she quickly rose with a resolute tone, declaring, "What of the Crown Princess? Since you lack the courage to act, I shall take matters into my own hands." With that, she was assisted by Lianer as she made her way outside, followed closely by Chun Dao and Xie He to the main hall. The steward, seeing this, hurried after them. I in the main hall, Shinqinyue was shouting, "Where is Shinqinyu? Have her come out to meet me." One of the maids attending the hall spoke hesitantly, "What is there to rest for? That wretched body of hers hardly deserves such care." With that, she attempted to make her way to the back courtyard in search of Shinqinyu. "Second miss, please, you cannot do this. Do not make things difficult for me," the maid pleaded, stepping forward to block Shinqinyu's path. Seeing this, Shinqinyu's expression darkened, and she raised her hand to deliver a sharp slap to the maid's face, producing a resounding crack. The maid stumbled and fell to the ground, while Shinqinyue, still unsatisfied, glared fiercely at her, shouting, "What are you, to dare impede me? Just as Shin Qingyu entered the main hall, this scene unfolded before her eyes, and her countenance darkened ominously. In a cold voice, she remarked, "And what are you, to presume such behavior? It was one thing to flaunt your power in the Duke's residence, but now you dare to rampage in the War King's estate. Shin Qingxue, do you wish for your life to be forfeit?" Upon seeing Shin Qingyu assume the authoritative demeanor of a princess, Shin Qingxue's ire ignited. She was acutely aware that Junmo was not present in the residence at that moment, and thus, she brazenly shouted, "Shin Qingyu, do not forget, everything you have eaten and worn since childhood has been bestowed upon you by me. Do you truly believe that becoming the War King's princess makes you exceptional? HMPH, regardless of your status, you remain that same lowly creature, forever unworthy of high society." In response, Shin Qingyue's lips curled into a cold smirk as she retorted, "My Ying, according to our laws, what penalty does one face for insult? Shin Qingyue shows such blatant disregard for the Lord, you know what must be done." Ma Ying nodded respectfully, replying, "As you command, Your Highness." With that, she swiftly approached Shin Qingxue. Seeing this, Shin Qingxue hurriedly pointed at Shin Qingyu, yelling, "Shin Qingyu, what do you think you are doing?" Let me tell you, however, before she could finish her sentence, Ma Ying raised her hand, delivering a sharp slap that sent Shin Qingxue crashing to the ground. Shin Qingxue, clutching her stinging cheek, appeared utterly incredulous as she shouted angrily, "You insolent maid! Do you know who I am? How dare you strike me?" Ma Ying, her expression unyielding, replied, "You speak recklessly and insult both the Lord and the Princess. I care not who you are. My duty is to punish you." Shin Qingxue trembled with rage, lifting her gaze to fixate on Shin Qingyu seated in the main position, shouting, "Shin Qingyu, I am the future crown princess. How dare you allow someone to strike me?" Shin Qingyu shot her a cold glance, showing not a hint of deference. "What of the crown princess? Should you dare provoke me, I would not hesitate to strike the crown prince himself, let alone you." At this moment, Shin Qingxue was nearly apoplectic, her frustration boiling over as she nearly spat blood in fury. Regret washed over her. Had she known this would happen, she might have thought twice about allowing Shin Qingyu to marry the War King. Now, she was brazenly leveraging her status as the War King's princess, acting with such arrogance that it was utterly beyond reason. "What are you waiting for? Do something." Initially, Ma Ying had thought that Shin Qingyu was merely posturing, attempting to intimidate the second miss, but to her astonishment, Shin Qingyu was genuinely prepared to take action. The onlookers were all struck dumb by Shin Qingyue's formidable presence, each one too intimidated to utter a word. "Show no mercy." Upon hearing this command, Ma Ying was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure, nodding vigorously in affirmation, "As you command, Your Highness." With that, she advanced decisively, seizing Shin Qingxue by the collar and effortlessly tossing her into the courtyard's center. Caught completely off guard by this sudden turn of events, Shin Qingxue had no time to react before she landed heavily on the cold ground. A pained scream escaped her lips as she clutched her throbbing backside, cursing, "Shin Qingyu, are you mad? Do you truly dare to kill me?" Ma Ying swiftly drew a sharp dagger from her calf, its blade glinting menacingly under the sun's rays, blindingly bright. Shin Qingxue quickly shielded her eyes with her hands. Crouching down, Ma Ying spoke in a tone that was both cold and resolute, devoid of any emotion. "Second mission, for your open insult against the princess, your fate can only end here. When you reach the underworld, remember to reflect on your actions." Shin Qingxue's gaze was fixated on the dagger in Ma Ying's hand, her face a mask of terror, yet, she refused to yield, shouting defiantly, "Shin Qingyu, you vile little wretch, have you forgotten who raised you? You not only cruelly harmed my mother but now seek my life. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs?" Just as Ma Ying raised the dagger, poised to strike, Shin Qingyu emerged from the inner chamber, her voice as frigid as the winter winds. "Hold." Chapter 42. My lady, if this continues, we may very well end up with a fatality. Upon hearing this, Ma Ying sheathed her dagger and stepped aside. Shin Qingyu slowly advanced, one deliberate step at a time, until she stood before Shin Qingxue, her eyes brimming with scorn. "Do you still have the audacity to mention your mother?" Shin Qingxue gazed at Shin Qingyu, an unsettling feeling creeping into her heart. She sensed that Shin Qingyu was somehow different now. "If you hadn't brought it up, I might have nearly forgotten, your mother first attempted to poison me and then sought to have me killed. I had initially thought that given her current state, I would be magnanimous and let it go. However, since you have revived this topic, perhaps I should grant you what you desire. Shinqing Xue's eyes widened in disbelief as she stammered, how could you possibly know that? It's impossible. Oh, so you were unaware. Allow me to enlighten you. When your mother dispatched someone to assassinate me, I caught them in the act, which is how I came to learn of this matter, Shinqing Yu replied nonchalantly. My mother was right. You are just as despicable as that wretched woman who bore you. You both deserve to die. Shinqing Xue spat through gritted teeth. At these words, Shinqing Yu's countenance darkened instantaneously. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palm. What do you mean by that? Is my mother's death somehow linked to you? Shinqing Yu inquired coldly, realizing she had let slip too much. Shinqing Xue hastily covered her mouth. And no, It appeared that the original owner's mother had also fallen victim to Meng Sanming's schemes, thus, she refrained from further inquiries. If that is the case, then I shall take vengeance for my mother and, in the process, express my gratitude for your kindness over the years. With that, Shinqing Yu advanced step by step toward Shinqing Xue, her aura growing increasingly formidable with each stride. Shinqing Xue, in terror, recoiled as she watched Shinqing Yu draw ever closer. Don't come any closer. What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Why, to let you experience the taste of being bullied, Shinqing Yu replied, a cruel smile curling her lips, before delivering a sharp slap to Shinqing Xue's face. Smack! Without pause, she struck Shinqing Xue again. And this slap is for myself. Following that, Shinqing Yu unleashed a flurry of slaps, leaving Shinqing Xue dazed and reeling, her vision clouded with stars. Finally, Shinqing Yu delivered a powerful kick to Shinqing Xue's abdomen, sending her crashing to the ground. Thud! Shinqing Xue coughed up blood, clutching her stomach in agony. How does it feel? Is it pleasant? Shinqing Yu looked down at Shinqing Xue from her elevated position, her eyes filled with disdain. You dare to strike me? Shinqing Xue gazed incredulously at Shinqing Yu. Throughout her life, she had always been the pampered young lady, never having endured such humiliation. Struggling against the pain, Shinqing Xue managed to rise, her face contorted with fury as she prepared to retaliate against Shinqing Yu. However, before she could make a move, Shinqing Yu suddenly delivered a fierce kick that sent her sprawling once more. Shinqing Xue let out a pained cry as she hit the ground hard, blood spilling from her mouth. Shinqing Yu crouched down, mercilessly grasping Shinqing Xue's hair, her expression as cold as frost, her voice reminiscent of a vengeful spirit from the netherworld. Shinqing Xue, do you truly believe yourself to be someone of consequence? How dare you behave so brazenly before me? It's nothing short of courting death. At that moment, Shinqing Xue felt excruciating pain radiating throughout her body, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face, her heart filled with regret and terror. She lamented her decision to come alone to the War King's residence. Her original plan had been to seize Shinqing Yu and deliver her well-deserved punishment in the absence of Jun Mo Hang. Yet, she never anticipated becoming the target of Shinqing Yu's wrath, even to the point of spitting blood. The surrounding servants bore witness to this scene, observing their lady's ruthless actions with growing trepidation. They quietly speculated that, given the current circumstances, it was unlikely that Miss Shin would survive the encounter. The steward stepped forward, quietly advising, "My lady, if this continues, we may be facing a fatal outcome." A chilling aura radiated from Shinqing Yu, her beautiful eyes as frigid as ice, coldly surveying the fallen Shinqing Xue. I have no intention of allowing her to leave the War King's residence alive today. Shinqing Xue, this is what you and Meng Sanling owe to me and my mother. I had initially spared Meng Sanling, but today you have delivered yourself to me, seeking death. Don't blame me for being ungracious. I shall first send you to meet the King of Hell and then escort your dear mother to accompany you. Shinqing Xue had never encountered such a demeanor from Shinqing Yu. It was as if she were confronting a demon risen from the depths of hell. The murderous intent and frost emanating from her eyes were bone-chilling, causing Shinqing Xue to widen her eyes in terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. Shinqing Yu retrieved a pill from her sleeve, preparing to force it into Shinqing Xue's mouth. Just then, a sharp dagger shot through the air like lightning, accompanied by a fierce whistling sound. Shen Qingyu reacted immediately, her eyes narrowing as she swiftly sidestepped and executed a graceful pivot, evading the strike. Simultaneously, Mai Ying surged forth like a spectre, her form as swift as the wind, kicking the incoming dagger aside, positioning herself protectively behind Shen Qingyu. "My lady!" The servants in the courtyard cried out in alarm upon witnessing this turn of events. Shen Qingyu steadied herself, her brow furrowing tightly, her sharp gaze directed toward the source of the dagger. She saw Zheng Jingcheng striding in hurriedly. "Shuer, are you all right?" Zheng Jingcheng inquired softly as he approached Shen Qingshue's side. Upon seeing him, Shen Qingshue's tears burst forth like a dam breaking, her expression one of utter helplessness and sorrow. She sobbed, her voice quivering with grief, a sight that evoked sympathy from all who beheld it. However, Shen Qingyu felt a wave of revulsion wash over her at this display. With a cold laugh, she mocked, "The bond between His Highness and my little sister is truly touching." Zheng Jingcheng frowned slightly, casting an annoyed glance at Shen Qingyu. So sharp-tongued, why treat Shuer in such a manner? Shen Qingyu's lips curled into a dismissive smile as she retorted, "Oh, may I inquire, Your Highness, how exactly have I changed? Is it that my refusal to cower like before has made you uncomfortable?" Chapter 43. Crown Prince brother, Shen Qingyu has lost her mind. Zheng Jingcheng's expression darkened. Every word Shen Qingyu uttered felt like a deliberate jab aimed at him, stirring a profound discontent within. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "Why do you speak in such a sarcastic tone now?" Shen Qingyu, her face devoid of emotion, coldly retorted, "Your Highness, I implore you to maintain some decorum. Refrain from calling me Yuer, you ought to address me as your royal aunt or the Princess of War." Zheng Jingcheng, incensed, felt his chest heave with suppressed fury. He pointed a trembling finger at Shen Qingyu, his eyes alight with rage, gritting his teeth as he said, "Very well. Shen Qingyu, you are truly remarkable, splendid indeed." Upon hearing this, a trace of a cold smile appeared on Shen Qingyu's face. She straightened her posture, radiating confidence as she replied, "Of course I am splendid. Regardless of what transpires, I shall remain well. Even if you falter, I shall continue to thrive." At that moment, Shen Qingxue raised her head, tears brimming in her eyes, gazing at Zheng Jingcheng with a pitiful expression. Her voice trembled as she said, "Crown Prince brother, Shen Qingyu has gone mad. She wishes to kill me." Zheng Jingcheng's brow furrowed at her words. He looked down at Shen Qingxue, who appeared utterly disheveled, and an involuntary wave of disgust surged within him. Nonetheless, he forced a gentle facade, softly assuring her, "Do not worry, while I am here, no one dares to lay a finger on you. Let us see who would dare to harm my future crown princess." However, Shen Qingyu was not intimidated. Instead, she scoffed disdainfully, responding, "Oh, is that so? What if I am determined to kill her today? Then we shall see if you possess the capability to do so," Zheng Jingcheng said, a faint smirk gracing his lips, laced with provocation. Shen Qingyu nodded, signaling her companion, Mai Ying, to step aside, before advancing with unwavering resolve, locking her gaze onto Zheng Jingcheng as she declared, "Very well, it seems the lesson I taught you last time was not sufficiently profound. Today, I shall ensure you receive an unforgettable lesson." Without further ado, Shen Qingyu launched herself towards Zheng Jingcheng, throwing a punch in his direction. Zheng Jingcheng, in response, swiftly raised his hand to block her assault. He thought to himself that last time, his negligence had allowed Shen Qingyu to succeed. This time, he could not afford to make the same mistake. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch, resulting in an impasse. Liana, watching anxiously from the sidelines, paced restlessly, repeatedly stomping her feet, muttering, "This won't do, the princess is still injured, how can this continue?" Mai Ying, aware of Shen Qingyue's injuries, contemplated rushing in to assist but was halted by Shen Qingyue's sharp reprimand, leaving her to anxiously observe the fray from a distance, too fearful to intervene. The steward stood by, his face a canvas of worry and anxiety, persistently urging, "My lords, cease this fighting, let us converse amicably." However, his advanced age rendered him lacking the courage to intervene, leaving him to fret helplessly on the sidelines. Shen Qingxue observed coldly, inwardly cursing Shen Qingyu for her newfound prowess in martial arts, which was alarmingly formidable. Moreover, her skills in medicine and poison only fueled Shen Qingxue's growing jealousy and resentment. In a brief span, the two exchanged dozens of blows barehanded. Shen Qingyu seized an opportunity, delivering a palm strike to Zheng Jingcheng's chest. He gasped, clutching his chest, and stumbled back a few steps. Shen Qingyu executed a graceful spin, regaining her stance, while Zheng Jingcheng stared at her in disbelief. He had never anticipated being bested by a woman. With her arms crossed, a smirk played at the corners of Shen Qingyu's mouth as she softly asked, "What is the matter? Do you wish to continue this duel? I shall inform you that today, I seek only Shen Qingxue's life. Should you attempt to impede me further, do not blame me for being merciless." Shen Qingxue trembled in fear, cowering behind Zheng Jingcheng, too terrified to even peek out. Zheng Jingcheng felt a surge of frustration. He had always held confidence in his martial skills, yet now he found himself humiliated before Shen Qingyu. It was intolerable to allow Shen Qingxue to perish at her hands. If he could not prevail through strength, he would resort to wielding power to suppress her. Resolutely, Zheng Jingcheng positioned himself protectively in front of Shen Qingxue and declared, "Shen Qingyu, my father has decreed Shen Qingxue as my crown princess. She is now of royal blood, and you have no right to take her life at will." Shen Qingyu inwardly cursed, "Damn it, yet another royal decree." Realizing Shen Qingyu was adamant in her intent to harm her, Shen Qingxue schemed in her heart, but feigned a pitiful demeanor as she spoke. "Sister, I understand my mistakes. Given our mother's current state, confined at home and unable to see anyone, I merely sought your help. If you are unwilling, I shall not press further. I beseech you to spare me this once." Shen Qingyu could scarcely endure Shen Qingxue's pretentious act, her stomach churning with disgust. Her expression darkened, eyes glinting with icy resolve as she glared at Shen Qingxue. "Silence, Shen Qingxue. Do you believe that if you utter another word, I shall not ensure your demise?" Shen Qingxue, petrified, trembled violently, her face pale as a sheet, gazing at Shen Qingyu in terror, her lips quivering as she uttered not a single word, fearing the wrath of this formidable woman. Zheng Jingcheng furrowed his brow, his tone laced with irritation as he inquired, "What must I do for you to spare Shen Qingxue?" His gaze brimmed with dissatisfaction and anger, yet he dared not provoke Shen Qingyu further. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Qingyu reflected on the injustices endured by the original owner and her daughter, which had ignited her fury. However, upon closer examination, she acknowledged that eliminating Shen Qingxue and the crown prince would indeed bring her considerable trouble. Chapter 44. Oh, so, did she kill her? Oh, if that is the case, there is nothing more to discuss. Since you have been given an opportunity and yet refuse it, this cannot be blamed on me, the princess. I kindly ask His Highness the Crown Prince to step aside." After speaking, Shen Qingyu produced the pill once more. Zheng Jingcheng gazed at Shen Qingyu, his eyes filled with resignation. Is there truly no other option? "There is none." Shen Qingyu's voice was exceptionally cold, as if it could freeze a person in place, leaving no room for negotiation. Zheng Jingcheng sighed deeply, turning away to whisper in Shen Qingxue's ear, "Shuer, you should comply with her demands. Otherwise, she will not let you off easily. If you wish to avoid perishing here, it is best to obey." With gritted teeth, Shen Qingxue nodded in agreement. Slowly, she emerged from behind Zheng Jingcheng, kneeling before Shen Qingyu with a face full of humiliation. Bowing her head, she began to knock it against the ground, uttering, "I was wrong, speak louder, I cannot hear you." Shen Qingyu pretended to clean her ears, as if she hadn't caught Shen Qingxue's words. Shen Qingxue clenched her teeth, her heart filled with resentment, yet she dared not show it. She continued to knock her head against the ground, raising her voice, "Sister, I was wrong." Bang, bang, bang. The sound of her knocking echoed continuously, causing those around to momentarily be taken aback. Shen Qingyu watched this scene with an expression of indifference, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Before long, after 10 resounding knocks, Shen Qingxue stumbled to her feet, her forehead already swollen, and with the earlier slap from Shen Qingyu, her entire face resembled that of a pigess, appearing quite comical. Surrounding onlookers cast scornful and mocking glances her way, leaving Shen Qingxue feeling utterly humiliated, yet she dared not act out, lowering her head as if wishing to burrow into the ground. "May I leave now? There is still the matter of 100,000 taels of silver. Who carries such a vast sum of silver when they go out? I will have someone deliver it to you upon my return to the manor." I do not trust you. Let us draft a written agreement. Shen Qingyu smirked coldly. Shen Qingxue, desperate to return to the manor, replied, very well, let us write it. With a subtle gesture, Shen Qingyu signaled for a maid to fetch paper and ink. After establishing the agreement, Shen Qingxue finally departed the Prince of War's residence with Jun Jingcheng. As Jun Jingcheng hurried out, he glanced back at Shen Qingyu, his gaze revealing an enigmatic chill, leaving one to wonder what thoughts were brewing in his mind. However, though Shen Qingyu observed this scene, she merely raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain on her face, seemingly indifferent to Jun Jingcheng's reaction. Once Jun Jingcheng and Shen Qingxue had departed, Shen Qingyu slowly turned back to her courtyard. After dining, she dismissed several maids and sat alone on her bed. Gently, she unfastened the buttons of her outer garment, slowly removing it to reveal the wound on her chest. At that moment, blood had begun to seep from the injury, causing Shen Qingyu to stifle a groan of pain. Were it not for having discreetly administered the drug powder while Jun Jingcheng was distracted, she would have had no chance of defeating him, given his profound internal strength. Furrowing her brow, Shen Qingyu carefully wiped the blood from around the wound. She retrieved a vial of medicine from her belongings, gently pouring out some powder and evenly sprinkling it over the injury. Then, she meticulously bandaged it with gauze, ensuring the wound was properly tended to. After applying the medicine and securing the bandage, Shen Qingyu finally exhaled in relief, feeling somewhat fatigued as she leaned back on the bed, closing her eyes to prepare for a much-needed rest. After all, she had just endured a fierce battle and required time to recuperate her strength and spirit. Meanwhile, in a serene courtyard, Jun Moshing sat upright on a stone bench, engrossed in a time-worn military treatise. The stone table was laden with fresh pastries and fruits, their enticing aroma wafting through the air, while a small stove nearby warmed a pot of steaming tea, its fragrance permeating the surroundings. Nightwind stood silently beside Jun Moshing, resembling a mute guardian. At that moment, Shadow 2 stealthily entered from outside the courtyard, his steps light as a spectre. Approaching Jun Moshing, he respectfully bowed and reported, Your Highness, after Murong Jingxian entered the Night Shadow Forest, our men have been unable to locate him. Upon hearing this news, Jun Moshing merely raised an eyebrow, a slight smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of calm confidence. No matter, he cannot escape. It was as if he had already anticipated the outcome. Seeing Jun Moshing so unperturbed, Nightwind nodded in agreement. Indeed, Your Highness speaks the truth. Although Murong Jingxian is cunning, he cannot evade your grasp. He continued, I have also heard that the Night Shadow Forest is exceedingly mysterious, especially at night when thick mists envelop the woods, obscuring one's sense of direction, making it very easy to become lost, quite perilous. Observing his lord's demeanor of assured victory, Shadow 2's concerns gradually dissipated, and his expression softened. He nodded and continued, Your Highness, news from the Underworld Palace has arrived. Today, the princess nearly killed the second young lady of the Duke of Shen's residence. Jun Moshing raised an eyebrow slightly, inquiring in a calm tone, Oh, did she succeed in killing her? Shadow 2 shook his head in response. No, the Crown Prince arrived shortly thereafter and clashed with the princess. After their confrontation, the Crown Prince was ultimately defeated by her. In the end, Shen Qingxue knelt and admitted her faults, offering 100,000 taels of silver, after which the princess spared her. When Jun Moshing learned that Shen Qingyu had engaged in combat with the Crown Prince, the first thought that crossed his mind was, that girl has already been injured, why is she still so fiery, even willing to fight? Noticing his lord seemed lost in thought, Shadow 2 gently reminded, Your Highness. Jun Moshing snapped back to reality, instinctively blurting out, Was the princess injured? The princess was unharmed. However, Shen Qingxue looks quite the sight, and the Crown Prince likely sustained some internal injuries as well. Jun Moshing nodded, taking a sip of tea from the table. Have Maying ensure the princess's safety. Understood. Within the depths of the Night Shadow Forest, Murong Jingxian leaned against the cave wall, his expression far from pleasant. Qingting entered the cave, carrying firewood. Your Highness, nightfall approaches. Once darkness descends, the mist in this forest becomes dense. We shall have to spend the night here in this cave. Murong Jingxian nodded. Now that I reflect on it, Jun Moshing has intentionally lured me here. He merely seeks to take revenge for the times I have plotted against him. I did not expect that after being poisoned, he could still manage to survive until now. He truly has a remarkable fate. Chapter 45. Why host a feast for a pearl? The residence of the Duke of Shen. When Shen Qingxue was brought back to the Duke's residence by Zhen Jingcheng, Shen Anyan was taken aback upon seeing Shen Qingxue's face swollen like that of a pig. Furrowing his brow, he hurriedly approached, concern etched on his features, and inquired, "Your Highness, what has happened to Shuer? How did she sustain such injuries?" Just as Zhen Jingcheng was about to provide an explanation, Shen Qingxue interjected, adopting a pitiful demeanor, tears glistening in her eyes as she choked out to Shen Anyan, "Father, I am fine. I merely had a little fall outside." Upon hearing this, Shen Anyan's brow furrowed even tighter, his expression betraying skepticism. Clearly unconvinced by Shen Qingxue's words, he scrutinized her injuries closely, internally speculating. Nevertheless, Shen Qingxue nodded firmly, affirming the veracity of her statement. Shen Anyan sighed in resignation and glanced behind them, only to find no sign of Shen Qingyu. He then asked again, "Where is your Why did she not return with you?" Shen Qingxue fell silent, her eyes revealing a trace of difficulty and conflict. Unsure of how to respond to Shen Anyan's inquiry, she could only stand there in silence. Noticing her reticence, Shen Anyan spoke again, his tone laced with dissatisfaction and reproach. "What, is she not coming?" Shen Qingxue took a deep breath and slowly replied, "Father, perhaps sister is busy." After speaking, she lowered her head, unable to meet Shen Anyan's gaze. Shen Anyan, upon hearing this, scoffed coldly, his expression darkening as he declared, "HMPH, I shall personally go find her." With that, he turned on his heel, preparing to leave. At this moment, Zhen Jingcheng reached out to stop Shen Anyan, furrowing his brow slightly, and stated in a calm tone, "There is no need for the Duke to go. Shen Qingyu will not come. She nearly harmed Shuer just now. Do you think she would willingly return with you?" Shen Anyan's eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted with shock. What, she actually attempted to kill Shuer? What audacity! His voice was filled with a mix of rage and astonishment. Shen Qingxue felt a sense of secret triumph within, yet outwardly she feigned a pitiful demeanor, softly saying, "Father, please do not be angry." Sister likely did not mean it, perhaps her emotions were just a bit out of control at that moment. However, Shen Anyan was unable to quell the fury within him. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Did she not mean it? Had I known she would end up like this, I should have suffocated her at birth." His words dripped with deep resentment and resolve. Zhen Jingcheng could not help but frown, seemingly surprised by Shen Anyan's grotesque expression and venomous words. He had assumed that as a duke, Shen Anyan would possess a certain level of composure and grace. After venting his anger for a time, Shen Anyan suddenly realized that Zhen Jingcheng was still standing nearby. He quickly reined in his emotions, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. Then, adopting a softer tone, he said to Shen Qingxue, "Shuer, you should return to your quarters and rest for a while. Father will have the steward summon a physician shortly to tend to your wounds." After saying this, he gently patted Shen Qingxue on the shoulder, signaling his concern. Shen Qingxue glanced at Zhen Jingcheng, noticing he seemed not to look her way, and then respectfully bowed to Shen Anyan, saying, "Yes, father, but what about mother?" Shen Anyan understood what Shen Qingxue was about to say, but this was not the time for such discussions. He reassured her, "Rest assured, father will find the best physician for your mother." Shen Qingxue felt a pang of worry, replying, "Thank you, father." Shen Anyan waved his hand, "Hurry back, soon. It will be the day of your joyous union with His Highness. We must ensure the physician heals your face. You cannot appear like this at that time." Instinctively, Shen Qingxue touched her cheek, her thoughts drifting to the smug expression of that wretched Shen Qingyu, and a wave of hatred surged within her. She gritted her teeth, silently vowing that she would make Shen Qingyu suffer immensely. After Shen Qingxue departed, the gentle smile on Shen Anyan's face vanished, replaced by a sycophantic demeanor as he turned to Zhen Jingcheng, saying with a smile, "Your Highness, I beg your pardon. I was just provoked by my eldest daughter, which led to my indiscreet words." Zhen Jingcheng merely nodded slightly, uninterested in hearing more of Shen Anyan's ramblings. Following Shen Qingxue's incident, Shen Qingyu enjoyed a period of tranquility. One day, as Shen Qingyu was reviewing the accounts sent by the steward in her courtyard, Liana entered from out. "What business do they have? Are they looking for the prince?" Liana shook her head. "No, It is someone from the imperial concubine's side. They say that the imperial concubine has acquired a high-quality luminous pearl and is hosting a feast. Is it absolutely necessary to attend? Can we skip it? Liana sighed. Princess, it seems not. The imperial concubine has sent someone to fetch you. They are waiting outside the residence. Shen Qingyu exhaled a long breath, setting aside the account book, standing up, and brushing off her dress. Well, since it is mandatory, let us go. Call Chun Dao to accompany me. With that, Shen Qingyu took Chun Dao with her and followed the palace envoy to the imperial palace. Along the way, she could not help but mutter to herself, it's just a worthless pearl. They actually went to the trouble of hosting a feast for everyone to see. The carriage rolled slowly along the bustling street, the wheels creaking and mingling with the lively sounds of the market. Inside the carriage, Shen Qingyu lounged against the wall, her eyes closed as if she were cut off from the outside world. After several days of recuperation, coupled with the medicine she had personally prepared, her wounds had nearly healed. Though there was still some lingering pain, it no longer hindered her movement. Chun Dao, seated opposite her, observed her tranquility and softly asked, Princess, are you hungry? Would you like to eat something to tide you over? Hearing this, Shen Qingyu slightly opened her eyes and glanced at the tray in Chun Dao's hands, which was filled with an array of exquisite pastries. She chuckled softly and replied, that sounds good, I am indeed a bit hungry. Chun Dao promptly offered the tray to Shen Qingyu, saying, Princess, please try this. It is a new pastry from the kitchen, and it tastes delightful. Besides, once we arrive at the palace, you probably won't have much time to eat. Chapter 46. You think you can scheme against me? It was with a raised eyebrow that Shen Qingyu regarded the pastries in Chun Dao's hands, casually taking a piece and placing it in her mouth. The pastry melted upon her tongue, sweet yet not cloying, prompting her to indulge in a few more pieces. As she ate, she mused, the most troublesome aspect of ancient times is these feasts. What is merely a simple meal becomes exceedingly complicated, rife with intrigue and manipulation. Observing Shen Qingyu's enjoyment, Chun Dao felt reassured. After a moment's hesitation, she ventured to remind, Princess, when we enter the palace, if any of the concubines approach you, it is best to avoid engaging with them as much as possible. Shen Qingyu paused, her chewing coming to a halt as she looked at Chun Dao in confusion, asking, why is that? The waters of the harem run deep. Everyone harbors ulterior motives, and their relationships are so complex that one can hardly grasp them. Now that you have attained the status of the War King's consort, their attempts to converse with you are merely efforts to leverage your influence to win over the prince. Shen Qingyu felt a moment of clarity, realizing she had completely overlooked the intricacies of the royal court and the power struggles for the throne. So, they wish for the prince to align himself with their faction. Chun Dao nodded affirmatively, precisely, Princess. Shen Qingyu lightly tapped her chin, signifying understanding, and then curiously inquired, then, which faction does your lord belong to? Chun Dao answered without hesitation, the prince does not engage in any factional disputes. He follows his own path, with his heart solely devoted to the countless citizens of Beijing. Because of this, many within both the harem and the court harbor dissatisfaction toward him. Yet, the prince commands substantial power, and with the emperor's unwavering trust in him, those discontented can only swallow their grievances. And now that the prince is absent from the capital, they may seek to manipulate you. The schemes within the harem are insidious, so you must exercise caution, Princess. Shen Qingyu nodded, I understand. It won't be so easy to scheme against me. As they spoke, the carriage came to a gentle halt with a soft, whoa. Chun Dao lifted the curtain to look outside. Princess, we have arrived. Carefully assisting Shen Qingyu down from the carriage, the two walked with light steps toward the palace. Upon entering the hall, they found the decoration to be simple and unadorned compared to the mid-autumn feast, devoid of extravagant embellishments, which was to be expected, given that this was not a significant grand banquet. Just as Shen Qingyu was lost in thought, Chun Dao gently called out, Princess. Shen Qingyu snapped back to attention, then walked confidently to her designated seat and sat gracefully. Before long, the imperial concubine entered. Everyone stood to pay their respects, exclaiming in unison, we pay our respects to the imperial concubine, and to the noble consort. The imperial concubine entered with poise, taking her seat at the head, and then gestured with her hand, no need for formalities. Please be seated. As everyone complied and took their seats, Chundao leaned closer to Shen Qingyu, whispering, "The lady next to the imperial concubine is the mother of the third prince, the noble consort." The noble consort hails from the Dingen Marquisate, and the faction of the third prince is also eyeing the position of heir. Thus, while they appear to coexist harmoniously, they are, in fact, in fierce opposition to one another behind the scenes. Shen Qingyu nodded slightly, acknowledging her understanding. At that moment, the imperial concubine spoke. "I have recently acquired a treasure, an exceptionally rare luminous pearl. Therefore, I have specially invited all the ladies and young misses here to admire this treasure." As she finished speaking, several palace maids entered, carefully carrying a display table, which they placed at the center of the banquet. The table was draped with a red satin cloth, concealing the object within from view. The imperial concubine signaled to one of the maids to unveil the red silk. In an instant, a crystal-clear and lustrous luminous pearl was revealed to the audience. Upon witnessing this, the guests could not help but gasp in awe. Some exclaimed, "Wow, this luminous pearl is so large." Others echoed, "Indeed, as the lady said, the quality of this pearl is truly exceptional." The chatter of admiration filled the air. Yet, as Shen Qingyu glanced at the pearl, she internally contemplated, "While the quality of this luminous pearl may be commendable, it surely cannot be as flawless as everyone claims. Clearly, they are indulging in flattery." Meanwhile, the imperial concubine engaged in brief yet cordial conversations with the guests. Shen Qingyu, however, found it rather dull and could not muster any enthusiasm. Her thoughts drifted into the realm of medicinal knowledge. Just as she was discussing some pharmacological concepts with the little assistant in her space, the voice of the imperial concubine suddenly called out, "War King's consort." Hearing her name, Chundao quickly tugged at Shen Qingyu's sleeve, reminding her that the imperial concubine was calling for her. Shen Qingyu returned to the present, quickly standing up, bowing to the imperial concubine, and respectfully asking, "May I inquire what the imperial concubine wishes to discuss with me?" The imperial concubine smiled gently, her tone soft as she said, "I heard that the War King's consort was unwell not long ago, and I have been quite concerned." "I hope you are feeling better now." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyu could not help but let out a cold laugh within, thinking to herself that the imperial concubine could not genuinely care. She must know about her recent actions involving Zheng Jingcheng and Shen Qingxue. After all, the prince was her own flesh and blood, and it was said that she was quite fond of that green tea Shen Qingxue. How could she truly be concerned for her? However, she maintained a polite facade, replying, "Thank you for your concern, imperial concubine. I have recovered significantly." The imperial concubine nodded in satisfaction. "That is good to hear." She continued, "I have arranged for fine wine and exquisite dishes. Let us all be a bit more relaxed today, without too much formality." With that, she waved her hand, signaling for the meals to be served. Moments later, a group of palace maids entered, presenting an array of dishes that were visually appealing and aromatic, placing them on the table one after another. Observing this, Shen Qingshue's lips curved slightly upwards, a barely perceptible smile gracing her face. As she signaled to one of the maids nearby, the maid understood her cue, nodded, and proceeded to bring a jug of wine to Shen Qingyu, softly calling, "Princess." However, Shen Qingyu did not lift her head, merely responding coolly, "Just set it down." "Chundao, pour the wine." Shen Qingyue's lips curled into a slight smile, casting a look that was both enigmatic and teasing towards Shen Qingxue across the table. Chapter 47, An Eye for an Eye. Spring Peach promptly acquiesced, stepping forward with utmost caution to grasp the wine jug, filling a cup for Shen Qingyu. Shen Qingyu accepted the goblet, taking a delicate sip, a hint of satisfaction gracing her features. "Our exquisite wine, do pour me another." She pushed the cup forward, signaling Spring Peach to continue. "As you wish, Your Highness," Spring Peach replied respectfully, refilling Shen Qingyue's glass. Witnessing this scene, Shen Qingxue could not suppress a smirk of triumph, her heart secretly elated. "Shen Qingyu, oh Shen Qingyu, let us see how long you can remain arrogant. Await the moment when the prince casts you aside. Har har, as Shen Qingyu indulged in several cups of wine, her head began to spin, her body swaying involuntarily. Sensing her intoxication, she staggered to her feet and said to Spring Peach beside her, "Spring Peach, I can't go on any longer. Assist me to the prince's chamber for a brief respite." "Of course." Spring Peach quickly supported Shen Qingyu, guiding her out of the banquet. After Shen Qingyu's departure, Shen Qingxue lingered for a moment before also exiting the festivities. Meanwhile, the favored concubine seated above exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby maid, who immediately understood and quietly followed suit. In the Huaqing Hall, Shen Qingyu, propped up by Spring Peach, settled onto the bed. Spring Peach gently inquired, "Your Highness, having consumed so much wine, would you like me to fetch a bowl of sobering soup?" "No need, you may pretend to step outside, then find a place to wait for me," Shen Qingyu replied, straightening her posture, her eyes now clear and devoid of the drunken demeanor from moments prior. A subtle smile crept across her lips, revealing a hint of cold amusement. How audacious of someone to plot against her. As a skilled practitioner of medicine and poison, they had underestimated her gravely. Spring Peach, taken aback by the sudden lucidity of her mistress, nodded in understanding, likely sensing the underlying intricacies, and exited as instructed. Just then, a shadow slipped from the darkness, standing respectfully before Shen Qingyu. "Does the princess wish to depart?" The figure, known as Mai Ying, inquired in a hushed tone. Shen Qingyu shook her head, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. "There is no rush, those who dare to scheme against me must inevitably pay the price." She recognized the drug as an aphrodisiac, surmising their intentions. HMPH, if that is the case, they should not blame her for being ungracious. "Mai Ying, please check if Shen Qingxue has followed us. If so, bring her here unconscious." Shen Qingyu commanded. "Yes, Your Highness," Mai Ying replied, swiftly departing. Before long, faint footsteps echoed outside, prompting Shen Qingyu to close her eyes and feign deep slumber. The door creaked open, revealing a man of unremarkable stature and appearance, wearing a lewd grin as he stealthily entered the room. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, he muttered, "Our little beauty, brother has arrived." Shen Qingyu recoiled at his repugnant words, a chill running down her spine as goosebumps prickled her skin. Just as he approached the bedside, she swiftly tossed a handful of powder, and he collapsed with a thud onto the floor. Rising from the bed, Shen Qingyu approached the fallen man, delivering a decisive kick, only to discover she did not recognize him. At that moment, Mai Ying leaped through the window, effortlessly carrying the unconscious Shen Qingxue on her shoulder. Mai Ying carelessly dropped Shen Qingxue to the ground and inquired, "What shall we do next, Your Highness?" Shen Qingyu smiled faintly, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. "Naturally, we shall return the favor in kind." With that, she produced 2 pills from her robe and handed them to Mai Ying, gesturing for her to place the pills in the mouths of the 2 incapacitated individuals. The pair then slipped out through the window, and shortly thereafter, sounds of an evocative nature emerged from within. Moments later, a throng of individuals approached the Huaqing Hall, including those from the recent banquet. Even the Emperor and Empress were summoned. The favored concubine, as she walked, spoke softly to the Emperor, "Your Majesty, I have also heard from a maid that she witnessed the war prince's consort enter the Huaqing Hall with a man. I too find it hard to believe." The Empress expressed her disbelief. "That cannot be true, you would never engage in such behavior." The Emperor nodded in agreement. As they reached the entrance to the chamber, muffled sounds emerged from within, prompting a flurry of speculation among the gathered crowd. Could it be that the war prince's consort is indeed inside, meeting with someone? The corners of the favored concubine's mouth subtly curved upwards, betraying a smirk of triumph. At that moment, a clear voice broke through the tension. "Oh, what brings so many people here?" The crowd turned to see Shen Qingyu, accompanied by her maid Spring Peach, approaching slowly. Shen Qingyu stepped forward, feigning confusion as she regarded the Emperor and Empress, curtsying and inquiring, "Elder brother, elder sister, what brings you here?" The favored concubine's face paled, exclaiming, "What are you doing here?" Shen Qingyu raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "Oh. Might I ask, Your Highness, where else should I be if not here?" Realizing her slip, the favored concubine hastily clarified. What I meant was, a maid reported that you had drunk too much and came here to rest. I assumed you were inside. The Empress grasped Shen Qingyue's hand tightly, her tone firm. Indeed, you were. Some claim you were inside in a clandestine meeting. Naturally, the Emperor and I would never believe such baseless rumors. A flicker of gratitude shone in Shen Qingyue's eyes as she softly replied, Thank you, elder sister and elder brother, for your trust. I did indulge in a few too many cups of wine earlier and felt a bit lightheaded, so I stepped out for some fresh air to admire the palace's beauty. I wandered a bit and ended up here, intending to rest before returning. At that moment, a voice from the crowd questioned, If the war prince's consort is here, then who is in the room? Chapter 48. It is finished. Everything is finished. Shen Qingyue's once clear eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, now seemed to have crystallized into cold ice, emanating a pervasive chill. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze flickering with a barely perceptible hint of anger. With a soft huff, her voice sliced through the air like an icicle, brimming with scorn as she slowly articulated, I am genuinely curious as to who dares to be so audacious within the Hall of Supreme Clarity, to engage in such shameless acts, and even attempt to mislead others into believing it is I. Had I not discovered this in time, my reputation would surely have been shattered. Upon hearing these words, the Emperor furrowed his brow deeply, the expression on his face darkening further, akin to a sky laden with storm clouds. He abruptly waved his hand with great force, as if to disperse the fury raging within him, and bellowed, Bring forth the person inside at once. Yes, Your Majesty, the guards responded, two agile sentinels swiftly making their way toward the Hall of Supreme Clarity. Before long, Shen Qingyue emerged, her hair disheveled and attire in disarray, accompanied by a man who bore a similar disheveled appearance. In their panic, they hastily attempted to adjust their clothing, yet could not conceal the marks upon their bodies. The two guards pounced upon them with the ferocity of descending tigers, mercilessly seizing their arms and dragging them out of the room, then unceremoniously tossing them to the ground with a resounding thud. Shen Qingyue felt as if her body had been dismantled, the intense pain rendering her nearly insufferable. A cry of anguish escaped her lips, filled with despair and helplessness, while the man beside her stared ahead in sheer terror, seemingly still reeling from the shock of recent events. Isn't that the second young lady of the Duke's residence, Shen Qingyue? How could it be her? Isn't she the future crown princess? To everyone's astonishment, the typically graceful and virtuous second young lady of the Duke's residence had engaged in such scandalous and disgraceful behavior. Was her usual gentleness merely a facade? At this moment, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of whispers, each voice vying to be heard, the noise reverberating throughout the palace as if to shake its very foundations. Shen Qingyue, upon hearing these unbearable remarks, was jolted back to reality as if struck by lightning. She surveyed her surroundings in confusion, her eyes filled with terror and helplessness, then gradually lowered her gaze to her own disheveled state. The fear within her could no longer be contained, and she let out a piercing scream that seemed to pierce the heavens. Swear, how could it be you? The favored concubine's face was a mask of shock and disbelief, her delicate features marred by profound confusion and sorrow. The Emperor's fury flared, his eyes igniting with an inferno of rage. Shen Qingyue, your audacity knows no bounds. How dare you engage in such lewd acts within the palace, bringing shame upon the royal family? With your conduct so depraved and your morals so tarnished, how could you possibly deserve to step through the gates of royalty and become a member of my family? Trembling in fear, Shen Qingyue fell to her knees, repeatedly bowing her head, her voice frantic as she pleaded, Your Majesty, it is not as it seems. I am truly innocent, I am the victim of malicious scheming. With that, she hastily turned to the favored concubine, gripping her skirt tightly, tears streaming down her face like a torrential flood as she cried, Your Highness, I am truly innocent. I have been wronged. Suddenly, a thought struck Shen Qingyue, and she whirled around, her eyes flashing with fury as she pointed accusingly at Shen Qingyue. Shen Qingyue, it is you, you wicked woman who has ensnared me. Why have you done this to me? Are you not afraid of retribution? Shen Qingyue furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes glinting with a cold intensity, as she feigned innocence. Sister, why do you speak so strangely today, uttering such nonsensical accusations? I have only just arrived here and am utterly unaware of what has transpired. Yet, Shin Qingshua's face was a mask of rage, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Shin Qingyu, shrieking, "You vile wretch! It must be you, spare me your pretenses, you are the one who should have been in that room, surely you devised this scheme to frame me." Shin Qingyu internally chuckled, maintaining her facade of innocence, and, could it be that you harbor ulterior motives, seeking to tarnish my reputation? At her words, Shin Qingyu panicked, hastily denying, "No, that is not true, Shin Qingyu, do not make baseless accusations. Do not slander me." The onlookers, not lacking in intelligence, stood by quietly, attentively listening to the exchange, gradually piecing together that Shin Qingyu had been intent on framing the Princess of War, only to find her cleverness had backfired, leading to her own downfall. The Emperor's gaze deepened, and he quickly deduced the events at play, internally lamenting Shin Qingshua's audacity and the venom of her intentions. Thankfully, Shin Qingyu had emerged unscathed. Otherwise, upon the return of the royal brother and the revelation of this incident, chaos would surely ensue. Moreover, the Emperor harbored dissatisfaction with Shin Qingxue. Had it not been for the favored concubine, there was no way he would have arranged a marriage with the crown prince. Thus, with a decisive wave of his hand, he declared, "Shin Qingxue has engaged in lewd conduct, her virtue compromised. She is unworthy of marrying into the royal family, therefore, the engagement with the crown prince is hereby annulled, and she shall not be permitted to enter the palace again. The Duke has failed in his duty to educate his daughter and shall be penalized for a year. As for that man, drag him out and beat him to death." With that, the Emperor turned to leave. Long live the Emperor! The man, upon hearing the decree, immediately bowed and pleaded for mercy. "Your Majesty, please spare my life." The matron beside the Empress shouted, "Bring him forth. Do not delay." The man was dragged away by 2 guards, and soon, anguished cries echoed through the air. Upon hearing the annulment of her engagement, Shin Qingxue felt as though all strength had drained from her body collapsing to the ground as if it had lost all support. She muttered repeatedly, her voice hoarse and filled with despair, "It is over, everything is over. My future, my happiness, all reduced to mere illusions." Tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking her face and the ground beneath her. The Empress, witnessing this scene, displayed a flicker of indifference in her eyes. She gently waved her hand to the surrounding ladies, saying, "Everyone, you may disperse now." Having said this, she lightly patted Shin Qingyue's hand, an action imbued with unspoken significance, before turning to leave. The favored concubine, observing Shin Qingxue's woeful state, felt any remnants of sympathy evaporate in an instant. She contemplated silently that even though she had previously favored Shin Qingxue, she was now unworthy of her son. Moreover, she was acutely aware of the events that had transpired today. Her initial intention had been to orchestrate Shin Qingyue's disgrace, yet she had unexpectedly escaped unscathed, while Shin Qingxue's reputation lay in tatters. Even if she knew everything, she could only swallow her resentment, ensuring that the Emperor remained oblivious to her involvement. With this thought, the favored concubine cast a disdainful glance at Shin Qingxue, her eyes filled with contempt and scorn, before departing without a backward glance, leaving behind an atmosphere of desolation and sorrow. Chapter 49, The Mysterious Figure. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Shin Qingyu slowly approached Shin Qingxue. Crouching before her, she looked down at Shin Qingxue, a smug smile gracing her lips. "Sister, how do you feel? This is the consequence of your own actions. How does it taste?" Shin Qingxue struggled to lift her head, her eyes bloodshot, seemingly ablaze with fury. She glared at Shin Qingyu, gritting her teeth as she spat, "It's you, vile wretch. Why don't you just die? If it weren't for your interference, my marriage would not have fallen apart, and I wouldn't be in this wretched state. May you suffer a fate worse than death." Her words were laced with boundless resentment and curses. "Indeed, it was I. Last time, out of kindness, I spared you, but who would have thought you would remain so ungrateful, still harboring thoughts of scheming against me? Since you are so obstinate, if I do not return the favor, would that not make me appear overly lenient and lacking in resolve?" She narrowed her eyes slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing within. "Rest assured, I am a person who has weathered countless storms and emerged unscathed. Even in your demise, I shall continue to thrive. Chundao, let us depart." With measured steps, she turned her back on the palace without a glance. Behind her, Shunshu's shrieks faded into the distance, gradually dissipating from her ears. In the carriage heading back home, Chundao gazed at the princess with admiration, unable to contain her praise. "Your Highness, you are truly brilliant. If you had been the slightest bit careless, we would have fallen into their trap, which would have been quite troublesome." Shunshu slightly lifted her. "Those who dare to harm me must be prepared to face the consequences, so they understand just how dire the repercussions of provoking me can be." In the nightshade forest, Yifeng spoke with reluctance. "My lord, he has managed to escape." Zheng Moxiang waved his hand dismissively. "No matter, Murong Jingxian has sustained severe internal injuries. Complete recovery will not be easy. What shall we do now? Let us return to the manor. We have been away for some time." "Yes, my lord." In Jingyu Garden, upon awakening, Shunshu felt invigorated, as if all her fatigue had vanished with her slumber. She stretched languidly, her movements graceful and expansive, reminiscent of a languorous feline. Then, narrowing her eyes slightly, a hint of confusion crossed her features. That nap was truly delightful, but what time is it now?" Lianer entered the room, carrying an exquisite washing basin with a gentle smile, softly saying, "Your Highness, it is already noon. I saw you sleeping so soundly that I couldn't bear to wake you." With that, she delicately placed the basin on the bedside table before moving to assist Shunshu in dressing. Hearing Lianer's words, Shunshu couldn't help but reflect. During her modern life, she was always preoccupied with medical studies, never having such leisurely moments. She rubbed her growling stomach and sighed in exasperation. "I'm so hungry, Lianer. Is there anything delicious to eat?" Having barely eaten in the palace and going straight to bed upon returning last night, she felt lightheaded with hunger, as if her stomach were nearly touching her back. Lianer, while gently aiding Shunshu in her grooming, smiled and replied, "Your Highness, lunch is ready. Once you finish washing up, you can dine. The kitchen has prepared several of your favorite dishes, ensuring you will be well fed." Upon hearing of the forthcoming feast, Shunshu's eyes brightened, and her hunger seemed to wane a bit. She urged eagerly, "Then please hurry. I can hardly wait to satiate my appetite." With that, she sat up straight, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Before long, Lianer finished assisting Shunshu and led her to the dining table, where Chundao and Xiahe entered, bringing the dishes to set before her. Shunshu began to eat heartily, but as she savored her meal, a thought struck her, and she paused mid-bite, casually inquiring, "Has the Lord returned?" Chundao stepped forward, replying, "To Your Highness, he has not yet returned, but he should be back shortly." Shunshu nodded and resumed her meal. After finishing lunch, Shunshu leisurely set down her chopsticks, gently dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief, and considering that there was nothing pressing to attend to, she stood and beckoned the nearby maidservants to accompany her to Maishutang. The maidservants, upon hearing their mistress was going out, promptly followed suit. The group exited the royal manor, making their way towards Maishutang. Upon entering, the shopkeeper, sharp-eyed, spotted her immediately and approached with a beaming smile. "Your Highness, you have arrived. Is there something you require?" Shunshu waved her hand lightly, a warm smile illuminating her face. "Nothing urgent, I merely wish to browse idly. Please continue with your duties." The shopkeeper responded eagerly, "Of course, Your Highness. Feel free to browse, and should you need anything, do not hesitate to let us know." Subsequently, Shunshu strolled leisurely into the back courtyard with her maidservants. Upon entering the courtyard, she noticed several young attendants busy drying various herbs, their faint medicinal aroma wafting through the air. Shunshu approached with keen interest, meticulously observing each herb, occasionally crouching down to gently touch them, as if engaging in a silent dialogue. At that moment, a mysterious figure entered Maishutang, a woman adorned with a conical hat and a veil, her graceful figure and distinguished demeanor indicating her noble status. Upon entering, the woman expressed her intention to seek the princess's medical assistance. The shopkeeper, recognizing her demeanor and poise, thought to himself that she was no ordinary person. He promptly said, "You have arrived at the perfect time. The princess is here today. Please wait inside for a moment, and I will fetch her for you." The woman inclined her head slightly, softly replying, "Thank you for your trouble." After the shopkeeper nodded and hurriedly made his way to the back courtyard in search of Shunshu, he found her and respectfully said, "Your Highness, there is a woman outside who wishes to see you." "What do you think?" Shin Qingyu set down the herbs and stood, thinking she had no pressing matters. She nodded, "Let us go." Upon entering the consultation room, she encountered a young woman, her features obscured by the conical hat and veil, concealing her from head to toe. Shin Qingyu immediately surmised that the woman must be afflicted by a condition she could not reveal to outsiders. Noticing Shin Qingyu's scrutiny, the woman began to fidget nervously. "There's no need to be so tense. At Mayashutang, we ensure patient confidentiality. No outsiders will know what ailment you are here for." Upon hearing this, the woman relaxed slightly, removing her conical hat and veil. Chapter 50. Merely contemplating the scene was exhilarating. It turned out that this lady was Lin Jiro, the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, Lin Yushan. She had been married for nearly 3 years but had yet to bear a child. Recently, she had heard much about Shin Qinyu's miraculous medical skills and, after much hesitation, decided to seek her out in hopes of fortune. Shin Qinyu took Lin Jiro's pulse and conducted a series of examinations on her uterus, appendages, and fallopian tubes using her assistant, Xiaoari. The results indicated that everything was normal. "Madam, does your monthly cycle arrive as expected? Do you experience any abdominal pain? It typically arrives around the end of the month, lasting only 4 to 5 days, and I have never experienced any discomfort such as abdominal pain or bloating during that time," Lin Jiro replied. Shin Qinyu nodded slightly, contemplating privately, with everything appearing normal regarding her menstrual cycle. It was indeed perplexing that 2 to 3 years had passed without conception. She gazed intently at Lin Jiro, whose slender waist resembled a willow, seemingly delicate enough to grasp with ease. Her skin was as tender and smooth as mutton-fat jade, exuding an enchanting allure, akin to a resplendent flower blooming amidst the mundane world. Were a man to be confronted daily with such a captivating beauty, it would surely be a formidable challenge to maintain an unperturbed heart and restrain his emotions and desires. However, with all physical indicators showing normalcy and no apparent symptoms or risks, the issue likely resided with her husband. Could it be that he was incapable, perhaps suffering from common male sexual dysfunctions such as impotence or premature ejaculation? Shin Qinyu cleared her throat and inquired, "Between you and your husband during your intimate moments, how does he perform in that regard?" Though she had lived 2 lifetimes, she had never engaged in such activities, and despite being a physician, she found the question somewhat awkward. Lin Jiro, upon hearing Shin Qinyu's insinuation regarding her husband's capabilities, hastily defended him. "My husband is quite proficient in that area, and he always takes his time, so there can't possibly be a problem." Being a woman of ancient times, she still held onto feudal values, and when it came to matters of the boudoir, she exhibited a bashful demeanor, finding it difficult to articulate. Were it not for the need to protect her husband's dignity, she would never have uttered such words in her lifetime. Shin Qinyu chuckled lightly. Even if he were adept, it could not entirely rule out the possibility of infertility. Now that the likelihood of impotence or premature ejaculation had been dismissed, the issue might very well lie in the quality of the sperm. Therefore, Shin Qinyu continued, "The ability to conceive is not solely contingent upon that aspect. To pinpoint the issue, your husband's cooperation is essential for further examination." But Lin Jiro hesitated, troubled by the thought of her husband discovering her doubts about his abilities and how he might react. Seeing Lin Jiro's distress, Shin Qinyu recalled the oppressive nature of their feudal society, where the husband was akin to heaven. Even if a woman could not conceive, the blame would invariably fall upon her. This matter pertained to a man's dignity and was beyond a woman's right to question. A misstep could lead to disdain and rejection from her in-laws. "Perhaps we might approach it this way," Shin Qinyu whispered a suggestion into Lin Jiro's ear. Lin Jiro's cheeks flushed crimson, and she repeatedly shook her head. No, that would be too embarrassing." Shin Qinyu spread her hands. "Which is more embarrassing, letting your in-laws think you are unable to conceive while watching your husband take in concubines? The choice is yours." Upon hearing the prospect of her husband taking concubines, Lin Jiro fell silent. Despite the strong bond she shared with her husband, and his affection for her, if she remained childless, his family would certainly insist he take a concubine. Determined, Lin Jiro gritted her teeth, as if making a resolute decision, and nodded to Shin Qinyu. "Princess, I understand. She then rose to leave. Upon returning home, Linjiro urged her husband into the chamber, insisting he submit the necessary samples. After some time, she gathered the items requested by Shinchinyu and returned to Mayashutang. Shinchinyu gazed at Linjiro, incredulous, her heart racing with embarrassment. She thought to herself, had she not been overly hasty? It was still afternoon, broad daylight, and merely imagining the scene sent a thrill through her. Shinchinyu swallowed hard, the tension palpable, as if the sound of her gulping could be heard. Startled, she vigorously shook her head, trying to dispel the impure images from her mind. Please wait here for a moment, I need to go inside and conduct a quick test. Entering the laboratory, Shinchinyu held the mysterious samples submitted by Linjiro's husband, her expression revealing a blend of professionalism and focus. She carefully placed the samples on the precision instruments, methodically conducting a series of complex and rigorous tests. As the testing equipment whirred to life, data gradually manifested before her eyes, revealing that indeed, Linjiro's husband had a low sperm viability rate. Shinchinyu furrowed her brow slightly. While the prognosis was not particularly optimistic, it did not entirely eliminate the possibility of conception. After what felt like an eternity, Shinchinyu completed all testing. She slowly exited the laboratory and returned to the consultation room, where Linjiro awaited with an anxious expression. The issue indeed lies with your husband, however. Do not worry, it is not insurmountable. I will prescribe specific medications to help him, which should significantly increase the chances of conception. At that moment, Linjiro's eye sparkled with excitement, as if she glimpsed a ray of hope. Trembling, she asked, "Do you mean to say that I can truly conceive my husband's child?" "That is wonderful." Shinchinyu smiled and nodded, gently reassuring, "Absolutely, as long as he follows the treatment plan diligently, there will be no problem at all. Just ensure that he takes the medication on schedule." "But what about the medicine?" Linjiro became troubled again, worrying about how to explain its purpose if her husband inquired. Shinchinyu sighed. Being a woman in ancient times was indeed challenging. You need not disclose the exact nature of the medication to your husband, simply tell him it is beneficial for his health, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. That can also hinder conception. Understood. Linjiro nodded vigorously, willing to do whatever it took to bear her husband a child, ready to follow Shinchinyu's guidance without question. Chapter 51. What is this? Is the princess urging me to leave? Shinchinyu had provided Linjiro's husband with medication to enhance sperm vitality, and had instructed Linjiro to ensure her husband consumed plenty of vitamin-rich fruits and vegetables. After expressing her heartfelt gratitude to Shinchinyu, Linjiro returned to her residence with renewed confidence. Once Linjiro had departed, Shinchinyu lingered in the healing pavilion for a moment longer. She tilted her head slightly, gazing out at the sun, which was gradually descending in the west. Pondering that the hour was growing late, she then rose, accompanied by her maid, and slowly made her way back home. As Shinchinyu arrived at Jingye Garden and was about to commence her evening meal, a tall and upright figure suddenly approached from the outer courtyard. The respectful voice of a servant echoed from a distance, "Greetings, Your Highness." At the sound, Shinchinyu's previously downcast eyes lifted slightly, revealing Junmohang, who was clad in an exquisitely tailored dark robe. The intricate and grand embroidery, akin to fine golden threads, enhanced his already extraordinary presence, making him appear even more distinguished and exceptional. She greeted him softly, "Your Highness, you have returned." Junmohang merely nodded slightly and composedly seated himself at the table. Chundao, ever perceptive, promptly set out a pair of chopsticks and a bowl for him. At that moment, Shinchinyu was filled with confusion. She could not fathom why Junmohang had come directly to her courtyard upon his return. Their relationship had not seemed particularly intimate or harmonious, yet she ultimately chose not to voice her uncertainty. Junmohang himself was equally perplexed. Although he had just returned home, he felt an inexplicable urge to first check on Shinchinyu. Especially after hearing that she had suffered from others' machinations in the palace the previous day, his concern and worry became even harder to suppress. Seeing her safe and sound in front of him allowed him to breathe a silent sigh of relief, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. For a time, both were engulfed in silence, the awkward atmosphere hanging thickly around them like a dense fog, suffocating the entire space. Shin Chinyu sat there, feeling decidedly uneasy, pondering how to break this embarrassing stalemate. Despite her best efforts to conjure up a suitable topic of conversation, she found herself at a loss and casually inquired, "Your Highness, was everything smooth during your recent outing?" Jun Mohang slowly swallowed the delicious fish he had just taken a bite of, responding in a bland tone, "Yes, it was all fine." His words were succinct and unremarkable. Following that, the room fell into a profound silence once more, the oppressive stillness becoming unbearable. Shin Chinyu, rendered speechless, grew weary of searching for a topic to alleviate the awkwardness, and thus lowered her head to continue her meal in silence. Observing her actions, Jun Mohang found himself unsure of what to say, and decided to remain silent as well. The two of them mechanically finished their dinner in tranquility. After the meal, Jun Mohang rose. He did not linger in Jingye Garden to further engage with Shin Chinyu, but instead made his way back to Lingyun Pavilion. Along the way, images of Shin Chinyu being schemed against flooded his mind, and a simmering anger began to rise within him. "Yin Yi," Jun Mohang's voice echoed in the night. "At your service," Yin Yi responded promptly as always. Jun Mohang narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glint flashing within them. "Investigate Jun Jingcheng and the imperial concubine. Since they have the leisure to conspire against the princess, let us give them some tasks to occupy their time, so they understand that not just anyone can plot against me." Yin Yi felt a shudder run through him. It seemed the prince truly held the princess in high regard. He respectfully replied, "Understood, Your Highness." The night breeze sighed quietly, lamenting that the imperial concubine and the crown prince were in for a stroke of misfortune. Provoking the prince could lead to dire consequences for them. Meanwhile, Shin Chinyu in Jingye Garden remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding outside. After Jun Mohang's departure, she sat quietly at the table, engrossed in a medical book, her gaze flitting across the pages, occasionally nodding in comprehension. After a while, she lifted her gaze to the window, noting that the hour was growing late. She called out to her maid, Liana, who quickly brought in hot water, carefully preparing a bath for her. After her bath, Shin Chinyu donned a delicate nightgown and slowly climbed into bed, shutting her eyes, and within moments, she fell into a deep slumber. A night devoid of dreams passed, and the following morning, sunlight streamed through the window curtains, illuminating Shin Chinyu's face as she gently awoke, turning to sit up. At that moment, Liana entered. "Princess, you are awake." Shin Chinyu nodded. "Yes, I slept very well." Liana efficiently assisted her in her morning routine, just as Shin Chinyu was finishing her preparations and preparing to summon someone for breakfast. She simply nodded and headed with her maids to the front hall. In the time that followed, Jun Mohang's routine seemed to settle into a pattern. Apart from occasional visits to the palace to fulfill his royal duties or to handle the complexities of state affairs, he frequently sent invitations for Shin Chinyu to join him for tea and chess, or he would visit Jingye Garden himself. The servants of the manor observed this development, whispering among themselves, "Look at how profound the bond between the prince and the princess is. Indeed, I believe our manor shall soon welcome a little master." Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if envisioning a future filled with laughter and joy within the manor. Particularly, the steward, Uncle Zhao, resembled someone who had just won the lottery, his beaming smile seemingly capable of illuminating the entire courtyard. Having accompanied Jun Mohang all these years, he had witnessed the prince's solitude, with no one who could evoke such a difference in him. Now, observing Jun Mohang's distinct attitude towards Shin Chinyu filled him with a flood of joy, overwhelming him entirely. At that moment, Shin Chinyu was utterly bewildered, her mind racing with thoughts. What has gotten into the prince? Why does he keep coming around? While his presence might not be a burden, it was indeed challenging to face such an extraordinary man daily, especially one who harbored hidden ailments, leaving her only to admire from afar. This predicament drove Shin Chinyu to the brink of exasperation, wishing she could unleash her frustration with a couple of punches, until one evening at dinner, it was no surprise that Jun Mohang arrived as expected at her courtyard. Shin Chinyu could no longer contain her irritation and finally mustered the courage to ask, "Your Highness, why have you been so idle lately? You seem to come here daily." Jun Mohang raised an eyebrow slightly, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, and a mysterious smile began to form on his lips. Teasingly, he replied, "What is this? Is the princess seeking to send me away? Am I perhaps disturbing your peace?" Chapter 52. The prince must surely have developed affections for you. Shen Qingyu hurriedly waved her hands, feeling unworthy, for this was indeed his domain. No, your highness, you've misunderstood. I was merely thinking about how hard you work on state affairs and still come here to keep me company. I fear you might tire yourself. Jun Morchan, observing Shen Qingyu's demeanor, felt a quiet delight within, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as if he held an abundance of unspoken secrets. Oh. So it appears that the princess is concerned for me. Noticing the glimmer of amusement in Jun Morchan's eyes, Shen Qingyu nodded eagerly, her anxious expression akin to that of a frightened little rabbit, stammering, "Yes, indeed. Of course I care about you." Jun Morchan, witnessing her reaction, smiled gently, his countenance radiating warmth akin to the sun in spring. He softly urged, "Please continue your meal, do not let yourself go hungry." After he departed, Shen Qingyu could not suppress her murmurs, her voice low yet laced with confusion. Is it not said that the war prince is cold and heartless, indifferent to women? This contradicts everything I have witnessed. The maids, overhearing Shen Qingyu's musings, could not help but chuckle, teasingly remarking, "Your highness, do not be oblivious, the prince's demeanor towards you is typically, he addresses others as this prince, radiating authority, yet before you, he consistently refers to himself as I. This is clearly a sign of special regard. The prince must have developed feelings for you." As Shen Qingyu listened to the maids, her heart raced like a startled fawn, her cheeks flushing deeper. Yet, she maintained a facade of composure, frowning as she retorted, "Nonsense, what are you all babbling about? How could that possibly be?" However, upon further reflection, she realized the truth in their words. Jun Morchan, a prince of high standing, consistently referred to himself as I in her presence. This subtle shift stirred her heart, causing her to waver momentarily, but she soon shook her head, dismissing such thoughts, convincing herself she was merely overthinking, deeming it impossible. She resolved not to dwell on the matter and continued to lead her unremarkable yet slightly tumultuous life. Days seemed to be intricately etched by the passage of time, quietly slipping away like a meandering stream, tirelessly flowing onward. Unbeknownst to her, the festive spirit of the approaching new year intensified as jubilant vibes permeated the streets, and the faces of the people began to reveal smiles of anticipation. On this particular day, Shen Qingyu donned an elegant dress, adorned with a delicate silk ribbon at her waist, exuding grace and beauty. Accompanied by a few maids, she cheerfully made her way to the renowned hot pot restaurant, Qinsher Igor. This establishment was famed throughout the capital for its delectable cuisine, bustling with patrons even on ordinary days, and today was no exception, teeming with an extraordinary vibrancy. Within, a diverse array of guests filled the seats, some engaged in lively banter while others quietly savored the exquisite flavors of the hot pot, creating an atmosphere that uplifted the spirit. Seated in a private room on the second floor, Shen Qingyu noticed several unfamiliar faces among the clientele. Their attire starkly contrasted that of the citizens of Beijiang, adorned in an assortment of peculiar garments and unusual headpieces, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. A wave of intrigue washed over Shen Qingyu as she furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is there something amiss in the capital recently? Why are there so many unfamiliar faces?" Spring Dao, overhearing her question, quickly stepped. The thought drained her enthusiasm, rendering the once tempting hot pot less appealing. Time slipped away swiftly, and soon the day of the palace banquet arrived. Within the imperial palace, envoys from various nations began to make their entrance. Inside Fingi Palace, the empress was being adorned by her maids. Before long, she was draped in ceremonial robes, a golden-hued garment embroidered with phoenix motifs, flowing elegantly to the ground, complemented by a shimmering skirt adorned with intricate patterns. She held a delicate orchid in her hand, her hair styled in a lofty updo, embellished with a 5-phoenix hairpin. Her visage was enchanting, eyes sparkling with allure, radiating an air of regal elegance mingled with a hint of daintiness. Outside the hall, the eunuch's high-pitched voice pierced the air, announcing, "The emperor has arrived." Upon hearing this, the empress turned gracefully, akin to a serene white lotus. A gentle smile blossomed on her exquisite face. She elegantly bowed to the approaching emperor, softly uttering, "Your humble servant pays her respects to your majesty." The emperor gazed upon the empress, his eyes brimming with affection, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he reached out to steady her, his face radiating a tender warmth. "I have come to escort you to the Harmony Hall." A wave of warmth surged within the empress, her smile blossoming even brighter, akin to the most splendid flower of spring. "Thank you, your majesty." The emperor nodded gently, replying, "Shall we?" The empress inclined her head, like a delicate butterfly, gently linking her arm with his. Together, they walked side by side, resembling a pair of celestial lovers, boarding the magnificent imperial carriage, slowly making their way to the Harmony Hall. Along the way, palace attendants cast envious glances, their gazes weaving an invisible tapestry of admiration. They whispered softly, though their words were clear, "The empress truly embodies grace and elegance, every gesture exuding royal poise." The bond between the emperor and the empress is remarkable. The empress has been by his side since he was a prince, and after all these years of companionship, their feelings are naturally extraordinary. Chapter 53: The Audience of Envoys from Various Nations. At this moment in the Jinyang Palace, the beloved concubine Meng Rui was seething with rage. Her typically delicate and beautiful visage was now contorted by fury, and the cup she held tightly in her hand was forcefully hurled to the ground, shattering with a crisp sound that echoed like the shattering of her own jealousy and resentment. Gritting her teeth, her eyes glimmered with a fierce hatred as she muttered to herself, "The emperor actually went to receive Luo Qingyan personally. What abilities does that wretched woman possess that could warrant such regard from his majesty?" Her heart felt as though it were being scorched by an inferno, and she longed to rend Luo Qingyan into pieces. It turned out that the esteemed empress was none other than the illustrious General Luo Qingyue's younger sister, named Luo Qingyan. Luo Qingyan's mother tragically succumbed during childbirth, leaving her father, a great general, to perish heroically on the battlefield when she was merely 9 years old. Thus, only the 14-year-old Luo Qingyu, who had already been promoted to Zhonglang General, remained alongside his young sister Luo Qingyan. At this moment, a palace maid knelt before her, her legs trembling uncontrollably, her head bowed deeply as if she wished to bury it entirely in the ground, her demeanor radiating an overwhelming fear of incurring the beloved concubine's wrath. Beside her, the chief maid Qinglian spoke soothingly, "Your Grace, today marks an important occasion for the envoys from various nations to pay their respects. According to tradition, the emperor and empress should attend together. This concerns not only personal dignity but also the nation's honor. The emperor still holds you in high regard. Moreover, the empress currently has but Princess Changla and has not yet borne a son, while your highness is the crown prince, with an unassailable position." Her words conveyed a hint of pride, and her eye sparkled with cunning. Upon hearing this, the beloved concubine's mood lightened slightly, her expression softening as she addressed the still kneeling maid, "Why are you still lingering there?" "Yes, your grace." The maid rose as if granted a pardon, quickly retreating. Qinglian carefully brought a cup of hot tea to the beloved concubine, her gaze filled with concern and comfort, softly saying, "Your Grace, please do not remain angry, have a sip of tea to soothe your spirit." The concubine slightly raised her eyes, a barely perceptible emotion flickering within, and she slowly accepted the teacup. Her slender fingers brushed lightly against the rim before she took a gentle sip, the fragrance of the tea enveloping her senses, momentarily easing her inner turmoil. Setting down the teacup, she pondered for a moment before quietly instructing, "Ensure that the emperor is invited over tonight. This matter pertains to our future circumstances." Her brow furrowed slightly as she recalled the recent actions of the warlord, which had inexplicably stirred the emperor's dissatisfaction towards her and Cheng'er, leaving her deeply troubled. Qinglian promptly assured, "Rest assured, Your Grace, I have already relayed a message to Uncle Li by the emperor's side, and he will make the appropriate arrangements." Upon hearing this, the beloved concubine's face finally revealed a look of satisfaction, and she nodded slightly, regarding Qinglian with appreciation. "You always handle affairs so reliably, Qinglian. Your foresight is commendable." Qinglian smiled modestly, her eyes glimmering with humility as she replied, "Thank you for your praise, Your Grace, it is my duty to serve diligently." Then Qinglian gently reminded, "We should make our way." The beloved concubine took a deep breath, readjusted her appearance, and rose to head towards the Yiher Hall. Inside Yiher Hall, Shen Qingyu, adorned in a resplendent royal blue gown, lounged elegantly in her seat, beside her the dignified Jun Mohang. At this moment, the hall was filled to capacity, with envoys from various nations gathered, with the distinctive sharp sound announcing, "The Emperor has arrived, and the Empress has arrived." All eyes turned towards the entrance as the Emperor strode in with a steady gait, followed closely by the Empress, their formidable presence enveloping the entire hall. The assembly rose to pay their respects, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Emperor and the Empress." After the Emperor assisted the Empress in taking her seat, he settled down himself, commanding, "Be seated." "Thank you, Your Majesty, Empress." The beloved concubine, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of jealousy, her hands tightly clutching the handkerchief as if it were the Empress, wishing to crush it to pieces. Once everyone was seated, the Emperor nodded slightly, cleared his throat, and began to speak. "Today marks a significant day as envoys from various nations gather to pay their respects, also serving as an opportunity for communication and the strengthening of bonds." As his words settled, the envoy from Yi Kingdom rose respectfully, standing tall with determination and loyalty gleaming in his eyes, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, we of Yi Kingdom have always held the Northern Jin Kingdom in high esteem, wishing to follow the Northern Jin Kingdom and Your Majesty forever, and to advance together." Following suit, the envoy from Xianshuang Kingdom also stood, his demeanor grave as he stated, "We of Xianshuang Kingdom also wish to follow the Northern Jin Kingdom and His Majesty, willing to contribute to the development of the Northern Jin Kingdom." A satisfied smile illuminated the Emperor's face as he exclaimed, "Excellent, very good." The envoy from Miao Kingdom then respectfully rose and bowed deeply, expressing with a hint of anticipation, "Your Majesty, we have meticulously prepared a splendid dance, hoping that Your Majesty and the Empress will enjoy it and experience the unique charm of our Miao Kingdom." The Empress smiled gently, graciously responding, "I have long heard that your Miao Kingdom's Princess Qingyang is not only breathtakingly beautiful but also possesses unparalleled dancing skills. Could she be the renowned Princess Qingyang?" The envoy from Miao Kingdom eagerly nodded, his eyes sparkling. "Indeed, it is Princess Qingyang. Our king understands that the Northern Jin Kingdom embodies the grandeur of a great nation, and we hope our princess can come here to experience it firsthand. Additionally, we wish to take this opportunity for our princess to select a suitable husband, fostering a beautiful union." With this revelation, everyone present understood Miao Kingdom's intention to marry off the princess and thereby secure a closer alliance with the Northern Jin Kingdom. The Empress turned to the Emperor, speaking softly, "Your Majesty, there are still several princes who remain unmarried. I propose we take this opportunity to allow them to meet her." The Emperor nodded in agreement, smiling, "Well then, let Princess Qingyang come forth." "Yes." Chapter 54. Princess Qingyang. The words fell, the whole seemed to be enveloped in a spell, resonating with the distant and mysterious melodies of a foreign land. The music flowed like a clear mountain spring, whispering like a gentle breeze rustling through a bamboo grove, as if it could transport one's soul to a realm filled with exotic colors. Soon after, the Princess Qingyang, adorned in a resplendent crimson silk dance gown, entered like a vibrant flame, her ebony hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, shimmering with an enchanting luster. Her porcelain skin resembled exquisite mutton-fat jade, smooth and delicate beyond belief. Her features were painted with precision, her brows like distant mountains imbued with emotion, her eyes akin to rippling autumn waters, exuding boundless charm. With her slender waist was so delicate that it seemed it could snap with a mere touch, yet it held an immeasurable strength. Fine bracelets adorned her wrists, sparkling brilliantly in the candlelight, each movement resonating with a rhythmic grace. Silver bells adorned her feet, chiming melodiously with her every step, the sound echoing like a series of beautiful notes throughout the hall, her every gesture a vivid portrayal of rich exotic allure. Upon reaching the center of the grand hall, her elegant hands, resembling carved white jade, gracefully ascended, tracing a beautiful arc in the air, before she began to dance in time with the music, as if she were a butterfly fluttering gracefully. Her dance was at times light and airy, reminiscent of a spring swallow taking flight, leaving behind trails of beauty that captivated all, at times joyous, mirroring the pulsating rhythm in her heart, imbued with vitality and passion. At times slow and lingering, like the deep, melodious strains of a stringed instrument, capable of drawing one's thoughts into tranquil depths, at times exuberant, akin to jubilant birds in flight, overflowing with joy and happiness, each movement a testament to the most exquisite dance language bestowed upon her by nature, enchanting everyone present. Shin Qingyu slightly turned her head to glance at Jun Morchen beside her, only to find him engrossed in his wine, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Jun Morchen, sensing her gaze, slowly turned his head, a flicker of confusion in his deep-set eyes. What is it? His gaze reflected Shin Qingyu's figure, concealing countless untold secrets within. Shin Qingyu spoke, "Your Highness, the dance of Princess Qingyang is so enchanting, do you not wish to take a look?" Not interested. Shin Qingyu was rendered speechless, and Jun Morchen raised an eyebrow. What? Does the princess wish for me to watch? Shin Qingyu fell silent, chiding herself for speaking out of turn, and turned away to cease further conversation, observing this. As the dance concluded, the lingering melody seemed to weave through the air, captivating all present, who could not help but burst into applause, the sound echoing like thunder, as if to shake the very foundations of the grand hall. Princess Qingyang of the Floating Mist Kingdom pays her respects to His Majesty, the Emperor of Beijing, and Her Majesty, the Empress. Qingyang's figure was graceful, her steps light. The Emperor gazed upon her with a glimmer of astonishment, clapping his hands and exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent, the dance skills of Princess Qingyang are indeed the finest of your Floating Mist Kingdom, her ethereal movements akin to a celestial being descending to earth, utterly mesmerizing." His words were laden with admiration. "Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty." Qingyang lowered her head slightly, a blush gracing her cheeks, rendering her even more alluring. "Please, take your seat. Princess Qingyang may stay longer in my Beijing kingdom. Should there be any suitors you fancy, I can facilitate a marriage for you," the Emperor continued with a smile. "Thank you, Your Majesty." As she rose, she inadvertently cast a glance. Immediately after, she shot an unfriendly glare at Shin Qingyu, who felt a jolt at the hostility in that gaze. She paused, pondering, could it be that Princess Qingyang has her sights set on Jun Morchen? But she quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought as overindulgent. Once Princess Qingyang took her seat, various envoys from different nations began to present their tributes, and after all had paid their respects, the banquet resumed. Inside the Iher Palace, the atmosphere was filled with lively song and dance, the dancers clad in flowing garments, their voices melodious, adding elegance and joy to the festivities. As the wine flowed, the Emperor raised his cup in a toast, and the envoys eagerly reciprocated, each face alight with smiles. The banquet continued until the hour of high had passed. As the Emperor departed, he summoned Jun Morchen to discuss matters privately, instructing Shin Qingyu to return to her residence first. As Shin Qingyu prepared to leave the palace, a maid dressed in elegant attire approached her swiftly, respectfully stating, "Your Highness, Consort Shu has specially instructed me to invite you to visit her." Shin Qingyu's brows knitted slightly, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes as she replied softly, "What business does Consort Shu have with me?" The maid promptly responded with deference, "Since Your Highness entered the residence of the War King, Consort Shu has sought opportunities during the recent palace banquets to converse with you, but has always been thwarted. She feels quite regretful and wishes to extend an invitation to you." Shin Qingyu slowly raised her gaze, a hint of indifference illuminating her expression as she remarked, "If she truly feels regretful, should she not come to find me in person? Why send you to relay the message?" The maid's face displayed a hint of discomfort as she cautiously replied, "Your Highness, Consort Shu has the best of intentions, perhaps she feared to intrude upon you, hence she sent me to invite you." Shin Qingyu waved her hand dismissively, a glimmer of impatience crossing her eyes as she stated, "It is already late. I must return to my residence. Please inform Consort Shu that we shall defer this matter to another day." With that, she turned without further ado, leaving the maid standing there, her expression tinged with disappointment as she watched Shin Qingyu's retreating figure. In Yonghua Palace, Consort Shu remained seated at a delicate table, gently swirling a cup of fragrant tea, her gaze betraying a hint of contemplation. The maid who had been dispatched earlier entered with light footsteps, bowing respectfully as she softly reported, "Your Highness, the princess says it is late, and she finds it inconvenient." Consort Shu lifted her eyes slightly, an almost imperceptible ripple passing through her gaze, before she merely uttered two words, "Leave." "Yes, Your Highness." The maid, well aware of Consort Shu's temperament, dared not linger, and quietly exited. Chapter 55. What concern is it of mine? She is utterly unworthy of you. The grand maid, Yulan, who stood quietly by, furrowed her brow and spoke up. Your Highness, the princess of the warlord is simply too outrageous. She clearly holds you in contempt and shows you no respect whatsoever. You should not have invited her here. The consort, upon hearing this, gently reproached, Yulan, cease your reckless words. How have I instructed you to conduct yourself? One must remain calm and composed in all matters, and not act impulsively. Yulan lowered her head, her face flushed with shame, and said, Your Highness, I was merely momentarily incensed, feeling that the warlord's wife is rather ungrateful. The consort sighed softly, Speak, regardless of how others behave, we must focus on our own duties, avoiding any opportunity for criticism or gossip. Yulan quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, Your Highness, your admonition is well taken. I shall remember it. Time flowed gently onward, and before they knew it, several days had passed. During this time, emissaries from various nations were warmly entertained by the Crown Prince. The court was abuzz with activity, as various factions intertwined, with undercurrents surging beneath the surface. One afternoon, Shen Qingyu was in the apothecary of the quiet elegance garden, diligently studying new remedies, when Liana entered, hesitatingly saying, Princess, as I returned from outside, I passed through the front hall and saw someone come to visit the Lord. Shen Qingyu did not lift her head, continuing to sort the herbs in her hands. Oh. Someone has come to visit the Lord. Who is it? Liana glanced at her mistress. It is Princess Qingyang of the Pyamia nation. Shen Qingyu felt a flicker of curiosity. What business could Princess Qingyang have with Zhen Morchen? Could it be? Come, let us go to the front hall and take a look. Shen Qingyu set down the herbs and turned swiftly, nearly losing her balance, but Liana quickly reached out to steady her. Princess, be careful. Liana had no choice but to support Shen Qingyu as they hastened their steps. As they approached the outer courtyard of the front hall, the steward, Uncle Zhao, spotted the approaching Shen Qingyu and was about to offer a bow. Shen Qingyu placed her finger to her lips, signaling him to remain silent. Uncle Zhao could only stand upright, having been halfway into his bow. Inside, a delicate voice wafted out, imbued with a hint of affection. My lord, ever since the fortunate encounter in the palace, your image has been deeply etched into Qingyan's heart, and I find myself longing for you incessantly. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyu could not help but be taken aback, pondering. Is it not said that women in ancient times are the most reserved and proper? Yet, this Princess Qingyang appears so bold and forward. Merely having met once, she unabashedly expresses her affection, truly unexpected. Meanwhile, seated in the main position, Zhen Morchen maintained an expression of calm detachment, as though the affairs of the world had no bearing on him. He coldly responded, his voice as frosty as ice, What concern is it of mine? Shen Qingyu inwardly nodded, thinking. Zhen Morchen's retort is truly masterful. Princess Qingyang, who had been eagerly anticipating a response from him, even the slightest acknowledgement, was taken aback by his unyielding words, her eyes betraying a flicker of disbelief. She could never have anticipated such a callous dismissal from him, considering she was a princess of her own nation. However, Princess Qingyang, possessing a resilient character, quickly regained her composure after that brief moment of shock. She then spoke again, her tone imbued with a touch of stubbornness. In our Pyamia nation, we are always forthright about our affections, unreservedly expressing our feelings so that our beloved may clearly understand our intentions. Zhen Morchen, however, did not deign to look at her even once, leisurely twirling the exquisite teacup in his hand, lost in thought, while his inner musings remained inscrutable to others. Seeing that Zhen Morchen had not given her a single response, a wave of inexplicable disappointment and anger surged within Princess Qingyang. She bit her lip, a spark of defiance flashing in her eyes, and raised her voice, her tone tinged with urgency. My lord, should we unite in marriage, the people of Pyamia will surely submit to you, following your lead without question. At that moment, Shen Qingyu stood quietly outside, her head slightly bowed, having no intention of entering just yet. Princess Qingyang believed that her declaration had adequately showcased her sincerity. After all, who among royalty does not desire to strengthen their influence? Yet, she was utterly unprepared for Zhen Morchen's reaction. He frowned slightly, setting down the delicate teacup, which clinked against the saucer, echoing his discontent. He then coldly uttered 2 words, nuisance, night wind, inform Uncle Zhao that henceforth, no irrelevant. She could hardly fathom such a response from Zhen Morchen, yet, she was not one to concede easily. A flicker of hope remained in her heart, and she stubbornly reminded him, "My lord, once an opportunity is missed, it shall never return. You must consider this carefully." Zhen Morchen raised his gaze lightly, a glimmer of mockery dancing in his deep-set eyes, as if he were observing an insufferable insect, his expression rife with disdain. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint, icy smile, seemingly mocking Princess Qingyang's naivety and folly. Princess Qingyang persisted, "My lord, I am aware that you have wed the warlord's wife, yet that union was bestowed by the emperor, and I have heard that she was not the original intended bride, she came as a substitute, and she is utterly unworthy of you." Zhen Morchen arched an eyebrow, glancing toward the door, fully aware that Shen Qingyu was outside. He deliberately said, "Oh, by Princess Qingyang's standards, who would be deemed worthy of me?" Chapter 56, Is the princess destined to remain unmarried? Princess Qingyang broke into a smile and, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "Of course, it is this princess." Outside, Shen Qingyu, having overheard her words, could not suppress a smirk, nearly bursting into laughter. He would have thought that a princess of a nation would be so desperate as to promote herself so shamelessly. While Shen Qingyu was thoroughly entertained by the spectacle, inside, Zhen Morchen felt a growing unease in his heart, pondering, why hasn't she come in yet? Does she truly not care about herself at all? Noticing Zhen Morchen's prolonged silence, Qingyang assumed she had the upper hand and continued, "If your highness is unsure how to approach the war king's wife, this princess can assist you, ensuring she departs from the war king's manor on her own." A chill flickered in Zhen Morchen's eyes, yet he suddenly smiled, "Oh. And how do you intend to do that?" Night Wind, standing nearby, instinctively edged away, sensing the impending wrath of his lord, unaware of the brewing storm. Princess Qingyang gazed at Zhen Morchen's slightly upturned lips, feeling increasingly triumphant as she prattled on, "All you need do is spend this night with Qingyang, and the war king's wife will undoubtedly come to realize her position in this manner is as precarious as a drifting reed, making her own departure inevitable." Suddenly, a crisp applause resonated in the air like distant thunder, and Shen Qingyu entered with the grace of a cool moonlight, her presence commanding attention. Her figure was enchanting, her eyes gleaming with a sharp light. Observing Qingyang's arrogant demeanor, she could not help but mock, "What a presumptuous princess, to boldly suggest sharing a bed. Are you truly so desperate to marry that you resort to such sordid tactics? Or do you believe my lord is so base and wretched as to settle for anything less?" As Shen Qingyu spoke, her words cut through the air like a finely honed blade, striking at Qingyang's heart with venomous precision. Night Wind, standing aside, felt a surge of admiration, silently cheering her on. Indeed, their princess's sharp tongue was on par with that of the lord himself, though seemingly gentle and delicate. When roused to anger, her formidable presence was truly not to be underestimated. Zhen Morchen lifted his gaze, and upon witnessing Shen Qingyu's entrance, the menacing aura that had surrounded him dissipated like mist before a breeze, leaving only a faint smile upon his lips. His deep-set eyes sparkled with interest, as if he were thoroughly entertained by Shen Qingyu's performance, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. Princess Qingyang turned at the sound of Shen Qingyu's voice, her delicate figure rotating like the most exquisite flower of spring. Initially adorned with a subtle smile, her expression soured upon seeing Shen Qingyu's ethereal beauty, igniting a fierce jealousy within her, akin to a blazing inferno. Her once lively eyes narrowed slightly, a barely perceptible shadow crossing her features as when her gaze met Shen Qingyu's soul-piercing eyes, a profound sense of trepidation coursed through her, making her body tremble involuntarily, an unfamiliar unease swelling in her chest. Yet, being a princess, she quickly regained her composure, lifting her chin haughtily, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. "What?" Shen Qingyu approached slowly, emanating a formidable aura that enveloped Princess Qingyang, causing her to instinctively take a few steps back, a hint of panic crossing her features. Shen Qingyu's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "What is this? This princess is still alive, and you dare attempt to undermine me right under my nose." Her tone was laced with provocation and authority, as if declaring her unassailable position. John Morchan appeared quite amused, lounging lazily against the chair, his long fingers gently tracing the rim of his teacup, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. Though momentarily intimidated by Shen Qingyu's presence, Qing Yang, as a princess, could not afford to show weakness. Quickly regaining her composure, she resumed her lofty demeanor, her eyes sparkling with cunning. This princess merely offers a kind reminder to the prince. After all, the advantages I bring far outweigh those of a mere country duke's daughter. Her words dripped with pride, as if flaunting her superiority. A soft laugh escaped Shen Qingyu, imbued with a certain enchantment. Her lively eyes sparkled mischievously as she openly chuckled, the sound ringing clear and vibrant, akin to a string of silver bells dancing joyfully in the air, as if she had just heard the most absurd and hilarious joke. Her lips curled into a teasing smile. Oh, so this is how the princess of the floating cloud nation promotes herself. Having been accustomed to a life of luxury, Princess Qingyang had never faced such humiliation, and fury surged within her, her flawless visage flushing crimson. Her almond eyes widened, ablaze with indignation. How dare you speak to this princess in such a manner? Her voice was sharp, trembling with barely contained rage, yet Shen Qingyu remained unfazed, her demeanor as calm as ever, her smile only growing more pronounced. Aren't you a princess of a nation? Where has your grace gone? Now you resemble a common harlot, desperately seeking a husband. Am I not allowed to laugh at such a sight? With that, she exaggeratedly placed a hand over her heart, feigning shock. Then, as if struck by an epiphany, she suddenly looked up, her black and white eyes locking onto John Morchan, her expression one of incredulity. Slowly, she spoke. My lord, do you truly find such a woman appealing? One so devoid of decorum, merely seeking a spouse. Her words dripped with mockery and scorn. Princess Qingyang trembled with rage, pointing a finger at Shen Qingyu. Shen Qingyu, are you courting death? Her voice was laced with unrestrained hatred. Unperturbed, Shen Qingyu deftly swatted away Qingyan's accusing finger as if it bore some foul taint. A flash of disdain crossed her features, her tongue still as sharp as ever. What's the matter? Am I hitting too close to home? Are you acknowledging your own desperation? Even then, you are still unwanted. Chapter 57. This prince has no intention of taking a concubine in this lifetime. Jun Mohang observed the scene with a bittersweet smile, inwardly lamenting, this girl truly knows how to infuriate without consequence. A flicker of helplessness crossed his eyes, yet it was overshadowed by his indulgence and fondness for this petite woman. Princess Qingyang, incensed by Shen Qingyu's provocations, found herself at a loss for words, her previous confidence evaporating. She drew the whip hanging at her waist and aimed it at Shen Qingyu's face. Sitting in the main seat, Jun Mohang's eyes flashed with urgency and concern. His tall and powerful frame coiled like a spring, ready to spring forth like an arrow released from its bow. In that instant, Shen Qingyu, akin to a nimble fawn, executed a graceful sidestep and deftly evaded the imminent crisis. The whip in Princess Qingyang's hand struck the chair before her like an enraged serpent, landing with a resounding crack that shattered the chair into splinters, sending wood chips flying. The force of her strike was evidently immense. Seeing this, Shen Qingyu couldn't help but smirk slightly, emitting two teasing tut-tut sounds filled with mockery. Oh dear, the princess certainly has quite the temper, she quipped, then slowly turned her gaze towards Jun Mohang, her eyes glinting with mischief. My lord, if you were to marry her, I fear the entire royal residence would never know a sooner or later, it would be reduced to ruins by her whims. Jun Mohang's heart stirred, he rose gracefully and, with measured steps, approached Shen Qingyu. His deep, affectionate gaze lingered on the woman who had captured his heart, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he quietly declared, rest assured, my only queen will ever be you, my beloved. No one else can find a place in my heart. Yet, Shen Qingyu suddenly transformed, adopting a tone reminiscent of a cunning vixen, tilting her head slightly with an expression of feigned innocence but it seems to me that the princess harbors deep feelings for you. Why not welcome her into the residence? I am so understanding, how could I possibly mind such trivial matters? With that, she playfully bit her lip, her demeanor irresistibly endearing, yet who could discern the true intentions lurking within her heart? Jun Mohan extended his strong hand, seizing Shen Qingyu's slender waist with an invisible force, akin to an eagle clutching its prey. In the next moment, she was effortlessly pulled into his embrace, like a docile kitten. "This prince has no intention of taking a concubine in this lifetime," he professed, his voice deep and magnetic, carrying an enchanting resonance that lingered in Shen Qingyu's ears. She nestled against him, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she playfully retorted, "My lord, how can you say such a thing? She is a princess of the realm, yet you declare she is unworthy even to be a concubine. How must the princess feel?" She tilted her head back slightly, her delicate features radiating beauty under the sun's warm glow. Princess Qingyang was seething with rage, her usual elegance and composure shattered, her brow furrowed, and her eyes ablaze with fury as she watched their intimate exchange, which appeared to be a flirtatious banter. Confusion and disbelief filled her mind. How could this be so different from what she had heard? The news had indicated that Jun Mohan was indifferent to Shen Qingyu, yet here they were, inseparable and enamored. Shen Qingyu, acutely aware of Princess Qingyang's emotional turmoil, suppressed a laugh. Recognizing that her intended effect had been achieved, she attempted to extricate herself from Jun Mohan's embrace. However, he seemed to sense her intention, tightening his hold on her waist with a grip as unyielding as iron, rendering her immobile. In exasperation, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Please let me go." Her breath brushed against his neck, tickling yet causing his heart to race inexplicably. Jun Mohan's deep gaze remained fixed on her, a hint of slyness flickering within, before he declared loudly, "Is my queen fatigued?" Taken aback by his words, Shen Qingyu felt speechless, her brow furrowing as a hint of embarrassment crept onto her face. She nearly rolled her eyes at him in front of everyone. Jun Mohan, noticing her reaction, allowed a knowing smile to play upon his lips. His earlier stillness had been a covert test of her response. Otherwise, he would have unhesitatingly had this audacious woman thrown out of the residence long ago. Then he spotted that familiar silhouette, Shen Qingyu gracefully entering the room, her form elegant and steps light, exuding a unique charm. Without holding back, she unleashed her sharp tongue, firing barbed remarks at the lofty Princess Qingyang. Witnessing this, Jun Mohan mused inwardly, no matter how the outside world may gossip, no matter the opinions others hold, she is now undeniably my rightful prince. Even if her feelings for me are still in their infancy, with time, she will surely come to cherish me. Seeing Princess Qingyang remain rooted in place, as if frozen, a flicker of displeasure crossed Jun Mohan's eyes. He shot her a cold glance, as frigid as ice, his voice imbued with unassailable authority. "Are your ears not working? Did you not hear that my queen is tired?" Princess Qingyang's face flushed crimson with indignation at this sudden reprimand. Her chest heaved with barely restrained anger, yet she bit back her fury and said, "My lord, what I said earlier was for your own good. I hope you will consider it earnestly." Jun Mohan frowned slightly, then bent down as if a deity. He held her tightly, his gaze filled with tenderness and adoration as he murmured, "There is no need to consider, my heart belongs solely to you, my queen. In this lifetime, I shall take no other woman as a concubine." With that, he strode purposefully out, his silhouette growing increasing. Throughout the entire exchange, he spared not a single glance for Princess Qingyang, leaving her with nothing but the sight of his receding figure. Chapter 58. This is her first kiss. Princess Qingyang stood quietly in place, resembling a finely crafted statue, her icy gaze akin to two sharp swords, seemingly capable of piercing the hearts of those who met her eyes. With her head slightly bowed, her mind was a chaotic whirlwind, various thoughts swirling incessantly, plotting some grand scheme. Nightwind gracefully exited the room, his steps light yet resolute. As he passed by Uncle Zhao, he halted and proclaimed loudly, "Uncle Zhao, you heard the prince's words, did you not? From this moment on, it is imperative to remember not to allow any irrelevant individuals to set foot in our prince's residence." Uncle Zhao's expression turned grave, a flicker of reverence flashing in his eyes, and he solemnly nodded. Indeed, after a prolonged moment, Princess Qingyang finally took a step forward, akin to a silent and stealthy leopard. A cold smile curled within her heart, akin to a venomous serpent's flickering tongue. Whatever this princess desires, be it the stars in the sky or treasures on the ground, I have never been denied anything since childhood. As for men, they are no more than trifles in my eyes. Should I take a liking to one, even if he is already a married man, what of it? This princess has always been true to her word. Whatever I want, I shall possess without hesitation. Upon leaving the prince's residence, the steward commanded the 2 guards at the entrance, "The prince has decreed that henceforth, any irrelevant individuals must not be permitted entry into the prince's residence. Should there be any defiance, severe punishment shall ensue." The 2 guards, their faces stern, responded in unison, "Yes, we shall faithfully obey the prince's orders." They were acutely aware of their prince's temperament and methods, and dared not show any signs of laxity. Meanwhile, Junmok, holding Shin Qingyu, did not return her to the Jingye garden but instead carried her directly to Lingyun Pavilion. As they walked, Shin Qingyu struggled, exclaiming, "Hey, put me down. What do you want to bring me to Lingyun Pavilion for?" Junmok ignored her protests and placed her on his bed. Before Shin Qingyu could rise, he leaned down, pressing himself against her. Shin Qingyu was taken aback. "Wanye, what do you intend to do?" Observing her tense demeanor, Junmok revealed a charming smile. "Are you not tired? Allow your husband to help you rest." After uttering those words, he felt his ears grow warm, as it was his first time speaking such words to a woman. Listening to him call her Yuer, she raised a hand to ward him off. No, when did I say I was tired, and why did you bring me back to your courtyard?" Junmok leaned closer. "I grew weary from carrying you. My courtyard is closer than yours, hence I brought you here." Shin Qingyu frowned at him. "What do you mean? Are you implying that I am heavy?" Junmok raised an eyebrow. "I never said such a thing." Shin Qingyu shot him a glare, as if suddenly recalling something, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "Oh, could it be that the prince suffers from a hidden ailment, rendering him physically weak, hence feeling fatigued after merely holding me?" Junmok was not offended. Instead, he wrapped an arm around her waist, drawing her closer, and whispered in her ear, "Yuer, my feelings for you are sincere. Did you not say you had a hidden ailment? Why not let Yuer experience it for herself?" Feeling the warm breath against her ear, Shin Qingyu's cheeks flushed, her mind racing with indignation. "Try your nonsense, you deceiver." Junmok, observing his demeanor, Shin Qingyu was struck by an ominous premonition. Silently, she retrieved a silver needle, preparing to strike at Junmok when he seized her wrist, lifting her arms above her head, rendering her immobile. Junmok's hand seemed to possess an enchanting power, slowly gliding down her side, each touch igniting a rapid heartbeat within her. His palm firmly grasped her slender waist, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world. His magnetic voice flowed like a gentle stream into her ear. "Yu's waist is truly soft and alluring, capable of ensnaring one's soul." At that moment, Shin Qingyu's face resembled a ripe apple, blushing with vibrant color. She struggled desperately in his embrace, feeling both embarrassed and flustered. "Let me go, do not do this." However, Junmok appeared resolute, showing no signs of loosening his grip, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions, as if concealing endless secrets. Shin Qingyu's mind involuntarily conjured thoughts of Junmok's hidden ailment. She pondered, given his physical condition, he would not dare to act out of line against her, would he? With this thought, a subtle smile graced her lips as she attempted to mask her inner turmoil with words. "Wanye is merely attempting to frighten me." "You would not truly dare to act recklessly." "Oh, is you doubting me? You have a hidden ailment." Before Shin Qingyu could finish her sentence, a powerful force surged toward her, and in an instant, Junmok's lips sealed over hers. Time seemed to freeze. Shin Qingyu felt her mind go blank, as if something had exploded within her, leaving her momentarily stunned. She had never imagined Junmok would undertake such a bold action. Yet, Junmoke merely brushed his lips against hers in a fleeting moment before swiftly pulling away, his breath still somewhat ragged, his eyes filled with restraint and forbearance. He understood that until Shinchinyu fully consented, he would never compel her, even if his desires burned within him like a raging fire. He would uphold his principles. Shinchinyu remained in a daze, staring blankly at Junmoke. He rose, his long fingers grazing his lips, seemingly satisfied as he nodded. Quite nice, Yua's lips are truly sweet. Shinchinyu's heart raced rapidly, having never been kissed by a man in her too. She sprang from the bed, flinging the door open and dashing away. Junmoke watched her flee in a flurry, his expression filled with mirth and affection, his fingers once again brushing over his lips. He was unsure of what had come over him, but gazing at Shinchinyu's luscious red lips evoked an uncontrollable impulse within him. As Shinchinyu hastily approached the entrance to her courtyard, she found Lianer and several other maidservants, Jundao, Xiaohe, watching her with concern as she appeared breathless and flustered. Wangfei, what has happened to you? Chapter. How could I have such an embarrassing dream? At this moment, Shinchinyu felt as though her heart might leap out of her throat, beating violently, and her originally fair complexion was now tinged with a delicate blush. She appeared as if she had lost her soul, gently shaking her head in a daze, her eyes betraying a flicker of panic and unease. Without looking back, she hastily entered her room, her movements swift as an arrow released from a bow, as if something terrifying were pursuing her from behind. The instant she closed the door, it was as if she had found a safe haven. She hurriedly grasped a cup from the table and drank several large gulps of cold water, the liquid cascading down her throat, as if it could extinguish the inexplicable fire raging within her heart. Yet, even after consuming multiple cups of cold water, she remained unable to calm herself, her mind incessantly replaying the scene that had flushed her cheeks, recalling the concerned gazes and inquiries of her maids. She felt as though her face were being seared by flames, burning with an unbearable heat. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed to the basin and submerged her face into the water, believing that only in this manner could she momentarily forget the scorching sensation. Outside the door, several maids exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the commotion within, their hearts increasingly laden with worry. Finally, Lianer could not restrain herself and asked again, "Your Highness, what is the matter? Has something happened?" Shinchinyu slowly lifted her face from the water, calling out towards the door, "I am fine. You may leave me for now. I wish to rest." Though her voice was soft, it carried an undeniable firmness. The maid stood rooted in place, utterly confounded. Lianer furrowed her brow and replied, "If you wish to rest, Your Highness, I shall remain outside. Call for me if you need anything." Nodding lightly in acknowledgement, she returned to her bedside, yet her thoughts remained tumultuous, pondering the true significance of the recent events. Shinchinyu shook her head, the damp strands of hair tracing an elegant arc in the air before settling beside her slender, pale neck. At that moment, she sensed her frantically racing heart had slightly slowed its pace, as if the urgent rhythm was gradually stabilizing. However, whenever the image of Junmoheng, whose visage stirred her heart, surfaced in her mind, that intense feeling surged back like a tide, engulfing her in a fiery heat that threatened to consume her whole. Seated quietly on the soft bed, her hands unconsciously intertwined, countless thoughts swirled within her. She could not help but ponder, did Junmoheng truly harbor feelings for her? The instant this notion crossed her mind, she felt as though doused with cold water, shaking her head in disbelief. No, this is impossible. Had he not shown disinterest in women, how could he possibly like her? Surely, she was overthinking. Such thoughts could not be true. Yes, it must be an illusion. Once I awaken, everything will return to normal, Shinchinyu reassured herself, then lay back down. Yet, fate seemed to delight in playing tricks, for that night, Shinchinyu experienced a most peculiar dream. In her dream, she encountered Junmoheng once more. The scene mirrored that of the day, yet unlike before, she no longer resisted the stirrings of her heart but inadvertently revealed a bashful and delicate demeanor. Within the dream, Junmoheng leaned down slightly, his long, elegant fingers gliding across Shinchinyu's cheek with the gentleness of butterfly wings, emanating an intoxicating warmth. He then slowly slipped off her robe, her exquisite collarbone becoming faintly visible, her alluring shoulders fully exposed, while his gaze was imbued with a deep, fervent desire, as if he wished to melt her into his being. With a shy expression, Shinchinyu wrapped her long, fair arms around Junmoheng's neck, instinctively drawing her crimson lips toward his, teasing him like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Jun Mohang, with a swift motion, enveloped her in his embrace, one hand cradling the back of her neck, before kissing her with a conquering fervor. Suddenly, Shen Qingyu jolted awake, her chest heaving dramatically. Embarrassed, she muttered, "How could I have such an embarrassing dream?" Recalling the dream's vivid scenes, Jun Mohang's domineering kiss, and his smouldering gaze, coupled with her own bashful demeanor, she felt utterly mortified, as if she were being roasted over an open flame. Gradually, Shen Qingyu rose from her soft bed, her movements resembling a serene lotus flower blooming, imbued with a touch of languor and grace. Her hand gently rested upon her chest, as if she could feel the fierce beating of her heart through her skin, akin to war drums echoing within her chest, each beat powerful enough to shatter her ribs. Inwardly, Shen Qingyu mused, "What on earth is happening? Just a mere gentle kiss from Jun Mohang during the day, and now I've dreamt such a strange dream at night. Could it truly be that my prolonged absence from male company has left me so unsettled?" She shook her head in exasperation, attempting to clear her muddled thoughts with this simple gesture. Then, unable to contain herself, she leapt from the bed and hurried to the table, grasping a teacup and drinking the cold tea in one swift motion, as if the liquid could wash away the tumult in her mind and restore her composure. At the moment she finished her tea, a chill wind, like a ghost, silently seeped into her being. Her already fiery body now felt a refreshing coolness, as if countless tiny hands were gently caressing her skin. Shen Qingyu instinctively turned her head, discovering that the window had been left ajar, the cool moonlight pouring in like water, casting a mysterious glow upon her. She approached the window, standing quietly, her gaze fixed upon the luminous full moon, lost in deep contemplation, her mind racing with a myriad of strange thoughts and images. The moon hung like a vast mirror, reflecting her inner confusion and turmoil, and she remained transfixed, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Chapter 60, Is the Moon Hot? After what felt like an eternity, her wandering thoughts finally began to coalesce, as if she were awakening from a distant dream. She let out a soft sigh and gently reached out to slowly close the window, her movements delicate and tender, as if she feared to disturb the world outside. Subsequently, she quietly returned to her bedside, lay down, and gently closed her eyes, silently praying not to dream such dreams again, hoping to swiftly rid herself of these inexplicable troubles. Indeed, before long, she fell into a deep slumber, undisturbed by dreams, until the first rays of dawn sunlight graced her face, prompting her to slowly open her eyes and embrace the arrival of a new day. Since Shen Qingyu had that dream, she had been avoiding Jun Mohang, and it had been several days since they last met, until the morning of the 7th day, when Lianer entered the room and said, "Your Highness, the envoys from various nations will be departing tomorrow, so there will be a banquet in the palace tonight. Steward Zhao just informed me that you are to accompany the prince." Shen Qingyu's first thought was, "Alas, I can no longer evade this." After lunch, Shen Qingyu languidly sat before the bronze mirror, allowing several nimble maidservants to surround. The maidservants resembled skilled artisans, the combs and hairpins in their hands seemed to come alive under their deft manipulation. Chun Dao, usually the most vivacious, could not help but exclaim, "Wow, Your Highness, you are truly exquisite. That aura, that grace, it's simply breathtaking." Shen Qingyu slightly tilted her head to gaze at her reflection in the mirror. Today, she donned a gown of cloud silk, as white as snow, light and ethereal, as if it could dance with the wind. Over it was a sheer, misty purple veil that, as delicate as a cicadar's wing, subtly revealed the hue of the underlying gown, adding an air of mysterious beauty. Her hair was elegantly styled into an updo, with a few strands cascading down her cheeks, enhancing her charm. Adorning her hair was a hairpin set with pearls in the shape of a water lily, dazzling and radiant, complementing her fair complexion beautifully. The tassels of her headpiece swayed gently with her movements, as if whispering tales of endless allure. Her slender waist, delicate and soft, was reminiscent of a celestial being who had inadvertently descended from the moon palace, exuding a hint of ethereal charm. Observing her carefully crafted appearance, Shen Qingyu could not help but marvel at her own beauty, truly captivating enough to enchant the heart. At that moment, Lianer could not resist speaking up. "Your Highness's beauty is indeed extraordinary, akin to a lotus emerging from the water. so fresh and enchanting that one cannot easily forget. Shin Qingyu playfully chided, "Enough with the flattery, quickly bring me the lip rouge." Upon hearing this, Lianer hurriedly fetched the exquisite rouge box and carefully presented it to Shin Qingyu. Shin Qingyu took the rouge, skillfully opened the lid, and gently applied it to her lips. Her naturally rosy lips, now enhanced, resembled ripe cherries, irresistibly enticing. She softly pressed her lips together, the color blooming evenly, and upon glancing in the mirror, the fresh and elegant visage of moments ago had transformed. Now her clean face radiated a cool detachment, devoid of any trace of worldly warmth, her eyes calm yet piercing, imbued with a hint of fierceness, her red lips, gently pursed, exuded both purity and allure, her aura indescribably captivating. The maidservants were utterly astonished, their eyes nearly popping out, for they had never witnessed anyone possessing such strikingly different yet equally stunning visages, as if the heavens had bestowed the most enchanting beauty upon this very person. Shin Qingyu slowly rose, her posture graceful as a crane, and softly spoke, "Let us depart, Chun Dao will accompany me." As her words fell, the maidservant snapped back to reality, with Chun Dao swiftly following suit. Lianer and Xie remained quietly in the estate, understanding Shin Qingyu's nature, which preferred not to have too many people in her company. Although Lianer had accompanied Shin Qingyu since childhood, harboring deep affection for her, it was Chun Dao's greater understanding of the matters at hand that led Shin Qingyu to always take her along to the palace. As for Lianer and Xie, they harbored no objections, patiently awaiting their mistress's return. When Shin Qingyu finally arrived at the entrance of the prince's residence, Jun Moorhang had long awaited her like a statue, his tall figure resembling an. He did not rush to board the carriage, instead, he stood beside it with his hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of nobility in his dark-patterned robe, as if he were an insurmountable barrier radiating an unassailable authority. Jun Moorhang quietly observed Shin Qingyu as she approached, his eyes momentarily flickering with unmistakable admiration, akin to brilliant stars fixated on her form. Then, he gently curved his lips into a charming smile and softly remarked, "Today, you is truly as beautiful as a celestial being, enchanting. Besides, am I not always this captivating?" With that, she flashed a radiant smile, brightening the very air at the entrance of the prince's residence. The night breeze beside them could not help but twitch its lips, thinking to itself, "Is there truly someone who would boast so about themselves? Truly, she is the princess." Her words are always so unique, evoking unexpected feelings. Jun Moorhang extended his hand, his gesture both elegant and natural. Shin Qingyu hesitated for a moment but ultimately reached out to grasp his hand. In that instant, time seemed to stand still, and the air was thick with an indescribable tension. Once Jun Moorhang had helped Shin Qingyu into the carriage, he followed her inside and took a seat opposite her, creating an atmosphere that was subtly awkward. As the exquisite carriage began to roll forward, the sound of the wheels echoed clearly within the confined space, leaving only Jun Moorhang and Shin Qingyu to share the intimate setting. Shin Qingyu recalled the dream from a few nights prior, the vivid scenes replaying in her mind, causing her heart to race involuntarily, and a blush to creep upon her cheeks. She furtively lowered her gaze, unable to meet Jun Moorhang's eyes. Observing Shin Qingyu's lowered head and flushed cheeks, Jun Moorhang raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is you feeling warm?" His voice was low and gentle, imbued with a magical quality that made Shin Qingyu's heart tighten. Chapter 61, Re-entering the palace. Shin Qingyu abruptly lifted her head, as if startled, her eyes flickering with a mixture of panic and embarrassment. "Why yes, it is a bit warm, perhaps I am wearing too many layers," she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. After speaking, she quickly lowered her gaze, unable to bear the weight of Jun Moorchan's expression. Jun Moorchan picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Shin Qingyu, handing it to her. She accepted it and took a sip, frowning. "Why is this tea cold? Did you not say it was quite warm?" Shin Qingyu was rendered speechless. After all, it was winter. Who in their right mind would drink cold tea in such frigid weather? The carriage soon arrived at the gates of the royal palace. Jun Morchen alighted first and extended his hand to assist Shin Qingyue. As they approached the palace entrance, the court officials in attendance promptly bowed in respect upon seeing Jun Morchen. Once Shin Qingyue disembarked, Jun Morchen took her hand in his. "Let us proceed," he said. Shin Qingyue nodded, not resisting his grasp, willingly allowing him to lead her forward. Shin Anyan stood there, gazing blankly at the couple as they walked further away, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. Had he known his eldest daughter possessed such remarkable abilities, he would not have acted so resolutely against her. He could have been the esteemed father-in-law of the revered general. At that moment, a nearby official turned to Shin Anyan and remarked, "Duke Shin, is not the general's wife your daughter? Why did she not greet you just now?" A deep shade of embarrassment spread across Shin Anyan's already stiff features as he racked his brain, his thoughts a tangled mess, unsure of how to respond. Just then, another official, seemingly aware of the subtle shift in atmosphere, broke the silence without hesitation, saying slowly, "It is no wonder that the general's wife treats him with such indifference. I have heard for quite some time that Duke Shin has never held his eldest daughter in high regard." At this pronouncement, surprise washed over the crowd, their gazes shifting toward Shin Anyan, their eyes filled with curiosity and skepticism. The official who had spoken first was none other than the renowned Chief Justice of the Delhi Temple, Lord Shen Guiyuan. Previously, due to a past incident, he had harbored gratitude toward Shin Qingyue, and now he showed no mercy toward Shin Anyan, disregarding whether it would anger him as he continued, "You are truly muddled, Duke. You mistook a pearl for a mere pebble. The general's wife is exceptionally intelligent and talented. How could you so carelessly overlook her?" Shin Anyan, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger rising within him, his face flushing crimson, lips trembling slightly, yet he remained speechless, filled with indignation and helplessness. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings but was unwilling to lose face before others, so he suppressed his fury, his expression darkening further, as if he could rain down the heavens. Ultimately, unable to endure the situation any longer, he flung his sleeve in frustration and strode toward the palace without looking back, his silhouette radiating profound despondency and disappointment. Meanwhile, within the Eher Hall, as Jun Morchen entered, hand in hand with Shin Qingyue, he immediately noted the presence of numerous individuals already gathered. Upon seeing Jun Morchen, the attendees rose promptly, bowing respectfully, each one exhibiting utmost deference, unwilling to display any semblance of negligence. Jun Morchen merely nodded in acknowledgement of their salutations, then firmly grasped Shin Qingyue's hand, his demeanor serene yet imbued with an ineffable tenderness, as they walked directly to their seats. They sat side by side, resembling an ethereal couple, prompting quiet admiration from those present. Suddenly, Shin Qingyue felt an unsettling sensation, as if a piercing gaze were intently fixed upon her. This disconcerting feeling heightened her alertness, prompting her to slowly lift her head and scan her surroundings. In her searching gaze, she soon identified the source of that gaze. There, in the section reserved for the emissaries of the Misty Country, a pair of envious eyes bore down on her with a fierce intensity. The malice and anger contained within those eyes seemed ready to consume her whole. Without a doubt, the owner of those eyes was Princess Qingyang. Observing this, Shin Qingyue's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smirk. Fearlessly, she met Princess Qingyang's gaze, offering a smile that radiated mockery. Subsequently, as if dismissing her entirely, Shin Qingyue turned her head away, no longer glancing at Princess Qingyang. Witnessing Shin Qingyue's haughty demeanor, already incensed by Jun Mo's steadfast refusal to marry her, leaving her no choice but to wed another, her heart brimmed with resentment. Now, seeing Shin Qingyue so triumphantly exuding confidence, especially considering her apparent closeness with Jun Mo, only fueled Princess Qingyang's ire, pushing her closer to the brink of indignation. Meanwhile, Shin Qingyue casually scanned the room but did not spot Shin Qingxue. It was hardly surprising. After the previous incident, Shin Qingxue had not only lost her purity but also her engagement to the crown prince, rendering her reputation utterly tarnished and her future bleak. In such circumstances, it was likely that Shin Qingxue had become an abandoned child of the Duke's residence, utterly devoid of worth. As for how Shin Anyan would treat this daughter, now bereft of any utility, or whether he would concern himself with finding her a suitable match, remained uncertain. Before long, the attendees had nearly all gathered, and the previously lively atmosphere fell silent as the sharp, commanding voice of a eunuch rang out from outside, announcing, "His Majesty the Emperor has arrived, and Her Majesty the Empress is here." Immediately, the pair entered the hall side by side, accompanied by a retinue of palace maids and eunuchs. Upon the Emperor and Empress's arrival, everyone present hastily rose to pay their respect. After everyone was seated, the Emperor surveyed the room before speaking. "Tomorrow, the envoys from various nations shall depart the capital, and thus I have arranged this banquet today, to bid farewell to our esteemed envoys and to allow everyone to relax and revel in this moment of camaraderie. Tonight, feel free to enjoy yourselves without the constraints of formality, drink heartily and depart joyously." Chapter 62, A match made in heaven between a scoundrel and a foolish girl. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, the envoys from The Emperor, witnessing this display, chuckled as he lifted his own goblet, unhesitatingly downing its contents. Once he set the cup down, he spoke again. "Furthermore, is Princess Qingyang present?" No sooner had the words left his lips than Princess Qingyang, seated among the guests, gracefully rose and glided towards the center of the grand hall. Upon reaching the dais, she slightly bowed and greeted, "Your Majesty." The Emperor regarded her and inquired, "Princess Qingyang, you previously mentioned your desire to find a suitable husband in this realm. Pray tell, have you found your heart's desire?" In truth, not long ago, the enchanting and noble Princess Qingyang had personally visited the palace to seek an audience with the Emperor. Filled with hope, she had beseeched him to bestow upon her the honor of marrying the illustrious Junmok, a man renowned for his valor and prestige. However, to her dismay, the Emperor had not granted her request outright, but instead replied coolly that Junmok was already betrothed to another. Yet, Princess Qingyang was undeterred. She boldly expressed her willingness to serve as Junmok's secondary consort if she could not be his primary wife. The Emperor was taken aback by her audacity. After all, she was a princess of considerable standing, yet she was prepared to lower herself to the status of a concubine, a notion that was truly astonishing. Nevertheless, the Emperor remained resolute and did not acquiesce to her wishes, fully aware of his younger brother's temperament. In a moment of frustration, the Emperor summoned Junmok to the palace, conveying Princess Qingyang's sentiments with Xiandier. To his astonishment, Junmok callously rejected her once more. With a cold demeanor and unwavering gaze, he declared, "In this lifetime, I shall love only Shinqinyu. I shall not take a concubine. Should anyone dare to persist in their pursuit, they shall not find me merciful, and I will bring their entanglements to a swift conclusion." With that, Junmok made no further delay, bowing to the Emperor before turning on his heel and departing. His resolute words struck Princess Qingyang like a thunderclap, leaving her utterly speechless. She had believed that by appealing to the Emperor, Junmok would choose her, yet she could never have anticipated such a heartless response in return for her affections. The Emperor could only shrug, expressing his own impotence in the matter, for he was also quite fond of his younger brother and did not wish to compel him. Ultimately, the Emperor advised Princess Qingyang to seek another suitor, urging her to relinquish her fixation on Junmok. Thus, this inquiry arose today. In a sense, it was the Emperor's subtle way of preserving the dignity of the Kingdom of Piemia by offering them a graceful exit from the situation. Slowly, Princess Qingyang lifted her gaze, her crystalline eyes first glancing at Junmok, revealing a fleeting complexity of emotion before she diverted her attention to Jun Jingcheng. With a soft parting of her lips, her voice flowed like a melodious nightingale. "I have long held affection for His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Might there be a place for me in your heart?" After speaking, she lowered her head slightly, a blush blooming upon her cheeks, reminiscent of the vibrant peach blossoms in springtime. Shen Qingyu, observing Princess Qingyang's demeanor, inwardly scoffed at her theatricality. At that moment, Princess Qingyang mused, since she could not become Junmok's warlord wife, she would certainly become the most esteemed woman. As for that insignificant Shen Qingyu, dealing with her would be a trivial matter. Once she ascended to that position, she would relish the opportunity to teach that presumptuous woman a lesson. Seated upon the throne, the Emperor directed his gaze towards Jun Jingcheng and inquired, "Crown Prince, what are your thoughts on this matter?" As all eyes turned to him, Jun Jingcheng rose, confidently striding to the center of the hall. He respectfully bowed to the Emperor and proclaimed, "Father, I too have fallen for Princess Qingyang at first sight. I beseech you to grant us a union." In truth, Jun Jingcheng had yet to find a suitable candidate for a crown princess. Moreover, his mother had privately expressed concern that the emperor seemed increasingly displeased with him, favoring his younger brother instead. If this continued, the position of heir apparent might soon slip from his grasp. However, marrying Princess Qingyang, the beloved jewel of the kingdom of Pierremiao, would undoubtedly bolster his standing. Upon hearing Zheng Jingqing's words, the emperor nodded with indifference and declared, "Very well, since you both harbor mutual affection, I shall bless your union today. As for the wedding date, let it be set for after the new year." Standing side by side, Zheng Jingqing and Princess Qingyang knelt in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized as they bowed deeply to the emperor, exclaiming in unison, "Thank you, father. Thank you, your majesty." Their voices resonated clearly within the vast palace. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyu cast her gaze downward, murmuring softly, "They actually chose him." Her words, though barely audible, did not escape Zheng Moke's keen hearing. With a raised eyebrow, he looked at Shen Qingyu, teasingly remarking, "What is this? Is my dear you are feeling jealous?" As he spoke, he instinctively clenched his fist, recalling how she once held an unwavering infatuation for Zheng Jingqing. However, Shen Qingyu, at that moment, she abruptly lifted her head, shooting Zheng Moke a fierce glare, and retorted, "Jealous, your highness, you truly have a penchant for jest. With such a mediocre fellow, why would I even spare a glance?" HMPH, they are a match made in heaven, an absolute perfect pairing of a scoundrel and a foolish girl. With that, she added a derisive snort to emphasize her disdain. Emboldened, Shen Qingyu smirked, arching an eyebrow as her enchanting eyes sparkled with mischief. She quipped, "Moreover, as the illustrious warlord's wife, with a strikingly handsome prince like you by my side, why would I waste a moment on any other man?" Chapter 63, Oh no, something has happened. Upon hearing Shen Qingyu's words, Zheng Mohang felt as though a gentle spring breeze had swept through his heart, instantly bringing him an overwhelming sense of ease. His eyes, once as deep as a tranquil pond, now shimmered with traces of joy. With a tender and indulgent gaze fixed upon the bashful and charming Shen Qingyu, the corners of his mouth curled upwards as he softly spoke, "So it turns out that you harbors such fondness for me." His voice was laced with an unmistakable delight. As Shen Qingyu processed Zheng Mohang's declaration, the memory of that dream, which had made her heart race and cheeks flush, surged into her mind. A rosy hue quickly crept up her cheeks, reaching her ears. She parted her lips, attempting to articulate a response, only to find her throat constricted as if obstructed by an unseen force, rendering her speechless. Lowering her head, she found herself unconsciously fiddling with the hem of her garment. The grand banquet continued until the hour of the pig. Under the cloak of night, the palace remained ablaze with dazzling lights, vibrant and bustling. Shen Qingyu had long since lost interest in the festivities, feeling utterly fatigued, her yawns coming in waves. When the opportunity to depart the palace finally arrived, she eagerly climbed into the carriage, and scarcely had she settled in before she succumbed to slumber. The carriage rolled steadily along the silent streets, the rhythmic sound of the wheels creating a soothing clatter. Time slipped by unnoticed until they finally arrived at the gates of the royal residence. Observing Shen Qingyu, who was nestled against the side of the carriage, sound asleep, Zheng Mohang noted her serene and gentle breathing, akin to that of a sweet, docile kitten. He approached her cautiously, fearful of awakening her, and gazing at her tranquil visage, his heart ached at the thought of disturbing her rest. Thus, he gently extended his arms, cradling Shen Qingyu securely in an embrace, and with purposeful strides, made his way towards the Jing'er courtyard. Throughout the journey, he took great care to move slowly, mindful not to awaken the delicate figure in his arms. Upon entering the room, Zheng Mohang carefully laid Shen Qingyu on the soft, comfortable bed and tenderly covered her with a silk quilt. After ensuring she was settled, he quietly stood by her bedside, his gaze lingering on her exquisite features. At that moment, as if sensing his watchful eyes, Shen Qingyu stirred slightly, turning over before slipping back into a deeper slumber. Witnessing this scene, Zheng Mohang couldn't help but chuckle softly, murmuring to himself, "What a little sleepyhead." He then leaned down, placing a gentle kiss upon her smooth forehead, before reluctantly rising to depart the Jing'er courtyard. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the bed. Shin Qingyu awoke slowly, her eyes still heavy with sleep, and as she blinked to adjust her vision, she found herself surrounded by the familiar furnishings, momentarily dazed. How on earth did I return last night? I have no recollection, she muttered to herself, massaging her temples. Just then, the door creaked open, and Liana entered, cradling a basin of clear water with utmost care. Upon seeing Shin Qingyu awake, her face brightened with joy as she softly exclaimed, "Princess, you are awake." At the sound of her voice, Shin Qingyu turned to Liana, her eyes filled with confusion, and quickly inquired, "Liana, how did I end up back in this room last night?" Placing the basin on a nearby stand, Liana hurried to the bedside, smiling as she replied, "Princess, do you truly have no recollection? It was the prince who personally carried you back." She then winked at Shin Qingyu, adding, "And he even took the time to tuck you in, ensuring you were comfortable before he left. The prince truly cares for you." Upon hearing Liana's words, Shin Qingyu momentarily froze, then instinctively shook her head, indicating her complete lack of memory. However, this time, she did not outright deny Liana's assertions as she had done in the past. After spending time together, she was keenly aware that Jun Mohang indeed held her in high regard. Strangely enough, she found herself not averse to his concern and care. Perhaps she could genuinely attempt to embrace Jun Mohang. After all, in this ancient era, he possessed remarkable power, boundless wealth, and striking good looks. More remarkably, he did not adhere to the antiquated customs of having multiple wives, resembling a modern-day bachelor of unparalleled caliber. Though he bore a hidden ailment, she believed that with the right opportunity for self-treatment, there was no way this skilled physician would be unable to find a cure. After thoughtful consideration, the earlier feelings of embarrassment and unease within her dissipated, and she resolved to allow everything to unfold naturally from that point onward. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. During this time, Shin Qingyu's venture, The World as One Pot, flourished remarkably, gaining widespread acclaim, leading her to establish numerous branches across various regions of the northern Jing kingdom. At present, The World as One Pot had grown into an extensive chain enterprise, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe her current financial success as a veritable windfall. As for her, silver was merely a collection of inconsequential figures. Simultaneously, the emotional progression between her and Jun Mohang had been notably steady and orderly, though they had yet to reach a decisive stage. On this particular day, Jun Mohang was deeply engrossed in reading the military reports that had arrived, his focus unwavering on the letters before him. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps shattered the tranquility of the study. A shadow darted into the room like lightning. It was the shadow guard, Mai Ying, whom Jun Mohang had stationed beside Shin Qingyu. Before he could steady himself, Mai Ying exclaimed urgently, "Your Highness, something terrible has happened. The princess is in trouble." At these words, Jun Mohang felt as though he had been struck by lightning, springing from his chair with a jolt. His complexion shifted dramatically, panic and anger flashing in his eyes as he demanded, "What on earth is going on? Speak quickly." His voice resonated so powerfully that it seemed to rattle the beams of the room. Without hesitation, he discarded the envelope in his hand, and like a gust of wind, dashed towards the door. His strides were swift and forceful, as if he intended to shatter the very ground beneath him. Mai Ying followed closely behind, not daring to slacken his pace. As he hurried, he breathlessly recounted the events that had transpired. Chapter 64 Moonlight. Do not endure your discomfort any longer. It was on this day that Shin Qingyu, at the behest of the Empress, entered the palace for a leisurely chat. Everything seemed perfectly normal, until her departure from the palace was unexpectedly interrupted by the notoriously arrogant Princess Jingyan. To Shin Qingyu's astonishment, the princess, contrary to her usual demeanor, approached her with an overtly. Shin Qingyu, well aware of the princess's temperament, remained vigilant. She did not indulge the princess's feigned cordiality and soon exited the palace. However, as she journeyed back to the Wangfu in her carriage, an unusual sensation surged from within her body. This feeling manifested so abruptly that she instantly realized she had fallen victim to a trap. She muttered to herself, "This is bad, I've been ensnared." Just at that moment, a more dire situation unfolded. A figure clad in black obstructed their path. In a flash, the assailant struck down the coachman, rendering him unconscious. Without hesitation, the black-clad figure rushed into Shen Qingyue's carriage, evidently intent on abducting her. At that moment, Shen Qingyu felt as though her entire being was engulfed in searing flames, an unbearable heat overwhelming her senses, threatening to consume her whole. Just as the hand of the assailant was about to reach her, a shadow darted in like a spectre, swiftly intercepting that malevolent hand. The shadow was none other than Ma Ying, who, upon witnessing Shen Qingyue's perilous state, felt an urgent wave of anxiety wash over him. He unleashed his full might, striking with fierce precision, determined to swiftly vanquish the loathsome intruder. After a fierce struggle, Ma Ying triumphed over the assailant and hastily fled with Shen Qinyu back to the Wangfu. Upon their hurried entrance into Jingye Garden, Shen Qinyu, battling excruciating discomfort, urgently instructed her maidservants to fetch cold water. Once the water arrived, she ordered the maidservants to withdraw and closed the door behind them. Observing the dire condition of the princess, Ma Ying, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, wasted no time and immediately sought out Zhen Mochen. As Zhen Mochen stepped into Jingye Garden, he was met with a faint metallic scent lingering in the air. Alarm bells rang within him, and his expression shifted drastically. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode purposefully towards the partition in the room. Upon rounding the screen, he was confronted with a scene that struck him like a thunderbolt. There sat Shen Qingyu, her hair cascading down, immersed in a large bathtub. Zhen Mochen's gaze fell upon her. Her outer robe had been discarded, leaving only a pure white inner garment. Half of her body was submerged in the water, her complexion flushed, and her ruby lips appeared even more alluring. Lowering his gaze further, he noticed her collar slightly ajar, revealing her delicate shoulder. A wave of heat surged through Zhen Mochen, causing his throat to dry, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. He hastily averted his gaze, attempting to escape the heart-racing sight, only to catch a glimpse of Shen Qingyue's other hand resting on the edge of the tub. Observing her porcelain-like hand, he was horrified to see crimson droplets of blood cascading down, producing a soft yet resonant sound as they hit the floor. Those droplets resembled vivid red pearls, trickling down her slender fingers. Upon witnessing this, Zhen Mochen's heart plummeted, and he rushed forward without a second thought. Acting swiftly and decisively, he grasped Shen Qingyue's bleeding arm, worry etched across his face as he anxiously inquired, "Who did this to you? Please tell me." At that moment, Shen Qingyu was in utter agony. Upon realizing she had been drugged, she had immediately summoned Xiao'er to ascertain the nature of the substance and whether an antidote existed. Regrettably, the potency of the drug was overwhelmingly fierce, leaving even the capable Xiao'er at a loss. She had contemplated retreating into her mysterious space to concoct an antidote, yet no matter how hard she tried. In desperation, she seized a dagger and inflicted a deep cut upon her own arm, hoping the pain would momentarily awaken her senses. Hearing Zhen Mochen's concerned voice, Shen Qingyue's brows furrowed slightly, and she struggled to open her eyes, only to find the world before her shrouded in a haze. She endeavored to discern whether the figure before her was indeed Zhen Mochen, but her vision only grew more blurred and unfocused. Finally, in a burst of exertion, she forcefully pushed him away, exclaiming, "Get away from me, do not touch me." Noticing Shen Qingyue's indifference toward her bleeding hand, Zhen Mochen was overcome with concern and empathy. Without hesitation, he stepped forward again, firmly grasping her wrist. He then swiftly produced a pristine white handkerchief from within his garments, carefully wrapping it around her injured arm to staunch the flow of blood. Yet, at that moment, Shen Qingyue's rationality had long been consumed by the surging heat within her. Despite being submerged in the frigid water, the relentless heat clung to her, as if intent on incinerating her entirely. She writhed desperately, exerting all her strength to free herself from Zhen Mochen's grasp. Fearing he might inadvertently cause her more pain, he refrained from applying too much pressure. However, just then, Shen Qingyu yanked forcefully, catching Zhen Mochen off guard and sending him tumbling into the bath. Water splashed everywhere, soaking the floor. Zhen Mochen quickly extended his hands, steadying Shen Qingyue's shoulders, his voice laced with urgency. "Yuer, what has happened?" As he spoke, droplets of water cascaded down his cheeks, falling onto Shen Qingyue's fair skin. The water in the tub sloshed violently due to their frantic movements. Finally, Shen Qingyu recognized the voice and saw that it was indeed Zhen Mochen before her. Yet, when the words formed on her lips, she found herself utterly incapable of explaining the situation to him, unwilling to reveal that she had succumbed to such a vile drug. At that moment, Jun Morchan regained his composure, his gaze locking onto Shin Qingyue's face, which was now as red as a ripened apple, as if it might bleed at any moment. He observed Shin Qingyu tightly pursing her lips, her fists clenched, clearly enduring an indescribable torment. Witnessing this, Jun Morchan felt a pang of helplessness and heartache. Softly, with a slight tremor in her voice, she replied, "Your Highness, I am unable to concoct the antidote at this moment." Jun Mohang gazed upon Shin Qingyue's visage, contorted in agony, and felt a heart-wrenching pain akin to being torn asunder. He reached out a gentle hand to caress her cheek, his eyes brimming with compassion as he murmured, "Moon, I am right here with you." How could Shin Qingyu be oblivious to the profound significance behind Jun Mohang's words? This potion had been specifically formulated to incite the carnal union between man and woman. Without the antidote, the only means to alleviate its effects lay in that very act. Even now, immersed in the frigid waters, constantly bleeding herself, she could only marginally diminish her torment. The complete eradication of her suffering remained an unattainable dream. Furthermore, as the substance lingered longer within her system, the damage to her body would inevitably escalate. Seeing Shin Qingyu still hesitating, Jun Mohang could not help but let out a long sigh, a look of helplessness crossing his face as he implored, "Moon, do you truly intend to persist in this self-destructive manner to alleviate your pain?" Shin Qingyu had indeed contemplated seeking Jun Mohang's assistance to extricate herself from this predicament. After all, if she were to engage with him, her heart would not feel averse to it, yet, the crux of the matter lay in Jun Mohang's concealed ailment. The thought of prioritizing her own desires while disregarding his was something Shin Qingyu could never accept. Thus, she shook her head vigorously, asserting, "Your Highness, please do not concern yourself with me. I can manage this on my own, you must leave at once." Upon hearing her words, Jun Mohang felt a mixture of helplessness and heartache. He spoke again, his voice low and tender, "Moon, would you rather endure this suffering in silence than unwillingly engage with me?" At his words, Shin Qingyu furrowed her brow tightly, hastily shaking her head to explain, "No." Unfortunately, her attempt at clarification was abruptly interrupted by Jun Mohang's unforeseen action. His cool lips descended upon her blood-red ones. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Shin Qingyue's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly unprepared for such an occurrence, her mind a blank slate. In that fleeting moment, she distinctly felt a chill, a temperature lower than her own, wash over her. Like a gentle breeze on a sweltering summer day, it caressed her fevered heart, providing her agitated emotions with a brief solace. Meanwhile, Jun Mohang was equally taken aback by the softness of Shin Qingyue's lips, which were both tender and warm, evoking an irresistible urge to taste them. At that moment, Shin Qingyu seemed to lose all self-control, instinctively extending her snow-white, jade-smooth arms to rest gently upon Jun Mohang's sturdy neck. Unconsciously, she leaned closer, her body pressing against him. Though her heart resisted, her body remained honest, adhering tightly to Jun Mohang. Consciousness began to slip away. She thought to herself, "Let it be, his hidden ailment be damned." With that, she closed her eyes, surrendering to the softness of his kiss. Jun Mohang, hesitant to overstep, was about to withdraw from her lips when Shin Qingyue's hand on his neck tightened suddenly. In that instant, his balance faltered, and he found himself tipping towards Shin Qingyu, as if time had suspended itself. He fell heavily upon her delicate frame, both of them tumbling backward. Fearing that Shin Qingyu might sustain an injury from colliding with the nearby bathtub, he swiftly wrapped one arm around her slender waist, while the other securely cradled her head, creating a protective sanctuary with his own body. In the face of this unexpected turn of events, Shin Qingyu exhibited no hint of panic. Instead, seizing the rare opportunity, she leaned into Jun Mohang, her petite, pink lips trembling like petals. Before launching into a hasty and fervent kiss, Jun Mohang instinctively tightened his embrace around her waist, acutely aware of the sensation of her soft lips gliding against his, igniting waves of exquisite pleasure within him. This unprecedented experience sent ripples across the tranquil lake of his heart, as a fierce blaze began to spread throughout his being. Heat surged through Jun Mohang, overwhelming him, and he could no longer restrain himself. Taking the initiative, he gently pried open Shin Qingyue's lips and kissed her tenderly. "Shin Qingyu, feeling the depth of his affection, gradually relaxed, releasing a muffled moan. As he continued to kiss her, he lifted Shinjinyu from the water, taking deliberate steps towards the bedchamber, their breaths growing heavier. He laid her gently upon the bed, his deep, resonant voice breaking the silence. Shinjinyu offered no reply, yet her actions spoke volumes. She tilted her head slightly, once more presenting her soft lips, which gently pressed against Junmo's. This kiss ignited a fire within him, instantly awakening a long-suppressed desire. Although a shred of rationality lingered in Junmo's mind, it crumbled in an instant under Shinjinyu's passionate response. That sliver of reason dissipated like a candle flickering in the wind, swept away by her fervent advance. His large, powerful hands began to roam slowly around Shinjinyu's slender waist, as if exploring uncharted territory. At that moment, Shinjinyu felt the dampness radiating from Junmo, causing her to furrow her beautifully shaped brows in concern. In a flurry of panic, she reached out to hastily tug at Junmo's outer robe, eager to remove it. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly charged, thick with unspoken desires. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Junmo's fingers delicately unfastened the ties of Shinjinyu's inner garment. The sheer fabric fell away like petals, gliding effortlessly down her porcelain-like skin, revealing a vast expanse of flawless, snow-white flesh that radiated an enchanting glow. In that moment, Shinjinyu's hands did not remain idle either. After hastily discarding Junmo's outer robe, she boldly reached to remove his inner garment without hesitation. In an instant, his strong, masculine chest was laid bare before her. With a sudden force, Junmo pushed Shinjinyu onto the bed, his body pressing down upon hers. His heavy, rapid breaths cascaded into her ear like a warm spring breeze, stirring her heartstrings. Shinjinyu felt her heartbeat quicken, her brows knitting together involuntarily, her cheeks blooming even more vibrantly than before, resembling ripe apples in their allure. Junmo tenderly cradled her exquisite face, his heated gaze seemingly capable of piercing her very soul. Slowly leaning in, his lips descended upon her cherry-like mouth, first caressing softly, then biting down gently. That bite ignited the long-repressed flames of desire between them. Their bodies melded together, warmth intertwining as their hands instinctively began to explore one another's curves. The air grew thick with an ambiguous aura, wafting like smoke from the bedside, gradually permeating the entire room. Every inch of air seemed to be infused with a sheer pink veil, intoxicating and inescapable. In stark contrast to this intimate scene, outside the Jingya courtyard lay an eerie silence. The moonlight spilled over the ground like water, casting dappled shadows from the trees. The servants had discreetly withdrawn, leaving ample privacy for their masters. The night breeze stood still at a distance from the sleeping quarters, resembling a silent statue, faithfully guarding this tranquility and beauty. The following day, as Shinjinyu stirred from her slumber, her head throbbed as if burdened by 1,000 pounds, and her body felt as though it had been trampled. Every inch of her skin ached, and her limbs felt weak and powerless, as if devoid of strength to support her. Struggling to lift her hand to massage her temples, she aimed to alleviate the irritating soreness, but even this slight movement sent ripples of discomfort through her muscles, prompting an involuntary whimper. As she slowly opened her eyes, she beheld her disheveled hair cascading down like a waterfall, obscuring half of her delicate face. Shinjinyu gritted her teeth against the discomfort, furrowing her brow as she laboriously propped herself up from the bed. At that moment, a deep, magnetic voice unexpectedly reached her ears. "Awake." The sudden sound sent a jolt through Shinjinyu, and she quickly turned her head to seek its source. There stood Junmo, tall and poised, a subtle, enigmatic smile gracing his handsome features, his deep-set eyes sparkling like a starry night sky, drawing her in irresistibly. Seeing Junmo so spirited, Shinjinyu found herself momentarily dazed, fragmented memories flashing through her mind like lightning across the night sky, brief and dazzling, causing her heart to race. Oh heavens, she had actually undressed Junmo. The thought struck her like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves within her. Shinjinyu's eyes widened in disbelief, her hands instinctively covering her mouth to stifle an impending gasp. She strained to piece together the disjointed memories, but no matter how hard she tried, only a few scattered images surfaced, leaving her unable to ascertain who had instigated this intimate encounter. Junmo observed Shinjinyu's furrowed brow and concentrated expression with keen interest, his smile broadening. He approached the bedside with graceful, light steps, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Stopping before her, he gazed at her with a mischievous grin, softly uttering, "Last night," however. Before he could finish, Shinchinu interrupted him in a flurry. Her face flushed. She exclaimed, "I was drugged last night." "I know." Shinchinu suddenly snapped back to reality, recalling Junmo's hidden affliction. Regret washed over her as she slapped her forehead, mentally chastising herself. "Shinchinu, how could you be so uncontrollable, to act upon a man with a concealed ailment?" At that moment, Junmo watched her slightly overzealous reaction with quiet amusement, a hint of concern knitting his brow as he leaned closer, asking gently, "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" R.O. Shinchinu, as if awakening from a dream, lowered her hand and assessed her condition aside from the lingering. Thus he smirked, playfully teasing, "Last night, you were quite spirited." Chapter 67, You have no affliction at all. Upon hearing this, Shinchinu was instantly taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Could it be that I was with the prince last night?" The rest of her words faltered, stifled by bashfulness, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, and her heart racing uncontrollably. Junmohang's lips curled into a slight smile as he took a leisurely step closer, approaching Shinchinu like a spectre. He suddenly leaned down, their faces mere inches apart, his deep, bright eyes twinkling. However, it seemed that Shinchinu was not swayed by this enchanting atmosphere. Without a moment's hesitation, she retorted, "Isn't the prince afflicted with an ailment?" At this, Junmohang couldn't help but chuckle, a smirk playing on his lips, forming a devilishly charming arc. "It seems you did not fully grasp the situation yesterday. If that is the case, shall we attempt it once more?" With that, his fervent gaze unabashedly roamed over Shinchinu, her delicate face turned a deep shade of red, akin to a ripe apple, as memories of the previous night surged forth like a tide, replaying in her mind. The expansive bed, draped in soft silk, had held their bodies intimately pressed against one another, with scarcely a gap between them. Unconsciously, her slender fingers had wandered across the solid expanse of Junmohang's chest and the smoothness of his back, as though seeking to uncover every secret of his skin. Merely reminiscing about these scenes left Shinchinu blushing fiercely, her heart racing, unable to contain her embarrassment. At that moment, gazing upon the impeccably attired Junmohang, she couldn't help but recall his bare chest from the previous night. His bronze skin radiated health, the sculpted muscle lines appearing as if chiseled from marble. His broad shoulders and narrow waist formed a perfect proportion, devoid of any excess flesh, while his firm, expansive chest exuded an overwhelming sense of security. Shinchinu abruptly shook her head, berating herself for allowing such thoughts to resurface. Her mind drifted back to the previous evening, those vivid images flooding her consciousness, and she suddenly raised her head, locking eyes with Junmohang's triumphant smile. Without hesitation, Shinchinu pointed a slender finger at him, declaring in a tone that brooked no argument, "You have no affliction at all." This statement was not a question, but an unequivocal assertion. At last, Yura has come to her senses. Junmohang observed the pouting yet adorable woman before him, his mood lifting further, laughter ringing out merrily. Hearing this, Shinchinu felt as if she had been ignited like a firecracker, her temper flaring instantly. She sprang up from the bed, hands on her hips, eyes wide with indignation as she reprimanded Junmohang. "Well, Junmohang, you big fraud, how dare you deceive me?" In the face of Shinchinu's accusations, Junmohang remained unperturbed, spreading his hands in an exaggerated display of innocence, his captivating gaze feigning confusion as he retorted, "Why do you say such things, Yura? When have I ever deceived you?" Seething with anger, Shinchinu stomped her foot, her cheeks flushed with fury, resembling a ripe cherry. She puffed out her cheeks, indignantly exclaiming, "HMPH, you've been pretending from the very beginning. You clearly have no affliction." Junmohang's lips curled into a subtle smile, an expression that conveyed both mirth and mischief as he replied leisurely, "I have never personally admitted to having an affliction, so do not wrongfully accuse me, Yura." Shinchinu was momentarily rendered speechless, her mind racing as she recalled past encounters. Upon reflection, it appeared that, as Junmohang claimed, she had steadfastly insisted he was afflicted, while he had never openly confirmed it. Standing there, mouth agape but unable to utter a word, she resembled someone struck mute. Without hesitation, Junmohang reached out, pulling Shinchinu tightly into his embrace. His expression bore an air of faint grievance as he murmured, "Yura, you truly have wronged me. Let me go, Shin Qingyu protested, struggling to free herself from Jun Mohang's warm embrace, her tone a mixture of playful annoyance. Yet, Jun Mohang seemed oblivious to her resistance, instead pushing her gently onto the soft bed, her long, cascading hair spread across the bed like a beautiful tapestry, framing her delicate features and enhancing her petite charm. Even though her lips, once lush and alluring like ripe cherries, were now devoid of their previous seductive allure, the soft pink sheen upon them only added to her enchanting appeal, inciting a yearning to kiss them. Jun Mohang, captivated by the enchanting sight of Shin Qingyu, found himself unable to contain the flood of emotions within him. He suddenly leaned down, unable to resist kissing her tender lips once more. Shin Qingyu was taken aback by this unexpected gesture, momentarily frozen and unable to react. By the time she regained her senses, Jun Mohang had already retreated like a mischievous child who had just stolen a sweet. His face beamed with a radiant smile, filled with satisfaction and pride, as if thoroughly pleased with the events that had just transpired. Witnessing Jun Mohang's childlike demeanor, Shin Qingyu found herself in a daze, inwardly pondering. How has this fellow suddenly become so juvenile? Jun Mohang gazed at Shin Qingyu's bandaged arm, his eyes soft and tender, as he spoke gently, laced with genuine concern. You must never be so reckless with your body again. Shin Qingyu lowered her gaze. With this thought, she nodded slightly, replying, I understand. Jun Mohang then inquired softly, are you hungry? Shall we go out for a meal? Chapter 68. Then, does you are like me? As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Qingyu abruptly realized that she had long been so hungry that her stomach was growling audibly. She hastily rose from the bed, but in her haste, she failed to notice that the tie of her inner garment had loosened. At that very moment, as she stood up, the already loose clothing slipped off her shoulders, revealing a small patch of skin as white as snow. Shin Qingyu's complexion turned pale, and in her fluster, she hurriedly grasped her collar, trying to fasten the garment in a panic. Observing this, Jun Mohang couldn't help but smile faintly, teasingly remarking, if you require my assistance, do not hesitate. She quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, no need, no need. After saying this, she swiftly tied the garment and hurriedly dressed before dashing out of the inner room. At that moment, upon learning that Jun Mohang harbored no hidden ailments, a wave of unexpected joy. Despite their union last night being orchestrated by the effects of the medicine, the sight of Jun Mohang's beaming smile dissipated any lingering awkwardness and discomfort that had previously resided in her heart. As Shin Qingyu stepped into the outer room, Yifeng, standing like a statue, respectfully bowed upon catching sight of her, exclaiming, greetings, princess. Startled by the sudden voice, Shin Qingyu instinctively patted her chest, astonished as she asked, what are you doing here? Yifeng maintained his serious demeanor, replying with utmost sincerity, replying to the princess, this subordinate has been waiting here all along. Hearing this, Shin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, as a thought swiftly crossed her mind. Since Yifeng had remained here without leaving, he must have overheard every word exchanged between her and Jun Mohang in the room. The realization made her feel an overwhelming embarrassment, and she forced a smile, awkwardly saying, you truly are dedicated. Protecting the prince and princess is my unassailable duty. Yifeng declared with unwavering resolve. Shin Qingyu nodded slightly, and after a moment of silence, she inquired, what about Liana and the others, why are they not here? No sooner had she spoken than several maidservants entered in succession, each carrying an exquisite meal. Leading the group was Liana, who, upon seeing Shin Qingyu, broke into a radiant smile, her lively eyes playfully blinking at Shin Qingyu as she coyly said, Princess, you must be exhausted. The meal is ready, and you can indulge in the delicious dishes now. Shin Qingyu, upon hearing this, couldn't help but think, this little girl has truly grown bolder, daring to tease the princess so openly. However, looking at Liana's adorable demeanor, she couldn't muster any anger, merely feigning annoyance with a glare. Shin Qingyu slowly sat down at the table, her brow furrowed, the anger within her seemingly on the verge of erupting. Just the thought of the detestable Princess Qingyang having drugged her last night filled her with rage, her hands instinctively clenching into fists, wishing to tear that woman to shreds. At that moment, Jun Mohang approached with measured steps and gracefully took a seat, his deep, pool-like eyes immediately caught sight of the profound frustration etched on Shin Qingyue's face. He slightly furrowed his brow and gently said, "Rest assured, I shall not let any who dare to harm you escape unscathed." His tone, though calm, carried an undeniable conviction. Upon hearing this, Shin Qingyu was taken aback, then turned her head in surprise to look at Jun Moorheng. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, "Your Highness, are you going to stand up for me?" Her voice trembled with uncertainty and surprise. Without hesitation, Jun Moorheng nodded, meeting her gaze with unwavering seriousness as he declared, "You are my princess. Anyone bold enough to bully you so brazenly is merely courting death." Jun Moorheng, clearly caught off guard by Shin Qingyue's candid inquiry, stood momentarily stunned. He gazed at her in a daze, speechless for a moment. Time seemed to freeze at that instant, the two of them locked in a silent exchange, an unspoken tension enveloping the air. Noticing Jun Moorheng's prolonged silence, a wave of regret washed over Shin Qingyu, her heart sinking. She inwardly berated herself for being so impulsive. How could she have asked him so recklessly? Moreover, judging by Jun Moorheng's current reaction, it seemed he harbored no such sentiments. The more she thought about it, the more flustered she became. She hurriedly forced a smile, saying, "Your Highness, I was just joking. Please don't take it to heart." Indeed. Before Shin Qingyu could finish her sentence, she heard Jun Moorheng's resonant voice, like a tolling bell, penetrating deeply into her heart. For a moment, she found herself at a loss, utterly bewildered. Had Jun Moorheng just confessed to liking her? Your Highness, she stammered, wanting to say something, but her mind was blank, leaving her unsure of where to begin. Jun Moorheng took in Shin Qingyue's flustered demeanor, and a subtle smile crept upon his lips as he gently asked, "Then, does you like me?" Hearing this, Shin Qingyu felt her heart race uncontrollably, as if it might burst from her chest. Instinctively, she turned away from Jun Moorheng, one hand pressed against her heart while the other clenched tightly at her side. Taking a deep breath, she slowly exhaled, attempting to calm her wildly fluttering heart. However, despite her efforts, her voice trembled slightly as she began, "Your Highness, Chapter 69, How has the prince's skin grown so thick?" Just as Shin Qingyu was about to finish her words, she suddenly felt a powerful force pulling her backward. Instinctively, she closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she found herself securely nestled in the warm, broad embrace of Jun Moorheng. "I know without you saying, you are." Jun Moorheng's deep, magnetic voice resonated in her ears, laced with an undeniable certainty. At that moment, confusion painted Shin Qingyue's exquisite features. Her large, glistening eyes blinked in bewilderment as she asked, "What do you know?" Jun Moorheng gazed at her with gentle, water-like eyes, a warm smile blooming on his lips akin to a spring breeze, as he softly declared, "You surely must like me too." Upon hearing this, Shin Qingyue's face flushed crimson, her heart secretly exclaiming, "Is it really that obvious? I have yet to confess my feelings to him. How could he so effortlessly see through my thoughts?" As this realization washed over her, she felt a mix of shyness and embarrassment, her heart racing like a startled deer. Meanwhile, Jun Moorheng maintained that faint smile at the corners of his mouth, his long, deep-set eyes shimmering like stars, exuding an endless allure as they fixate on Shin Qingyu. He teased, "Why is you blushing? Are you perhaps feeling shy?" At his words, Shin Qingyu felt her cheeks grow even warmer, as if they might ignite. She hastily wriggled free from Jun Moorheng's embrace, clumsily standing up while quickly attempting to smooth her slightly disheveled clothing and hair. Noticing several servants nearby, their eyes glued to the scene, she felt utterly mortified, nearly wishing to vanish into the ground. Biting her lip, she murmured, "How can the prince possess such a thick skin?" To her surprise, instead of retreating, Jun Moorheng burst into hearty laughter, his joyful sound akin to a refreshing breeze, lingering in the air and uplifting the spirits of those who heard. Shin Qingyu, her face still flushed, stared at the laughing Jun Moorheng, and after a moment, she realized she had been playfully teased by him. She shot him an indignant glare, puffed her cheeks in annoyance, and huffed, "Are you still laughing?" Instantly, it was as if someone had pressed the pause button on Jun Moorheng, his laughter ceasing abruptly. With elegant grace, he picked up his chopsticks and deftly selected a piece of tender, succulent fish, carefully placing it in Shin Qingyue's bowl. With a warm smile, he urged, "Do try this. Today's fish is exceptionally fresh and delicious." Shin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, staring at the fish in her bowl, Unsure of how to respond, she opened her mouth, but only a brief sound emerged. Her mind, however, was a whirlwind of thoughts, and the words she had intended to say vanished into silence. In truth, before this moment, Jun Moorhang had also been unable to decipher Shin Qingyue's feelings, harboring a subtle worry that she might reject him. It was this undercurrent of anxiety that compelled him to speak first. Although even he felt his earlier words were somewhat brazen, he deemed it worth the risk to gauge Shin Qingyue's true sentiments. After all, at this moment, with his heart and mind consumed by her, matters of pride had become trivial. Shin Qingyu understood that she was no match for Jun Moorhang. If she continued to dwell on this topic, it wouldn't be long before her face turned as red as a ripe apple, perhaps even to the point of bursting. With this in mind, she decided to say no more. Plopping down decisively, she picked up her chopsticks and without hesitation, placed the piece of fish into her mouth. After a few bites of her meal, Shin Qingyu suddenly declared, "You need not intervene in this matter. I can handle it." While serving her more dishes, Jun Moorhang inquired, "Are you truly certain you don't need my assistance?" Shin Qingyu nodded. "Yes, I do not. If you step in, it would be far too easy for her, wouldn't it? I want to torment her a little, so she can truly feel the consequences of crossing me." Shin Qingyu. "Very well, should you require my help, do not hesitate to ask." Shin Qingyu, her mouth full of rice, mumbled indistinctly, "Just watch the show, Prince." After that captivating night, the emotions between Jun Moorhang and Shin Qingyu ignited like a bonfire, burning fiercely and advancing at an astonishing pace. When Jun Moorhang was with Shin Qingyu, he appeared entirely different from his demeanor in public. On this particular day, after a sumptuous lunch, they were leisurely strolling through the garden to aid digestion, savoring a moment of serene beauty. Suddenly, without warning, Jun Moorhang reached out, wrapping his arm around Shin Qingyue's slender waist, pulling her tightly against his broad, solid chest. In an instant, a warm breath brushed against Shin Qingyue's ear like a gentle spring breeze, tantalizing her sensitive nerves with an almost magical touch. This sensation enveloped her in an indescribable, delightful tingling, causing her to tremble slightly. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a captivating hue. Instinctively, she began to struggle, attempting to free herself from Jun Moorhang's powerful embrace. Yet, how could Jun Moorhang easily relinquish her? His long, strong arms held her petite waist firmly, rendering her efforts futile. Furthermore, he leaned closer to her face, now radiant with embarrassment, and playfully teased, "Why is you are so bashful? Your cheeks are quite red, truly captivating to me." Hearing this, Shin Qingyu lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes wide with indignation, her cheeks puffed in anger as she retorted, "HMPH, does the prince not know why my face is flushed?" Chapter 70. Are you deliberately seducing me? With that, she once again exerted herself to twist her body, attempting to escape from this blush-inducing situation. However, Jun Moorhang seemed to have anticipated her reaction. He not only showed no intention of loosening his hold but instead tightened his embrace around her. Simultaneously, a smile more enchanting than before slowly graced his handsome visage as he leaned slightly forward, drawing their faces even closer. At that moment, their noses were nearly touching, their breaths intertwined, and the atmosphere had become exceedingly ambiguous. Shin Qingyue's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her mind swirling with disbelief as she pondered why Jun Moorhang's audacity seemed to grow thicker than a city wall, allowing him to brazenly utter such scandalous words. Faced with this predicament, Shin Qingyu resolved to cease her futile struggles, allowing her delicate form to relax completely against Jun Moorhang's solid physique. She naturally wrapped her alabaster arms around his neck, resembling a languorous kitten nestled in its owner's embrace. At this moment, she was curious to see just how audacious Jun Moorhang could truly be. Then, Shin Qingyu slightly parted her crimson lips, emitting a voice that was extraordinarily gentle and alluring, akin to a yellow oriole emerging from the valley. "So, my lord, have you been moved by this?" Jun Moorhang felt a shiver run through his heart, as if an electric current surged through him, causing his emotions to sway and become entangled. His throat involuntarily bobbed as he struggled to swallow, and he finally spoke slowly, Are you deliberately seducing me?" Shin Qingyue's luscious lips curled into a subtle smile, her breath like the fragrance of orchids, gently brushing past Jun Moorhang's ear. Mimicking the charm of flirtatious women, she coyly replied, "Indeed, I am intentionally attempting to seduce you, my lord." At that moment, Jun Moorhang's deep, ocean-like eyes brimmed with tenderness, nearly overflowing with emotion. Meanwhile, he tightened his hold around Shen Qingyu's slender waist, closing the distance between them even further. Shen Qingyu keenly sensed the subtle change in his demeanor, a mischievous smile creeping upon her lips as she thought, "It seems Jun Moheng will soon find it hard to maintain his composure." However, to her astonishment, just as she made her move, Jun Moheng suddenly increased his grip, pulling her tightly back into his arms. Before Shen Qingyu could react, Jun Moheng's strikingly handsome face loomed closer, and without warning, his warm, soft lips descended upon her enticing mouth. Shen Qingyu was taken aback by the sudden kiss, her face paling in shock. Instinctively, she cast a glance around the garden, only to find numerous servants standing not far away. Instantly, a wave of embarrassment and indignation washed over her, and she desperately attempted to push Jun Moheng away. Yet, he seemed to have anticipated her intentions, one hand firmly cradling the back of her head, rendering her struggles futile. In her helplessness, Shen Qingyu resorted to frantically pounding against Jun Moheng's sturdy chest, hoping to remind him of the onlookers nearby. The servants in the garden, witnessing this scene, turned crimson with embarrassment, hastily Time seemed to freeze as several agonizing seconds dragged on, and just when Shen Qingyu felt she might faint from lack of air, Jun Moheng finally released his hold on her. With an unmistakable look of lingering desire on his face, he gazed intently at the panting Shen Qingyu, resembling a satiated beast of prey. Once she had regained her breath, Shen Qingyu glared furiously at Jun Moheng, her eyes ablaze as if they could shoot fire. However, in the face of her anger, Jun Moheng merely smiled innocently, feigning innocence as he said, "Wasn't it you, who was the one to initiate the seduction?" Shen Qingyu felt as though she might burst from exasperation, silently lamenting. Did this man even know the meaning of shame? She could scarcely believe that Jun Moheng could be so shameless, brazenly acting in such a manner in broad daylight, surrounded by so many witnesses. Just as Shen Qingyu opened her mouth to respond, she suddenly felt lighter, finding herself swept up in Jun Moheng's arms. Shen Qingyu couldn't suppress a startled cry, her face a picture of astonishment as she looked at the man before her, her voice trembling as she asked, "My lord, what are you planning to do?" Jun Moheng's lips curled into a mischievous smile, his gaze fixed intently on the lady in his arms as he said, "You kindled this fire, so it is only fitting that you bear the responsibility to extinguish it." At his words, Shen Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend his meaning. "Extinguish what?" she instinctively blurted out, but her words faltered midway as she caught sight of Jun Moheng's suggestive expression. Suddenly enlightened, her face flushed a deep crimson, resembling the hues of the evening sky. She finally understood the true intent behind Jun Moheng's words regarding extinguishing the fire. Hastily clamping her mouth shut, fearful of uttering anything further, "What's this? Is you feeling afraid?" Jun Moheng teased deliberately, his tone light-hearted. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyu immediately ceased her struggles, lifting her chin defiantly as she retorted, "HMPH, what nonsense, I am not afraid in the least. Nevertheless, from my perspective, your audacity rivals my own," Jun Moheng remarked as he strode forward, still holding her close. Shen Qingyu, with a firm grip around Shen Qingyu, Jun Moheng moved forward with determined strides towards Lingyun Pavilion. Along the way, they encountered numerous busy servants, and Shen Qingyu, resembling a bashful little rabbit, buried her head deep in Jun Moheng's warm embrace, seeking to avoid the queue. Finally, they entered Lingyun Pavilion, where Jun Moheng gently laid Shen Qingyu upon the soft and comfortable bed. With a playful pout, she teasingly remarked, "My lord, are you feeling quite strong these days?" Chapter 71. A man who has awakened his desires is not to be provoked. Before his words had even faded, Jun Moheng suddenly leaned forward, his tall and robust figure drawing near to Shen Qingyu. A wicked smile played upon his lips as he whispered, "Have you not recently felt whether my body is frail or not, Yuer?" Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, alluring and charming. Yet, she feigned composure as she retorted, "Could it be that your highness has consumed some miraculous elixir? Otherwise, how could you appear so vigorous?" Jun Moheng smiled slightly, then leaned closer to Shen Qingyu, his warm breath brushing against her ear as he spoke mysteriously, "Indeed, I have the assistance of such a wondrous potion, but alas, this kind of elixir is not for others." only I may partake. At this revelation, Xinxin curiosity was piqued. Being well versed in the art of medicine, she was intrigued yet perplexed, pondering what kind of potion could be exclusive to one individual. With a glimmer of intrigue in her beautiful eyes, she lifted her gaze to Jun Mohang, eagerly inquiring, "Oh, what is this miraculous medicine? I am ever more eager to know." The elegant curve of Jun Mohang's lips deepened into a captivating smile, reminiscent of a crescent moon shimmering with mysterious light in the night sky, exuding an irresistible allure. He parted his lips, his voice low and magnetic. "Since you are so impatient to uncover the truth, I shall reluctantly divulge it to you." No sooner had he spoken than his long, powerful hand swiftly rose, as precise as lightning. Suddenly, without warning, a fervent and domineering kiss descended upon her, as overwhelming as a tempest. Xinxin felt dizzy, her cheeks instantly adorned with a vibrant blush, enticing as a ripe apple. In that fleeting moment, she finally understood what Jun Mohang referred to as the miraculous elixir. Jun Mohang gazed at Xinxin increasingly flushed face, his smile broadening with mischief as he teased, "Why does you blush so easily? How am I to articulate my thoughts to you, after all, such matters?" Just as he prepared to continue, Xinxin hastily placed her delicate hand over his eloquent mouth, playfully exclaiming, "Stop. You need not say more." Seeing this, Jun Mohang leisurely removed her hand from his mouth, a teasing smile gracing his features. "It seems that you prefer to experience everything firsthand. Now I fully comprehend." With that, a glint of mischief sparkled in his deep, oceanic eyes. Before Xinxin could react, his warm, broad hand stealthily found its way to her slender waist. By the time she regained her senses, her garment had been deftly unfastened by Jun Mohang, slipping down to reveal her graceful collarbone, like a flower poised to bloom, awaiting a discerning admirer to cherish it. Though Xinxin had initially harbored a shred of resistance, all her reluctance crumbled instantaneously as Jun Mohang's gentle yet fervent kiss descended upon her like a soft spring breeze. She felt as though she were enveloped in a cloud of softness, surrounded by a sweet and intoxicating atmosphere. Gradually, she succumbed to the enchantment, unable to extricate herself. "What am I being so sentimental about? After all, it is not our first time." As she silently chided herself, the passion between them escalated. The air in the room grew increasingly charged with intimacy, the subtle fragrance intertwined, rendering them both flushed and breathless. Time passed imperceptibly, and before long, afternoon had arrived. Xinxin, exhausted and breathless, ultimately succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. Just before her eyes closed, she inwardly cursed, "Jun Mohang, you damned rogue." Once Xinxin was sound asleep, Jun Mohang carefully rose from the bed and instructed a servant to bring a basin of warm water. He personally wrung out a towel and gently bathed Xinxin, his movements tender and meticulous, as if fearing to disturb her slumber. He retrieved a pristine undergarment and softly dressed her, attending to every detail with precision. Having completed these tasks, Jun Mohang returned to bed, enveloping Xinxin in his embrace as they both drifted into dreams. The following day, upon awakening, Xinxin found Jun Mohang absent. Feeling the lingering fatigue in her body, she muttered, Indeed, a man who has awakened his desires is akin to a beast unleashed, truly not to be trifled with." As stretching languidly, she slowly sat up and began to methodically don her garments. At that moment, outside the door, Liana keenly detected the faint sounds emanating from within. With a smile gracing her lips, she gently pushed open the door and stepped inside. "Princess, you are awake," Liana greeted, after which she hurried to Xinxin's side, ready to assist her with her morning routine. Xinxin nodded slightly in acknowledgement and then inquired, "Where is the prince? Why did you not wake me?" As before departing, he specifically instructed me not to wake you, so you might rest a while longer. At this point, Liana mischievously winked at Xinxin and giggled. The princess must have been exceedingly weary last night, which is why the prince gave such instructions. Upon hearing this, a wave of sweetness surged within Xinxin's heart, yet she feigned indignation, retorting, "HMPH. You little minx, how dare you jest with me? One day, I shall find you a suitable match and see you married off." Liana, alarmed, quickly shook her head and exclaimed, "Princess, please do not jest. I have no desire to marry, I only wish to serve you in the manner for my entire life." Seeing Liana's anxious demeanor, Shin Qingyu could not help but chuckle softly, reaching out to gently pat Liana's head, saying tenderly, "Do not speak such foolishness. What woman does not wish to marry? However, we shall discuss this matter another day." With that, she fell silent, allowing Liana to continue attending to her grooming. Liana, sticking out her tongue, wore an exuberant smile, her movements becoming increased. Chapter 72, Does this not make me seem easily bullied? Upon returning to Jingye courtyard and while partaking in her meal, Shin Qingyu was approached by Chun Dao, who placed the items she carried onto the table. "Your Highness," she began, "upon my return, I encountered the maid of Princess Qingyang at the gate. The guards informed me that she sought an audience with you. However, the Lord has instructed that irrelevant persons be barred from entry, leaving her unable to set foot within the royal residence." "Oh." Shin Qingyu raised an eyebrow. It seems that Princess Qingyang is becoming rather restless. Unbeknownst to her, after covertly administering poison to Shin Qingyu, Princess Qingyang had been eagerly awaiting favorable news. However, to her utter dismay, the individual she dispatched not only failed in their mission but met a gruesome end. This turn of events plunged Princess Qingyang into a state of trepidation, leaving her in constant fear that Jun Mohang would come seeking retribution. Yet, as days passed without any sign of Jun Mohang or Shin Qingyu, it appeared as though they were oblivious to her involvement in the matter. Gradually, the tension in Princess Qingyang's heart began to ease, and she secretly rejoiced at the thought that she might have miraculously evaded disaster. However, just a few nights prior, while all were immersed in peaceful slumber, Shin Qingyu quietly rose to action. Swiftly donning a black night cloak, she departed the residence of the War King like a wraith, hastening towards the inn where Princess Qingyang resided. Within the inn, guards diligently patrolled, for as a royal princess soon to be wed into the Eastern Palace as a consort, her safety was paramount and required constant vigilance. Faced with the highly alert patrolling guards, Shin Qingyu displayed remarkable agility and cunning. Whenever she encountered a location where concealment was impossible, she would unhesitatingly employ her unique skill, utilizing the mysterious space she carried with her to vanish in an instant, re-emerging only once the guards had moved on. Thus, with her extraordinary abilities and quick thinking, she successfully evaded the gaze of every guard, arriving unobstructed at the entrance of Princess Qingyang's chamber, unnoticed the entire way, extending her hand. The room lay shrouded in darkness, with the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, casting a faint glow upon the shadows. Shin Qingyu stealthily entered, making her way toward Princess Qingyang's bed. At last, she stood before the slumbering princess, who was lost in a sweet dream, her breathing steady and untroubled, completely unaware of the impending presence. Shin Qingyu gazed intently at the sleeping figure. She returned to the bedside, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she poured the tea forcefully onto Princess Qingyang's face. In an instant, the icy liquid cascaded upon the princess, jolting her awake from her dreams. Startled, Princess Qingyang's eyes flew open, and before she could comprehend what had transpired, she was met with Shin Qingyu's face looming close. Terror gripped her as she instinctively opened her mouth to scream, but Shin Qingyu was quicker, flicking her finger to release a small pill that flew like lightning into the princess's mouth. Princess Qingyang felt an odd sensation in her throat and reflexively touched her neck, desperately attempting to expel the pill, yet it dissolved almost immediately, rendering her efforts futile. With trembling fingers, she pointed at Shin Qingyu, her mouth agape in a silent plea. Fear and rage filled her eyes, making them wide as saucers. Unmoved by the display, Shin Qingyu ruthlessly swatted away the princess's reaching hand and casually seated herself on the edge of the bed. She regarded the astonished and helpless princess with a cold gaze, taunting, "What, are you eager to know what I just administered to you?" Princess Qingyang's eyes widened in horror, her throat emitting muffled sounds as she attempted to speak but could not. She could only fix her furious and terrified gaze upon Shin Qingyu, as if trying to murder her with sheer will. Shin Qingyu's lips curled into a smirk, her expression both mocking and serene as she continued, "Rest assured, this merely renders you temporarily mute." Her tone was so casual, as though she had merely performed a trivial act. As Princess Qingyang absorbed the seemingly innocuous smile on Shin Qingyu's face, an icy dread washed over her, causing her hair to stand on end. The woman appeared so gentle in her smile, yet why did she evoke such terror? At that moment, without warning, Shen Qingyue's hand shot out like lightning, gripping Princess Qingyan's slender neck with a swift motion. The princess had no time to react as Shen Qingyu maintained her smile, slowly articulating, "You see, last time you attempted to undermine me, I, being magnanimous, chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, the Lord holds no interest in someone of your ilk. As long as you remain obedient, we could coexist peacefully, without interference." However, as she spoke, her gaze suddenly turned sharp, her previously gentle tone now frigid as ice. "But alas, you, in your ignorance, chose to provoke me. I have always believed in retribution, and since you have so willingly presented yourself, it would be unwise to let you off easily, lest it appear that I am easily bullied." With her words, Shen Qingyu tightened her grip around Princess Qingyan's throat. The princess felt a crushing weight upon her chest, her vision darkening as the spectre of death loomed over her. She desperately raised her hands, attempting to pry Shen Qingyue's fingers from her throat, but her struggles were in vain. Shen Qingyue's grip was like iron, unyielding and resolute. Emotionless, Shen Qingyu retrieved 2 pills emitting an eerie glow from her pocket and, with a swift motion, grasped Princess Qingyan's delicate chin, forcing her mouth open with a slight pressure. Chapter 73, Fear not, my lady is kind-hearted. Immediately, Shen Qingyu swiftly inserted 2 pills into Princess Qingyan's mouth and covered her lips with her hand to prevent her from spitting them out. Once she confirmed that Princess Qingyang had swallowed the pills, Shen Qingyu abruptly released her grip and forcefully flung her hand, producing a muffled thud as Princess Qingyang tumbled onto the bed like a kite with severed strings, utterly disheveled. At that moment, Princess Qingyang's complexion was as pale as paper, gasping for breath as though she had just survived a cataclysmic ordeal. It was then that Shen Qingyu's voice floated through the air. "Rest assured, my lady is benevolent. This medicine will not claim your life at once." Shen Qingyu shifted her tone, however, at intervals. "You shall feel countless tiny insects fervently gnawing at your flesh, and that excruciating, bone-corroding pain will render you a living hell. Furthermore, with each bout of the poison, your skin will age a year, until ultimately, you become a withered, lifeless husk, draped upon yourself." Upon hearing Shen Qingyu's words, Princess Qingyang trembled violently, as if struck by an immense shock. She abruptly lifted her head, her once enchanting eyes now wide with boundless fear and despair. She stared fixedly at Shen Qingyu, her facial muscles contorted in sheer terror, rendering her visage grotesque and frightful. Observing the princess's expression, Shen Qingyu crossed her arms and continued nonchalantly, "Moreover, I advise you to abandon any thoughts of entering the palace to seek an audience with the emperor. Even if you were to truthfully inform the emperor that all of this was orchestrated by me, what could he do? Do you think your solitary testimony could condemn me?" Shen Qingyu scoffed. "Let me tell you, that is nothing but a fool's dream. Moreover, in this world, aside from me, no one possesses the ability to diagnose the poison within you, and thus, it is equally impossible for anyone to devise an antidote." With that, she expressionlessly raised her hand, and a flash of silver darted forth. A slender silver needle shot from her fingertip with breathtaking speed. The needle flew directly towards Princess Qingyang, striking its target with unerring accuracy, after which Shen Qingyu exhibited no desire to cast another glance at the sprawled figure on the bed. Without hesitation, she turned away, striding out of the room with resolute and steady steps. Her departure was as silent as her arrival, resembling merely a transient visitor within the chamber, disappearing in the blink of an eye into the distance towards Jingye Garden. Inside the room, only the unconscious and unresponsive Princess Qingyang remained, her once vibrant features now marred by disgrace. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the disheveled bed. A maid tiptoed into the room, ready to assist Princess Qingyang in rising. Upon reaching the bedside and witnessing the scene, she was seized by terror, her face paling as she screamed, "Princess! Awaken, what has happened to you?" Hearing the maid's panicked cries, Princess Qingyang gradually opened her heavy eyelids. Though her gaze remained dazed and unfocused, she struggled to part her lips, her voice dripping with resentment as she uttered, "Shen Qingyu, you wretched woman, how dare you treat me thus? You shall pay for this. I refuse to believe there is no one capable of breaking this poison." In the days that followed, Princess Qingyang summoned numerous physicians for treatment, yet each one found themselves at a loss, unable to ascertain the nature of the toxin afflicting her. Gradually, Princess Qingyang began to doubt whether Shen Qinyu had truly poisoned her. Perhaps this was merely a tactic to instill fear. After all, she was a princess of a mighty nation, destined to be the future crown princess of Beijing, and it was unlikely that Shen Qinyu would dare to truly harm her. Thus, as days passed, Princess Qingyang felt no discernible symptoms of discomfort. Consequently, her conviction that Shen Qinyu had poisoned her began to wane, further affirming her previous suspicions. However, on the 15th morning following the poisoning, as sunlight filtered through the window, the maid was gently styling Princess Qingyang's silken hair, preparing her for an elaborate adornment. Suddenly, without warning, Princess Qingyang let out a harrowing scream, collapsing to the floor as if her very support had vanished. She began to clutch her body frantically, rolling on the ground in a frenzy, her demeanor akin to one enduring the most brutal of tortures. Princess! Princess, what is happening? The maid cried out in horror, her voice piercing the once tranquil air. Princess Qingyang's face turned ghostly pale, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead as she clenched her teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to force out 2 words, "Call the doctor." Upon hearing this plea, the maid snapped back to reality, rushing out in a flurry, shouting for someone to summon a physician. In a short span, several doctors arrived hastily, yet as they took turns checking Princess Qingyang's pulse, they all displayed expressions of dismay, shaking their heads in resignation. Time slipped by, each second a torment for Princess Qingyang. The maid stood anxiously beside her, powerless, merely witnessing the princess's agonizing struggle. Meanwhile, Princess Qingyang continued to endure that inexpressible agony, as though countless venomous insects were gnawing at her very insides, rendering her life a living hell. An entire hour passed before the excruciating pain began to recede like a receding tide. At that moment, Princess Qingyang was utterly exhausted, slumped on the ground, devoid of dignity. Her once resplendent garments lay in tatters, soiled with dust. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down, obscuring her pale and haggard face. The proud princess of yore had vanished, replaced by a pitiful woman, battered and on the brink of death. The maid hurriedly and cautiously helped her from the cold, hard floor, but Princess Qingyang appeared as if her soul had been lost, her eyes vacant and devoid of life, remaining in a state of stupor, unable to comprehend her surroundings. It was as though her thoughts were ensnared in an abyss of endless suffering, from which escape seemed impossible. After a moment, she seemed to awaken from a dream, instructing the maid to assist her in completing her grooming and donning a fresh robe. She abruptly rose, her steps hurried, her heart racing as she boarded a carriage heading toward the palace. Chapter 74. The prince went to Yuzhou for disaster relief. Throughout the journey, her heart raced with anticipation, her mind swirling with countless possible scenarios. Yet, contrary to her hopes, upon arriving at the Qinshan Hall, she was ruthlessly intercepted by Eunuch Li. With an expression of indifference, he informed her that the emperor was preoccupied with pressing state affairs and could not grant an audience to anyone. Upon hearing this news, her heart plummeted, disappointment and frustration etched upon her face. With no other recourse, she reluctantly turned away, her steps heavy with despair. Upon returning to her quarters, the recollection of the agonizing the profound pain was indelibly etched into her memory, an experience she could never forget. After much contemplation, she ultimately dispatched a maidservant to the war prince's residence, with the intent of compelling Shen Qinyu to surrender the antidote, which led to the scene described by Chun Dao. Although Chun Dao was unaware of the reason behind the princess's words, she refrained from questioning and stood silently by. Meanwhile, Shen Qinyu continued her meal, seemingly unperturbed by the events unfolding around her. As night fell and the lanterns illuminated the surroundings, the entire royal residence gradually descended into tranquility. After completing her evening ablutions, Shen Qinyu, weary, climbed into bed and soon drifted into slumber. However, in the dead of night, she awoke with a start, her bleary eyes instinctively gazing towards the side of the bed that belonged to Jun Mohang. Yet, she found it still empty, devoid of any presence. An inexplicable sense of loss washed over her. That damned man, how could he still not return home at this late hour? What mischief could he possibly be up to? Shen Qinyu muttered under her breath, filled with resentment. In that moment, she resembled a neglected wife, pitifully pulling the brocade blanket close around her, as if it could shield her from the loneliness and unease within. Minutes turned into hours as Shin Chinyu tossed and turned, ultimately succumbing to a troubled slumber laden with worry. Meanwhile, Jun Mohang was beset with pressing matters, overwhelmed by the multitude of responsibilities during the day. He was further commanded by the emperor to head to Yuzhou immediately to address the severe flooding crisis. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he set forth without hesitation, tirelessly coordinating disaster relief efforts, conferring with officials, and allocating resources, so occupied that he scarcely had a moment to breathe. Only after everything was in order did it dawn on him that he should send someone back to inform Shin Chinyu of the circumstances. However, by the time the messenger reached the royal residence, it was already deep into the night. Shin Chinyu had long since succumbed to sleep, and thus the messenger relayed the news to Uncle Zhao, the steward, requesting that he inform the princess the following morning. After delivering the message, the messenger departed hastily. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, and as Shin Chinyu stretched and sat up, preparing to summon Lian Chundao entered, carrying a basin of water. Upon seeing Chundao, Shin Chinyu casually inquired, "Did the prince return last night?" Chundao promptly set down her burden and bowed respectfully, replying to the princess, "The prince did not return last night. However, Uncle Zhao came this morning to convey that the prince has been dispatched to Yuzhou for disaster relief." At this revelation, Shin Chinyu froze momentarily, a shadow of concern crossing her features. "Has there been flooding in Yuzhou?" "I hope the prince remains safe. However, after such deluges, epidemics often follow. I cannot help but worry about the situation there." With a gentle sigh, she reflected on the lack of preparedness in those times, her anxiety mounting. She knew that if an outbreak were to occur, the consequences would be dire, resulting in the loss of countless innocent lives. Thus, she decisively summoned several maidservants, instructing them to hastily prepare her for an audience with the emperor. Seeing their mistress so grave and urgent, the maidservants understood the seriousness of the matter and wasted no time. They swiftly attended to her, and in no time, Shin Chinyu was ready. She hurried to the hall, where she spotted Eunuch Li waiting. She approached him briskly, urgently inquiring, "Eunuch Li, may I ask if the emperor is currently in the hall?" Eunuch Li, upon recognizing the war princess, smiled and replied, in response to the war princess, "The emperor is inside discussing disaster relief with the ministers." "What business do you have with him?" Shin Chinyu, unable to elaborate further, asserted firmly, "I have a matter of utmost importance that requires an immediate audience with the emperor." Eunuch Li, who held a fondness for the war princess, saw her distress and promptly nodded, saying, "I shall convey your request at once." With that, he hastened into the hall. However, upon hearing Eunuch Li's words, the chancellor's expression darkened, his previously amiable countenance now clouded with displeasure, his brows furrowed and his voice rose in indignation. "This war princess is exceedingly rude and lacks decorum. What pressing matter could possibly outweigh the calamity in Yuzhou? Furthermore, as a mere woman, how can she presume to intrude upon the solemnity of our court?" This chancellor happened to be Shin Chingyue's maternal grandfather. The previous disruption of Shin Chingyue's engagement to the crown prince was entirely due to Shin Chingyue's actions, leaving the chancellor nursing a grudge, constantly seeking a way to retaliate. Who would have thought that Shin Chinyu would present herself so conveniently? Simultaneously, those steadfastly aligned with the war prince were equally unwilling to yield. They stepped forward, vociferously countering, "A chancellor, your words..." What if the war prince left behind critical instructions for the war princess? Should our momentary oversight prevent her from relaying vital information, resulting in delays to this disaster relief effort? Can you, chancellor, bear the weight of such grave consequences? When the foundation is firm, the nation is at peace. Faced with such incisive questioning, although the prime minister felt a myriad of grievances within, he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately choosing to close his mouth in sullen silence. After all, he could not assure that the Prince of War had not made any other relevant arrangements. In the end, the Emperor naturally summoned Shen Qingyu into the Grand Hall. "Sister-in-law, why such haste in seeking an audience with your elder brother? Is there some matter of utmost importance?" Shen Qingyu, known for her unconventional ways, often defied the norms, leaving the Emperor puzzled about her intentions for entering the palace. She slightly inclined her body, performed a respectful bow to the Emperor, and gradually spoke, "Your Majesty, I have come regarding the flood situation in Yuzhou." Upon hearing this, the Emperor, who had been somewhat anxious, felt a great weight lift from his heart. After a brief contemplation, he inquired, "Oh, could it be that Arheng had made plans or arrangements concerning the Yuzhou flood before his departure?" Shen Qingyu gently shook her head, replying truthfully, "Your Majesty, all actions are solely based on my own intentions." As soon as her words fell, the Prime Minister, standing nearby, immediately displayed disdain and contempt upon hearing that this was not at the behest of the Prince of War but rather Shen Qingyu's own initiative. He then boomed, "What an ignorant woman! As a lady, instead of managing household affairs and nurturing children, how dare you recklessly enter the court to spout political matters and seek attention? Does the Princess of War not realize she has overstepped her bounds?" The Prime Minister's remark stirred a great uproar, akin to a stone cast into water, prompting the officials aligned with the Crown Prince to echo his sentiments. In an instant, the court was abuzz with discussions, a cacophony of mocking and questioning directed at Shen Qingyu. Indeed, what would a mere woman know of flood affairs? It's utterly absurd. Unable to tolerate their incessant prattling, she rolled her eyes dramatically, inwardly cursing, "HMPH, are they living by the sea? Why do they meddle in my affairs? My audience with the Emperor has nothing to do with them. The Emperor has yet to voice his opinion." At that moment, the previously silent Minister Chen of the Supreme Court suddenly stood up, stating, "Your Majesty, since the Princess of War is already present, why not? Moreover, there is no harm in hearing her out." His words were like a timely lifeline, providing a perfect opportunity for the Emperor to relent. Seeing this, the Emperor nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Minister Chen speaks wisely. Therefore, Princess of War, feel free to share your thoughts with us." However, beneath the facade of a benevolent and gentle Emperor, turbulent waves churned within his heart, fraught with unease. He silently pondered, "Alas, just as my younger brother has departed, I fervently hope that this sister-in-law does not cause any turmoil. One must remember that these officials in the court are relentless in their pursuit of righteousness. Should any mishap occur, it may be difficult to remedy." Meanwhile, Shen Qingyu keenly observed the Emperor's slightly conflicted expression, finding it somewhat amusing. She thought, just how fearful is the Emperor? Look at his anxious demeanor, it's quite entertaining. With this thought, a subtle smile graced her lips. "Your Majesty, the most dreadful aspect of the Yuzhou situation is not merely the flood itself. What truly causes concern is that once the waters recede, the contaminated water sources may lead to a series of grave issues, potentially resulting in a rampant outbreak of plague. If effective measures are not implemented promptly to prevent and address this before an epidemic strikes, the ensuing consequences could be unfathomable." Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister immediately interjected, "How can the Princess of War be so certain that a plague will inevitably follow the flood?" His tone was evidently aimed at challenging Shen Qingyu. Witnessing the Prime Minister's behavior, the Crown Prince's faction quickly joined in, launching a barrage of attacks against Shen Qingyu. Exactly what if, in the end, there is no plague at all? This elaborate preparation for prevention would merely be a waste of manpower and resources. Yes, while the cost of labor and resources may seem minor, what if exaggerating the risk of disease incites unnecessary panic among the local populace, leading to catastrophic events like riots among the disaster survivors? What then? Faced with this scene, Shen Qingyu could not suppress a cold laugh. In an instant, her aura became formidable, as if she could no longer endure their provocations, prepared to engage in a fervent debate with the entire assembly of ministers. However, the numerous corpses resulting from the flood will inevitably lead to widespread viral transmission and various diseases that threaten the populace. Thus, planning preventive measures in advance is never a folly. Furthermore, if we can successfully prevent the outbreak of plague by arranging these measures early on, we can significantly reduce unnecessary material losses and effectively avert a devastating situation, thereby rescuing the common folk from their dire plight. How could this, as suggested by that esteemed minister, incite panic among the people? Moreover, the people are the foundation of the nation. When the foundation is firm, the nation is a peace is an immutable truth throughout the ages. If we disregard the lives of the populace out of fear of wasting resources, how does such behavior differ from that of heartless beasts? Upon hearing this, the minister who had been called a beast turned crimson with rage, mortified and furious. He had never anticipated that this audacious princess of war would dare to liken him to a lowly creature before everyone. Must our esteemed Prime Minister wait until the common people suffer in abject misery, with corpses strewn about and families torn apart? I fear that it is only then that true chaos will erupt, leading to countless innocent lives lost and vast resources wasted in suppressing the ensuing riot, and at that point, even if the Prime Minister were to regret his inaction, what could be done? It would surely be too late. Chapter 76, A Battle of Wits Among the Courtiers, the Princess of War prevails. My lord, as the esteemed Prime Minister of this nation, endowed with significant power and responsibility, can you truly be so ignorant as to miss the simple yet profound wisdom of preparing for a rainy day? If we could implement effective measures in advance to prevent and control the outbreak, then the common people might be spared from calamity, and the state could avert substantial losses. Faced with Shen Qingyue's emphatic interrogation, the Prime Minister was rendered speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment, utterly at a loss for words. He opened his mouth, attempting to retort, yet ultimately found himself unable to utter a single syllable. The few who had previously echoed the Prime Minister's sentiments now appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, heads bowed in shame, their earlier arrogance evaporated. After all, this matter pertained to the lives and deaths of countless citizens, and its significance was self-evident. In such dire circumstances, no one dared to voice their opinions lightly, fearful of inadvertently incurring an unbearable burden of guilt. The court was enveloped in a profound silence. Are there any further inquiries, esteemed lords? Feel free to speak, this princess shall provide you with satisfactory answers. Shen Qingyu observed the once arrogant ministers now huddled like quails, and could not help but scoff. Is it so easy to intimidate you with just a few words? I have plenty more wisdom to impart. The emperor raised an eyebrow, secretly amused. Aside from Heng, it seemed that his daughter-in-law was the first to dare chastise this old fox of a prime minister so candidly. Truly, this couple was a match made in heaven. As the numerous ministers present sealed their lips in silence, the court descended into an eerie stillness. The emperor, perched high above, suddenly broke into a smile, turning his gaze towards Shen Qingyu. Not only must we undertake extensive disinfection efforts, but we must also rigorously monitor the safety and hygiene of drinking water and food supplies for the populace. Before our words could fully settle, she continued, Your Majesty, the Miaosho Hall possesses an abundance of disinfectants and sanitizers. Here, I pledge, in the name of the Princess of War, to provide all necessary disinfectant supplies to the disaster-stricken areas of Yuzhou free of charge. Furthermore, I shall donate an additional 200,000 taels of silver for the relief efforts, to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. With that, Shen Qingyu stood tall among the court officials, her demeanor poised and dignified, exuding neither humility nor arrogance. Upon hearing her declaration, the emperor's smile deepened, nodding in approval. Excellent, your noble act exemplifies your profound care for the nation and your kin, embodying the spirit of benevolence that our northern Jing state ought to uphold. All of you ministers should view the Princess of War as a paragon, dedicating yourselves to the welfare of our people. The emperor could not help but reflect on the fact that, indeed, Heng's wife possessed such a broad-minded disposition and extraordinary resolve, truly befitting the stature of the Princess of War. Even he felt a twinge of inadequacy in the face of such a selfless act. Just moments prior, those who had boisterously proclaimed Shen Qingyu to be a mere ignorant woman, confined to the inner chambers, now stood red-faced and utterly humiliated. I, your humble servant, am willing to donate 5,000 taels of silver to express my modest support for the disaster-stricken populace. One minister stepped forward first to declare. Shortly thereafter, another voice rang out, I shall contribute 10,000 taels of silver. In no time, the court was abuzz with the sounds of ministers pledging their donations. Those who had previously supported Jun Mohang were especially eager, following Shin Qingyu's example and generously opening their purses. Even the Crown Prince's faction, who had long opposed Jun Mohang and Shin Qingyu, found themselves reluctantly compelled to join in the donations, lest they provoke further discontent from the emperor. The Prime Minister gritted his teeth, his countenance ashen. After much hesitation, he finally steeled himself and committed to donating 10,000 taels of silver. However, everything unfolded as Shin Qingyu had anticipated. Just 7 days after Jun Mohang departed the capital for Yuzhou, shocking news began to emerge from the region. Some villages and towns had already started to experience widespread outbreaks of a terrifying epidemic. This sudden calamity spread like wildfire throughout the court, plunging the once boisterous assembly into a chilling silence. The officials aligned with the Prime Minister hung their heads low, scarcely daring to draw a breath, fearful of drawing the emperor's ire. The emperor, upon learning of the situation, felt a surge of urgency and decisively ordered the majority of the personnel from the Imperial Medical Institute to be dispatched to Yuzhou overnight, hoping to control the epidemic's spread as swiftly as possible. Yet, deep within his heart, an overwhelming tide of worry and unease surged. The plague, akin to a ferocious beast, rampaged across the land, instilling terror and havoc wherever it struck. It spread silently, eroding the health and lives of the populace, leaving a trail of sorrow and devastation in its wake. Fortunately, Shin Qingyu had foreseen the impending crisis and acted swiftly. Following meticulous preparations, a considerable quantity of disinfectant supplies had already been dispatched to Yuzhou, alleviating the urgent need for epidemic prevention in the region. Within the Jingyang Palace, the atmosphere was thick with tension, enveloped in a deathly silence. A mysterious figure, shrouded in shadows, stood before the favorite concubine, Meng Rui, and spoke in a hushed tone. Currently, numerous areas in Yuzhou have succumbed to the plague, it spread as relentless as a raging wildfire. Should the Princess of War fall victim to this epidemic, it would indeed spare us a great deal of trouble. It turned out that the seemingly delicate concubine was well aware of the outbreak in Yuzhou and had been scheming for her own insidious purposes. She had first orchestrated the Crown Prince to feign illness, subsequently prompting the Emperor to reassign Jun Mohang to Yuzhou to manage the disaster. In this manner, Meng Rui could wield another S-hand to eliminate her rivals and seize the benefits for herself. Chapter 77 Wickedness Beyond Measure, Worse Than Beasts. Upon receiving the news of the outbreak of plague in Yuzhou, Shin Qingyu did not exhibit any overt signs of surprise. After all, in her eyes, this was all to be expected. However, what truly troubled her at this moment was an entirely different matter. What manner of plague was currently rampaging through Yuzhou? Just as Shin Qingyu was deep in thought, a shadow suddenly appeared before her like a ghost, startling her. What on earth? Yingyi, how could you materialize like a spectre? You frightened me. Still reeling from the shock, Shin Qingyu clutched her chest and glared at the figure before her. Seeing her reaction, Yingyi quickly bent in a respectful bow. Forgive me, Your Highness. What brings you here? Why did you not accompany the prince to Yuzhou? Shin Qingyu asked, her face a mask of astonishment as she regarded the suddenly manifested Yingyi, her heart awash with confusion. Yingyi responded with utmost respect. Your Highness, the prince is concerned for your safety and has specifically dispatched me to protect you in secret. It turned out that since Yingyi's return, he had been lurking in the shadows, silently guarding Shin Qingyu. Had he not taken the initiative to reveal himself, not only would Shin Qingyu have remained oblivious, but even the other shadow guards, like Mai Ying, would have failed to detect his presence. This only underscored Yingyi's unfathomable prowess, truly deserving of his title as the foremost shadow guard beside Jun Morchen. Although Shin Qingyu felt secure in the capital, believing that no one would dare to instigate trouble, the prince's thoughtful gesture still stirred a warmth within her heart. Then, what is the purpose of your sudden appearance? Shin Qingyu inquired softly, gazing into Yingyi's solemn visage. Yin Yi's expression grew increasingly grave as he replied in a low voice, "Your Highness, I have just received word from my subordinates that the group of imperial physicians dispatched to Yuzhou by the emperor was ambushed by unidentified assailants en route, and they have all met with a tragic fate." At this revelation, Xin Qingyue's clear eyes narrowed slightly, her brows knitting together tightly as if drawn by an invisible force. A sudden pang gripped her heart, an ominous premonition flooding her senses. While the plague was undoubtedly terrifying, it paled in comparison to the malevolence of the human heart. Clearly, someone was scheming for Zhen Morchen to perish quietly amidst the chaos of this plague, even at the cost of the entire populace of Yuzhou. Such conduct was profoundly despicable. Xin Qingyue's gaze locked onto Yin Yi, who bore an expression of unwavering determination, his eyes filled with resolve. She parted her crimson lips and asked, "What exactly do you wish to convey?" Yin Yi knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in salute, and said, "I beseech you, Your Highness, to allow me to journey to Yuzhou in search of the prince." Xin Qingyue's delicate brows furrowed tightly as she responded, "The prince is currently ensnared in peril, facing the greatest threat from the rampant plague. What can you accomplish by going there now? Do you possess the knowledge to treat the plague?" Confronted with Xin Qingyue's inquiries, Yin Yi found himself momentarily speechless. He was acutely aware of his lack of medical expertise, rendering him incapable of confronting such a terrifying affliction. However, the loyalty and concern he harbored for the prince far surpassed all else. Even knowing the road ahead was fraught with danger, he remained undeterred. After a moment of silence, Yin Yi lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve, and slowly said, "Although I lack medical knowledge, as long as I can be by the prince's side, even if I ultimately cannot escape disaster, I would willingly accept it." Xin Qingyu understood Yin Yi's sentiments all too well, for she too was consumed by anxiety. During her time spent with Zhen Morchen, his care and protection had gradually etched his image deeply into her heart. For this reason, she could not bear to witness any misfortune befall him. As for Zhen Morchen and his party, their journey to Yuzhou had been remarkably smooth thus far, encountering no significant obstacles or threats. However, as they drew closer to Yuzhou, an unsettling feeling began to swell within Zhen Morchen. Why had this journey been so uneventful? This question lingered in his mind. Upon nearing Yuzhou, Zhen Morchen finally comprehended the unsettling truth: an alarming plague had erupted in the surrounding regions of Yuzhou. In a matter of moments, the land seemed shrouded in the shadow of death, filled with mournful cries and scenes too harrowing to behold. Countless innocent lives had been claimed, corpses littering the ground, a sight that turned one's stomach. Reflecting on this, Zhen Morchen furrowed his brow, pondering, no wonder the crown prince feigned illness, adamantly shirking his responsibilities to provide disaster relief in Yuzhou. He must have already been aware of the rampant outbreak, fearing for his own safety. Confronted with such a dire situation, Zhen Morchen decisively commanded the relief team to hasten their pace, directing them toward the villages and towns hardest hit by the disaster. There lay the epicenter of this calamity, desperately in need of aid and resources. Meanwhile, upon learning of Yin Yi's news, Xin Qingyu carefully deliberated before resolving to enter the palace to report to the emperor. She knew that this matter was of utmost importance and required immediate attention to seek assistance. At that moment within the imperial palace, the emperor had also been apprised of the situation. Upon hearing the news, he erupted in fury, rising from his seat and exclaiming, "These wretches are devoid of conscience. In pursuit of their unspeakable ambitions, they show utter disregard for the lives of others, trampling upon the lives of the people as if they were mere weeds. They are truly worse than beasts." Seeing this, Eunuch Li hurriedly approached to offer consolation. "Your Majesty, please temper your anger and take care of your health. Lord Wang possesses profound blessings and exceptional wisdom. I am confident he will navigate this peril and return safely." Eunuch Li understood the emperor's favoritism toward Zhen Morchen, which far surpassed that bestowed upon the other princes. At this moment, the emperor's voice thundered, "Eunuch Li, swiftly convey my decree. Summon that venomous woman to appear before me at once." His voice was so powerful that it seemed to reverberate through the very beams of the palace. Eunuch Li, seeing the emperor's fury, quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, please calm your rage. This is not the time for a complete rupture with the empress. The immediate priority is to devise strategies to save the prince." However, the emperor, consumed by his wrath, was beyond listening to such counsel. With eyes wide and teeth clenched, he bellowed, "Today, I shall see to it that that wicked woman is executed here, to eliminate future threats. If you refuse to deliver my message, I shall go seek her myself." Clearly, the emperor's anger had reached its zenith, and he was all too aware of the terror that the plague represented. Chapter 78. Indeed, what one fears is what comes to pass. Grand Eunuch Li was in a state of frantic urgency, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, as he hastily implored, "Your Majesty, this is utterly inadvisable. Even if you were to execute the imperial concubine, it would yield no benefit in rescuing the prince. Furthermore, the imperial concubine is, after all, the birth mother of His Highness the Crown Prince. You must not act out of impulse or let your emotions dictate your actions." Yet, the emperor appeared to disregard his earnest counsel, striding towards the palace doors with indignation, muttering, "Gmph. With the Crown Prince's utterly inept character, I shall have no choice but to strip him of his position as heir." Upon witnessing this, Grand Eunuch Li could no longer contain himself and hurriedly knelt, clutching the emperor's leg. At that tense moment, Shen Qingyu fortuitously entered through the grand and solemn doors of the Hall of Governance. She immediately perceived the chaotic scene before her and inquired, "Your Highness, Grand Eunuch Li, what is transpiring here?" Shen Qingyu's voice was melodious and clear, akin to a lark emerging from the valley. Upon hearing her question, Grand Eunuch Li, who had been gripping the emperor's arm tightly, suddenly appeared to see a glimmer of hope, as if he had spotted a lifeline in the darkness. He hastily released the emperor and rushed towards Shen Qingyu. "Princess consort of the War King, you have finally arrived. Please, I implore you, persuade His Majesty." As he spoke, he cast a pleading glance at Shen Qingyu, sweat continuing to cascade down his forehead, revealing his inner turmoil. Observing the situation, Shen Qingyu understood the gravity of the matter without needing further inquiries, surmising that the emperor had indeed received alarming news. Thus, she gently raised her right hand, signaling Grand Eunuch Li to withdraw, while offering him a soothing gaze. Grand Eunuch Li, understanding her intent, nodded in acknowledgement, respectfully bowed to the emperor, and quietly exited the hall. At this moment, the vast hall of governance was left with only Shen Qingyu and the emperor. Shen Qingyu gracefully approached the emperor and softly asked, "Are you worried about the prince, Your Highness?" The emperor did not conceal the truth from Shen Qingyu. He nodded solemnly and conveyed the news he had received. "I have just been informed that a dreadful plague has erupted in the region of Yuzhou. Initially, those unfortunate enough to contract the plague exhibited symptoms such as vomiting and diarrhea, but the rapid progression of the illness is beyond imagination. Before long, they succumb to severe dehydration and swiftly wake. In a remarkably short span, many villages and towns in Yuzhou have begun to exhibit these symptoms. Moreover, based on these symptoms, it is highly likely that this sudden outbreak in Yuzhou is none other than the dreaded cholera." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyu's heart sank, and she inwardly lamented, "Indeed, what one fears is what comes to pass." In truth, she had previously speculated based on certain information and silently prayed that it would not be cholera. At this moment, the local doctors in Yuzhou are utterly at a loss. They can only watch helplessly as the plague spreads unchecked, unable to find any effective means of counteraction. A hang has been raised before my eyes since childhood, and the bond one share with him surpasses even that of my own sons. Should anything befall a hang, how could I possibly withstand such a heavy blow?" The emperor's eyes glistened slightly with unshed tears, a sight that greatly astonished Shen Qingyu. She had never imagined that the sovereign of a mighty nation could exhibit such a helpless side, which only underscored the depths of the emperor's affection for Jun Morchen. "Your Highness, please do not worry excessively. Although cholera is indeed perilous and terrifying, it is not without solutions." Shen Qingyu hastily reassured him. Hearing this, the emperor abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with hope, eagerly questioning, "Sister-in-law, do you possess a strategy to alleviate this crisis?" "I have come to the palace to inform you, Your Highness, that I intend to personally travel to Yuzhou. Only by witnessing firsthand those afflicted by the plague can I ascertain the specifics of their ailments." Shen Qingyu gazed resolutely at the emperor, her tone earnest and unwavering. Absolutely not, a Heng has already departed for Yuzhou. You must not place yourself in such perilous circumstances, a Heng would certainly not wish to see you engage in such reckless endeavors. The emperor shook his head repeatedly, a look of deep concern etched upon his face. In truth, he harbored a strong desire for Shen Qingyu to journey to Yuzhou, for her unparalleled medical skills were indeed commendable, and she might truly devise a solution to combat the plague. However, the memory of the previous tragic fates of the imperial physicians swiftly quelled that port. Your Highness, do you truly lack confidence in my medical abilities? Shen Qingyu's brows furrowed slightly. The emperor, upon hearing her words, fell into contemplation, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, "Do you have any means to ensure your own safety?" His words were laced with deep concern and doubt. Shen Qingyu smiled gently, reassuring him, "Your Highness, rest assured, I vow to you that I shall return unscathed from this journey. Moreover, I will ensure the prince's safety, guaranteeing his safe return to the capital. Furthermore, this dreadful plague in Yuzhou ultimately requires someone to step forward and address it." The emperor nodded slightly, a look of gratitude illuminating his face. "Sister-in-law, your compassion for the common people is truly admirable. I have complete faith in you. In that case, I will immediately dispatch a contingent of elite soldiers to escort you to Yuzhou." However, Shen Qingyu quickly waved her hand, exclaiming, "Your Highness, that would be unwise." The emperor furrowed his brow, perplexed, and asked, "Sister-in-law, do you perhaps have another plan? Please share it with me." Shen Qingyu's gaze was resolute as she slowly articulated, "I wish to take only a few utterly trustworthy individuals, to disguise ourselves along the way, and travel swiftly to Yuzhou in secret. This way, we can effectively evade any ambushes set by those with ulterior motives, and given the rapid spread of the plague, we can afford no further delays." Chapter 79, The Swift Journey to Yuzhou. Upon hearing these words, the emperor could not help but raise his hand and lightly tap his forehead, filled with self-reproach as he lamented, "Indeed, it is entirely my fault for being overly hasty and losing my composure. It is my younger sister-in-law who has demonstrated true foresight. You may proceed with confidence. Concerning your departure from the capital, I shall make appropriate arrangements and ensure that not a whisper of this is leaked, so as to prevent others from discovering it." After a brief pause, the emperor continued, "Furthermore, I shall discreetly dispatch a group of highly skilled physicians to Yuzhou post-haste. I can only hope they arrive in time to lend you their assistance." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyu nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern and support. Time is of the essence, so I shall take my leave at once. I implore you not to act with undue haste, and to prioritize your well-being above all." Before long, Shen Qingyu donned the attire of a young eunuch and quietly departed from the palace. At that very moment, a woman, remarkably similar in appearance and dressed to Shen Qingyu, gracefully emerged from the palace gates, seated in an ornate sedan chair. Surrounding her was a cadre of disciplined and serious guards, meticulously escorting the sedan towards the Guogosi temple. News spread like wildfire, swiftly circulating within the palace. It is said that the war prince's consort has voluntarily requested to visit the Guogosi temple, claiming she wishes to earnestly pray for the war prince and the people of Yuzhou. Furthermore, it is rumored that she intends to engage in fasting and meditation there until the prince's safe return. This revelation, akin to wings, rapidly traversed the court, and many could not help but feel profound respect for the war prince's consort, who displayed such noble intentions. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyu had just returned to the war prince's residence and, without taking a moment to catch her breath, promptly summoned the steward to brief him on various matters within the estate. Afterward, she cautioned several of her personal maids, including Liana. Once everything was arranged, Shen Qingyu switched into male attire, accompanied by Yingyi and Mai Ying, and the trio hastened towards Yuzhou. Both Yingyi and Mai Ying were aware of Shen Qingyu's impressive skills, yet had never witnessed her riding prowess. Initially, Yingyi harbored concerns about whether she could ride well enough not to impede their progress. To his surprise, it was he and Mai Ying who found themselves lagging behind. "I say, can you two possibly ride any faster?" Shen Qingyu pulled the reins to a halt, having already stopped for the fifth time to urge the two behind her. While Mai Ying maintained her composure, Ying Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment. "My lady, he cast a furtive glance at Shen Qingyu, who shot him a sidelong glance brimming with playful mockery. "Did I not instruct you both to refrain from calling me my lady in public? You must refer to me as young master." Shen Qingyu frowned slightly, chiding him gently. At that moment, she was clad in a sharp male outfit, her hair elegantly tied up and secured with a jade hairpin, her face subtly adorned, with striking brows and bright eyes, and a hint of a smile gracing her lips, embodying a carefree and dashing demeanor. "I acknowledge my error, young master." Ying Yi quickly lowered his head in repentance, then explained, "It's not that we do not wish to hasten our pace. It's simply that this horse is truly unable to run any faster." He lamented, patting the neck of his steed in resignation. In their eagerness to reach Yuzhou, they had galloped relentlessly for an entire day and night. Though they could still endure, the horse, not being made of iron, was already panting heavily, its steps growing increasingly labored. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyu raised an eyebrow, a bemused expression gracing her features as she addressed Ying Yi leisurely. "Oh, so that is the issue at hand. It turns out our horse is the one holding us back. In that case, when we reach the next town, let us take a brief respite and procure a better steed." As soon as Shen Qingyu finished her statement, she cracked the whip in her hand, producing a sharp crack, and her noble steed surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly darting far ahead. The dust kicked up and the horse's agile form cut across the plains like a streak of lightning. Watching Shen Qingyu's retreating figure, Ying Yi turned to Mai Ying, his expression tinged with exasperation. He privately mused, could it be that this lady was intentionally toying with him? Yet he had no proof, and even if he did, he felt too embarrassed to confront her. Why is it that the young master's mount appears so remarkably vigorous, galloping as if it knows no fatigue? Ying Yi inquired, his brows furrowed in confusion. He simply could not fathom why, despite all three horses being meticulously selected and of comparable quality, only the young master's steed maintained such formidable stamina and speed. Mai Ying smirked slightly, her shoulders rising in a nonchalant shrug as she replied, "How would I know the reason behind it?" In truth, she was acutely aware. Had Ying Yi not underestimated the young master's riding skill, revealing his disdain so openly, perhaps he would not find himself in such a predicament today. At that moment, Shen Qingyu was effortlessly guiding her steed, reveling in the exhilaration, recalling the dubious gaze Ying Yi had cast upon her before their departure, as well as his nearly audible thought, "Can you manage? Please don't hold us back." She couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Since this fellow so underestimates me, he should not blame me for employing a little trickery to tease him. As for why this horse shows no signs of fatigue. It is simply because I discreetly administered a potent stimulant to it during our journey. Typically, the journey from the capital to Yuzhou would take nearly 10 days. However, Shen Qingyu and her companions managed to arrive in Yuzhou in a mere 3 days. Upon entering the territory of Yuzhou, they were met with a heart-wrenching sight. Numerous citizens were seen painfully retching, the scene utterly harrowing. Just a cursory glance was enough for Shen Qingyu to ascertain that the distressing situation, if left unchecked, the situation would only worsen, and the number of infected individuals would inevitably rise. Should effective treatment not be administered promptly, these unfortunate souls would soon succumb to dehydration and perish. With this thought weighing heavily on her mind, Shen Qingyu furrowed her brow in concern and inquired, "Where is the prince at this moment?" "Just yesterday, we received word from the Night Wind that the prince has ventured deep into the most severely afflicted areas of the plague." Upon hearing this response, Shen Qingyu nodded slightly, and with swift movements, retrieved a pack of masks and a vial of cholera vaccine pills from her belongings. Chapter 80, Boldly, who dares approach? Without a moment's hesitation, she swallowed a pill and secured her mask. She then instructed Shadow One and Phantom to each take a pill and don their masks as well. In response to Shen Qingyu's commands, the two complied without a hint of hesitation, obediently following her directives, never once inquiring about the nature of the medicine or the purpose of the masks. Phantom, having followed Shen Qingyu for an extended period, had developed an unwavering trust in her orders, while Shadow One had witnessed her extraordinary wisdom and decisive nature throughout their journey, leading him to wholeheartedly respect the princess. At this moment, Shen Qingyu, with a grave countenance, urged, "Hasten our pace, we must reach the prince with utmost urgency." She was acutely aware of the time constraints, understanding that every moment held the fate of countless lives in the balance. Shen Qingyu realized that to effectively stem the tide of this dreadful plague, a formidable leader must emerge to take charge. This leader must possess absolute authority and a commanding voice, but more crucially, they must enforce strict adherence to established protocols to ensure the successful implementation of preventive measures. Presently, the only individual endowed with such capabilities was Zhen Mohang, who had come to the disaster area to provide aid. With an anxious expression, Shen Qingyu wielded her whip, urging her steed to gallop like the wind, as they drew closer to the region known for its devastation. A pungent, nauseating odor began to permeate the air, intensifying with each step they took, as if it could penetrate the very depths of one's soul. Moreover, the air was rife with an invisible yet omnipresent deadly virus, drifting like phantoms. Thus, the trio pressed on, enduring a grueling day and night of relentless travel, until they finally arrived at the plague-stricken land, Yunshui City. At that moment, Yunshui City resembled a desolate ghost town, surrounded by solemn soldiers maintaining a vigilant watch. As Shen Qingyu and her companions approached, a soldier abruptly called out, "Halt, who goes there? The prince has decreed that this is a quarantine zone, no one may enter or exit at will." Yet, in the face of the soldier's admonition, Shen Qingyu remained undaunted, her demeanor calm as she replied, "Quickly summon your prince to meet me." Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. The soldier, taken aback, scrutinized Shen Qingyu, his skepticism evident as he pressed, "Who are you to command the prince's attention?" Just then, Shadow One stepped forward, producing an exquisite token from his robes and proclaiming, "This is the prince's token. She is the princess of war." "What, the princess?" The soldier was momentarily stunned, but his expression quickly transformed into one of elation, nearly leaping with joy. Without verifying the token's authenticity, he hurriedly turned to his comrades, exclaiming, "Quickly report to the prince. The princess has arrived, we may yet be saved." During these harrowing days, he had witnessed countless corpses being transported for cremation, a chilling sight that sent shivers down his spine. Each encounter with such scenes chilled his heart to the bone. Furthermore, among the soldiers who had accompanied him, several had succumbed to the dreadful plague, leaving only himself and two brothers to hold the line. If the situation continued to deteriorate, it would not be long before the entire population of Yunshui City faced annihilation. The thought sent a wave of dread coursing through him. Recently, a glimmer of hope had emerged when the Princess of War sent a shipment of relief supplies. Those tasked with delivering the supplies tirelessly spread the word, ensuring that the citizens and soldiers adhered to Shen Qingyu's stringent sanitation protocols to effectively prevent the plague spread. They extolled her remarkable medical skills, portraying her as a savior capable of miraculous healing. Remarkably, the widespread use of these disinfectants soon yielded significant results, thus, the illustrious reputation. Meanwhile, Zhen Mohang, engrossed in his affairs, was suddenly interrupted by a soldier rushing in to report that Shen Qingyu had arrived. Upon hearing this news, he froze, disbelief etched across his features, for he had received no prior indication of her impending visit. Filled with curiosity, he hastily made his way to the gates of Yunshui town. As he caught sight of her from a distance, he instantly recognized the petite figure that had captivated his thoughts and dreams. At that moment, Shen Qingyu gazed at Zhen Mohang, her face alight with joy and anticipation, fully expecting that this strikingly handsome man would be overjoyed to see her. However, what unfolded was entirely beyond her expectations. Initially, a wave of elation surged within Zhen Mohang, yet in an instant, his previously warm demeanor darkened, as if shrouded in a layer of frost. He then adopted a stern expression and launched into a merciless reprimand. "What brings you here? Who permitted your presence? Are you unaware of the perilous nature of this place? The air is thick with the pall of plague, and the afflicted roam everywhere. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster. Leave this treacherous locale at once." His voice was cold and harsh, laced with uncontainable worry and anger. Shen Qingyu was momentarily taken aback by his harsh words. While she understood that his outburst stemmed from concern for her safety, the feeling of being misunderstood and dismissed washed over her like a tidal wave, drowning all her rationality. In that moment, she cast aside her usual deference, abandoning the respectful title of a prince in her heart.